This is MC of our story, Ghislain Peridium, the eldest son of a noble family that's basically broke beyond repair. The maids and everyone in the house are super scared of him, and honestly, with good reason. He's known as this cursed guy with a horrible, despicable personality and the worthless son of Count Peridium. With titles like that, you'd expect him to be just another pampered noble brat, but that's far from the truth, at least, not anymore, and his opponent is starting to figure that out the hard way. This bearded guy facing Ghislain can't believe what's happening. He's getting thoroughly beaten by someone he thought was just useless scum. Meanwhile, Ghislain is calm and collected, cool as ever during the fight. Internally, he's actually satisfied because all the money he dumped into setting up this trap is finally showing results. With a smirk, Ghislain asks the bearded man if he's enjoying the unexpected twist. That only pisses the guy off more because it feels like Ghislain knew exactly how things were going to play out. And guess what? Ghislain proudly admits it. He didn't just anticipate the enemy's plan, he knew everything from the start. The number of soldiers, the identity of the spies, who provided reinforcements, he had it all figured out. The bearded man is stunned. He starts yelling, furious that his secret weapon has been exposed by someone he once dismissed as worthless. But Ghislain isn't in the mood for his whining. He shuts him up with a solid kick to the face, making it clear this guy can scream all he wants. But no matter how many fights break out, Ghislain is confident he'll come out on top every single time. So, how is he so sure of winning? Simple, because he knows everything. Let's rewind for a second. Almost a year ago, in the kingdom of Lithuania, near the Peridium estate, Ghislain Peridium woke up in pure shock. He was alive, but he shouldn't have been. The last thing he remembered was being in the middle of a hopeless battle, squaring off against one of the continent's elite 7 noble knights, a man named Idun, the one who was supposed to kill him. Now, Ghislain wasn't just some random nobody either. He used to be one of the top 7 mercenary kings on the continent, feared and respected everywhere under the name Ghislain Peridium. Before ending Ghislain's life, Idun mocked him, saying he never expected to see the trash of the fallen Peridium family again. From what Idun knew, Ghislain had vanished after his sister's death, and his name had become nothing but a fading memory. That threw Ghislain off. He asked how the hell Idun knew so much about his past. Idun told him he'd been tracking him for a long time because he was one of the people involved in the destruction of the Peridium family. He had worked alongside the Delphine household to bring them down. Hearing one of them made Ghislain freeze. That meant the Delphine household hadn't acted alone. There were others who played a role in his family's ruin. And now, one of those people was standing right in front of him. His hatred and thirst for revenge surged like never before, and then Idun cut his head clean off. But strangely, Ghislain later woke up whole, unharmed, and very much alive. Not only was his body intact, with no sign of injury, but he even looked noticeably younger. He looks around, clearly confused about what's going on. Just then, someone calls out to him, addressing him as young master and urging him to come out. The man is actually a soldier from the Peridium household, Ricardo. But before Ricardo can say much, he finds a sharp sword aimed at his neck as Ghislain demands answers immediately. Ricardo, clueless about the situation, agrees to answer whatever his master asks, though he can't understand why a sword is necessary for a conversation. Even Ghislain is caught off guard by Ricardo's reaction after all. This was supposed to be an enemy. Ricardo pulls himself free from Ghislain's grip and reminds him that he had collapsed from exhaustion earlier after throwing a tantrum. He'd been stressing out over how to lead a raid on the orcs. Naturally, this explanation makes zero sense to Ghislain. Then Ricardo tells him to grab his stuff and head out because everyone's waiting outside. Ghislain, still lost, asks where they're going. Ricardo informs him they're heading to the Peridium estate. Hearing his family name shocks Ghislain. As far as he knows, that estate was destroyed. But as they reach a hill overlooking it, he gets a clear view, and it's unmistakably the Peridium estate, fully intact. He had once seen it burn to the ground, and now, here it stands. Ricardo, a bit confused, mumbles under his breath, wondering why his master keeps referring to his own home as if it had fallen. If the Count hears that, there could be consequences. Trying to make sense of it, Ghislain pinches his cheek, hoping this is just a dream, but the pain is real. That's when it hits him. He's younger now, the estate is untouched, and everything seems to have gone back to how it was, which means he's traveled back in time. Back then, his younger self was resentful toward the family. That immaturity, rooted in feelings of inferiority, caused endless trouble. Eventually, people in the household started avoiding him, and unable to handle the criticism, he ran away. Years later, he became a mercenary, survived brutal battles, honed his skills, and earned a name for himself. He returned to Peridium hoping to make amends, but by then, the estate had already been reduced to ashes. He had lost everything, but now somehow, it's all back. Everyone he cared about is still alive. He's overwhelmed, realizing he's been given another chance, but there's no time to celebrate. From what Ricardo mentioned, they're on their way to raid the orcs, and Ghislain remembers this day all too well. It was the day nearly everyone in his squad died. In his past life, he had joined the orc raid squad to prove himself. The report back then had mentioned only 3 orcs, so Ghislain, with no command experience, thought it'd be easy peasy. But when they arrived, They were ambushed by over 20 orcs. Because of his recklessness and pride, most of the squad was wiped out. Right now, our MC feels pretty confident that the situation is manageable, mainly because those orcs don't seem to have any real tactics. But the real issue is whether his soldiers will actually trust him, considering they all think he's just some worthless loser. Unfortunately, he doesn't even get a moment to prepare, because out of nowhere, a watchtower gets completely wiped out as a massive horde of orcs comes charging in. Ghislain is absolutely stunned by the sudden attack. He hadn't expected these creatures to strike so soon. The orcs are tearing through the soldiers like it's nothing, and each one is powerful enough to wipe out multiple foot soldiers single-handedly. Raid Squad Commander Skovan jumps into the fray and shouts for everyone to form a defensive line, but honestly, it looks like no formation or tactic is going to stop these savage beasts, who are slaughtering people non-stop. Even Skovan is convinced they're doomed. Getting ambushed like this with zero preparation is just brutal, and to make things worse, there are way more of these monsters than anyone expected. With the way things are spiraling, Skovan is sure they're all going to die. Then suddenly, someone shouts at the commander. When Skovan turns around, he sees a massive beast about to crush him with its axe. He barely has time to react. That's when Ghislain lunges in, yanks Skovan out of harm's way, and slices straight through the monster's hand like it's just a cucumber. Everyone is left speechless. How the hell did Ghislain pull that off so effortlessly when he's supposed to be the useless one? The beast collapses, while Ghislain mutters in irritation about still not being able to use mana. He walks up to the commander, offers his hand, and demands command over the troops. But Skovan refuses flatly. He doesn't believe a so-called worthless brat should be leading during such a dire moment. He even asks Ghislain if he thinks this is some kind of game. Even if Ghislain is the young master, Skovan says he can't just hand over authority given by the Lord so easily. But Ghislain had already guessed that no one would believe in him, and now he's getting pissed. Just then, another monster charges at them, and Skovan steps in thinking Ghislain is too inexperienced to handle this. But Ghislain decides it's time to shut these idiots up and show them what he can really do. He throws his sword at the beast with insane speed. The commander immediately starts yelling at him for disobeying orders, but shuts right up when he sees the orc drop dead from a single hit. It's clear the sword struck with terrifying precision. The commander stands there looking like he's suffering from a serious case of constipation. Meanwhile, Ghislain stares at him and asks if he even knows the most crucial thing in battle. Of course, the commander doesn't, because clearly he's the real useless one here. Ghislain shifts his focus toward the frightened soldiers and reminds Skovan that there's no way to win a battle when fear has already taken over the troops. The first step should be gaining momentum. With that, our guy dashes forward once more, yanks his sword from the monster's skull, and launches himself into the air. He lands squarely on another orc and drives his blade straight into its head. Skovan can hardly believe what he's seeing. Meanwhile, our boy boldly challenges the monsters, taunting them to come at him if they want to die. Predictably, these brainless beasts charge at him, and he slices through them with the precision and speed of a ninja on an energy rush, tearing apart every single one that dares cross his path. His movements, reflexes, everything is happening at such incredible speed that Skovan is left frozen, staring in total disbelief. Even as a mana user, he can't keep up, so he can't begin to fathom how his skinny young master is pulling the shit off. Skovan notices that despite the obvious signs of fatigue, our guy is still evading attacks with the bare minimum of motion, and his sword strikes land perfectly on the enemy's weak points, like a master swordsman who can't even use mana, or maybe even someone beyond that level. But our MC isn't done. He keeps provoking the monsters, mocking them for being nothing like the fearsome warrior race they're rumored to be. The other soldiers are just as stunned, watching as every single orc charges toward the young master. They turn to their commander, waiting for orders, but the coward doesn't even come close to showing the kind of guts our boy has. He's still trying to process the fact that the young master deliberately charged into a swarm of orcs just to draw their attention. He doesn't get why. He's now running, straight toward the edge of a cliff, but it soon clicks. Ghislain plans to lure the orcs off the cliff. Acting fast, Skovan orders his troops to raise their shield wall and prepare to back him up. Meanwhile, the orcs are right behind our guy, chasing him down. MC trusts that Skovan, being the capable commander he is, will catch on to the plan. As much as he'd love to hack every one of these orcs to pieces himself, he just doesn't have the stamina. But this plan isn't bad either. At the cliff's edge, the orcs realize too late that soldiers are waiting behind them in defensive formation. Without hesitation, our guy leaps off the cliff, signaling Skovan to follow through. The soldiers charge in and slam into the monsters, shoving them off the cliff to their brutal deaths below. The risky move works, and every last orc is eliminated. Though drained, the soldiers pull through. Skovan is still frozen in shock when he spots our MC clinging to the cliffside, his sword jammed into the rock to hold himself up. Even in this situation, there's no fear on his face, only a confident smirk aimed directly at Skovan. For a second, the big, mustached commander is thrown off, but then a proud smile spreads across his face. He quickly reaches out a hand, but it falls just short. The grip on the sword loosens, and just like that, the boy starts to fall, leaving everyone stunned by the sudden twist. Meanwhile, Ghislain begins slipping into unconsciousness, drifting into a dreamlike state where he hears his sister's voice and sees scattered fragments of memories involving her. He doesn't quite understand what's happening until suddenly, she grabs his hand, and just like that, he's pulled out of the dream. He jolts awake in bed, confused and shocked that he's even alive. As he tries to sit up, a wave of pain rushes through his entire body, making even the smallest movements agonizing. Every inch of him aches, a harsh reminder of how far he pushed himself, but in a strange way, it reassures him that he survived. At that moment, a maid enters the room with a relieved smile. It takes him just a second to realize it's Belinda. She's clearly both happy and upset, scolding him for all the stress he caused. But Ghislain doesn't hesitate. He throws his arms around her, hugging her tightly. She's totally confused by the sudden affection, unaware that to him, seeing her again after so long is overwhelming. You see, Belinda had been his personal maid since childhood. Through all the chaos he caused, she was the one who stuck by his side. But after his family's downfall, she vanished, and he never thought they'd meet again. Now, with her in front of him, he feels like he has to be honest, so he drops a bombshell. He tells her a catastrophe is heading straight for Peridium, and admits that he actually died and came back to life. Naturally, Belinda brushes it off. She agrees the orcs nearly killed him, but she refuses to believe his bizarre tale. He tries to explain further, but she just scolds him for being reckless. Realizing she won't believe him no matter what, he gives up. Belinda then shifts the topic, reminding him of the upcoming festival, something he would have missed if he had stayed injured. That catches Ghislain off guard. Seeing his blank expression, she reminds him that Lady Elena has been looking forward to going with him. It's the perfect opportunity for the siblings to reconnect. Suddenly, Ghislain remembers this festival. In his past life, he never got to enjoy it. It was around this time that something traumatic had happened, so when he asks how much time is left, she tells him it's next week. He has a week to prepare. But this isn't just about a festival. In his previous life, this exact day marked a tragedy that haunted him forever. On the day of the festival, his sister Elena was supposed to die. Right on cue, Elena walks into the room. Ghislain instantly pulls her into a hug, catching her completely off guard. Blushing, she accuses him of playing some weird prank. She doesn't realize how real his feelings are. He's simply overwhelmed to see her alive. But since he won't let go, Elena ends up forcefully pulling herself away, leaving his weakened body swaying under the pressure. Turns out, she's got some serious strength. From her reaction, it's clear the two siblings don't exactly have a warm relationship. Elena bluntly says she's only here because Belinda asked her to come. Apparently, there's some past grudge. Elena still remembers the time he insulted her. Ghislain, clueless at first, eventually realizes that, yeah, he wasn't exactly a great brother in his past life. Honestly, he was kind of an asshole. So, he does something shocking. He apologizes. Both Belinda and Elena are stunned. Ghislain admitting fault? That's unheard of. They joke that maybe he got hit in the head too hard by the orcs and knocked something loose. But Ghislain quickly shuts that down, saying he really did get them. Right then, another wave of pain hits, and he doubles over. Elena doesn't miss the chance to poke fun, clearly enjoying the moment. It's obvious who came out worse in that fight, but Ghislain doesn't mind. Even with her sarcastic comments, he's just glad to see them being exactly the way he remembers. There's something comforting about it, and in that moment, he can't help but think, why did the old him waste so much time on things that didn't matter? During the upcoming festival preparations, Ghislain had turned down Elena's offer to attend together, using the raid squad incident as an excuse. That ended up being the last time he ever saw her. Not long after, Elena and her bodyguards were found brutally torn apart. Ghislain still regrets not being there for her when it mattered most. Suddenly, a knock interrupts the moment. Two knights appear at the door, Elena's bodyguards. The one with dark brown hair is Jamal, and standing behind him is Philip. Elena questions their presence since they were told to wait outside. One of them apologizes and explains that the servants have requested her to supervise the festival preparations. This catches Ghislain off guard. He doesn't understand why Elena needs to be involved in that. Belinda looks disappointed at his reaction and reminds him of the worker shortage in Peridium. Even someone like Elena has to pitch in. It's only now that Ghislain realizes this, since he never really paid attention to such things before. But now that he's here, he offers to help. His little sister is visibly shocked, and both girls start to wonder if he might have actually been knocked in the head or something. Soon, they reach the festival site, where everyone's busy setting up their stalls. But when they hear that Ghislain wants to help, a strange unease creeps in. His sister keeps trying to push him away, saying the best way he can help is by not getting in the way or causing trouble. But Ghislain refuses to leave her alone after all. Elena's body was discovered near the slums, far from the festival location. Someone must have either lured her out or dragged her there. He wants to make sure nothing like that happens again, and for that, he needs to fully understand the castle's layout. Just then, a knight runs in, calling for Ghislain. It's old man Fergus, out of breath, but clearly emotional. He starts crying, admitting how scared he was after hearing about the orc attack. Ghislain's sister jumps in too, pointing out how oddly he's been acting lately. She thinks it might be best if Fergus just takes him back. Seeing no other choice, Ghislaine agrees, but requests to be taken to the abandoned training field in the castle instead. Fergus, puzzled, asks why. Ghislaine simply says he wants to train. Though unsure what the young master is planning, the old man doesn't press him further and leads him to the training hall. As Ghislaine steps inside, the first thing that strikes him is how well kept the training hall is. Far better than he ever imagined. It's the perfect spot for him to train, and the equipment? Way more advanced than anything he ever came across during his mercenary days. The old man explains that they've kept the place in shape, just in case Ghislaine ever wanted to return. He'd always believed Ghislaine would eventually overcome whatever inner battle he was fighting. That genuine concern makes Ghislaine pause. He never realized how much the old man had been trying to support him. It hits him hard. He feels a wave of guilt for not noticing it sooner. Quietly, he pats the old man's shoulder and says something half-joking, half-serious. Dying sucks, so he might as well try living a while longer. The old man, as usual, is baffled hearing him talk like he's already crossed over to the afterlife. But Ghislaine just shrugs and admits it. Yeah, he did die and came back. Not that the old man buys any of it. Without dwelling further, Ghislaine turns his focus back to training. He dismisses the old man, telling him he can leave now. Watching Fergus show him so much respect makes Ghislaine reflect on how he's always treated those around him like enemies. But now, looking back, he realizes he was just being narrow-minded. Still, he can't get distracted. There's serious work ahead. In his past life, he heard that Elena's death was orchestrated by a lord from a neighboring territory. That one act dragged Peridium into a war that ultimately led to its destruction. Her death was the first domino in the fall of his house, and now, he's determined to fix everything, starting right here. First priority, rebuild his body. Time's short, but if nothing else, he needs to gain control of his mana. In this world, mana is a mystical force that allows humans to surpass their limits. Most people struggle to even sense or absorb it. But for Ghislaine, even in the middle of chaotic battles, that part came naturally. He starts bundling the mana particles from the air, weaving them together like spinning thread. With countless battles under his belt, maybe even tens of thousands, forming a mana core is second nature to him. But if it were really that easy, he wouldn't be one of the top 7 strongest individuals in the land. Drawing from a half-burned magic book and tapping into the natural mana core all humans possess, Ghislaine manages to forge not just a second, but a third core. He links them into a complex mesh of interconnected cores, forming a massive burst of energy. The effort takes a toll. Blood trickles from his nose and mouth, and sweat pours down his face. He's definitely hit his current limit. Back in his previous life, he had reached 5 cores. The entire technique is about generating an overwhelming force in a short time, but it guzzles mana at an insane rate. That's actually why he lost to Eden before. The guy showed up with a whole night order while Ghislaine was already running on empty. In a fair one-on-one, he would have crushed him. The technique might be unstable, but it's enough for now. This time, he's got a younger body, and all the time he needs to master it. And this time, Eden's head, it's his for the taking. As for the traitors backing House Delphine, the ones who helped ruin their homeland, they're going down too. A week quickly goes by, and the long-awaited day of the festival finally arrives. Ghislaine is all geared up, walking through town with steady, unshakable confidence. But as he moves along, he unexpectedly spots his sister, who looks surprised to see him. She's stunned not just because he showed up to the festival, which he's never liked, but also because he's been acting strangely lately. All she's been hearing is how he's done nothing but train non-stop for the past week. Trying to play it cool, Ghislaine brushes off her concern, casually reminding her that, as the heir to a knightly family, training is simply a normal part of his life. But she doesn't let it slide so easily. She hits him with a harsh reminder that he's always despised the idea of becoming lord. That very attitude, she points out, was one of the main reasons he never got along with their father. Even though her words sting a bit, she walks away with a smile, clearly happy to see him finally stepping into the role he was meant to fill. Her comment lingers in Ghislaine's mind, making him realize that his actions have already started shifting how people see him, and possibly even changing the course of his future. While the major events may still play out the same, the small things are becoming harder to predict. And now, using his knowledge of what's to come wisely has become his responsibility. He'll need to handle every situation with care. With that in mind, he's fully prepared to confront the ones who will kill his sister. For now, he sticks by Elena's side, staying alert. But after some time, she starts getting bored and complains that this year's festival feels just as dull as all the others. Meanwhile, Ghislaine is lost in thought. The festival's almost over, and still, nothing major has happened. This makes him wonder, could the future have changed simply because he stayed close to Elena? Just as that thought hits, her bodyguards appear. They suggest taking Elena to a livelier part of the festival so she can enjoy herself a bit more. As they start to escort her away, Ghislaine quickly puts the pieces together. These two, Jamal and Philip, are the trusted knights who've protected Elena since childhood. In his previous life, they were said to have been killed while defending her, but now, doubts start creeping in. Ghislaine becomes convinced it's a trap. These guys must be the traitors within the family. He follows them quietly. The spot they arrive at is completely deserted, which immediately annoys Elena. She starts complaining about how pointless this all is. As she vents, Ghislaine's suspicions only grow. At first glance, it's just an empty street, but the way debris and objects block every exit, That clearly shows this was prepared ahead of time. Just then, he's pulled out of his thoughts when Elena suddenly grabs his arm and starts dragging him along. Surprised by her strength, Ghislaine jokingly asks if she's been hitting the gym, because for a young lady, she's seriously strong. But before she can reply, Jamal steps in to stop her, and the expression on his face says it all. His intentions are far from good. Elena starts trembling, panic creeping in as she wonders why everyone is acting so strangely. Jamal quickly apologizes for scaring her, but then his expression twists into something even more disturbing. He calmly says he just wants her to wait a little longer, claiming it's a small favor. Elena, now terrified and feeling utterly helpless, is interrupted by the arrival of someone new. A man wearing glasses steps into the scene, trailed by two of his goons. His name is Frank, and he looks quite satisfied with how well Jamal has handled things so far. Frank then turns to Jamal, confused about why Ghislaine is even here. He doesn't recall ever asking for this extra baggage. Jamal tries to reassure him, saying he'll handle the kid himself, and Frank won't even have to pay. Ghislaine, it turns out, had blindly followed his sister, completely unaware that he was walking right into a death trap. Finally, Ghislaine speaks. The first thing he demands is how this traitorous bastard plans to get away with betraying the Peridium family. But the man just laughs, barely fazed. He arrogantly claims all he has to do is run far away. He's done with this broken, poverty-ridden land that's already been ravaged by barbarians. And he's not alone. Plenty of others want to leave Peridium too. But before he can finish that sentence, the main character strikes. No words, just blood spilling from his mouth as he drops, sliced clean in two. Everyone's stunned. Jamal hits the ground, lifeless, and Ghislaine glares at the corpse, furious. He reminds the traitor that even if people chose to leave this land, they never sold out their own. His anger blazes as he locks eyes with the second traitor, who panics and yanks Elena closer, hoping she'll shield him from the same fate. He's dead wrong. A sword drives straight through his skull. He quivers, gasping for air as death takes him too. Now, Frank's goons start having second thoughts, wondering if they even want to get involved. What throws them off even more is that this guy, supposedly the eldest son of Peridium, isn't supposed to have any real combat experience. No training, no skills at least. That's what they believed. But Frank confirms it. This is the eldest son. Still, he can't comprehend how this guy just wiped out two men like it was nothing. And even more shocking, his attacks were laced with mana. Meanwhile, the girl clung to her brother, shaking with fear. But without hesitation, he knocked her out with a quick strike to the neck, telling her to get some rest. Frank, that smug bastard, thanked our guy for taking care of the two knights, pretending they had planned to handle them themselves. He even praised Ghislaine's godlike skills and couldn't help but ask where he learned them. But Ghislaine wasn't having any of it. He shut them down cold, making it clear it was none of their business. He quickly sized them up. 3 of them altogether, but only the one in the middle seemed to be giving off any real mana. Still, no matter who they were, Ghislaine was ready to end this fast. Before making his move, he demanded to know who hired them to stage the ambush. Frank, with that annoying smirk, brushed it off, acting like someone about to die didn't deserve to ask questions. Of course, Ghislaine knew they wouldn't give up the information so easily, but he had his own methods of making people talk. One of the goons suggested just cutting his head off, but their boss shut him down, saying he wanted him alive. He planned to break every bone in Ghislaine's body until he was nothing more than a cripple, writhing in pain, making sure his suffering was long and agonizing. With that, 2 of the lackeys charged. But Ghislaine was prepared. He suddenly pulled out a firecracker and tossed it at them. That completely threw one of the thugs off. He froze for just a second, confused as to why anyone would use something like a firecracker. But that tiny moment of hesitation was all Ghislaine needed. In a blink, he closed the gap and killed one of them on the spot. The second one lunged at him next, but Ghislaine didn't flinch. He effortlessly blocked the attack, disarmed him, and yanked the sword from his grip. Without wasting a second, he followed through and cut the guy down like it was nothing. As the second lackey hit the ground, their leader tried to pull a cheap move, sneaking up behind Ghislaine to land a surprise blow. But our guy's reflexes were razor sharp. He blocked the ambush like it was nothing. Frank was stunned, realizing his sneak attack had completely failed, and Ghislaine wasn't about to let that slide. He retaliated in an instant, his sword moving so fast that Frank could barely react. The blade slashed deep across his throat, and the pipe he'd been smoking dropped to the ground. Frank, now desperate, launched another attack, but Ghislaine easily blocked it again. Even Frank had to admit without using mana to shield his neck, he would have been done for. And even Ghislaine had to give him some credit. He'd focused all his mana around his neck to reduce the damage. Pretty impressive, honestly. That's when Frank finally decided to get serious. Clutching his sword tightly, he hurled himself at Ghislaine. But just as he did, he caught a glimpse of Ghislaine's grin like he'd been waiting for this moment. That split second of confusion was all it took. Ghislaine completely overpowered him and slammed a brutal kick straight to his face. Frank manages to land on his feet instead of crashing down and smirks, confidently claiming that with his mana levels, a move like that won't affect him. But his confidence crumbles instantly when he starts violently coughing up blood. His expression twists in complete confusion. He has no clue what just hit him. Even though his body was reinforced with dense mana, He can't believe Ghislain still managed to break through it with nothing but raw skill. Meanwhile, Ghislain's thoughts drift to the mystery surrounding his sister's death. He never knew who was responsible until now, and now that he does, he's ready to make this bastard pay. He warns Frank to brace himself, because things are about to get real. Then, Ghislain activates his third core. Frank stands there, stunned, but he doesn't get the luxury of time to react. Ghislain's already charging him. They clash at such insane speed that only the glowing trails of their blades are visible. Frank fights back with everything he's got, but it's clear he's falling behind. His hands are going numb, and no matter how much mana he channels, it's not enough. His sword starts to crack from the sheer pressure. He's never even heard of a technique that boosts mana to this insane level, especially with such control. It's like Ghislain has transformed into an entirely new person, and that new person lands a brutal strike, slashing Frank hard across the body. But Ghislain isn't finished. He drives his sword deep into the man who killed his sister. Still, he doesn't let him die just yet. There are answers he wants, burning questions he needs resolved. Gritting his teeth, Ghislain demands to know who ordered the hit on Elena. But Frank isn't about to give up information so easily. He quickly whips out hidden ninja daggers, trying to go after Elena again. Before he can even move, threads block his arm mid-motion. Ghislain is the one controlling them. He decides to give Frank one more chance, answer everything truthfully, and he'll sheath his sword. Frank, now absolutely stunned, realizes the threads are made of mana crafted and controlled by Ghislain himself. Ghislain knows someone at Frank's level should be able to patch himself up, not that it'll matter if he destroys his mana core. Without hesitation, he starts channeling magic into the sword already lodged in Frank's gut. The bastard screams as his mana core begins to break apart. It's a dangerous move. One mistake, and the mana backlash could explode the entire area. It genuinely looks like Ghislain is risking a full self-destruct, but he's no rookie. He can handle it. Even Frank can tell Ghislain isn't bluffing. When he looks into Ghislain's eyes, all he sees is a blood-soaked Reaper. Realizing he has no way out, Frank finally gives up the name Count Desmond, the real mastermind behind Elena's assassination. He further admits this entire incident was part of a bigger scheme, a setup meant to ignite a war between the Peridium and Degard families. Ghislain doesn't think highly of the name Desmond in his past life. Dirty work like this was handled by families loyal to the Dukes. If his instincts are right, Duke Delphine is likely the one pulling the strings. Still, the facts remain: Frank came here to kill his sister, so Ghislain makes sure to finish him off and take revenge for the past. Frank, in his final moments, thinks Ghislain is going back on his word, but Ghislain coldly reminds him of all the sins he's committed. He has no right to be afraid, now that karma's finally caught up. But then, something unexpected: Frank starts laughing, even as he bleeds out. He claims nothing will change, even if Ghislain kills him. The damage is done. He's already completed his mission with the Degard family. No matter what Ghislain does now, Peridium is doomed. War is inevitable. Ghislain swiftly covers the bastard's filthy mouth to shut him up and quietly tells him the truth. He's already died once and come back, so there's no way he's letting history repeat itself. Those were the last words Frank heard before Ghislain activated the mana core shattering process. The mana inside surged backward, and Ghislain redirected it into the sky, triggering a massive explosion like some warped firework. Exhausted, Ghislain could barely breathe, but at least everyone who needed to be dealt with had been taken care of. Then he noticed his unconscious sister lying there, seemingly safe and peacefully asleep. Just as he let his muscles relax and closed his eyes for a moment, blood suddenly spilled from his mouth, and he doubled over in pain. He thought to himself, back when he was the Mercenary King, destroying 3 cores would have been easy. But now, with this fragile body, it's clearly limiting him. Even so, he wasn't ready to give up. He quickly made his way to a nearby house and discovered a corpse. In his previous life, authorities had found a second body at this same location, along with Elena's, and from what Frank had mentioned earlier, that body was supposedly Degard's son. There was also the escort knight who died during the event. These bodies were the reason why the Peridium family in his past life had assumed the Degard family was behind Elena's assassination. The moment those corpses were discovered, war had broken out. This time, Ghislain made sure there would be no such evidence. He set the entire house ablaze. After that, he picked up his sister and began walking away. That's when we see some creep in a cap lurking in the shadows, secretly watching him. Later, that same guy shows up at a shady council basically. All the people running the show behind the scenes, and reports that the mission failed. Naturally, the bigwigs weren't happy to hear it. One of them, cloaked in a hood, blames everything on Ghislain Peridium. The moment that name comes up, the room tenses. How could some nobody from the north pull off something this huge? Another council member scoffs, saying, Ghislain's always been a worthless piece of trash, so blaming the failure on him sounds ridiculous. But the hooded guy insists Ghislain was nothing like the man they had intel on. The way he executed everything was far too skilled, almost like he'd become an entirely new person. He tries to calm them down by saying he's already handled things with the Degard family, so sparking a territorial war won't be a problem. He pleads for one more shot to prove himself, but one of the higher-ups explodes in anger. The chaos from this failure has already caused serious problems, and now the entire council is in disarray. They all agree that the only solution is to kill Ghislain. Then the top dog among them finally speaks, cutting through the noise. He asks the hooded man how he plans to handle Ghislain. The reply, he's going to set up a duel, make it look natural. And the opponent, someone powerful. When asked who this person is, the hooded guy says it's Cain Logus, a powerhouse swordsman known for his brute strength. Despite being young, Cain is unmatched in physical combat. And here's the kicker, he's Ghislain's cousin. That connection would make their encounter feel perfectly natural, not staged. The room falls silent as they mull over the idea. But the top guy doesn't let him off the hook so easily. He warns that if this mission fails too, there won't be another chance. Shaken, the hooded man quickly swears he'll deliver results this time. The scene shifts to the Peridium Castle's training hall, where Fergus arrives to inform our boy that it's time for a meal. But just then, he spots a rope-like thread of mana flying toward him. It grabs the sword hanging beside him and quickly retracts, pulling the sword along. Ghislain, having practiced for a while now, is pleased to see he's making progress. That's when he notices Fergus, who immediately bows his head in apology for interrupting the session. But Fergus can't help his curiosity and asks how Ghislain managed that move. Ghislain casually explains that it's something called mana threads, using mana like string. In his previous life, it was second nature to him. But now, his current skill level is too low, and he lacks the mana needed to use it like before. To do so fully, he'd have to implode his core. However, by creating just one thread, he can minimize the mana cost and still use it effectively despite his limited resources. Fergus admits that despite training his mana for a long time, he's never seen anything like this. Now that he thinks about it, not long ago, Ghislain wasn't even using mana at all, let alone training with it. He's baffled by how Ghislain came up with the idea. Shaking himself out of it, Fergus returns to the reason he came. He respectfully nods and thanks Ghislain for protecting the young lady. But Ghislain brushes it off. There's no need for thanks. She's his sister, and he would have done it no matter what. A few days pass, and the festival is put on hold. Understandable, given that a guardian knight just tried to traffic a noble lady. Meanwhile, Elena is fuming. No one believes her when she says Ghislain was the one who saved her. She asks her brother why he won't step in and convince them. But Ghislain just shrugs. He doesn't care, and even if he tried, no one would believe him anyway. Belinda, on the other hand, is furious just thinking about how the real culprits were Jamal and Phil, the ones who attempted to abduct Elena. Regardless, Ghislain is just relieved that his sister is safe and that he managed to prevent a war. But deep down, he knows those bastards won't stop so easily. And he can't hold them off forever on his own. He needs to start building his own military force. Just then, a maid enters with food. But instead of something nice, Ghislain gets a dry piece of bread. Surprised, he asks Belinda about it. She explains that it's part of the fallout from the recent chaos. Right then, a loud voice echoes through the halls, some fat merchant yelling for compensation because of the cancelled festival. And it's not just him, there's a whole mob of merchants gathered outside, demanding they be reimbursed for their losses. Looking out the window, Ghislain asks who they are, and Belinda reminds him this country's economy relies heavily on merchants and the profits from the festival. Last year was a huge success, but this year it got cancelled after just one day. No wonder they're pissed. Only now does Ghislain realize just how bad the financial situation is. If he doesn't do something soon, things could spiral out of control. He tells Fergus to send out soldiers to calm the crowd, but Fergus calmly informs him that there are no soldiers available. Most of them have been dispatched to the Forest of Monsters to help with reconstruction after the orc raid. That makes things even worse. Peridium is in a constant state of war. Barbarians to the north and monsters to the south. No money means no soldiers, which just piles onto his growing list of problems. Taking Belinda aside, he whispers that since she's in charge of his finances, they need to find a way to settle the merchants down. But Belinda tells him straight there's no money left. When he asks why, she reminds him that the Lord cut off his funds because he kept spending recklessly. The idea of being broke makes Ghislain sick. He demands she lend him some cash, but she doesn't have any either. Everything seems stacked against him. No money, no soldiers, and no way out. Even with all his future knowledge, he's helpless without money to back it up. Just as he's lost in thought, Ricardo bursts into the room at full speed, panting hard. Alarmed, Ghislain immediately asks what's going on. Ricardo, practically shouting, says there's a problem. Young Master Cain is demanding to see him. The mere mention of Cain catches Ghislain completely off guard. That's when we witness one of our guys, Knights Commander Scoven, getting absolutely wrecked by Cain. Cain's insanely built body and brute strength are pounding the poor knight's face like it's a ripe tomato. Every punch feels like a sledgehammer, and clearly, Cain isn't holding back at all. The final blow knocks Scoven out cold. Ghislain arrives just in time to find his knight lying beaten and bloodied on the ground. The look on Ghislain Land's face says it all. He's furious. He turns to face his cousin, eyes blazing with rage. The bastard standing in front of him is massive, so big that Ghislain looks like a scrawny kid in comparison, and that wicked grin on Cain's face only makes things more intimidating. Beside Cain stands his escort knight. You see, Cain Logus, heir to the Logus County, is the very one with whom House Peridium once had an alliance. He used to be Ghislain's only friend, and his biggest rival. After knocking out the commander, Cain casually approaches Ghislain, but Ghislain doesn't flinch. Calm and composed, he asks Ricardo to explain what exactly happened. Ricardo recounts that they were responding to a report of trouble at a tavern, That's where they encountered Kane and his escort knight. During the confrontation, Kane asked Commander Skovan if the rumors about Ghislain were true. When Skovan explained the details, Kane suddenly grabbed him by the mouth, accusing him of muttering lies under his breath and refusing to tolerate anyone lying to the heir of Loges. At that point, Ricardo finishes his version of events. But then Kane's escort knight steps in, saying Ricardo left out a key part. He adds that Skovan had claimed Ghislain, someone who never even trained properly, had taken down an orc barehanded and defeated the traitorous escort knights all by himself. That's what pissed Kane off. He thought Skovan was spreading nonsense and gave him a beating as a reality check. Kane then smugly says none of this would have happened if Skovan hadn't lied. Ghislain doesn't respond out loud, but inside, we hear his thoughts, and they're full of bitterness toward Kane. Once his subordinate, Kane always stirred up chaos whenever he visited Peridium, and no matter the mess he made, no one dared call him out because he was allied with House Peridium. People always respected Kane, but Ghislain, he was constantly judged and looked down upon. While Kane was praised for his bold, confident nature traits expected from a rightful heir, Ghislain was criticized for not measuring up. Now, from Kane's perspective, even he's surprised at how calm Ghislain is being. Normally, Ghislain would have snapped and come at him by now. We then get a flashback to a recent moment in Loges County. Kane had received an order to kill Ghislain. The one giving the order was a hooded man, someone who'd previously failed a mission and taken heat for it from his superiors. This same hooded figure told Kane that if he succeeded, the esteemed one would back the Loges family. Kane confidently assured him that defeating Ghislain would be easy after all. Ghislain was nothing but a weak brat. But there was one thing that gave him pause. Ghislain was still an heir, so killing him could lead to political complications. The hooded man suggested a solution: provoke Ghislain into a duel, make it look like a simple squabble between noble heirs, then stage the whole thing as an unfortunate accident. To make sure things went smoothly, the hooded man offered to disguise himself as one of the escort knights to help orchestrate everything. That way, nothing could go wrong. The idea of getting to murder his own cousin thrilled Kane, and the bastard didn't hesitate to agree. In the present, Kane is trying to figure out why there's an order to eliminate Ghislain. He wonders if maybe Ghislain has changed recently, which could be the reason. Still, Kane sticks to the plan. To provoke Ghislain, he calls out and asks why he's just standing there. They're facing off, so he better get things ready. Ghislain, confused, doesn't know what arrangements Kane is referring to. Kane brings up how the festival's been disrupted and suggests they should spice things up and have some fun. He also reminds Ghislain how they've always been on the same page for these kinds of things. But Ghislain barely reacts and vaguely asks if Kane is talking about alcohol. See, this bastard used to make Ghislain prepare booze and women every time he showed up. Back then, Ghislain went along with it just to avoid a beating, but not anymore. Because of Kane, he burned through a ton of money, which is also why his father ended up cutting his allowance. Now, Ghislain has clearly figured out the root of his financial troubles, and he's certain Kane is the problem, and possibly the solution too. Meanwhile, Kane keeps pressing, demanding that Ghislain bring him the goods immediately. Ghislain, playing along, agrees but says that first, Kane needs to repay the money he owes. The hooded bastard can sense something has changed. Ghislain is giving off a completely different vibe now. Even Kane pauses and seriously asks what debts he's talking about. With a calm smile, Ghislain explains that he's been the one managing all of Kane's requests with his own money, and now he wants at least 1,000 gold back. Kane is stunned. To him, that's a ridiculous number. He thought it should have cost no more than 100 gold. Besides, he believed Ghislain was doing all that because they were friends, like a friends with benefits situation. But Ghislain never saw them as friends. He's been this guy's doormat for too long, and now, if Kane values his life, he better pay up. He needs the money desperately, and isn't letting Kane walk away without paying his dues. The whole room falls silent, and even Ghislain's own knight, Ricardo, is sweating bullets after hearing such a bold demand. Kane shoots up from his seat, furious. He thinks Ghislain is getting too cocky, probably because of the rumors going around about him. To Kane, Ghislain is still just a leech feeding off this land. Boiling with rage, he clenches his fist, ready to crush him right there. But even as the punch flies straight at him, Ghislain doesn't even blink. At the last second, he shifts slightly, letting the punch miss completely. Shock fills the room. Kane swings again with full force, but Ghislain ducks and drives an open palm strike right into Kane's gut. The blow is so strong, it nearly makes the brute cough up blood. Kane tries to swing again, but this time Ghislain freezes his movement. Even though Kane doesn't actually take damage, he acts like he's in pain. The hooded figure rushes over, concerned, but it's obvious Kane's pride is the only thing hurt. Ghislain casually tells him to stop faking it wasn't even a real hit, but Kane keeps playing the victim. Everyone watching in the pub is left stunned. Ghislain, the supposed weakling, just took Kane down without even trying. People are unsure how to react. Ghislain, of course, knows this bastard is faking it, and he knows exactly what Kane's trying to pull. Kane then turns to his hooded knight and smugly asks if he liked the performance. The knight gives him credit, it was a great act. Kane set things up perfectly to make it seem like Ghislain is the one at fault, just enough to justify a duel. Kane is eager to use this opportunity. If he helps the higher-ups take down Ghislain, he'll earn their support. Plus, It gives him a chance to sever ties with the Peridium household. So he plays along, pulls out a glove, and with some theatrical lines, gets ready to declare a duel. But before he can toss the glove, Ghislain beats him to it and throws the glove straight at Kane's face, challenging him first. After all, Kane insulted the heir of Peridium and assaulted his knight in front of everyone. So now, Ghislain demands a duel. Kane's face goes still, but only for a moment. Then he smirks, thinking Ghislain just signed his own death sentence by asking for the duel. But Ghislain keeps that confident, sassy smile on his face. He then turns to Ricardo and tells him to gather all the merchants protesting outside the castle. He wants them to witness something big, because Ghislain, the young master of the Peridium house, is about to make them some serious money. So, the festival got cancelled out of nowhere, and the electric atmosphere that had reached its peak suddenly fizzled out. This left a bunch of disappointed tourists stuck there, unable to leave or enjoy themselves basically, like a fire that never got to burn properly. In such a situation, if something exciting were to happen, it would be like a blessing for them. That's why, when Ghislain steps into the ring to face that bastard, the crowd absolutely erupts in excitement. People are pouring in from distant places, and the market vendors, who had been struggling, finally start making some money from these stranded tourists. That chubby merchant, the one who led the protests earlier, now has a full setup with a betting table, letting people place their bets on the fighters. Most of them are betting on Kane Loges, which makes sense. It seems like the safe option. Kane, the hulking brute, stands ready with his massive sword, prepared to begin. But he's clearly irritated that what was supposed to be a serious duel is now turning into some carnival spectacle. He makes it clear up front he's not going to stop, even if Ghislain surrenders. But Ghislain isn't shaken. He can tell the bastard's real goal is to kill, surrender, or not. And since the crowd's big enough now, Ghislain officially kicks off the duel. Just then, a hooded guy interrupts, claiming that the betting can't proceed like this. Everyone's confused until the fat merchant explains no one has bet on young Master Ghislain. The crowd begins whispering. It's clear they've already written him off. They think he doesn't stand a chance. Kane even finds it funny, like even the marketplace wants nothing to do with Ghislain. Because the bet is so one-sided, they decide to adjust the rules to make it a little fairer. That's when Commander Scovan steps up with a bag full of money and places his bet on Ghislain. To everyone's surprise, Lady Elena also brings out a bag and bets on her brother. While people expected Scovan to show, Elena's appearance catches even Ghislain off guard, and the crowd's buzzing. She asks the merchant if that much money is enough, and he respectfully says yes. Now that Ghislain finally has some support, Kane agrees to start the duel, though he's clearly annoyed by how things are unfolding. The match begins, and Ghislain offers Kane the first strike, saying that since Kane's younger, Big Brother would love to give him the opening move. That cheap knockoff of the Hulk looks confused by the gesture, but Ghislain confidently draws his sword and calls him out. Kane goes silent for a second, then takes the bait. He gets into position, charges forward like a raging bull, and slams down with his enormous blade. Their swords clash violently. Kane puts every bit of his strength into the hit, but Ghislain doesn't even flinch, so Kane swings again, this time without thinking, and Ghislain dodges it with ease. The brute jumps up for a kick, but again, Ghislain casually avoids it. After this quick back and forth, both fighters retreat briefly. Kane grins with that same creepy smile, clearly enjoying himself. Ghislain can see the arrogance radiating off him. Belinda is sweating, watching her young master go toe-to-toe with this beast. She even urges Lady Elena to stop her brother. Meanwhile, the hooded guy is feeling smug, totally convinced Ghislain doomed. He believes Ghislain has already fallen into the trap the moment he chose to fight Kane. He was finished. In his mind, Ghislain will get overwhelmed by Kane's monstrous power, won't find a way to counter, and will burn out all his energy just dodging. Eventually, Ghislain will slip up and get killed. That's how Kane has crushed so many opponents' pure brute strength. But this time, Ghislain is more than a match, dodging every attack with insane agility. Even Kane has to admit that Ghislain become a lot harder to pin down. His skills have improved. Frustrated, Kane pushes even harder. He grabs his blade by the sharp edge with his bare hands and swings at Ghislain with full force. Though Ghislain manages to block the blow using his own sword, the attack traps him within Kane's crossguard. Then, using all his strength, Kane hurls Ghislain high into the sky. Everyone is left stunned, mouths wide open, watching the young master suspended in midair. The only person who seems thrilled is the hooded guy. He's convinced Ghislain is done for, but he's about to get a rude awakening. While still airborne, Ghislain channels mana into his legs and regains balance. Initially, Ghislain had been holding back, but now that this jerk has pushed things too far, he's done playing nice. In a flash, he dashes toward Kane at godlike speed and zips past him. The hooded guy can't believe his eyes. Ghislain managed to land unharmed using mana in his legs. To Ghislain, this oversized brute is nothing but a clueless swordsman, probably someone who assumed he was unbeatable just because people got intimidated by a glimpse of his strength. But Ghislain's here to crush that delusion and show him that raw power isn't everything. Kane, feeling mocked, charges again, demanding how Ghislain plans to prove that. Ghislain plants his feet, kicks up the hilt of his sword. Kane fights back with his own blade, but Ghislain quickly sidesteps and even steps on Kane's sword, catching him off guard. With the brute briefly disarmed, Ghislain seizes the opening and slashes him. After the intense exchange, Ghislain comes to a sudden halt, while Kane starts bleeding from every spot that got struck. The crowd is speechless. Shock and awe ripple through them as they realize just how far Ghislain has come. Whispers turn into panic. Could he actually win this? Elena, proud and confident, tells Belinda that her earlier fear was unnecessary. Commander Scovon watches with pride at the incredible display, but the hooded man is drenched in sweat. Noticing that the wounds Ghislain inflicted are shallow, he could have gone deeper, but chose not to. That alone tells him Ghislain is in full control. Kane, on the other hand, feels utterly humiliated witnessing such divine swordsmanship. Ghislain now turns to the defeated Kane and throws away his sword. He doesn't plan to use it anymore. He thinks the gap in their skill is so massive that weapons aren't needed. He's going to finish this with his bare hands. That much disrespect is enough to make Kane's blood boil. Ghislain is ready to teach him a brutal lesson with his fists. Since the big guy's strength lies in hand-to-hand combat, Ghislain decides to handicap himself and fight in his opponent's preferred style. And to make things more interesting, he now bets 2,000 gold, double the original amount. The crowd is in disbelief hearing such a high wager for a bare-handed match, especially when it was supposed to be a sword duel. Meanwhile, the hooded man is practically melting, watching Ghislain fearlessly challenge Kane without a weapon. He never thought he'd see the day. Still, a part of him believes Kane might have a shot. The fat merchant quickly announces that the fight is now officially barehanded and encourages everyone to place new bets. This time, more people are siding with Ghislain, realizing that strength alone doesn't guarantee victory. Kane, still arrogant, accepts the challenge, but he refuses to drop his sword. He plans to use it against Ghislain anyway. Belinda panics and pleads with Ghislain to pick up his sword again, but the brute already starts swinging, and Ghislain, calm and collected, completely unfazed, ready to knock some sense into this oversized fool. The moment that sword came crashing down, Ghislain swiftly ducked so fast that his afterimage seemed to lag behind. He struck hard at the opponent's oversized leg, immediately following it with a brutal uppercut to the chin. Blood gushed from Kane's face. That single blow was enough to rattle his brain and bring one of his knees crashing to the ground. It was unreal. Kane hadn't even seen the hits coming. The audience was just as stunned as everyone else, absolutely loving the unexpected twist in the fight. Meanwhile, Ghislain radiated pure confidence and charm, claiming he hadn't even gotten serious yet and still wanted to have more fun. This bruised the fatty's delicate ego, making him grit his teeth before charging at Ghislain once more. But our boy danced around him effortlessly, dodging every strike with grace. The fight choreography was next level, even as the narrator. It was hard to keep up with Ghislain's godlike moves. No matter what Kane tried, every attack was met with a counter and an even stronger hit. Blow after blow rained down on him. As Kane reeled from the pain, he found himself thinking back, remembering how Ghislain once couldn't even meet his eyes, always bowing low whenever Kane showed up. But now, that dynamic had completely flipped. Kane kept getting hammered, turned into nothing more than a training dummy. His whole body was a canvas of bruises, his face so beaten up that not even his own mother would recognize him. At one point, Ghislain grabbed Kane by the hair. Looking at this stubborn mess of a man, he couldn't help but feel pity not for Kane, but for his family. Count Logus had stood by House Peridium with unwavering loyalty, even when it was falling apart, simply because he was a close friend of Ghislain's father. But Kane was nothing like his old man. The scene briefly shifted to the past. Kane was seen shouting at his father, furious about his endless support for House Peridium. He thought his father was throwing away valuable resources on a dying cause. It hadn't even been a week since Count Logus came back home, yet he was already preparing to leave again for Peridium. Kane had begged him not to go, his frustration boiling over at what he saw as blind loyalty. But the Count responded gently yet firmly. He was doing it because they were friends. That was the only reason. Back in the present, Ghislain balled up his fist. Everyone expected another brutal punch, but instead, he reached out with a hand of friendship. It shocked everyone. No one had expected this gesture, least of all Kane. But to everyone's surprise, Kane accepted it and admitted defeat. The crowd was floored. Kane conceding the match left everyone speechless. The referee wasted no time in declaring Ghislain the winner. Members of House Peridium were thrilled, watching their young master shine, while Elena was especially joyful to see her brother finally claim victory. But then, a hooded man stormed over to the defeated Kane and began scolding him. He couldn't believe Kane gave up so quickly, just because things weren't going his way. Kane didn't argue. He simply turned his face away and said he was done with the game. Since Kane failed to take Ghislain down, the hooded guy started stressing about how he'd explain this to his seniors. Just then, our boy made another move, this time with a mischievous grin. Ghislain shouted loud enough for everyone to hear that the hooded man here had volunteered to cover the cost of all the meat and drinks for the entire crowd. The hooded guy flipped out, completely stunned by the sudden announcement. But the crowd? They went wild, thrilled at the idea of free food and booze. The hooded man immediately protested, yelling that he never agreed to any of this and demanding Ghislain take it back. But our guy just smiled, placed a firm hand on the guy's shoulder, and told him that this was the price of defeat. And no, this wasn't coming out of the existing bet. He told him to add another 2,000 gold on top of the original 1,000. If he tried to run, there'd be serious consequences. And when Ghislain said that, he wasn't joking. The threat in his words burned straight into the man's memory, leaving behind the image of someone not to be messed with. Later the next day, in Ghislain room, we find Ghislain staring at a treasure chest full of glittering gold coins. The amount of money he has is actually pretty huge. To give you an idea of how much it is, you could easily hire a small mercenary corps with this amount of money. But it takes a lot of time to grow money, and those bastards who want him killed won't wait for his forces to grow, so he only has a limited amount of time to execute the business plan he has in mind. That's when Belinda and his sister come up to him with satisfied smiles on their faces. The way they're looking at him feels like they have some ulterior motive hidden behind their smiles. He quickly questions why they're here, to which his little sister politely asks where he plans to spend all this money. Of course, Ghislain catches on to what she's implying, so he directly asks her if she wants some, to which she responds that she's just asking. Belinda then speaks up, stating that she has a pretty good idea of where he's going to spend it all. She is sure that since Lady Amelia's birthday is coming up soon, Ghislain must be planning to put on a grand show to buy his fiancée an expensive present. But we all know that our boy isn't thinking about this at all. However, the mention of a fiancé catches Ghislain completely off guard. He literally does not even remember if he even has a fiancé. The maid laughs softly, thinking he must be feeling shy. They know he's pretending to be clueless because he's embarrassed that they figured him out. Still, since Elena is noticing that her brother is quite absent-minded lately, she decides to remind him that they're talking about Amelia of Rayfold County. Finally, the name triggers some memories in Ghislain's mind, but they're not exactly fond ones. He then turns to Belinda and asks when his father will return. Belinda guesses maybe in a week. That's good enough for Ghislain. With a full week available, he decides to visit Rayfold County. Belinda seems puzzled after all. It's not even her birthday yet, so why is he leaving now? But Ghislain just says he plans to collect some money from them. Then, we finally see Amelia Rayfold herself. At first glance, she looks expressionless, maybe even dead inside, but it's hard not to notice her other prominent features. She's currently in a town, offering a pair of sandals to a poor little girl. Apparently, they're her own sandals. The little girl hesitates, unsure if she should accept them, but Amelia reassures her, saying if anyone should walk barefoot on her land, it should be her. She then orders her soldiers to give the girl and her family food and shelter immediately. The soldiers act fast, and as Amelia walks away with her escort of soldiers, the townspeople call out their heartfelt thanks. Later, in the gardens of Rayfold County, we see a man washing Amelia's feet with such devotion it might actually make you jealous. He's clearly proud of her accomplishments. This man is Bernaf, Amelia's escort knight. She tells him that while her father ruled with strict obedience, the common people follow whoever feeds and shelters them. Bernaf remarks that by doing this, she's won the people's hearts, something that will help her in the upcoming succession battle. But Amelia doesn't seem too interested in that. Instead, she casually puts her foot right over his face in a dominantly teasing manner and asks how his duel went against the best swordsman in the north. He apologizes, explaining that he deliberately lost to avoid drawing attention. If he had won, people would have started noticing her, and it's not yet time to reveal her power. He then kisses her feet with deep loyalty, swearing full support. Amelia sees this as natural after all. She's the one who raised him, and she has no intention of letting him stay weak. She then starts questioning him about the merchants. Bernaf assures her there's nothing to worry about when it comes to the Arctium Merchant Guild. All the materials needed for rebuilding the Forest of Beasts outpost, which got half destroyed during the recent orc attack in Peridium, are being bought through her guild. In short, her merchants are reclaiming every bit of support money that Count Rayfold sends to Peridium every year. On top of that, they're also recruiting knights and soldiers who are leaving Peridium, many of them experienced warriors, trained from battling barbarian tribes. So far, her plan to drain Peridium dry is going perfectly. She's pleased to hear it. Just as she said before, she reminds Bernaf to keep everything looking like an ordinary merchant guild and to be extremely careful. Their real identity must stay hidden until they've gathered enough strength. Just then, her butler shows up. Bernaf is annoyed that he entered the garden without permission, but the butler quickly shares urgent news from the castle gates. Young Lord Ghislain Peridium has arrived. Although he's supposed to be her fiancé, Amelia doesn't seem the least bit happy at the mention of his name. She coldly asks the butler why Ghislain is here, and the man starts sweating as he reveals the reason he's come to talk about the Merchant Guild. Both Amelia and Bernaf freeze in shock when they hear this. We then find ourselves in the visitor's room, where she's seated across from our boy, Ghislain. He tries to keep things cool, greeting her with his usual laid-back tone, but she's clearly not having it. Her face twists with contempt. She's pissed that he showed up unannounced, assuming he still hasn't learned the basics of etiquette. Ghislain casually reminds her that her birthday's coming up, so he thought he'd drop by early with a gift. He places a flower on the table and explains he got it from a nearby merchant guild, saying it smells nice and that he might start buying flowers from there regularly. If he remembers correctly, the guild's name is Arctium. Of course, she instantly figures out what he's getting at, but pretends she has no clue. She accepts the flower, says she'll be on her way, and starts to leave. That's when Ghislain calls her name, his voice serious now, asking her to sit. She immediately feels the pressure coming off him heavy, intense. What shakes her the most is that this is coming from the same guy who used to freeze and barely talk around her. Wasting no time, Ghislain cuts to the chase. He wants money. Around 10,000 gold coins. Naturally, she's not thrilled by the demand, especially not from her so-called fiancé who just barged in like this. She wonders if his father put him up to it, but Ghislain clears that up. His father has nothing to do with this. Besides, he knows she's not planning on marrying him anyway. He suspects she's aiming for the lordship of the land, and, given her secret preparations, she's got a real shot. But he also warns her if word about her power moves leaks out in Rayfold, she might lose her chance at succession. That hits a nerve. She glares at him, dead serious, warning him not to joke about that. Not even as a joke, Ghislain calmly assures her he'll keep her secret, for now, but he hints that might change if he walks out of the room empty-handed. Still, she stays sharp and sassy. She's already figured out how to deal with him. She calls out to her knight, Bernaf, and the loyal feet-licker quickly walks in, bowing politely to Lord Ghislain. Meanwhile, in Ghislain's thoughts, we find out this knight has always been by Amelia's side. The guy's not just loyal, he's skilled enough to rival the strongest swordsman in the north. Sensing what's about to go down, Ghislain warns her if she tries to kill him here, it could spark a war. Does she really have time for that, with the succession ceremony so close? But Amelia already has a plan. Her excuse? A random intruder burst in, caused trouble, and her escort knight handled it. That's the story the world will hear. No hesitation, she orders her knight to kill him. And Bernaf? He's all too eager to obey. Sword drawn, ready to strike. But Ghislain's not about to roll over and die. If that's how she wants to play it, then he's ready to get serious too. The stage is all set for another divine-level showdown between two skilled warriors, so grab your parrots and buckle up for what's about to unfold. But just when we're hoping for a proper, no-bullshit showdown between two men of honor, this piece of shit knight pulls some sneaky-ass crap. Out of nowhere, Ghislain hears a slight rustling behind him, and before he can fully react, an assassin leaps out from an empty armor suit, trying to stab through the sofa and pin him down. But this dumbass is way too slow. Ghislain rolls to the ground like a goddamn ninja, kicks the bastard square in the chest, and launches him right out the fucking window. The lady and her little lapdog stand there like stunned idiots. They never expected him to react so quickly and gracefully. Ghislain doesn't hold back his disgust, calling out that two-faced bitch for acting all polite while setting up a damn ambush. Wasting no time, he lunges at the knight, and the two clash swords. Ghislain mocks him, asking if Rayfold forgot what chivalry means. The knight offers an apology, but fires back, saying Ghislain was the one who barged in uninvited and threw around weak threats, disturbing the lady. The two go at each other fiercely, both trying to land a clean hit, but it's obvious our boy has the edge. His reflexes are on point. He even lands a solid kick that sends the knight stumbling back. The knight clearly underestimated him, assuming he was all talk with no skill. But now he's realizing the harsh truth. Ghislain is anything but a novice. Meanwhile, Amelia is fuming as she watches her knight getting pushed around by someone she once considered a lowly thug. She orders him, in a chilling tone, to stop playing around and bring her Ghislain's head if he truly wants to call himself her knight. Fired up by his mistress's command, the knight starts taking the fight seriously. Now it's about her honor, and he won't let her down. He confidently challenges Ghislain to come at him. Ghislain, wearing a cocky grin, taunts the guy for acting all bossy when he's nothing but an escort knight. But since the fool's asking for it, Ghislain's more than happy to deliver. They clash again, this time at full force. The knight stops holding back, and even manages to cut Ghislain's face with a sharp strike. Their movements are so fast, it's nearly impossible to keep track. Only after images linger in their wake. Amelia, now even more restless, can't believe what she's witnessing. This was supposed to be a punk, yet he's keeping up with her elite knight, Bernaf. The fight is absolutely brutal. Every time Ghislain goes in for a hit, the knight dodges. Every time the knight strikes, Ghislain dodges back. The cycle continues, blow after blow. Ghislain tries to pull the same move he used earlier, but this time, he gets slammed to the ground. Sensing an opening, the knight charges, sword ready. But Ghislain recovers in time, flipping and twisting mid-air before landing back on his feet. By now, Ghislain has realized that the knight is using mana to absorb his attacks. Meanwhile, the knight himself starts to see that Ghislain isn't anything like the rumors claimed. His swordsmanship doesn't seem formally trained. It feels more like a style forged through real, brutal experience. The knight even wonders if Ghislain has fought barbarians so often that he adopted their chaotic combat style. He admits it might work in a messy battlefield, but insists it won't work against him. Now determined to end the fight, the knight steps up his offense. Ghislain, though, knows this isn't going to be easy. The knight's sharp, precise strikes aimed at his head are throwing off his sense of distance and rhythm. On top of that, the size difference between them at such close range makes it hard to overpower him through technique alone. Truth be told, Ghislain should have never picked a fight with this guy in the first place. It's like facing the final boss with beginner gear. But hey, he didn't exactly have the luxury to gear up beforehand, so he decides to stop holding back. He conjures a mana thread that zips right past the knight's ear, catching him off guard. In that split second, Ghislain draws a hidden sword and smacks the knight hard at the back of his head. He follows it up with a brutal kick to the face. Bernaf gets dazed from the double hit, leaving the spider lady in utter shock. Then Ghislain leaps into the air and comes crashing down, but before he can land the blow, the knight uses his raw body strength to hurl him away with a powerful shove. Bernaf urgently tells his mistress to leave right away. He can't promise her safety anymore if things continue like this. From here on, he vows to give everything he's got, but warns her that staying might get her caught in the chaos. Ghislain, on the other hand, is fired up. He hasn't had such an exciting opponent in a long while. Meanwhile, Amelia is sprinting down the corridor, clutching her cat, visibly shaken. She's furious. How dare that guy humiliate her like this? And who the hell leaked information about the Merchant Guild to Ghislain? There's no way he could have known all that unless someone helped him. All those rumors about him killing orcs, defending his little sister from assassins, even beating the heir of Loges, she used to think it was just luck or overblown nonsense. But now she's being forced to admit that maybe he really has gotten stronger. As she runs, she notices something odd. None of the guards are around. That ticks her off even more, but soon she sees why. All the soldiers are down, sprawled out across the floor, and the one responsible? None other than Belinda. Amelia freezes, stunned to see Peridium's maid here. Before she can react, Belinda places a dagger to her throat. That's when Belinda notices a spider dangling near Amelia's face. She snatches the little creature with clear disgust and complains about the damn thing. Then, Belinda brings up a memory she remembers the day of the engagement ceremony, when she overheard a conversation between Count Rayfold and the Lord of Peridium. Apparently, Amelia's siblings used to bully her for always being surrounded by creepy spiders, so Amelia had started raising them herself and took revenge. Belinda isn't sure whether that was a way for Amelia to deal with trauma or just her asserting herself. She then apologizes if her words sound harsh, but says flatly it doesn't suit Amelia. With that, she crushes the spider under her foot. After stomping it mercilessly, Belinda asks Amelia rather coldly to cooperate a little. But before we get to hear what exactly Belinda wants, the scene shifts back to the boys' fight, and things have escalated. The night is now radiating a terrifyingly dark energy, and the air is so thick with mana that even Ghislain is beginning to feel nervous. The knight is clearly pissed off. He's furious that Ghislain had the nerve to call him an entertaining opponent like some low-rank mercenary. He hates that someone he considers a lowly, unserious fool would dare claim to be a noble or stand on the same level as Amelia. But of course, Ghislain is a noble, and he doesn't think an escort knight like Bernaf has any right to speak down to him. Bernaf makes the first move, and they begin clashing swords. He's seething, convinced Ghislain is mocking noble pride. His attacks are relentless, blow after blow, while Ghislain holds his ground, impressed by the sheer power and aggression. But Ghislain has reached his limit too. He fights back with just as much fury. The knight isn't holding anything back now. In one heavy strike, he knocks Ghislain off balance and immediately follows up with a stab aimed for a critical blow. Time seems to stop as that blade slices through the air, and blood splatters when it grazes Ghislain's shoulder. Bernaf is stunned. Ghislain willingly took the hit to the shoulder just to deflect the attack. Using the injury as leverage, Ghislain shoves Bernaf back, but Bernaf quickly counters with a vicious kick and mocks him, saying this is the difference between a real warrior and some brat who treats swordplay like a game. The kick sends Ghislain flying, but it's still not enough to take him down. In fact, he's still amused. The knight's speed, range, and non-stop attacks keep him in total control of the battle. Any attempt to get in close or grapple is instantly shut down. Now locked in a clash, their blades are pressed against each other, and it looks like Ghislain doesn't have the raw strength to break free with his current mana, but he's playing the long game. He knows the knight hasn't seen it yet, the trump card he's been saving. Ghislain's unique mana cultivation technique is still hidden. In a flash, Ghislain activates his third core, completely tipping the scales of the battle. With just one devastating blow, he disarms the knight, sending his sword flying and leaving him stunned. Bernaf can only wonder how this guy is able to wield such overwhelming mana during combat. Now that Bernaf is completely vulnerable, Ghislain presses his blade to the knight's head, freezing him in place. Just then, Belinda storms in, dragging Amelia along. The once arrogant noblewoman is now a mess, crying and quickly agreeing to hand over the 10,000 gold, begging them to just leave and never come back. Though Ghislain is satisfied that he got what he came for, there's still a tinge of annoyance. It didn't have to go this far. Things would have been so much simpler if Amelia had just cooperated from the beginning. Regardless, he pulls back his sword and turns to Amelia to drop another bombshell. The price has now doubled. It's 20,000 gold. In the aftermath, Amelia's palace is in total disarray. Furious, she's flinging things in frustration. Not only did her knight lose, but now she's stuck paying twice as much. The knight tries to apologize, admitting that Ghislain turned out to be far stronger than any of the rumors had implied. He takes full responsibility, saying it was his failure to properly evaluate the opponent. Ghislain's mana output had far exceeded what even an elite knight should be capable of. That only makes Amelia angrier. When Bernaf suggests reporting the incident to Duke Delphine, she loses it and slaps him. Grabbing him by the collar, she lashes out because what he's saying isn't even an option. She's clearly scared out of her mind. If the Duke finds out what happened today, she's finished. The truth is, Amelia had formed a secret alliance with Duke Delphine, without her father's knowledge. In return for his support in her rebellion, she promised to help him take down Peridium. If this alliance is exposed, her own siblings would kill her. And if Ghislain knows about the Merchant Guild's hidden secrets, he might already be aware of her deal with the Duke too, which means one thing: he has to be eliminated. She's willing to go to any length to make that happen. The knight agrees with her line of thinking. She then asks about Ghislain's condition. The knight explains that although he managed to injure Ghislain in several places, the worst damage is on his shoulder. Plus, with how much mana he burned in the fight, Ghislain won't be in peak shape for a while. But since they plan to eliminate him without leaving a trace, they can't afford to use any knights from their own territory. Amelia anticipated this and had already made arrangements. She had secretly trained a different group of knights for exactly this kind of situation. Even Burnaf wasn't aware of them. She reminds him about the Wildcats, a unit made up of war orphans, people with no rank or nation, only raw talent. These Wildcats are elite mercenaries, often referred to as traffickers due to their brutal efficiency. She gives Burnaf a map with a marked location and tells him to gather about a dozen of them, only those with strong mana control. Burnaf realizes the location makes perfect tactical sense. It's a narrow ravine, the only path between rolled territory and Peridium. Remote and constricted, it's an ideal ambush point where they can take care of things discreetly. Without wasting time, Burnaf sets out to put the plan in motion. This time, Amelia is hell-bent on making Ghislain pay for humiliating her. Meanwhile, Ghislain had already left Amelia's palace and was riding inside his carriage. As they moved, he carefully bandaged his injured body. Along with him were Old Man Fergus and Belinda, who looked concerned. They asked if he was okay, and Ghislain reassured them his wounds weren't too deep. And honestly, things could have been worse, especially considering how much he had pushed himself. Still, what mattered most to him was that the 20,000 gold he got from Amelia was more than enough to fund the initial steps to rebuild their territory. That kind of money was equal to saving several years' worth of hard work. Sure, it would have been ideal if he could have killed Amelia too, but doing that would have definitely triggered a war, something he couldn't afford when his land's safety was on the line. Peridium was already having trouble dealing with the barbarians, so he chose to retreat quietly rather than make things worse. Besides, just knowing the secret behind the Arctium Merchant Guild was already a major blow to Amelia. Belinda watched him with worried eyes and asked if everything was going according to his plan. She remembered his earlier instructions to subdue the guards if she heard fighting, and to take Amelia hostage once she stepped outside. Ghislain confirmed that yes, those were his exact words. Just then, he felt a sharp pain and coughed up blood. It was the backlash from unlocking his third core. Though his condition was better than the last time, this sort of reaction every time he used his powers was far from ideal. He needed a faster way to boost his mana. Belinda quickly grabbed his hand, noticing how messed up the energy flow in his body was. Without wasting a second, she pulled out a needle and pierced the back of his hand with lightning-fast precision. Strangely, Ghislain found the process calming. When she finished, he exhaled a long breath, feeling a bit of relief. His tangled mana pathways had started to clear. What amazed him even more was how skilled Belinda's technique was. This wasn't something just anyone could do. It required a deep understanding of mana. It made sense if he considered that it was his mother who had brought Belinda into the palace. But even then, Ghislain couldn't figure out why someone with her level of ability was serving as a headmaid in the countryside. Still, having more skilled people around was never a bad thing, especially since the enemies they had faced so far were likely just the beginning. Belinda, sensing his thoughts, reassured him that she'd support him no matter what, but she demanded to know what he planned to do with such a huge amount of money from Lady Amelia. Ghislain casually replied that he needed to spend money, and since Amelia was the only wealthy person he knew, he decided to take advantage of that. Both Fergus and Belinda were stunned. Was he seriously saying he ended his engagement just for the money? And now, once Count Rayfold heard about it, there'd be serious consequences. That made Ghislain smile. He jokingly asked Belinda if she really trusted him. She barely hid her irritation. She had just told him she trusted him unconditionally, and now he was asking again? If he truly trusted her too, he should at least tell her what he intended to do with the gold. Ghislain answered with a single phrase: the Forest of Beasts. That left Belinda completely speechless. Ghislain then explained that he was going to use the money to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. Fergus almost leapt out of his seat in shock. That forest had seen failed development attempts since the time of Ghislain's great-grandfather. Ghislain reminded the old man of the request he had made earlier. Fergus finally understood what Ghislain was hinting at, but he hesitated to respond. Eventually, he admitted that the person Ghislain asked about was indeed at the location he'd mentioned, but he wasn't sure if visiting them was a good idea. Still, Ghislain had already made up his mind. No matter what, he was going to meet that person. Belinda, however, firmly disagreed. She insisted they return home, especially considering his current condition. Ghislain acknowledged her concern, but brought up a harsh truth. Did she really think Amelia would let them go so easily after everything that happened? Knowing her personality, he was certain she'd try to kill him just to protect her secret alliance with Duke Delphine from getting out. Belinda tries to show off her thin arms, confidently telling her young master that she can easily handle anyone who dares to come their way. She even reminds him they've got Old Man Fergus as their knight. Though Ghislain trusts Belinda and knows she's dependable, he also knows that's not the role she's meant to play. What he needs is a proper vanguard, and they're on their way to meet him. Later, They arrive at a place that has only a single shack in sight. The carriage driver knocks on the door, but there's no response. It feels like the place is abandoned. Still, Fergus confirms this is the exact address they were given. Eventually, someone does answer, a man whose entire face is buried under thick facial hair. He immediately demands to know who they are. Everyone feels uneasy around this strange man, but Ghislain remains completely unfazed. Belinda even whispers if this could really be the guy they've been looking for, because he doesn't look like someone who could fight, let alone survive what's coming. But Ghislain assures her with full confidence this is the man. The old man eyes Ghislain and bluntly tells him to stop wasting his time and leave. That's when Ghislain calls him by his real title, the ex-captain of the Ratatosk Mercenaries, Jillian. At the mention of the name, the old man's expression shifts. As he turns around, Ghislain warmly reaches out his hand, inviting him to join them. Both the old man and the carriage driver are stunned at the name drop. See, the Ratatosk Mercenaries were once a legendary group made up only of master warriors skilled with almost every weapon. Though the group doesn't exist anymore, their reputation is so massive that even knights from faraway lands have heard their name at least once, and Gillian was their captain. That's who Ghislain has traveled all this way to find. Without warning, the old man hurls his axe straight at Ghislain, but the guy doesn't even flinch, just slightly tilts his head, letting the axe zip right past. Instantly, the others jump into action, surrounding their young master in defensive stances, ready for a fight. But Gillian isn't here to play games. He bluntly asks why Ghislain is here. Belinda steps in front, thinking this guy is totally insane. But Ghislain simply says one thing: eternal punishment. He goes on to claim he knows the cure for the disease Jillian's daughter is suffering from. That alone is enough to catch Jillian's full attention. His daughter's condition causes constant high fever, frequent blood coughing, and red rashes that bloom like flower petals across her skin. The pain she endures, almost like a prisoner under torture, is the reason this incurable disease was named eternal punishment. At last, we finally see the girl everyone's been talking about. She's screaming in agony, her voice echoing as Jillian rushes into the shack to help his daughter, Rachel. Ghislain can tell it's not too late to save her. In his past life, he'd actually searched for Jillian to recruit him, but the man had ended his own life soon after Rachel died. Judging from the condition of this house, it's obvious that everything Jillian owned was spent trying to save her. Now, all he has left are his weapons. The girl, clearly in unbearable pain, begs her father to make it stop. Seeing her like that, Ghislain doesn't waste a second. He tells Jillian that he's starting the treatment immediately, but just as he's about to act, Belinda stops him. She doesn't understand what he's trying to do. This illness isn't something brute force can cure. Even priests have failed, calling it a punishment from the gods. She seriously doubts there's anything Ghislain can do, but Ghislain simply shrugs her hand off and makes it clear he can cure her. And if Belinda really trusts him like she claimed, she better prove it now. That shuts her up. He hands her a paper listing all the herbs they need and tells her to go fetch them. When Belinda sees the list, she's stunned. The reason Ghislain knows all this? For wandering mercenaries, survival often depends on knowledge. The illness, eternal punishment, may not be curable now, but a cure will be discovered in the future. It even became a hot topic back then, especially because the treatment turned out to be surprisingly simple. That's why Ghislain remembers it so well. The only issue? The ingredients are crazy expensive, one of them being a rare herb called Fairy's Blessing. Now that he has the Fairy's Blessing and the rest of the herbs, he gets to work. He chops them up, packs them tightly in a bottle, and pours distilled alcohol over the mix. After shaking it thoroughly and letting it sit, he adds the remaining ingredients, stirs it all together, and prepares the final potion. The remedy is complete. He hands it to Jillian and tells him to have Rachel drink it. With no reason to hesitate, Jillian quickly pours the medicine into his daughter's mouth. As soon as it reaches her stomach, the effect kicks in. Her bruised and red skin begins healing, and slowly, her body returns to normal, leaving everyone in shock. No one, not even Gillian, expected it to work, but Ghislain already knew it would. Gillian looks at him in disbelief and asks how he managed to cure her when even divine power had failed. Ghislain explains that priests' powers aren't absolute. They can boost a body's vitality and help it recover faster, but that's not the same as actually curing an illness from its root. Trembling, Jillian reaches for Ghislain and asks, is she really going to be okay? Ghislain gives him the answer he's been desperate to hear. It'll take a couple of months, but she'll make a full recovery. Gillian's eyes widen. Despite being a strong, towering man, he drops to his knees, bows his head, and humbly asks what Ghislain wants in return. Surely, he must have come for something, but Jillian admits he has nothing to offer but his aging body. If Ghislain wants a servant, he'll obey every order like a dog. But Ghislain makes it clear he doesn't want a slave. What he wants is Gillian, the captain of the Ratatosk Mercenaries. Hearing that, Jillian looks up, and what he sees stuns him. The same eyes filled with dreams. Without wasting another moment, he stands tall, grabs his axe, and chops off his long ponytail. Now, he looks like a true warrior, a massive, confident figure radiating strength. He asks if anyone besides Ghislain's group has been here. Ghislain tells him it's just him and his 3 companions. Gillian then asks if anyone holds a grudge against him. Ghislain replies with full confidence, yes, and there'll be more in the future. With that, Jillian grabs his harpoon, charges it with mana, and hurls it with godlike speed straight through his hut into the forest. Moments later, he reels it back in, and stuck on the barbs is a man who had been spying, now caught like prey. Jillian grabs the intruder with his massive hand, his grip firm like a vice, and demands to know who sent him. But the spy seems more curious about how Jillian even knew he was hiding in the woods. Turning to Ghislain, Gillian asks what he wants to do with the captured man. Calmly, Ghislain says he already knows who sent him, but he'd rather not sully his blade on a day like this. Still, he admits it seems unavoidable. Just then, Gillian stops him from drawing his sword and promises to deal with the intruder himself. With that, Gillian tightens his colossal grip, and the spy's screams ring out through the forest. Once it's over, the mercenary respectfully bows to his master. Meanwhile, Belinda is clearly disturbed after witnessing Jillian kill so effortlessly and without hesitation. She's left shaken, unable to understand why Ghislain would recruit someone so dangerous. The big guy, however, drops to his knees and pledges his life to Ghislain. In return, Ghislain gives him a confident smile, clearly pleased to have him on his side. The scene shifts to a solitary hut in the middle of a swamp, where the wildcat traffickers are in disarray after hearing that their reconnaissance unit has been wiped out. The senior member, Virgo, captain of the squad, urges everyone to calm down. He remarks that, based on Bernaf's intel, Ghislain shouldn't have even been able to locate the unit, let alone eliminate them. He questions whether the unit was incompetent or if the intel was flawed. Just then, the reporter mentions that Gillian has joined Ghislain's group. Enraged, Virgo grabs the reporter by the throat and demands confirmation. Barely able to breathe, the reporter affirms that he saw it with his own eyes. Virgo is stunned by the news. He never thought Gillian would return to killing. Apparently, Virgo was also part of the Ratatosk mercenaries, the same group Jillian once belonged to. Back with our party, Jillian is now driving the carriage. Inside, Belinda feels suffocated by the sheer number of weapons crammed into the space. She wonders if it was really necessary for Jillian to bring so many. Couldn't a sword or two have sufficed? She even questions whether he might be some kind of arms dealer. In the other carriage, Fergus and Ricardo serve as the rear guard, keeping watch from behind. Ghislain tries to remind Belinda that Gillian will definitely put those weapons to good use, so she'll have to endure it for now. Their priority is escaping the rift safely. Belinda then brings up the spy they captured, saying she's convinced it was Amelia who sent him. What worries her more is the mask the spy wore. It bore the mark of the Wildcat Traffickers, a powerful guild in Rayfold. Their primary trades include smuggling, assassination, drugs, and human trafficking. They're rotten to the core, taking on the dirtiest jobs. Many of their members are skilled ex-mercenaries, making them a dangerous and secretive force. Ghislain is surprised that Belinda knows so much, especially considering she rarely leaves the castle. She simply replies that she learned all this before she started working there. In any case, she warns him to stay alert since the enemy won't give up easily. Ghislain appreciates her concern, recognizing how much she cares, and reassures her that he'll be fine, especially now that they have Jillian on their side. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shifts. Two assassins burst out, trailing the carriage from opposite sides. In the blink of an eye, they leap from the sand, aiming straight for Jillian. But this absolute beast of a man doesn't flinch. He grabs a sword in one hand and an axe in the other, effortlessly blocking both their strikes at once. Not only does he stop the attack, he twists his weapon so viciously that the assassin's arms are ripped clean off. Then, without missing a beat, Jillian slashes through them like they're made of paper. More attackers appear, triggering traps they'd already set. Giant logs come crashing down toward them. But before disaster strikes, Jillian snatches the reins, yanks the bridle, and the horses slam to a halt just in time. The area is now crawling with these eerie assassins, all with weapons fused into their hands. That's when Virgo steps in, casually mentioning that Jillian was once the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. He mocks Jillian, calling him a coward for disbanding the group just because of his daughter. But Jillian doesn't seem too bothered by his accusations. Virgo keeps talking, bitterly recalling how he had to live a life he never wanted after the group fell apart. He tells Jillian not to pretend like he doesn't remember his old comrade. It seems Jillian genuinely has no clue who this creepy bastard is, but Virgo's convinced he's faking it. Determined to jog Jillian's memory, Virgo signals his men to attack. Ghislain offers to jump in and help, but Jillian just brushes him off. These guys clearly have unfinished business with him. As the assassins close in to skewer Jillian with their blades, he slices through them like they're vegetables. More come charging from another direction. Gillian braces himself, and the first one gets chopped down instantly. The next attacker doesn't fare much better. His hands are torn apart. Watching from a distance, Virgo isn't surprised. Gillian was captain for a reason. Since head-on attacks are pointless, Virgo orders his men to split up and flank him. But Jillian, never one to hesitate, mounts his horse with axe in hand and charges. One mighty swing, and he obliterates them, not letting a single one get near. Realizing they can't touch him, they target the horse instead, but they still don't stand a chance. Jillian swinging his axe like a damn blender, reducing them all to a bloody mess. Finally, Virgo himself jumps into the fight. Gillian quickly raises his shield to defend. Furious and spitting rage, Virgo screams that Gillian destroyed his life and won't be allowed to ruin his plans too. For that, Gillian must die. Virgo slaughters the horse Gillian was riding, but the big guy jumps off without a scratch. Virgo wastes no time, lunging at him with his sword, but Gillian meets the blow head-on with his axe. In the middle of the clash, Gillian calmly tells him he's no longer the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. Then he lands a crushing blow that leaves Virgo staggering. With ease, Gillian tosses him aside. Blood dripping from his mouth, Virgo struggles to comprehend. If Gillian's not the captain, then who is? Gillian begins channeling his mana, stating that he's cast aside his past. Now, he's nothing more than a loyal subordinate of young Lord Ghislain. The declaration leaves Virgo stunned. Furious that the man who wrecked his life is now acting so calm, he charges in like a madman. The two clash again, their weapons colliding in a brutal dance, but it's obvious Virgo is the one struggling. Driven purely by anger, he accuses Gillian of destroying the mercenary company. After Gillian left, everything collapsed. Virgo lost his power and had to live in disgrace just to survive. But Gillian says nothing. He just keeps swinging, attack after attack, pushing Virgo back. Finally, Virgo lands a solid kick that breaks Gillian's shield. He roars that he was willing to throw away his whole life to make the Ratatosk mercenaries legendary, but Gillian tossed it all away, only to serve as a lapdog for some pampered noble. Virgo hurls his deadly ninja daggers, but Gillian spins his axe and knocks away 3 of them. Then Virgo rushes in, dagger in hand, but it flies past Gillian as the clash continues. No matter how strong Gillian once was, Virgo is confident he's not as powerful now as he was back then. While Gillian wasted time trying to cure his daughter, Virgo kept fighting, growing stronger through endless battles. He's convinced that this cheap Zeus knockoff is no match for him anymore. Virgo swiftly snatches up the 3 daggers from the ground and hurls them straight at Gillian, but the absolute unit, Gillian, casually catches them with his bare hand like they're nothing. As Virgo charges again, Gillian swings his axe, and though the strike comes within inches of Virgo's skull, he manages to dodge just in time. Then Gillian channels mana into his hand mid-air and halts another dagger with ease. He calmly asks Virgo if revenge is truly the only thing driving him. Virgo, stunned by Gillian's casual display of mana control, quickly realizes that Gillian hadn't even begun to show his full power until now. Before Virgo can react, Gillian's axe comes crashing into his face, launching him with brutal force into a nearby tree. As the old man calmly walks toward him, he questions why Virgo waited so long to come after him if revenge was really all he wanted. With a sneer, Virgo admits he already visited Gillian's former home, but there was no sign of the once feared Ratatosk mercenaries captain, only a feeble old man, not even worth killing. It hits hard, realizing the man he once idolized was gone, but Gillian can still see the fire of a warrior burning in Virgo. To honor that, he tosses him a sword and draws his own second blade. He reminds Virgo that, while he now serves someone else, just for this moment, he'll offer the highest form of respect by facing him as the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. For Virgo, this is almost surreal. He grabs the dagger and charges in. The clash is intense. Their weapons collide in a flurry of sparks, both warriors appearing to be evenly matched. But then, Gillian lands a brutal blow, driving his blade deep into Virgo's ribs. Despite the searing pain, Virgo refuses to back down and counters, but his final strike falls short. Gillian stands ready to deliver the final blow. Just before he does, Gillian solemnly vows to remember him as the 5th unit commander of the Ratatosk mercenaries, Virgo Villanos. That acknowledgement means everything to Virgo. He smiles, proud and at peace, just before Gillian's sword ends his life. With the battle over, Gillian quietly picks up the dagger Virgo had used. Soon after, Ghislain arrives with Belinda, and they're immediately greeted by the gruesome sight of severed limbs and corpses everywhere. Belinda casually points out that there's a lot of money to be made looting the bodies. Gillian apologizes for the delay, but Ghislain reassures him there's no need. In fact, he's now more impressed with Gillian than ever. Back in his previous life, when Ghislain had just started out as a mercenary, stories of Gillian had helped shape his path toward becoming the mercenary king. Now, he's thankful that his swift actions have earned him such a dependable comrade. Then he notices Gillian holding the dagger Virgo had used, and asks if he knew the man. Gillian immediately confirms they were once comrades. That mention of old friends triggers a flood of memories in Ghislain. He starts to wonder what his own former companions are up to now. Since he hasn't met them yet in this timeline, he's sure they're still out there living their lives, but he's determined to find them and bring them into his party when the time comes. For now, with everything settled, he decides to go along with Belinda's idea and scavenge anything valuable from the bodies. She's more than happy with that and tells Gillian to take the lead, but the stoic warrior reminds her that he's not her subordinate. 2 days later, the group finally arrives in Peridium territory after what felt like an endless journey. After traveling for so many days, they had at last entered the land. The brute asks if they've reached Peridium, and our guy confirms it. As Ghislain peeks out of the carriage at his homeland, a wave of emotion hits him. There's comfort in knowing he has a home to return to. When he first ran away, he believed he could come back anytime he wanted, but that belief turned out to be completely wrong. He then looks at Gillian and asks what he thinks of the place. Gillian is momentarily thrown off by the question, unsure how to respond. He simply replies, "It's great, but our guy knows he's just being polite." In truth, the place is in terrible condition, and Gillian, though reluctant to admit it, knows it too. The homes are all old and crumbling, and renovation isn't even an option. The fields lie completely barren, uncultivated because the farmers have all been drafted into the military, leaving the land neglected. Gillian shares some rumors he's heard that Peridium is constantly at war due to the northern barbarians, but now that he's seeing it with his own eyes, he realizes the situation is far worse than he ever imagined. Our boy calmly tells him that fixing all of this is exactly why he needs the strength of the Ratatosk mercenaries and their captain. He knows the road ahead is going to be long. This fight isn't just about survival, it's about wiping out everything tied to Duke Delphine and reclaiming what was lost. He's determined to breathe life back into this dying land, no matter what it takes. Finally, as they roll over the castle's stone pavement, Belinda is suddenly stunned by an unexpected sight. Standing right in their path is none other than our guy's father, the man who had vanished at the very beginning of the story, the Lord of Peridium himself. Later inside the Peridium castle, several administrators were discussing the situation with the Count when Zwalter suddenly suggested reducing their military forces. The men looked genuinely shocked hearing that. One of them immediately pointed out that maintaining the front lines would become difficult if they started cutting down troops. Another advised the Count to simply request more support from the Rayfold family. But the general administrator, Homern, revealed that the Rayfolds were actually the ones who reduced the support funds in the first place. According to him, the Rayfold family was currently gathering soldiers and stockpiling food, which instantly surprised the knight standing nearby. Another administrator added that they desperately needed the funds because the Forest of Beasts garrison was partially destroyed during the last battle against the orcs. Rebuilding it was already difficult enough, and reducing the Night Order's forces would only barely give them some breathing room, while creating even more risks in the long run. Meanwhile, Ghislain quietly watched the argument unfold like it was just another normal day in the castle. The knight standing in front of him was the knight captain, Randolph. The heavily bearded man was the treasurer, Albert, while the general administrator leading most of the discussion was Homern. Looking around the room, Ghislain found himself wondering how long it had been since he last saw his father as the young lord of Peridium. In reality, only a few months had passed. But for someone who lived decades as the mercenary king, it honestly felt way longer than that. Ghislain suddenly greeted his father and welcomed him home, which immediately made the Count feel awkward because his son normally never acted like this. The Count's name was Zwalter Peridium. Back when Ghislain was younger, he used to dislike his father for always being overly strict and serious, like the man forgot happiness existed. But now things felt different. Ghislain could finally see the exhaustion and pressure weighing on his father's shoulders. He understood what it truly meant to Kory, the responsibilities of ruling an entire territory. Zwalter calmly took a sip of tea and mentioned hearing that Ghislain left the castle for an entire week. Ghislain replied that he visited the Rayfold family, and his father immediately asked if he caused any trouble there. Without hesitation, our boy lied straight to his face and claimed he did not. Albert then turned toward Ghislain with a serious expression and mentioned hearing rumors that he defeated Cain in a duel and won money from it. Honestly, the man looked like he still couldn't believe that part. He straight up asked if Ghislain went to Rayfold just to gamble again. That instantly annoyed Ghislain because, in his mind, he did not go there to gamble. He went there to invest. He explained that he actually had business dealings with Amelia instead. Homern then reminded Ghislain that he needed to think carefully before acting, because one day he would inherit Peridium itself. Looking completely unbothered, Ghislain casually replied that he understood and told him not to worry about it. That answer only made Homern even more frustrated because it felt like the kid was politely ignoring every warning thrown at him. The Count eventually placed his teacup down and told everyone to stop arguing before mentioning that he heard Ghislain caused some good trouble during his trip. Ghislain looked confused hearing that. Zwalter then asked if it was true that he executed Jamal and Philip after they tried to sell Elena away. Ghislain was surprised his father was even talking about those worthless knights. Before he could answer properly, Randolph immediately stepped in and claimed it was impossible for Ghislain to kill both knights alone. According to him, the two probably fought each other first. The story got exaggerated afterward, and Ghislain only delivered the final blow at the end. Ghislain quickly realized why Randolph sounded irritated, despite the dead men being traitors. The real issue was the fact that knights died by Ghislain's hand, and the captain clearly didn't like that at all. Not wanting unnecessary trouble, Ghislain simply went along with Randolph's version of the story. Randolph then showed an arrogant smile and proudly declared that he knew it all along. Then, completely unexpectedly, the Count praised Ghislain for doing a good job. That single sentence genuinely shocked him. Zwalter explained that he did not care how his son dealt with those men. The important thing was that Elena survived safely. For Ghislain, this was actually the first compliment he had ever received from his father. After a brief pause, Ghislain told his father that he wanted to ask for permission regarding something. Zwalter looked surprised, but before Ghislain could continue, Homern immediately warned him to stop if he was about to ask for money again. Randolph instantly agreed and started reminding Ghislain about all the problems he caused in the past. With visible irritation, irritation on his face, the night captain listed everything one by one. Ghislain apparently sold military provisions to get gambling money, set the front gate on fire just to grill an army horse, and even melted armor to forge some worthless legendary sword. Honestly, old Ghislain sounded like a walking disaster with noble status. Ghislain couldn't even argue back because, although he personally didn't remember doing those things, he knew the original owner of this body absolutely did. So instead, he calmly explained that he wasn't asking for money and only wanted permission. The Count then asked what exactly he needed permission for, and Ghislain confidently revealed that he wanted to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. The moment those words came out, everyone in the room froze in shock. The scene then shifts to our boy's room where Ghislain revealed that his father completely denied his request and even freaked out before yelling at him. Belinda honestly was not surprised at all hearing this. She told her master that this outcome was expected because the Forest of Beasts was literally filled with monsters. According to her, there was absolutely nothing to gain from going there and risking everyone's lives just to deal with a bunch of nightmare creatures. Ghislain then asked Gillian whether Belinda already explained the plan to him. Gillian confirmed that she did, and explained that Ghislain planned to pioneer the Forest of Beasts using the funds he received from Amelia. He then reminded his master that the forest was basically known as a forest of death where nobody returned alive from. Because of that, almost nothing was known about the place, and people from every region avoided it like the plague. Its reputation was already infamous, even outside Peridium. With a small smile on his face, Ghislain told Gillian that he was already fully aware of how dangerous the forest was. In fact, he admitted there was technically nothing to gain from entering it. Then he casually stood up and started walking toward the door, while telling Gillian that they needed to get moving already. Belinda immediately reminded him that the Count never gave him permission to proceed with this plan, and asked if he seriously intended to continue anyway. Ghislain turned around and calmly explained that he never actually needed his father's permission in the first place. He only asked out of courtesy. According to him, this was something he absolutely had to do. Belinda still could not understand why her master was being so stubborn about this forest, and finally asked him directly what exactly was hidden there that made him so obsessed with it. Ghislain simply told her that he would explain later, because revealing it now would become a massive headache if word spread around. The truth was that if he successfully pioneered the Forest of Beasts, the profits would be insane. Near the forest entrance, there was a massive runestone vein buried underground. When ore became infused with mana, it created runestones, an incredibly rare mineral that mages practically worshipped like treasure dropped from heaven. Runestones were used in barriers, magic circles, scrolls, alchemy, magical research, and basically anything related to mana. In his previous life, Duke Delphine was the one who discovered the vein, but this time only Ghislain possessed that information. Belinda eventually gave up trying to figure out her master's intentions because she could tell he already had a proper plan in mind. Gillian then stated that he would follow Ghislain's orders regardless. Ghislain immediately told Belinda to head to the nearby guild and hire mercenaries, saying that around 200 men should be enough. Hearing that number almost made Belinda lose it, because her master was spending the money he nearly died to obtain like it was pocket change. Gillian also looked concerned, and asked if he was really certain about this. He explained that mercenaries were rough, unruly people who were difficult to control once gathered in large groups. If things turned bad, they might even betray their employer and steal everything for themselves. Ghislain agreed with him and admitted he was absolutely right, which somehow made the conversation even less reassuring. He then explained that the two of them would personally handpick the useful mercenaries themselves. Confused, Gillian asked what exactly he meant by that, and Ghislain revealed that they were heading to recruit the most skilled small-scale mercenary group in the north. The moment Gillian realized who he was talking about, his face immediately became nervous. He asked if Ghislain was referring to the Crazy Dogs. According to him, the group was undeniably skilled, but they were also infamous for betraying employers. The second thing started going badly. The Crazy Dogs were better known as the Cerberus Mercenaries. With a confident grin on his face, Ghislain told Gillian that it was time for them to go put a leash on those crazy dogs. The scene then shifts as Gillian guided his master's horse while the two of them walked up a hill toward the outskirts of the Zimbar territory where the Cerberus mercenaries were stationed. One of the mercenaries spotted Ghislain and Gillian approaching from afar through a monocular and immediately informed the others that their visitors had arrived. Another mercenary laughed after hearing this and referred to Ghislain as some poor soul who had no idea what he was walking into. But after taking another closer look through the spyglass, the man realized Ghislain was actually a noble, and suddenly the entire thing started looking like free money to him. Unfortunately for him, while he was busy staring through the monocular, someone suddenly grabbed him by the head. The man screamed in pain so loudly that the entire camp turned toward him in shock. Gillian was the one holding him, casually lifting the guy with one hand like he weighed absolutely nothing. The mercenary cursed at him and demanded to know what the hell he was doing, but Gillian simply threw him with so much force that the upper half of his body got buried straight into the sand. The mercenaries instantly got angry, seeing their comrade folded into the ground like a broken tent pole, and began yelling at Gillian, asking if he had lost his mind. One mercenary then stepped forward from the crowd holding a chain with a hooked spiked ball attached to it. Smiling confidently, he warned Gillian not to act recklessly just because he worked for a noble family, and basically implied they were not leaving this place alive. Sadly, this genius had no idea who he was threatening. Right as the man was talking, he noticed someone else entering the camp. Ghislain had arrived on horseback and immediately told him to shut up and bring out the captain. The mercenary burst into laughter hearing that and began spinning the chain around while calling Ghislain a crazy, noble brat. According to him, it was time for Ghislain to learn what taking responsibility really meant. The second he finished talking, he hurled the spiked chain straight toward our boy. But before the weapon could even touch Ghislain, something slammed into it and completely stopped its movement. Gillian had intercepted it using only a dagger. He jammed the blade right into part of the chain itself, shocking the mercenary because this man had literally stabbed a moving chain mid-air like it was nothing. The spiked ball dropped harmlessly onto the ground while Ghislain simply smiled, because he already knew words alone were never going to work on these people. Ghislain then casually told Gillian to beat them up just enough so nobody died. Gillian grabbed the chain while taking his stance and calmly replied that he understood. He suddenly yanked the chain toward himself, instantly dragging the mercenary directly in front of him without any resistance. The moment the guy got close enough, Gillian swung the spiked ball straight into his stomach. The mercenary let out a painful scream, while the others immediately lost their tempers and charged at Gillian while shouting insults at him. Gillian calmly twisted his dagger around the chain before lifting the injured mercenary up with it like some human wrecking ball. Then he threw the man directly at the charging mercenaries, sending them crashing sideways in a pile. The remaining mercenaries froze after seeing that display, and when Gillian slowly turned toward them and glared, the men genuinely looked terrified. One look from him was enough to make the camp atmosphere go from rough mercenary group to everyone suddenly reconsidering their life choices. Ghislain then climbed down from his horse and casually asked how long they planned on making him wait. He told them to go bring their captain already. The moment he finished speaking, another voice suddenly entered the scene saying that he had simply been sleeping and wanted to know what all the noise was about. The mercenaries instantly moved aside and lined themselves up properly the moment they saw the newcomer. The red-haired man then introduced himself as Kaor, the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries, and asked why they were looking for him. Ghislain honestly thought that was a dumb question because there was only one reason people searched for mercenary groups in the first place. He explained that he came to entrust them with a request. Kaor looked surprised hearing this and immediately questioned why a client would beat up his subordinates first before introducing himself. He even commented that nobles were supposed to know basic manners. Ghislain simply smiled and told him that this was his own style of greeting. According to him, it was also the best way to properly tame them. Kaor laughed after hearing that and admitted he could not even imagine what would happen if Ghislain greeted them twice. Then he finally agreed to hear the request first. The scene then shifts to Kaor's tent, where everyone had gathered around while Ghislain sat across the table from the captain himself. Kaor asked him to finally explain what kind of request he came here for, and Ghislain straightforwardly revealed that he wanted to hire the Cerberus mercenaries to pioneer the forest of beasts. The mercenaries standing behind Kaor instantly looked shocked hearing that because they knew exactly what kind of hellhole that forest was. It was located near the Peridium territory and was infamous for swallowing people alive without leaving traces behind. Kaor smiled after hearing the request and asked Ghislain what kind of person he had to be to willingly disturb a forest filled with monsters like that. Ghislain then calmly introduced himself as the young lord of Peridium. The second Kaor and his men heard that, they burst out laughing. They immediately realized this was the insane young noble everyone kept talking about in the rumors. At that point, they became fully convinced the guy had completely lost his mind. Kaor told Ghislain that he clearly had no idea what the Forest of Beasts was truly like because he grew up sheltered like some greenhouse flower. According to him, that place was not somewhere rookies like Ghislain could survive. The captain then lost interest in continuing the conversation entirely and signaled his men that the negotiations were over. The mercenaries immediately raised their weapons while Gillian responded by lifting his axe without hesitation. But instead of backing down, Ghislain suddenly asked Kaor if he was scared. That immediately caught everyone off guard. With a calm smile on his face, Ghislain admitted he was honestly disappointed because he heard the Cerberus mercenaries were supposed to be skilled. According to him, it sounded like the reputation was just a big hoax. Kaor instantly looked annoyed hearing that. He casually placed one leg on the table and warned Ghislain not to mess with him. He reminded him that mercenaries only accepted jobs that were worth the payoff and had no reason to throw their lives away. Ghislain casually responded that weaklings usually loved making excuses, which somehow made the atmosphere inside the tent even worse. Kaor told him the mood was already ruined and accused Ghislain of throwing around cheap provocations like some clueless brat trying too hard to act tough. According to him, Ghislain was not even worth killing killing. Still, he generously decided to let him leave alive as long as he paid compensation for the trouble he caused and disappeared from the camp. Ghislain calmly rejected that idea immediately. Then, with a serious expression, he requested Amoriana's recognition with Kaor, the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. The moment those words came out, both Gillian and the mercenaries looked genuinely shocked. Kaor stared at him and asked if he even understood what that challenge actually meant. Still smiling confidently, Ghislain replied that he did. Moriana's recognition was a traditional betting match passed down among mercenaries. Once two people agreed to it, they fought using only a single dagger, without relying on mana at all. One arm from each participant would be tied together, and stepping outside the small fighting circle counted as an immediate loss. Basically, it forced both fighters into an insanely brutal close-range deathmatch with almost no room to move. In many cases, even the winner ended up dying afterward. Honestly, mercenaries really invented the least healthy ways possible to settle arguments. Ghislain then explained the final condition to Kaor. The loser had to openly admit defeat and obey the winner's words completely. In simple terms, the loser became the winner's dog. He then asked Kaor how he felt about the bet. Meanwhile, Gillian could not stop wondering why a noble like Ghislain even knew about such a filthy mercenary tradition in the first place. In the mercenary world, refusing Amoriana's recognition was basically the same as admitting weakness in front of everyone, which meant it was a challenge that could never truly be declined. Kaor suddenly burst into loud laughter like a complete madman before showing a creepy grin on his face. He then told his subordinates that they apparently had a bold little noble who wanted recognition the mercenary way. According to him, they should all help the kid out a little. The mercenaries immediately started laughing after hearing that, clearly thinking Ghislain had just signed his own death warrant. Once again, it was time for one of our boys' ridiculous showdowns, so everybody better buckle up, guys. Ghislain and Kaor stepped into the circle and tied one of their arms together according to the rules of Moriana's recognition. Both of them were handed daggers while Kaor casually removed his jacket like this was just another fun afternoon activity for him. The surrounding mercenaries immediately started cheering for their captain and loudly told him to kill the arrogant noble already. Kaor looked completely relaxed as he told Ghislain that he must have heard about this challenge somewhere and foolishly decided to try it himself. He warned him that there was no backing out anymore. Then, with a confident grin, Kaor suddenly yanked Ghislain toward him, using their tied arms, and proudly revealed that he had participated in this kind of duel 5 times already. But Ghislain calmly returned to his original position, before pulling Kaor toward himself with an even more condescending expression. Then he casually revealed that he had gone through Moriana's recognition more than 100 times. Hearing that instantly shocked Kaor because there was no way a normal person would even survive enough opportunities to experience something this insane that many times. Most people never even saw one in their entire life. The duel officially began, and both men immediately rushed at each other with daggers drawn. Their blades flashed as they repeatedly attacked and dodged within the tiny circle. Both of them barely avoided getting stabbed multiple times, while constantly swinging at one another in brutal close-range combat. Ghislain started attacking with even more force, but Kaor managed to block the strikes before suddenly pulling him closer and attempting to stab him from behind. Even though Ghislain could barely track the blade properly, he still managed to tilt his head at the last second and avoid the attack before instantly countering. Kaor dodged the counterattack and pulled him in again before driving a heavy kick into Ghislain's leg. The impact was strong enough for Ghislain to immediately feel the damage spreading through it. Kaor smiled after seeing that reaction and admitted Ghislain was performing better than expected. Still, he clearly did not believe the story about him surviving over 100 Moriana's recognitions because that sounded completely absurd. Kaor then rushed him again while telling him to at least make his bluffs believable. This time, he attacked non-stop without giving Ghislain any opening to retaliate. The Cerberus mercenaries loved what they were seeing and loudly cheered for Kaor to kill Ghislain for disrespecting them. But the moment Gillian glared at the group, the entire crowd suddenly quieted down. Nobody there wanted problems with that monster either. Gillian, meanwhile, could already tell this fight heavily favored Kaor. The fighting circle itself was so small that it barely had enough room for one person to lie down properly. Since the rules completely banned mana and force enhancement, everything depended purely on physical ability. On top of that, Kaor had the advantage in size and strength, while the tied arms severely limited movement. Ghislain could barely dodge or properly block attacks, while Kaor constantly controlled the pace of the fight. Realizing how dangerous things were becoming, Gillian slowly rested his hand on his axe and prepared himself to interfere if the situation became truly bad. During the clash, Kaor suddenly grabbed Ghislain's arm and forced him down before swinging the dagger toward him. Ghislain barely managed to jump aside to avoid the strike and landed on the opposite side of the circle. But the moment he landed, he noticed pain surging through his leg. The injury came from the earlier kick he blocked from Kaor. Since mana protection was forbidden, every hit directly damaged the body, and the accumulated pain only kept getting worse over time. Kaor immediately noticed the change in Ghislain's expression and grinned widely. He mocked him for looking pale and asked if he had already reached his limit. Then he started attacking even more aggressively. To Kaor, Ghislain looked pathetic, struggling against his raw strength, though he still admitted internally that the young lord had more guts than most nobles he had met before. Even so, Kaor remained convinced that Ghislain lacked real skill. In his eyes, he had already figured out Ghislain's strategy completely. He believed Ghislain was trying to deflect dagger strikes with his weapon, while intentionally absorbing less dangerous hits with his own body to minimize fatal damage. But Moriana's recognition was a fight without mana, meaning every injury stacked endlessly until the body eventually gave out. Kaor could already tell Ghislain was beginning to feel the pressure building in his legs, and the strain was clearly showing on his face. Seeing that only made the mercenary smile even wider because, for someone like him, watching his opponent slowly struggle for survival was the most entertaining part of the entire fight. Kaor suddenly spun his dagger and rushed straight at Ghislain again. Our boy barely managed to block the strike before Kaor instantly closed the distance and slashed toward his head. Ghislain bent low to dodge it and immediately tried counterattacking from below, but Kaor blocked that too before dragging their tied arms sideways and pinning him down. Then he slammed another kick into Ghislain using the same injured leg from earlier. The pain instantly shot through our boy's body, and the expression on his face made it obvious the damage was stacking up badly. Seeing that reaction, Kaor became convinced the fight was already over. He raised his dagger and straight up told Ghislain to die already, while his mercenaries exploded in excitement watching the scene. Even Jillian finally pulled out his axe because he was fully prepared to rescue his master if things got worse. But then Ghislain smiled. At the exact moment Kaor brought the dagger down, Ghislain suddenly lowered himself even further and dodged from an angle that honestly looked impossible. Kaor was completely caught off guard by the movement. Ghislain instantly pushed himself sideways and sliced Kaor near the ribs. The captain looked genuinely shocked, while both the mercenaries and Gillian stared in disbelief after seeing their boss get wounded. Kaor immediately charged back in anger, but Ghislain smoothly lowered his body again and carved another cut across the captain's chest while moving underneath him. The mercenaries could not believe their captain got hit twice in a row after dominating the fight earlier through sheer strength. They loudly told Kaor to stop messing around and show the noble what a real mercenary was made of. Meanwhile, Gillian was finally beginning to understand what Ghislain was doing. Kaor then swung his dagger at Ghislain's head again, but Ghislain dodged low once more before suddenly driving his shoulder directly into Kaor's face as he rose back up. Then, while still gripping the dagger tightly, he landed several punches on the captain before twisting the blade and stabbing Kaor through the forearm. Shockingly, Kaor did not even scream. The guy just got angrier and attacked even more fiercely. But now Ghislain was dodging his attacks far more easily. Kaor could not understand what had changed, because only moments earlier, the kid was struggling to survive against his strength. Kaor kept overpowering his opponent through brute force, but every heavy movement also stiffened his muscles and reduced his flexibility. Instead of resisting that power directly, Ghislain kept redirecting the momentum while staying relaxed and fluid. He was basically using Kaor's own strength to create openings for himself. Jillian honestly never expected his master to overcome the physical disadvantage this way, so he quietly put his axe back down. Meanwhile, his own breathing was getting heavier, while Ghislain continued moving around him smoothly. The mercenaries started shouting at Kaor from the sidelines, asking why he was still playing around because nobody was laughing anymore. Ghislain actually complimented Kaor's determination at this point, and admitted that most people cornered in Moriana's recognition would have broken the rules and secretly used mana already. Kaor smiled hearing that, and admitted Ghislain really talked like someone who survived this challenge over 100 times. He then revealed that he himself earned the position of captain through Moriana's recognition, and explained that mercenaries who broke rules like this usually did not survive long in their line of work. Ghislain smiled hearing that, and admitted he liked Kaor's spirit. Still, Kaor acknowledged that he was now at a disadvantage in a direct fight, but according to him, victory in Moriana's recognition was not limited to overpowering someone physically. Since stepping outside, the circle counted as an automatic loss, there were other ways to win. Suddenly, Kaor grabbed Ghislain and lifted him upward. His plan was simple. If he could throw Ghislain completely outside the circle, the match would instantly end in his favor. But before Ghislain's body could touch the ground outside the boundary, he suddenly tightened his grip on Kaor's arm and bent his legs to stop himself from falling. He literally used Kaor's own body as support. Then he pulled the captain forward unexpectedly. Kaor never saw it coming. Ghislain instantly climbed up using Kaor's body, wrapped an arm around his neck from behind, and slammed the captain's head directly into the ground. Kaor's head crossed outside the circle first. The mercenaries were completely stunned. Kaor looked furious, realizing he had actually lost, while Ghislain calmly smiled and informed him that the match was over. Kaor turned toward him and demanded to know his real identity, because there was no way someone this skilled was actually just some spoiled noble. Ghislain responded with a cold stare, and admitted he did not like Kaor's attitude. Then he reminded him that he was speaking to his new master now. Ghislain pulled Kaor back up, while the red-haired mercenary asked what more he wanted, since the duel was already finished. But Ghislain calmly told him that the fight was not over yet, because technically he himself had not stepped outside the circle. Kaor immediately realized where this was going. Ghislain clenched his fist and announced announced that he was now going to discipline his subordinate before punching Kaor straight in the face hard enough to knock him down. Kaor hurriedly protested and reminded him that the match officially ended once someone stepped outside the circle. Ghislain responded by punching him again and asked if Kaor planned on following neat little rules during an actual battlefield fight too. Kaor angrily called him a bastard and complained that nobles were not supposed to act this way. Ghislain coldly told him not to talk back to his master before punching him again. Kaor then called him a lunatic, which honestly only made things worse because Ghislain kept beating him non-stop afterward. Punch after punch landed on Kaor's face until Ghislain's hand became covered in blood. The surrounding mercenaries were getting increasingly furious because they genuinely thought their captain would simply be spared after losing the bet. Eventually, Kaor himself started begging Ghislain to stop, but Ghislain grabbed him by the collar with an icy expression and calmly reminded him once again that he still had not stepped outside the circle yet. At that moment, Kaor looked completely horrified. His face was swollen beyond recognition as he desperately turned toward his subordinates and begged them to kill Ghislain already. The mercenaries instantly drew their swords and moved forward, but before they could get close, Jillian stepped in and pulled out his axe again. The entire group stopped moving immediately. With an absolutely terrifying tone, Jillian warned them that anyone interfering with his master's disciplinary actions would die on the spot. Everybody there knew he was not bluffing. Kaor stared at the scene in disbelief before slowly turning back toward Ghislain while trembling like a terrified dog. Ghislain then calmly asked him if he was finally done now. The next thing Kaor saw was Ghislain's fist flying straight toward his face again. At this point, the captain actually started laughing out of pure fear because he finally realized he seriously messed up. The punch sent him stumbling backward while his thoughts raced through every noble he had dealt with before. In Kaor's experience, nobles were always the same: overconfident pigs, selfish traitors, narcissists who folded the moment someone intimidated them properly. Scaring them a little was usually enough to empty their pockets, and thanks to treating nobles that way for years, Kaor earned the title of the Mad Dog. But now the so-called Mad Dog was getting beaten into submission by a young noble brat he originally did not even take seriously. The surrounding mercenaries became increasingly worried, seeing the terrible state their captain was in, but unfortunately, none of them dared to interfere anymore. Meanwhile, Ghislain calmly examined Kaor's battered body and wondered if he had disciplined him enough already. Then, completely casually, he ordered the mercenaries to stop standing around uselessly and bring water, bandages, and towels immediately. The men looked genuinely confused hearing that. Ghislain then bluntly informed them that their captain would actually die soon if they did not hurry up and treat him properly. That instantly shocked the mercenaries into action, and they immediately obeyed his orders without arguing. Jillian quietly watched the entire scene unfold and noticed something important. These rough, unruly mercenaries, who only respected strength, were now naturally listening to Ghislain's commands. In the mercenary world, where fists mattered more than laws, Ghislain had firmly carved his position into their minds using the simplest and most effective method possible. He showed them exactly who the boss was. Sometime later, Kaor could be seen sitting on a chair completely wrapped in bandages while looking like someone who barely survived a Kaor-Iaj accident. Ghislain then calmly placed a contract on the table and told him to sign it. Kaor silently stared at him for a moment because he already understood he no longer had any choice in the matter. So he slowly picked up the pen and signed the paper before weakly telling Ghislain to take it. Unfortunately for him, that wording immediately made Ghislain stare at him with a terrifying expression and ask him to repeat what he just said. Kaor instantly became nervous again. With a shaky voice, he corrected himself and properly told Ghislain that he looked forward to working with him from now on. Only then did Ghislain finally grab his hand. Honestly, Kaor looked more scared during the handshake than during half the fight itself. Ghislain then smiled and told him that they were family now and that he also looked forward to working together. A few days later, the scene shifts to the outskirts of the Peridium territory, where a large group of mercenaries had gathered early in the morning. One of the men yawned while asking if anyone even knew why they were called there this early. A bald mercenary Kaor yeeing a shield revealed that he heard rumors their employer was actually the young lord of Peridium himself. Hearing that instantly surprised the others. One mercenary scoffed and called Ghislain nothing more than a brat who probably had no idea how to properly handle mercenaries. According to him, this job might end up being incredibly easy. Right then, a huge shirtless man suddenly clapped his hands loudly to grab everyone's attention. The massive guy declared that the group needed a representative to deal with their bratty employer properly. The other mercenaries instantly recognized him and called him Gordon the Muscle. Smiling proudly, Gordon confirmed that was indeed him. He then complimented the mercenaries for their admirable discussion about how to earn rewards without working too hard. Honestly, the man sounded weirdly inspirational while talking about laziness. Gordon explained that if they truly wanted good results, they needed to unite their voices together instead of acting individually. The mercenaries quickly agreed because one of them remembered a previous job where a single idiot made unreasonable demands and ruined everything for everybody. The bald mercenary then asked Gordon what exactly he planned to do. Gordon casually opened a bag filled with coins and explained that, as the group representative, he would personally pressure their employer into giving them better conditions. Naturally, Such difficult work deserved compensation. He then asked the others to contribute money into the bag for his hard work. The mercenaries honestly thought Gordon was perfect for the role. The guy was huge enough to intimidate almost anyone, and they praised him for being surprisingly clever at making money, despite looking like someone who only lifted rocks all day. One after another, they happily tossed coins into the bag. But before things could continue, one mercenary suddenly noticed someone approaching from the distance. Everyone immediately raised their heads and saw Ghislain riding toward them alone on horseback. The men looked shocked seeing him arrive by himself. One mercenary joked that the young lord might run away the second he saw Gordon's muscles. Gordon confidently told the others to stand closer together because it would help create a more intimidating atmosphere. Smiling proudly, he declared that it was finally time to teach some spoiled noble brat how terrifying the real world could be. Unfortunately for him, the situation suddenly changed. Just as Gordon prepared to approach Ghislain, he noticed additional figures moving in from behind him. It was Jillian alongside the Cerberus mercenaries. One of the mercenaries immediately recognized the dog's snout-shaped helmets and nervously revealed that those men were the Cerberus mercenaries. The mood instantly shifted. Gordon looked completely shocked, because everyone knew the Cerberus mercenaries were basically a pack of certified lunatics. He genuinely could not understand how Ghislain managed to make the crazy dogs obey him in the first place. As Ghislain finally approached the group, the mercenaries unconsciously stepped backward to make space for him. Ghislain then looked directly at Gordon and calmly asked whether he was the representative. With a noticeably nervous expression now replacing all his earlier confidence, Gordon admitted that he was. Ghislain then asked for his name, and the man introduced himself as Gordon the Muscle. Our boy immediately commented that it was a pretty unique name, before casually tapping Gordon's chest and telling him it sounded cool. Then Ghislain introduced himself properly as the young lord of Peridium and ordered Gordon to gather all the mercenaries together. Once everyone assembled, Ghislain's expression turned serious as he officially announced that they were about to begin the pioneering of the Forest of Beasts. In the next scene, Belinda was helping Ghislain put on his armor while the final preparations for pioneering the Forest of Beasts were being completed. Everything was already ready by this point. The temporary expedition base had been constructed, resources were secured, and most importantly, Ghislain successfully gathered the troops he needed. After getting fully equipped, Ghislain asked Belinda to do one final head count just to make sure everything was correct. Belinda accepted immediately and reported that there were 148 mercenaries hired through the guild office, along with 41 Cerberus mercenaries personally brought by Ghislain. In total, they had gathered 192 people for the expedition. Ghislain praised her for the good work before asking if she properly informed Scovan about everything. Belinda confirmed that she had. Honestly, she originally expected Scovan to try stopping them from entering the Forest of Beasts entirely, but instead he actually made sure they would not get detected while entering the forest. Because of that, Belinda believed they probably would not run into any issues from the outside. She told her master not to worry about him. Hearing that made Ghislain smile because he found the news reassuring. Soon afterward, Ghislain called out to the gathered mercenaries and ordered everyone to line up properly. Once the group settled down, he addressed them seriously and announced that the land they were about to pioneer lay directly ahead of them. He assumed everyone already heard the rumors surrounding the Forest of Beasts and explained that the place was filled with unknown dangers. According to him, terrifying monsters, unseen threats, and things beyond their imagination were lurking inside that forest. Despite all of that, he declared that he still intended to conquer it. The moment the mercenaries realized their destination was actually the Forest of Beasts, the crowd instantly became restless. Some of them complained that nobody told them they would be entering that death trap. Others openly admitted they could lose their lives in there. Before the complaints could grow louder, Belinda immediately stepped in and told them not to interrupt her master while he was speaking. Ghislain then calmly told anyone who wished to withdraw that they could leave right now without consequences. But right after that, he casually dropped another bombshell by promising to pay everyone 3 times their current wages if the mission succeeded. That instantly shocked the mercenaries. The offer was honestly tempting enough to make people forget common sense for a second. Even Belinda quickly moved beside Ghislain and whispered to him, asking why he was suddenly spouting nonsense like that. She reminded him they already burned through nearly all their funds during the preparations alone. Ghislain calmly explained that this was simply how you boost morale properly. The truth was that he already knew the mission would eventually make enough money to pay everyone several times over, while still leaving plenty behind for himself. Then he turned toward Belinda and asked if she trusted him. Belinda sighed and admitted she really did not have much choice besides trusting him at this point. Nearby, Kaor quietly commented to Jillian that their master had to be insane for offering triple pay like that. He honestly could not understand how Ghislain planned to fulfill such a ridiculous promise. Still, he admitted the young lord definitely had guts. Jillian calmly replied that Ghislain was the kind of man who always had a plan prepared. Finally, Ghislain officially referred to the gathered troops as the Forest of Beasts expedition team and gave the order for everyone to move out. Sometime later, The expedition team could be seen deep inside the forest of beasts, cutting down trees to clear a path forward. Everyone was busy working, and surprisingly, even Ghislain himself was helping with the labor, instead of standing around giving orders like a typical noble. After chopping down another tree in front of him, Ghislain looked upward in relief after noticing the forest had opened up a little and sunlight was finally starting to pass through the thick canopy. He immediately raised his hand and ordered the men to continue clearing the path in the direction he pointed toward. The trees were to be cut down, chopped into logs, and loaded onto Kaor's carriage. Those without direct tasks were instructed to dig around the stumps so uprooting the trees would become easier. According to the Forest of Beasts development journal that Ghislain obtained during his previous life, this forest was absurdly massive. Eventually, humanity would drive away the monsters and fully exploit all the resources hidden inside it. But right now, Ghislain only cared about one thing: money. He needed to ignore everything else and secure the fastest route toward the runestone vein, because the wealth gained from this expedition would become a huge advantage in stopping the conspiracy surrounding Peridium. Meanwhile, Kaor found it strange that their employer was personally helping with physical labor. One mercenary claimed Ghislain was simply trying to show off noble dignity, while another man wearing a helmet argued that the young lord was obviously pretending and would probably give up soon enough. Before the gossip could continue, Belinda immediately told the mercenaries to stop chattering and get back to work. The men quickly returned to cutting trees, while Belinda moved closer to Ghislain, looking annoyed. She reminded him that he went through so much effort to hire all these mercenaries in the first place, so she did not understand why he was personally doing labor alongside them. According to her, the men were starting to take him lightly because he was working at the same level as everyone else. Ghislain simply replied that it did not matter. More hands meant faster progress, and he believed nothing good would happen if they stayed inside this forest for too long. Belinda eventually accepted the explanation, though she pointed out that he talked like someone who already knew exactly what was waiting ahead of them. Nearby, Kaor watched Ghislain and Belinda talking, and could not help smiling bitterly. He honestly found it ridiculous that his employer had a woman worrying about him while he himself had somehow become the noble's dog and was now voluntarily marching straight into hell with his own feet. The moment Gillian heard that, he smacked Kaor with a log. Kaor immediately shouted back and asked whether Gillian was trying to start a fight, while Ghislain and Belinda glanced toward the commotion. So far, however, everything was proceeding smoothly. Back in his previous life, Ghislain learned that after Duke Delphine conquered the kingdom and established a new dynasty, the duchy eventually launched a massive development project inside the Forest of Beasts. Although Ghislain never discovered why the Duke specifically chose this dangerous place, he did manage to obtain a development journal containing important information about resource locations and monster ecosystems. Thanks to that journal, he was able to enter the forest somewhat prepared. Meanwhile, one mercenary started wondering why Ghislain brought hundreds of oil lamps with them, because normal torches would have been far cheaper if they only needed light during the night. Despite the expedition progressing without issues, Ghislain actually felt uneasy. Everything he knew about this place came from records and journals. He had never personally experienced these events himself. Because of that, he repeatedly warned the men not to lower their guard as they continued moving deeper into the forest. As the mercenaries kept cutting trees, one of them suddenly noticed the surroundings becoming strangely dark and wondered if night had already arrived. Another mercenary pointed out that they still had not encountered even a single monster, despite all the terrifying stories surrounding the forest. The man beside him agreed, saying the place honestly did not seem as dangerous as everyone claimed. Then one bald mercenary confidently declared that the rumors were probably fake from the start. According to him, the expedition would have been easy, even if Gordon had done absolutely nothing. Right after saying that, suddenly Gordon noticed something strange. He reminded everyone they already cut countless trees behind them. The mercenaries agreed and said they definitely cleared the path earlier. Gordon slowly turned around and asked why the road was blocked again. Right in front of him stood a massive sky-touching tree. The mercenaries froze after seeing the giant tree appear out of nowhere. Ghislain immediately called out to everyone and ordered them to stay alert. The troops quickly grabbed their weapons and prepared themselves. The mercenaries who mocked the forest earlier started panicking instantly. They could already feel the atmosphere becoming heavier around them. Ghislain warned Gordon that he would die if he stayed there. He ordered him to slowly walk back toward the group. Gordon nervously accepted the order and started moving backward carefully. But the log he carried suddenly hit another tree behind him. The huge man instantly lost balance and fell onto the ground. The mercenaries quickly took defensive stances and called him an idiot. Gordon hurriedly turned around, expecting an attack to happen, but strangely, nothing happened at all. The mercenaries became confused after seeing the quiet surroundings again. The bald mercenary suddenly started laughing and mocked Ghislain again. He claimed their employer simply scared too easily over nothing important. According to him, the scenery only looked confusing because every tree looked similar. He declared the Forest of Beasts was just an overrated, dense forest. Ghislain seriously warned the man to move closer if he valued his life. The bald mercenary became annoyed hearing another warning from him. He accused Ghislain of creating fake tension to intimidate everybody. The moment he finished speaking, vines suddenly wrapped around his waist. Before the man could even scream properly, the vines dragged him upward instantly. At the top of the giant tree was a horrifying terrifying mouth filled with teeth. The monster swallowed the bald mercenary whole and crushed him brutally inside its jaws. The mercenaries stared at the scene, completely horrified by what they just witnessed. The terrifying thing about the monster was its complete lack of presence. There was no killing intent and absolutely no warning signs beforehand. People only noticed the creature after already becoming its victim. The giant tree then slowly opened a massive eye and glared directly toward Ghislain. Ghislain immediately recognized the monster as a Deerus Ent. Suddenly, several more Deerus Ents emerged around the entire area. The monsters completely surrounded the expedition team from every direction. Gordon and the other mercenaries instantly lost their composure and started panicking badly. Many of them tried running away while screaming they would all get eaten alive. But before anyone could escape, the monsters launched countless vines toward them. Several mercenaries got caught and thrown directly into the monsters' mouths. The Deerus Ents swallowed them whole without hesitation. Fortunately, Gordon managed to grab a nearby tree before getting dragged away. He desperately screamed for someone to save him. One mercenary rushed toward Gordon while carrying an axe. The man told Gordon to hold on tightly before attacking the vine, but the moment his axe hit the vine, something terrifying happened. Instead of cutting through the vine, his own axe slowly started cracking apart. The mercenary stared at his broken weapon in complete disbelief. While he remained distracted, the monster suddenly pulled Gordon upward again. The huge man screamed in terror while getting dragged toward the giant mouth. But before the Deerus Ent could swallow him, Ghislain suddenly appeared above it. He covered his sword with mana and cut through the vine instantly. While still airborne, he slashed directly into the monster's giant eye. Blood exploded everywhere from the injured eye. The mercenaries looked shocked after seeing Ghislain damage the creature successfully. They immediately assumed the monster's eye was its weakness. Ghislain took a deep breath and screamed loudly at everybody around him. He ordered the mercenaries to pull themselves together immediately. The mercenaries became shocked hearing their employer's commanding voice. Ghislain explained that spreading apart would only make them easier targets. He ordered everybody to raise their shields and form a tight formation. He wanted them defending together so nobody got grabbed by the vines. The mercenaries quickly obeyed his orders and moved into formation. One mercenary desperately shouted he refused to die inside this forest. Ghislain quickly rushed toward the carriage and asked Kaor about the oil lamps. Kaor confirmed the lamps were still there inside the carriage. Ghislain immediately ordered him to light the lamps and throw them. He planned on burning the Deerus Ents down completely. Kaor finally realized why Ghislain brought hundreds of oil lamps earlier. One of Kaor's men suddenly warned him the monsters were watching them already. Ghislain ordered them to throw the lamps immediately without hesitation. Kaor and the Cerberus mercenaries quickly lit the lamps and threw them. Unfortunately, the Deerus Ents used their vines to destroy the lamps midair. The monsters smashed every lamp before they could even reach their targets. Kaor looked shocked after seeing the monsters react that quickly. One mercenary admitted they would never burn the monsters successfully like this. Suddenly, one Deerus Ent launched its vines directly toward their group. Before the attack could reach them, Jillian stepped in front immediately. He destroyed the incoming vines using a powerful swing from his axe. At the same time, Belinda took out several knives from her clothes. She quickly threw the knives directly toward the monster's giant eye. Ghislain quickly ordered Jillian and Belinda to protect the Cerberus mercenaries while they prepared the oil lamps. Then our boy raised his sword and declared he would draw the monster's attention himself. The moment he finished speaking, one Deerus Ent launched its vines toward him immediately. Belinda quickly shouted for her master to watch out. Ghislain swung his sword and cleanly sliced through the incoming vines. The other Deerus Ents instantly shifted their attention toward him and attacked together. Our boy skillfully dodged every attack while moving around the battlefield smoothly. Suddenly, one Deerus Ent raised its massive leg and tried crushing him completely. The mercenaries looked horrified after realizing the giant tree monsters actually had legs. They became convinced their employer was about to get flattened instantly. But Ghislain coated his sword with mana and sliced through the monster's leg before jumping upward and stabbing directly into its eye. The surrounding Deerus Ents completely focused on Ghislain after witnessing the attack. The mercenaries stared in shock, seeing their employer successfully lure all the monsters toward himself. Belinda immediately ordered the Cerberus mercenaries to throw the lamps right now. This time, the mercenaries believed the strategy would finally succeed. They quickly threw the burning oil lamps directly toward the monsters. The Deerus Ents screamed painfully the moment the lamps exploded against their bodies. The Cerberus mercenaries became excited after finally seeing the monsters react properly. Ghislain shouted for everybody to keep throwing lamps without stopping. He ordered them to continue until every single Deerus Ent burned down completely. Flames rapidly spread across the monsters' bodies while the mercenaries stared in disbelief. They honestly could not believe they were successfully fighting back against monsters like these. One mercenary nervously pointed out that the entire forest might burn down at this rate. Gordon tried acting confident again and claimed the Deerus Ents were not that impressive anyway. According to him, trees naturally being weak to fire was completely normal, but Ghislain immediately warned everybody not to lower their guard yet. He seriously informed them the battle was still far from over. The mercenaries became confused hearing this, while Ghislain calmly explained that the monsters were about to reveal their true forms. Suddenly, the Deerus Ents released huge amounts of steam around themselves. The mercenaries became confused and wondered if the flames were already getting extinguished somehow. Belinda and Jillian quickly rushed toward Ghislaine and asked what was happening. Ghislaine explained that the outer shells of the monsters were weak against fire, but their insides were completely different. The flames burning the bark were now reaching the wet flesh underneath, which caused all the steam. When the steam finally cleared, the mercenaries became horrified by what they saw. The monsters no longer looked like giant trees anymore. Their real bodies looked more like horrifying masses of flesh. The Dirus Ents screamed loudly and charged directly toward the expedition team. The mercenaries could not believe the monsters were still alive after burning like that. Ghislaine immediately raised his sword and grabbed everyone's attention. He ordered the mercenaries to raise their weapons because the battle was now entering close quarters combat. Then Ghislaine himself charged straight toward the monsters first. The mercenaries became stunned, seeing their employer rush toward those gigantic creatures without hesitation. Many of them believed they would simply get stomped to death fighting these things directly. But unlike Gordon's group, the Cerberus mercenaries immediately followed Ghislaine into battle enthusiastically. Kaor and his men looked genuinely excited, like they were waiting for this exact moment. Belinda also rushed toward the battlefield while Jillian glared at the hesitating mercenaries. He demanded to know why they were freezing up after receiving direct orders from Ghislaine. Jillian seriously told them to trust their employer. The moment he finished speaking, Ghislaine cut down another Dirus Ent right in front of them. Seeing that finally pushed the mercenaries into action. They decided to trust Ghislaine and follow his lead. Gordon loudly told his teammates to trust their employer too. The mercenaries finally raised their weapons and charged toward the monsters together. Ghislaine then pointed his sword at the Dirus Ents and revealed something important. Since the bark protecting their bodies already burned away, the monsters could now be damaged without mana. He ordered the mercenaries not to fear them anymore because the Dirus Ents were now nothing more than giant target dummies. The mercenaries immediately followed his instructions and attacked the monsters together aggressively. Kaor looked like he was having the time of his life while slaughtering the creatures. Belinda and Jillian also joined the battle and helped eliminate the remaining monsters. The expedition team fought relentlessly against every single Dirus Ent surrounding them. Ghislaine knew hesitation meant death in a place like this. Because of that, he believed his role was removing all fear and hesitation from his followers completely. The moment he thought that Ghislaine stabbed another Dirus Ent directly inside its mouth, then he tore the creature apart using his sword. Our boy wanted his men to believe impossible things could actually be achieved if they kept moving forward. Finally, the last monster collapsed onto the ground. The mercenaries slowly looked around and realized no Dirus Ents remained alive anymore. The men honestly could not believe they survived and defeated every single monster surrounding them. Ghislaine immediately ordered everybody to line up again. The mercenaries quickly obeyed his command without hesitation this time. Then our boy told them to carefully look around at the forest surrounding them. He explained that this was the true reality of the Forest of Beasts. According to him, they were still only standing near the entrance, and the area was already swarming with Dirus Ents. Hearing that instantly made the mercenaries nervous again, but Ghislaine calmly told them not to worry. He assured everybody that he would always stand at the front lines alongside them. Then he turned around, looked directly into their eyes, and asked the mercenaries to trust him and follow his lead. The mercenaries became genuinely shocked hearing those words from an employer, but after everything they witnessed today, they finally accepted him completely and promised they would follow him from now on. As the expedition continued moving deeper into the forest, they encountered countless monsters along the way. Kaor actually looked like he was enjoying the whole situation far too much. The group fought creatures like orcs and strange crystal moles while constantly pushing forward. During every battle, Belinda stayed close and took care of Ghislaine whenever needed. Later, they also encountered some ancient bird-like monsters flying through the forest. The deeper they traveled, the worse the monsters became. Eventually, the group encountered a giant rat monster blocking their path. The mercenaries immediately became nervous, because the monsters simply never stopped appearing. By this point, everybody was already exhausted from non-stop fighting. Before the giant rat could attack, Kaor suddenly rushed forward and sliced off one of its legs. The monster screamed painfully and collapsed toward the mercenaries while opening its giant mouth. The men panicked after seeing the massive creature fall directly toward them. But before the monster could crush anybody, Gillian stepped in front immediately. He used a shield to block the creature's mouth while it struggled violently on the ground. Then Ghislaine climbed onto the monster's body and stabbed directly into its head to finish it off completely. After killing the creature, Ghislaine immediately checked on the mercenaries and asked whether anyone got injured. The men assured him they were all fine while naturally gathering closer around him. One mercenary admitted they could not leave their employer's side anymore if they wanted to survive this forest. Jillian noticed the mercenaries were finally starting to move properly in formation. Kaor explained that real combat always created the best training results. Ghislaine then reminded everybody they still had a long way remaining ahead. He ordered them to continue cutting down trees and clearing clearing the path deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, one exhausted mercenary watched the others working while breathing heavily. The man honestly believed everybody there had gone completely insane. According to him, they were all trapped inside some crazy forest and still marching deeper willingly. Later that night, the expedition finally arrived near a large lake. The mercenaries instantly became excited after discovering a clean water source. They quickly rushed toward the lake while praising how clear the water looked. But Belinda immediately became cautious, seeing everybody approach the water carelessly. She warned Ghislaine that something dangerous could suddenly emerge from inside the lake. Meanwhile, Ghislaine realized they successfully followed the correct route so far. This lake was actually one of the most important landmarks leading toward the runestone mine. He ordered everybody to set up camp and announced they would finally rest for a while. As night settled, the mercenaries gathered around the camp discussing their situation. One man admitted he still could not believe they already encountered so many monsters despite barely entering the forest. He honestly could not imagine what terrifying things waited deeper inside. Another mercenary admitted they were lucky nothing attacked them during the last 2 nights. Elsewhere in the camp, the exhausted mercenary from earlier gathered Gordon and several other men together secretly. The man named Manus suggested they quietly leave the forest together before things became worse. One mercenary asked Manus to explain himself properly. Manus argued that they no longer needed to risk their lives for money. According to him, survival mattered more than rewards. Gordon reminded him they already traveled deep into the forest, and Ghislaine said their destination was not far anymore. Gordon confidently assured everybody they were almost finished. Manus looked shocked seeing Gordon trust Ghislaine this much. He called Gordon gullible and reminded everybody that Ghislaine was the infamous scoundrel of Peridium. According to Manus, their employer only wanted achievements and fame by pioneering the forest successfully. Then the mercenary with the eye patch suddenly spoke up. He reminded Manus they were already paid and their duty as mercenaries was following their employer's orders properly. Gordon also pointed out that Ghislaine already saved their lives multiple times since entering the forest. Manus admitted Ghislaine was definitely a skilled fighter, but according to him, they were only surviving through luck until now. He reminded everybody that Ghislaine was still human and one mistake could get all of them killed instantly. Then Manus smiled ugly and claimed Ghislaine would eventually use them as meat shields once things became hopeless. According to him, all nobles were exactly the same. The mercenaries slowly became nervous hearing his words. Manus felt satisfied seeing their confidence starting to shake. The truth was, he had no intention of escaping alone. With monsters surrounding the forest, he needed other people to act as bait while he escaped safely. Then the eye-patch mercenary suddenly asked Manus an important question. He asked whether Manus seriously believed they would already be dead without Ghislaine. Manus looked confused hearing that. The eye-patch man then pointed toward Ghislaine nearby and told everybody to watch carefully. At that moment, Ghislaine was personally treating an injured mercenary's wound using expensive medicine. He carefully warned the man not to let water touch the injury because it could become infected. The mercenary sincerely thanked him afterward. After the injured man left, Belinda leaned toward Ghislaine and complained quietly. She reminded him the medicine he was using was extremely expensive and advised him to save it for himself instead. Ghislaine calmly replied that medicine existed to be used properly before calling the next injured mercenary forward. Manus looked genuinely shocked seeing Ghislaine treat common mercenaries this well. The eye-patch mercenary then reminded Manus that the medicine and potions Ghislaine used on them were worth far more than their own lives. He asked Manus whether he seriously believed somebody would waste such expensive supplies just to create meat shields. The other mercenaries slowly started agreeing that Ghislaine was different from normal nobles. They genuinely believed he would never abandon them inside the forest. Manus quietly turned away in frustration. He hated the eye-patch mercenary for ruining his plan completely. He originally wanted to convince several mercenaries to leave together, but now nobody looked willing anymore. A little later, Ghislaine walked over toward Gordon and the others. He casually told them to stop chatting and get proper rest instead. Then he moved toward Gillian and Kaor because he needed to discuss something important. Kaor asked whether Ghislaine truly planned on leaving Manus alone after hearing everything earlier. According to Kaor, he would have already sliced the man's tongue off personally, but Ghislaine calmly assured him it was fine because Manus could not actually do anything dangerous, surrounded by monsters everywhere. Then Ghislaine revealed he currently had something much more important he needed to confirm first. The group quietly moved to an isolated part of the camp away from everyone else. Belinda asked Ghislaine why he suddenly wanted the remaining lamps counted again. Kaor checked the supplies and reported that only 24 lamps remained. Just like Ghislaine expected, several lamps had already gone missing. Ghislaine reminded the group that monsters attacked them day and night ever since entering the forest, but strangely they had not seen a single monster during the last 2 nights. Belinda looked surprised after hearing that pointed out clearly. Kaor asked Ghislaine what exactly that meant, while Gillian quickly understood the situation. He explained they probably entered the territory of a nocturnal monster with massive influence inside the forest. Ghislaine confirmed that Gillian was correct and slowly looked toward the dark forest around them. Then he calmly admitted They were now in real danger. Later that night, Gordon rested alone on several wooden logs while trying to sleep. Suddenly, he noticed a bright light floating in front of him. Gordon quickly opened his eyes and saw the oil lamp hovering strangely in the air. The huge mercenary looked completely confused because lamps were obviously not supposed to fly around by themselves. The moment he moved backward slightly, a horrifying monster with 8 glowing eyes suddenly bit into his shoulder. Gordon instantly screamed and grabbed his mace before wildly swinging it around while yelling at the monster to get away from him. The nearby mercenaries rushed toward him after hearing the scream. They asked Gordon what happened because they could not see anything around him. Gordon desperately insisted that a monster attacked him moments earlier. The mercenaries looked around carefully, but still found absolutely nothing nearby. Some of them started believing Gordon simply had a nightmare because of all the monster battles lately. A few men even joked that his sleepwalking problem was getting worse. Gordon kept trying to explain himself when one Cerberus mercenary suddenly interrupted everyone and admitted Gordon was not lying. According to him, he personally felt a strange presence nearby, and even watched one of the lamps disappear before his eyes. Several other mercenaries immediately agreed with him. One claimed hearing a creepy laugh, while another swore he also witnessed something strange moving through the darkness. The mercenary who mocked Gordon earlier finally became serious after hearing everybody's stories. He admitted there was definitely something hiding around them. Right then, Ghislain suddenly appeared near the group and calmly asked whether they truly saw through the monsters. The mercenaries looked shocked, seeing their employer arrive so suddenly. Ghislain immediately ordered everybody to gather outside his tent for a meeting. A little later, the mercenaries assembled outside Ghislain's tent, while Gordon and the Cerberus mercenary joined the discussion. Gordon became horrified after learning the monsters already surrounded the camp completely. One mercenary wearing a head covering admitted they could not properly see the creatures using normal eyesight. Ghislain explained that invisibility was one of the monsters' natural abilities. He revealed the creatures started following them the moment they reached the lake. According to him, these monsters ruled the nighttime inside the forest of beasts. They were hunters of darkness known as Falores. The creatures could melt directly into darkness, which made them impossible to see properly, while normal physical attacks passed harmlessly through them. Ghislain explained that hundreds of Falores surrounded their prey while slowly stealing every available light source. Their hunting method involved trapping victims inside complete darkness before attacking them helplessly. Gordon and the others became terrified after hearing that hundreds of invisible monsters already surrounded the camp. Belinda finally realized this was the reason their lamps kept disappearing every night. Kaor became annoyed after hearing everything and wondered whether the monsters were simply playing with them before killing them later. He suggested attacking the Falores immediately before the creatures started toying with them further, but Ghislain rejected the idea immediately and explained they needed waiting until the monsters personally attacked first. According to him, that would become the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Belinda reminded Ghislain they already lost over half their lamps and argued they could not afford waiting around anymore. Ghislain calmly explained reckless attacks would only stimulate the monsters' sadistic instincts. The Falores would retreat briefly, then return later to harass them even worse. More importantly, Ghislain wanted eliminating every single Falores at once, instead of chasing them endlessly through darkness. Jillian looked surprised hearing that, and asked whether such a thing was even possible against hundreds of invisible monsters. Ghislain confidently replied there was definitely a way, and immediately asked Belinda whether she distributed the magic scrolls earlier. Belinda confirmed every mercenary already received one scroll. Ghislain then announced he would explain their strategy carefully, while drawing rough images onto the ground, showing their camp position. He explained that the Falores surrounded the camp from 3 different directions, while slowly tightening the encirclement by stealing lamps. Since the monsters vastly outnumbered them, defending every side equally would be impossible. Ghislain warned they would slowly collapse from the sides if they fought blindly head-on. Jillian quickly added that setting up camp beside the lake prevented the monsters from fully surrounding them. Ghislain confirmed that was exactly why he chose this location. Although the situation looked dangerous, Ghislain assured everybody they actually held the initiative in this fight. The group looked surprised hearing that while Ghislain revealed the full strategy, their forces would split into 3 separate groups. The defenders would block incoming attacks, while the crossbow unit suppressed the monsters from the center. Meanwhile, the elite assault unit, including Ghislain himself, would launch the main offensive attack. The defenders and crossbowmen would gather in the middle and push the Falores backward, while the assault unit concentrated all their firepower from the left side. If the center held long enough, they would completely surround the monsters and secure victory. Jillian quickly understood the strategy, while Gordon nervously questioned whether something like this was realistically possible. Kaor admitted the plan could definitely succeed if the central unit survived long enough. Then Belinda reminded everybody about the biggest problem. Ghislain already explained that physical attacks passed harmlessly through the Falores because they melted into darkness. She asked how exactly they planned fighting invisible monsters immune to normal weapons. Everyone immediately turned toward Ghislain, while Kaor guessed they probably needed using mana against the creatures. But Ghislain calmly smiled and told Belinda not to worry because they already possessed the perfect solution: magic scrolls. Later that night, the defense unit stood in front of the monsters with their shields raised raised firmly. One mercenary told the others not to break formation, no matter what happened. He reminded everybody to remember the instructions their employer gave them earlier. Another mercenary suddenly announced that the Flores had stolen their final lamp. According to him, something was already coming toward them through the darkness. In the Delphine Pioneer Journal, it was stated that the Flores were extremely vulnerable to bright light. The moment intense light touched them, their true forms would immediately reveal themselves. The second Ghislain remembered this, he raised his magic scroll and tore it apart. He instantly ordered everybody else to do the same. Jillian, Belinda, and the rest of the group immediately followed his command and tore their first circle magic scrolls as well. The spell inside the scrolls was called Light. A massive amount of magical energy shot upward into the sky before exploding into an incredibly bright light that illuminated the entire area. The Flores instantly screamed after the light spread across the forest. The mercenaries looked shocked after seeing the darkness around them getting pushed back completely. They honestly could not believe this disgusting eel-like creatures were the monsters stalking them the entire time. The moment their true forms got exposed, the Flores immediately charged toward the camp. The crossbow unit quickly raised their weapons and prepared themselves. They were ordered to stop the monsters' charge and hold the line as long as possible. The mercenaries instantly fired a rain of arrows toward the incoming Flores. At the same time, Ghislain raised his sword and announced that the monster's true forms had finally been revealed. He covered his blade with mana before pointing it directly toward the Flores and ordering the assault unit to charge. The assault team immediately rushed forward and tore through the monsters the moment they reached them. Ghislain swung his massive sword and cut through multiple Flores at once. Although the creatures could assimilate into darkness, their actual physical defense was extremely weak once exposed. Ghislain already knew this unit could easily rip through them once their invisibility disappeared. He ordered everybody to kill as many Flores as possible, while the assault unit pushed ahead aggressively. Jillian absorbed the monster's attacks and kept their attention focused entirely on himself. While he handled the front, Kaor constantly disrupted the monster's movements and formations. Belinda focused on creating openings by throwing knives directly into the monster's heads. The moment she created another opening, she immediately called out to Ghislain. Our boy jumped high into the air and unleashed a huge downward slash the moment he landed. Because of his sword's massive size, his attack carved through a huge group of Flores at once. Meanwhile, the crossbow unit continuously fired arrows at the monsters pushing toward them. Unfortunately, the Flores were simply too numerous, and the arrows barely slowed them down. The crossbow unit slowly started panicking because they were almost out of arrows already. Some mercenaries desperately wondered when the assault team would finally reach them. Right as panic started spreading, the Flores finally reached the defenders' formation. But before the monsters could break through the line, the assault unit suddenly arrived and sliced straight through them. Ghislain then turned toward the exhausted mercenaries and told them they did well, holding out this long. Gordon and the others looked incredibly relieved seeing their employer arrive in time. They genuinely believed they survived only because Ghislain showed up. Ghislain immediately ordered everybody to widen their formation and surround the Flores from every direction. According to him, it was finally their turn to overwhelm the monsters instead. The mercenaries quickly followed his orders and started surrounding the Flores aggressively. Suddenly, one of the Flores let out a loud scream, signaling the others. The moment that happened, the entire group of monsters started retreating. The mercenaries looked shocked, seeing the creatures suddenly run away. Even Ghislain did not expect the Flores retreating before getting completely surrounded. He quickly realized the monsters were far smarter than expected. Ghislain immediately turned toward Belinda and ordered her to locate the Flores leader. According to him, the leader had a horn growing from its head and was responsible for signaling the retreat. While chasing the fleeing monsters, Kaor asked whether they truly needed pursuing them further. Belinda also suggested retreating because the monsters were already escaping anyway. But Ghislain explained that Flores were creatures that became obsessed with their prey. Even if they escaped tonight, they would continue stalking and harassing the expedition for days afterward. Because of that, Ghislain declared there was absolutely no reason giving the Flores another chance. He explained they needed avoiding a war of attrition at all costs. According to him, the Flores would completely collapse once their leader died. That was why he intended killing every single Flores there tonight. Belinda looked slightly surprised, hearing how decisive her master sounded now. Then she smiled softly before taking out a rope. She realized Ghislain truly changed a lot compared to before. Belinda immediately took her stance and told Ghislain she understood the assignment. She threw the hooked rope toward a tree branch and used it to pull herself upward smoothly. Once she reached the air, she gained a perfect view of the battlefield below. Belinda quickly spotted the Flores leader among the fleeing monsters and instantly threw her rope toward it. The hook wrapped around the creature and restrained it successfully. Belinda immediately shouted toward Ghislain that she caught the leader. The moment he heard that Ghislain covered his body with mana and charged directly toward the trapped Flores with terrifying speed. He moved so fast he cut down every monster standing in his path almost instantly. Then he drove his sword straight into the leader's chest. The Flores leader desperately struggled to escape, but Ghislain calmly told the monster it was already over. Then he tore the creature apart completely. The moment the leader died, Ghislain loudly announced its death to everyone around him. He immediately ordered the mercenaries mercenaries to wipe out the remaining Flores completely. The mercenaries charged after the fleeing monsters, while shouting that they would make the Flores regret hunting them through the darkness. Kaor also ordered his mercenaries to attack aggressively, because according to him, they absolutely could not lose to Gillian and his group. As the sun finally rose, Ghislain killed the last remaining Flores. After confirming the battlefield was clear, he praised the mercenaries for their efforts and declared the battle their victory. The exhausted men immediately raised their swords and started cheering loudly. Most of them still could not believe they survived that terrifying fight and actually won. Belinda quickly rushed toward Ghislain and immediately checked whether he was injured anywhere. Gillian also praised his master for leading the battle successfully. Ghislain calmly told both of them they all performed well tonight. Then he ordered Belinda to begin another head count, while Kaor was told gathering his mercenaries immediately. Ghislain explained that he needed Kaor and Gillian helping spread the Flores corpses around the camp. Kaor looked confused hearing that, and asked whether the corpses actually served some purpose. Ghislain explained that the smell from the dead Flores would keep other monsters away from the area. Since Flores sat near the top of the food chain around the forest entrance, most weaker monsters naturally avoided their scent. Gillian casually called Kaor a kid and told him the corpses would make the camp safer. Kaor instantly looked annoyed hearing that, and challenged Gillian to settle their issues immediately if he wanted. Even after surviving an entire night fighting invisible monsters, these two still somehow found energy arguing with each other. It had now officially been 10 days since the expedition entered the Forest of Beasts. With the Flores exterminated, the group successfully removed every major threat along the planned route. The only thing left now was reaching and mining the runestones. Still, Ghislain quietly looked toward the distant mountains and wondered whether the danger was truly over yet. While he remained deep in thought, Belinda returned after finishing the head count. She reported that all 42 Cerberus mercenaries survived, while only 126 contract mercenaries remained alive. In total, they lost 3 people during the battle. Ghislain immediately asked whether none of the Cerberus mercenaries died. Kaor responded with a cocky grin, and reminded Ghislain that he personally led them. Ghislain then asked Belinda whether the 3 missing men belonged to the contract mercenaries. Belinda admitted she could not fully confirm that because the bodies of the missing men were nowhere around the battlefield. Right then, Gordon suddenly noticed something strange, and asked whether anyone saw Manus recently. One mercenary guessed Manus probably died during the fight, while another pointed out they still could not find his body anywhere. The mercenary with the eye patch immediately concluded that Manus most likely ran away. The scene then shifts to Manus alongside the 2 missing mercenaries sprinting through the forest away from the camp. One of the men nervously admitted hearing the intense battle sounds from earlier and believed they definitely would have died if they stayed behind. The other suggested slowing down because they already created enough distance from the battlefield, but Manus immediately turned around and called both men complete fools. He angrily ordered them to pull themselves together and explained they needed escaping the forest while everyone else remained distracted fighting. According to him, this was their best chance leaving alive, so they needed continuing forward without stopping. The moment Manus finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the 2 men completely freezing in place. He immediately walked toward them and asked whether they suddenly became deaf, but the men only trembled in fear. One mercenary slowly pointed upward and nervously told Manus to look behind him. The moment the idiot turned around, he saw something horrifying towering over them. A gigantic snake rested on top of a pile of runestones, while countless bones surrounded the area beneath it. The creature was absurdly huge, and Manus honestly could not even process what he was looking at anymore. Then the massive snake slowly opened its mouth. A moment later, the bodies of Manus and the 2 stupid mercenaries landed among the mountain of bones. The group continued cutting down trees while moving deeper through the forest. At this point, the mercenaries desperately wanted ending the expedition and finally returning home alive. Because of that, everybody worked far harder than before. Even Kaor noticed the difference and admitted he never saw lazy mercenaries working this seriously without somebody constantly screaming orders at them. Gillian casually told Kaor the mercenaries were simply different from him. Kaor instantly decided ignoring that comment was the better choice before another pointless argument started. Instead, he turned toward Ghislain and asked whether he planned dismissing the mercenaries once the mission ended. According to Kaor, it would be a complete waste using men like this only one time. Ghislain calmly pushed down another tree before revealing he actually planned hiring the mercenaries as his personal force later. Normally, mercenary groups possess terrible organization skills and could never properly compete against a trained army during large-scale warfare. But the experience these men gained, surviving the Forest of Beasts, already pushed them beyond normal mercenary standards. Ghislain knew this group would become the perfect foundation for expanding his power later. Right then, the mercenary wearing the head covering approached Kaor and reported they successfully spread the Flores corpses around their path like instructed earlier. Kaor praised the man named Gazelle before turning back toward Ghislain and admitting the corpses worked surprisingly well. Ever since leaving camp, they had not encountered a single monster. They did not even meet one lost creature wandering alone. Despite hearing that, Ghislain still looked quietly toward the forest, feeling something strange bothering him. He honestly hoped it was just unnecessary paranoia. While he remained distracted, Belinda suddenly dropped down from a nearby tree and called out to him. Ghislaine immediately asked whether she spotted something ahead. Belinda confirmed that she did. The moment Ghislaine heard her report, his expression changed instantly. He immediately turned toward the mercenaries and ordered everybody to clear the path with everything they had left. The men quickly followed his orders and started pushing forward faster than before. As they moved closer toward their destination, a bright light slowly became visible through the trees ahead. Then the group finally stepped out from the forest and saw something unbelievable standing before them. The mercenaries froze completely after seeing the massive runestone mine spread before their eyes. Ghislaine looked toward the mine confidently and revealed this was the true reason they started the expedition in the first place. The entire area contained an extremely high-quality runestone vein hidden deep within the forest. A strange fog surrounded the mine, while the glowing runestones illuminated the entire place eerily. Kaor honestly could not believe the forest truly contained something valuable enough justifying this suicidal expedition. Jillian calmly reminded him that Ghislaine always acted with proper reason behind his decisions. Meanwhile, Belinda immediately hugged Ghislaine and asked how he even discovered the existence of a runestone mine like this. The mercenaries stared toward the glowing stones with disbelief because most people spent their entire lives never seeing a single runestone directly. The men instantly realized they would all become incredibly rich after bringing these back home. But the moment everybody started celebrating, someone suddenly rose from the fog nearby and coldly informed them they were not going anywhere. Ghislaine immediately sensed something was wrong. The figure stepping from the fog turned out to be Manus. The mercenaries looked horrified seeing the supposedly missing man standing there. Manus weakly told them everything was already over before suddenly collapsing onto the ground. Gordon and several mercenaries immediately tried rushing toward him, but Ghislaine stopped everybody by blocking them with his sword. Then our boy took his stance and unleashed a massive swing that pushed the surrounding fog away completely. The moment the fog cleared, the mercenaries finally saw the horrifying truth hidden around the mine. Bones covered the entire area. Human corpses and monster remains were scattered everywhere in ridiculous amounts. The men stared at the scene in shock while wondering what kind of nightmare happened there. Kaor, Belinda, and Gillian immediately drew their weapons and called out toward Ghislaine. Our boy calmly explained they obviously would not mine valuable runestones for free, considering the amount of corpses surrounding the area. Ghislaine quickly realized this place was the nest of a high-class monster. Since some bodies still had not fully decomposed, the creature was likely still living nearby. Ghislaine admitted he failed, recognizing the danger immediately, because the poisonous gases from the corpses mixed naturally with the surrounding fog. Our boy genuinely disliked the situation because there were no records mentioning dangerous creatures directly inside the mine itself. Then Ghislaine suddenly turned around and ordered everybody preparing for battle immediately. The second he said that, something massive suddenly loomed over him. A gigantic red python emerged from above and instantly charged toward the group. Ghislaine immediately ordered everybody scattering before rushing toward the monster himself. He jumped above the python's mouth and slashed across its head while passing over it. After landing on the creature's body, he coated his sword with mana and charged directly toward its head again, before stabbing deeply into its scales. Unfortunately, the attack barely did any damage at all. Gillian and Kaor looked completely shocked after seeing Ghislaine only leave behind a tiny scratch despite using mana. Kaor admitted he never saw scales this durable before in his entire life. The giant snake immediately tried throwing Ghislaine away. Our boy jumped from its head just in time, but while still airborne, the python spat poisonous venom directly toward him. Ghislaine instantly realized the venom was insanely dangerous, so he quickly used his coat to block the attack. The poison instantly melted the coat apart completely. Before Ghislaine could recover properly, the python slammed its massive tail directly toward him. Ghislaine planted his sword into the ground, trying to resist the impact, but the monster's strength was overwhelming. The tail smashed him straight into the ground. Belinda immediately screamed out worriedly toward her master. At the same time, the giant snake wrapped its massive body around the mercenaries, attempting crushing the entire group at once. Before the monster could squash them completely, Jillian, Belinda, and Kaor quickly rushed around, saving as many men as possible. While the mercenaries struggled reorganizing themselves, everybody started desperately searching for Ghislaine, wondering where he disappeared. Meanwhile, our boy stood silently atop a mountain of bones nearby. Now that he finally saw the monster personally, his earlier uneasy feeling completely disappeared. Ghislaine instantly recognized the creature. This monster was the true ruler protecting the runestone mine. It was the blood python. The blood python was one of the monsters Ghislaine originally considered impossible hunting during this expedition. He never expected encountering it because the creature normally lived much deeper inside the forest. Ghislaine honestly knew their chances defeating this monster were extremely low. The smartest option would be retreating immediately and returning another time fully prepared. But our boy also knew he no longer had time for delays. If he gave up now, everything he accomplished until this point would become meaningless. A bright light shined from his chest and he took a stance. He asked the monster to not get in his way. He said that he has too many things on his back. Ghislaine opened his third core after saying this. The blood python turned to him and charged at him. Our boy managed to block its head and landed a cut on it. Before letting the monster go back up, he landed a cut in its eye. The moment he did this, the blood python used its tail to attack him. Ghislain quickly used his sword to shield himself from the crushing weight of the monster. He managed to push the tail back. However, the monster did not stop attacking him. It used its tail to aggressively attack our boy. Ghislain managed to block off the attacks. Even when winning is unlikely, there are battles that one must not avoid. This is the definition of responsibility. Kaor, Belinda and Jillian watched as their master fought for their lives. Ghislain jumped and landed a cut on the python's mouth. Our boy knew that this was the time for him to fulfill his responsibility. When he landed, he took a deep breath and took a look at the monster. He realized that the blood python was not showing any signs of faltering. This was a problem for him, because unleashing the third core for a long period of time is too risky. Ghislain realized that his mana will be depleted before he can kill the blood python. The moment he thought of this, the group ran to him. They quickly covered him. Belinda asked him if he is all right. She asked him to escape to safety. She said that they can hold the monster down. Ghislain asked everyone to leave there. They were all shocked to hear this. Gordon asked him to repeat what he said. Gillian asked his master if he knows what he is saying. Ghislain told the man that he can't guarantee his safety in a battle against such a massive monster. He told him that he cannot afford to lose him here. Belinda asked her master to tell her what he plans to do. Our boy said that he will defeat the monster here. Belinda knew that her master has shown her amazing things before today, but she did not understand why he was going this far. While they were talking, the blood python fired its venom at them. Ghislain ordered them to leave quickly. The mercenaries ran. However, they did not run away. They ran to protect their employer with their shields. Our boy was shocked to see this. The men begged him to allow them fight with him. The eye patch man told our boy that they have never met an employer like him. Gordon reminded him that he has saved their lives many times. Kaor told him that the treasure will be theirs once the python is gone. Belinda told her master that it is impossible for her to leave him behind. She took out her knives and a dagger. Jillian told Ghislain that they will draw the python's attention and create an opening. Our boy was surprised to hear this. With a smile on his face, Jillian asked Ghislain to trust them since they trusted him. Our boy informed them that the monster is massive and it has a lethal venom. Its extremely sturdy crimson scales will deflect even blades imbued with mana. Ghislain told them that they will die if they receive even one attack. Belinda was shocked to hear this. He revealed to them that they can inflict some damage if they smash its right eye and gaping injury. Our boy raised his sword. He told the Forest of Beast expedition team that they need to return alive. The men smiled when they heard this. They all accepted his order. The blood python charged at them. Gillian attacked its mouth while Belinda and Kaor attacked it from the side. Kaor stabbed it in its injury. The monster screamed out in pain. While the python was screaming, Jillian slammed his axe on its tail. He pressed it down. Ghislain used this opportunity to charge at the monster and stab its other eye. Our boy realized that not everything will go his way just because he knows the future. However, if he doesn't take any action, many will die. This is something that he is not going to let happen because he is the only one who knows the future. Gillian and the other mercenaries continued hitting the tail to hold it down. The python screamed out in pain. The mercenaries did not let it rest. They climbed on top of it and continued stabbing it in its injuries. The python shook its head and managed to shake them off. The moment it did this, Ghislain jumped and charged at it. He was going to stab it on its head. Somehow, the python managed to sense his presence. It opened its mouth and ate our boy. Everyone was shocked to see this. Before the python could even move, a blade came out of its head. Ghislain used his sword to split the monster's head open. He came out of the python's mouth. His clothes were covered in its venom. The group was shocked to see him. He referred to himself as the future of Peridium. The scene shifts back to Peridium Castle, where Albert and Homern stand before Walter discussing the situation. Albert suddenly slammed his hand on the table and declared that Ghislain committed a serious crime. He could not accept that the boy openly ignored his father's order and entered the Forest of Beasts anyway. Homern tried calming him down, but Albert refused backing off and insisted he always knew Ghislain behaved like an unruly troublemaker. He even accused Ghislain of acting like the lord of the land just because Walter had been away for too long. Homern reminded him that getting angry would not change anything and pointed out that it had already been 2 weeks since Ghislain entered the forest. According to him, they could have stopped this if Skovan had not sent a false report. Homern admitted he could not understand why Skovan would risk his knight status just to help Ghislain. Albert then turned back towards Walter and insisted they could not allow Ghislain behaving however he wanted anymore. He demanded that the moment Ghislain returned, he should be imprisoned and punished properly. Walter looked visibly annoyed hearing everything about his son's actions. Right then, the Knight Captain Randolph suddenly barged into the room and urgently told the Count to come outside. Walter asked what happened, and Randolph revealed that Ghislain had returned. The officials were shocked hearing that news. Outside, Ghislain calmly walked toward the castle as if nothing happened. In the next moment, he stood inside his father's office, facing all the officials. The room fell completely silent as everyone glared at him, including his own father. Ghislain calmly greeted Walter and said he was home. The Count immediately reminded him that he never permitted developing the Forest of Beasts. Ghislain apologized but still stated it was something that had to be done. Homern looked annoyed, hearing that while Randolph stepped forward and reminded Ghislain that he openly ignored his father's direct order. He explained that entering the Forest of Beasts was not a small mistake, but a serious crime that could have cost his life and endangered the entire territory if monsters invaded. Ghislain casually replied that he was fine, and no monsters invaded their land. That response only made Homer and Randolph more irritated because it sounded like he was talking back without understanding the situation. Albert then stepped forward and asked Ghislaine if he found the situation amusing. He said they could overlook the forest incident since it did not cause immediate damage, but then he pulled out a document and placed it on the table. He asked Ghislaine whether he had any excuse for what was written there. When Ghislaine picked up the paper, he immediately recognized it came from Count Rayfold. Albert explained that he felt uneasy after hearing about Ghislaine visiting their territory, so they investigated further. According to the report, Ghislaine extorted 20,000 gold from Amelia, which was originally support funding meant for Peridium. Albert revealed that Count Rayfold was furious and decided to cut off all support to their territory while also canceling the engagement entirely. This decision would heavily impact their land and future stability. Ghislaine looked at the letter carefully and realized it was not forged. He understood Amelia likely manipulated the Count using his greed. What surprised him more was that she was willing to cooperate with her enemies just to ruin him. That meant she would not stop until she achieved what she wanted. Ghislaine quietly realized the assassination attempts earlier were probably just the beginning. Now he had no leverage left over her. Even if he revealed her secret dealings with the Duke and the merchant guild she controlled, nobody would believe him. It would only sound like an excuse to cover his own actions. He also understood that if he had returned even a little later, he would have been completely trapped by the situation. That only confirmed that time was no longer on his side. Albert then demanded Ghislaine say something, while Homer added that they were already in a critical situation. He insisted they needed to recover the 20,000 gold immediately. Randolph also pointed out that amount alone could fund the entire night order for months. Ghislaine calmly revealed that the money was already spent. He explained that he used it entirely for developing the Forest of Beasts. The entire room fell silent for a moment. Albert asked him in disbelief whether he wasted all that money on a useless forest filled with monsters. Ghislaine simply apologized and admitted he had nothing more to say regarding the Rayfold issue. Randolph suddenly grabbed Ghislaine by the collar and called him a stupid brat. He reminded him that he was supposed to be the future lord of the land and accused him of throwing away their entire future with his own hands. Homer then lost his patience and declared that Ghislaine was no longer the young lord but a criminal. He ordered Randolph to tie him up and throw him into a cell immediately. Ghislaine remained calm and told them not to worry because he would provide the support funds himself. He even stated he would cover the missing 20,000 gold as well. That statement made the Count pause and ask what he meant exactly. Ghislaine then called Belinda into the room. She entered, carrying a box, and placed it in front of them. Ghislaine explained that he would never start such a dangerous expedition without bringing something back. Belinda opened the box and revealed the contents inside. High-quality runestones filled the box. Ghislaine calmly told them these were top-grade runestones mined directly from the Forest of Beasts. Albert looked shocked seeing the stones, while Homer picked one up to inspect it closely. He asked Ghislaine where he obtained something this valuable. Randolph assumed he simply bought them using the 20,000 gold. Ghislaine shook his head and clarified that they personally mined these stones from the forest. Albert admitted the runestones were worth a fortune, but still pointed out they were not enough to sustain the entire territory. Ghislaine simply smiled and told him that this was not everything. Soon, Ghislaine led the officials toward the entrance of the Forest of Beasts, where his camp was set up. The moment they arrived, they saw the massive corpse of the blood python lying there alongside hundreds of runestones spread across the area. Around it, the mercenaries were working non-stop, transporting the runestones carefully, while making sure not to scratch them even slightly. Some of them were also separating monster corpses into different sections, like a proper operation instead of random chaos. Homer stood there completely stunned because he could not believe Ghislaine and these men managed achieving all this within just 2 weeks. Randolph even asked Homer whether he was actually seeing things correctly. Zwalter turned toward Belinda and asked whether everything in front of them truly came from the expedition. Belinda calmly confirmed that it did, and added that Ghislaine personally led the entire operation. Ghislaine then explained to his father that they collected the inner hides of the Dirus Ents along with several byproducts from the blood python. He further revealed that the runestones present here were only a small fraction of what they actually discovered inside the mine. According to him, the entire purpose of the expedition was helping the territory, and he planned using all these gains for Peridium's benefit. Albert immediately pointed out that with this amount of resources, they would no longer struggle with the lack of support funds. He admitted it was only a rough estimate, but even then, the value was massive. Homer and Randolph looked shocked hearing that calculation. Both of them stepped closer and tapped Ghislaine on the shoulders, almost like they were seeing him differently now. Randolph even praised him, and casually asked whether he was tired after such an insane expedition. Homer also softened his tone, and told Ghislaine to inform them if he needed anything. Ghislaine then calmly stated that he had a few conditions regarding the support funds, Randolph immediately looked surprised hearing that. Ghislain first asked them to release Scovan and Ricardo because they were simply following his orders. Then he insisted that civilian access to the Forest of Beasts must remain strictly prohibited, just like before. According to him, unnecessary rumors could easily spread and create unwanted trouble. Homern admitted that condition was reasonable. For his final condition, Ghislain declared that he would personally handle recruiting and managing the mercenaries and security forces himself. He explained that constant interference whenever he moved troops would only slow everything down and waste valuable time. The general administrator immediately asked whether he intended maintaining a private army. Randolph strongly opposed the idea and stated they had no idea what Ghislain might be planning. Albert then stepped forward and told Ghislain he seemed to misunderstand his current position. He reminded him that he should be begging for forgiveness instead of setting conditions. According to Albert, it sounded like Ghislain was openly declaring he would do whatever he wanted while they stayed out of his way. Ghislain calmly denied that interpretation and clarified that he was simply laying out the necessary conditions for providing financial support to Peridium in place of Rayfold. He explained that if small internal conflicts kept interrupting operations, it would directly harm the territory's finances. Then he turned toward Albert and asked whether the treasurer was willing accepting that risk. Albert looked completely stunned hearing that, and immediately called out to the Count asking him to respond. He reminded Zwalter that they were essentially negotiating the future of their land at that moment. Meanwhile, Zwalter remained silent and simply observed everything happening around him. At the same time, Jillian and the other mercenaries approached Ghislain to give their report. Jillian informed him that the runestone loading process was almost complete and they were ready to move at any time once they received orders. Kayor added that the Dirus Ent hides were stored without preservatives, and asked what should be done with the blood python remains. Ghislain calmly replied that the blood python would soon be dismantled completely. He explained that its venom, blood, flesh, and hides would all be separated and preserved properly to prevent decay. Kayor nodded and said he understood the plan. Zwalter then called Randolph over and asked for his thoughts. Randolph admitted that the mercenaries were individually strong and carried an overwhelming presence. Watching Ghislain command them made it feel like observing a proper elite force rather than a random mercenary group. He openly admitted he had no idea how Ghislain managed gaining control over such men. Zwalter slowly walked toward his son and acknowledged that controlling difficult mercenaries like these required serious effort. He admitted Ghislain must have worked extremely hard to achieve this result. Ghislain simply replied that the expedition would never have succeeded without the mercenaries supporting him. After hearing that, Zwalter turned away and told the officials it was time returning to the castle. Before leaving, he informed Ghislain that he would overlook this incident for now. However, he warned him clearly that if he ever disobeyed orders again, he would face the consequences without exception. Ghislain responded with a slightly nervous smile and thanked his father. As Zwalter walked away, he reminded his son that he was the future successor of the territory. Then he added that Ghislain now showed the spirit of the Northern Wolf. The Northern Wolf was the title given to Count Peridium, the man guarding the frontier of the Luthania kingdom. Zwalter lived a lonely life, burdened with responsibility and constant war. His military forces were weak, and his treasury was always struggling with poverty. Even then, he spent his entire life protecting the northern lands without his wife, his son, or his daughter by his side. In the end, he met a miserable death and was forgotten by the very people he protected. Back at the camp, Belinda moved closer to Ghislain and asked whether he was heading straight to the castle now. Ghislain calmly replied that he was not returning yet. Instead, he told her to prepare everything immediately because they would be leaving again soon. Belinda looked completely shocked hearing that and asked if he seriously had no intention of resting. Jillian stepped in and pointed out that Ghislain had already pushed himself too far during the expedition. He advised his master to rest properly before doing anything else. Belinda also reminded him that surviving the blood python was already a miracle. She pointed out how much effort she had to put into detoxifying the poison from his body. Ghislain simply tapped her shoulder lightly and asked her to do it anyway. Belinda looked surprised seeing how serious he was. Ghislain knew it was only a matter of time before news about the runestone mine spread beyond their territory. Once that happened, enemies would definitely start paying attention. Those who wanted to invade Peridium would not stay silent after hearing this. Ghislain understood he needed expanding his power as quickly as possible. He wanted reaching a level where nobody would even dare challenge him. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, his body finally gave out. Ghislain suddenly collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Everyone around him froze in shock, seeing him drop like that. The scene then shifts as a dove flies into a distant building, carrying a letter tied around its neck. The bird lands gently on the hand of a man sitting on a throne. The man quickly removes the letter and begins reading it. The message confirms that a portion of the Forest of Beasts has already been developed. Alongside that comes a direct order asking him to initiate a war with the Degard family in order to annihilate Peridium Peridium. The letter also states that the ducal house will intervene after the conflict begins. The man looked slightly surprised because he did not expect the ducal house to directly demand the destruction of Peridium. Members of his cabinet immediately began discussing the situation and declared that it was time to turn Peridium into a land without a lord. They believed that once Peridium fell, the ducal house would appoint a new ruler over the territory. The man on the throne then asked how many of their agents were still inside Peridium. One of the officials replied that they had 2 retainers and 1 knight remaining in the territory. The count then ordered his cabinet to send 2 retainers toward the Daygard territory. According to him, the death of the young lord of Daygard inside Peridium already provided enough justification to start a war. Then, with a cold and decisive tone, he declared that the supreme commander of this operation would be Victor. The entire cabinet looked shocked hearing that name, because they never expected their strongest asset to be revealed this early. One official commented that Peridium would have already fallen if Frank had completed his mission properly. Another member acknowledged that Victor would handle the task flawlessly, but still expressed concern. He pointed out that revealing their hidden card now felt too rushed. He reminded the Count that they had been acting carefully until now, and questioned why the ducal house suddenly decided to intervene directly. The Count calmly replied that everything was happening because of the Forest of Beasts. He made it clear that every decision came directly from Duke Delphine himself. He then warned his cabinet not to question the orders regardless of their doubts. Finally, the Count stood up from his throne, revealing his face clearly, and ordered his men to prepare for war. This man was Harold Desmond, the ruler of Desmond County. With a cold expression, he looked over his cabinet and asked whether anyone else was aware of the situation. The scene shifts as Amelia screamed in frustration while resting her head against Burnaf. The man quickly called out to his mistress, trying to calm her down. Amelia angrily revealed that Ghislain managed securing a runestone mine using the very 20,000 gold she gave him. She could not believe he survived even after she sent the Wildcat mercenaries to kill him. She admitted she even lowered herself and begged her own father to cut off Peridium's support funds just to corner Ghislain. According to her, all of that only made her look like a complete fool. Burnaf quietly observed her and pointed out that she was not acting like her usual composed self. Amelia took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She admitted he was right and accepted that she let her emotions take control. Then she stated that what was already done could not be undone anymore. Hearing that, Burnaf smiled slightly and told her he was ready for her next orders. Amelia walked toward a large map and stared at it carefully. She explained that Peridium would soon overcome its financial problems because they now possessed a runestone mine. Burnaf commented that this should normally be a reason for them to celebrate. Amelia immediately shut that down and said it was far too early for any celebration. She pointed out that the most important detail was that Ghislain had not sold the runestones yet. Burnaf looked surprised hearing that. Amelia revealed she received information confirming the runestones were secured only 2 days ago. That was far too little time for Ghislain to establish a proper distribution network. She calmly explained that this weakness would be exploited. She pointed at the map and said it was obvious where Ghislain would try selling the runestones. Burnaf quickly understood that she planned acting before the sale could happen. He asked her where exactly she intended intervening. Amelia revealed there was only one place in the northern region that Ghislain would realistically choose. She believed he would head toward the finest magic tower in the north, which was dominated by a 7th Circle Archmage. That place was known as the Crimson Magic Tower. Amelia explained that runestones were essential for magical research, so magic towers always competed aggressively to secure supply channels. She placed a marker on the map and instructed Burnaf to deploy the Wildcats for an ambush along the main routes leading to the tower. She clarified that the real target was not Ghislain himself, but the laborers transporting the runestones. According to her, they would use hit-and-run tactics to isolate the transport and completely block the delivery. After that, they would seize all the runestones for themselves. Burnaf then reminded her that another magic tower existed in the north, which was the Flame Magic Tower located in Brevant's territory. He questioned whether committing all their forces toward the Crimson Magic Tower route was truly wise. Amelia calmly explained that the situation might have been different in the past. However, the Flame Magic Tower had been declining ever since it lost its position at the top due to being stuck in its former glory. She confidently stated that someone like Ghislain, who valued profit above everything, would never choose the weaker option over the Crimson Magic Tower's better offer. With a cold and determined expression, Amelia declared that she would take everything away from Ghislain. The scene then shifts back to Peridium Castle, where Ghislain was lying unconscious on a bed covered in bandages. Inside his mind, he was reliving the moment he fought the blood python. He remembered being swallowed whole by the monster. A predator like the blood python immediately began digesting its prey once swallowed. The body would be pushed inward while venom secreted inside started dissolving everything to make digestion easier. But Ghislain's third mana core reacted immediately. The mana burned the corrosive acid on contact and prevented it from entering his body. However, the process created extremely toxic fumes inside the creature, making it nearly impossible to breathe. At that stage, most prey would either lose consciousness or die completely. Ghislain forced himself to endure it. He refused letting everything end there, because the expedition, his goals, and his future were all on the line. Since avoiding the poison was impossible, he made a decision that most people would never even consider. He chose to turn the poison into his own weapon. Ghislain directed all the invading venom straight into his mana core. He understood that the intense rotation of mana inside the core could neutralize the venomous energy. With complete focus, he began manipulating the energy within his body. This level of control required precision, only achievable by those who reached a superhuman realm. Ghislain believed that this venom could act as an alternative fuel capable of sustaining a powerful mana explosion. The moment he reached that conclusion, he launched his counterattack from inside the monster. The next thing he knew, he woke up. Ghislain slowly opened his eyes and felt surprisingly refreshed. He realized he was back inside his room at the castle. Then he remembered that his father had forgiven him. As he lifted his head, he suddenly noticed Elena sitting beside him. He looked surprised seeing his sister there. Elena immediately hugged him tightly and told him he had been unconscious for 2 entire days. She reminded him how he left without saying anything, and then collapsed the moment he returned. Ghislain looked slightly stunned, processing everything while being hugged like that. Then Elena suddenly pushed him away and ran out to call Belinda. Ghislain lay there realizing he had actually been out for 2 full days. He remembered that he barely received any proper treatment after escaping the blood python. His original plan was enduring everything until the runestones were sold, but now it was clear his current body simply could not handle that level of strain. Ghislain slowly got up from the bed and immediately noticed something felt off. His body was in far better condition than it should have been after everything he went through. 2 days of rest should not be enough to recover from that level of damage. He found it strange and quietly began checking himself. As he removed the bandages, he realized his body had clearly become stronger. His resilience improved, and even his total mana had increased noticeably. When he examined his core more closely, he noticed something even more surprising. The nature of his mana had changed. Ghislain started thinking that the blood python's energy might have mixed into his mana core while he was neutralizing the poison. This was a method he had never discovered in his past life. Even though he never intended risking his life like that, he still ended up gaining something valuable from it. There were still things he needed verifying, but one thing became clear to him. This method could allow him growing much faster than before. Ghislain grabbed a shirt from his wardrobe and got dressed while thinking about his next move. Selling the runestones had to be his top priority right now. He already knew that news must have spread during the 2 days he remained unconscious. He decided to first visit the mercenaries before doing anything else. Before he could leave, someone knocked on his door. Ghislain casually told Belinda to enter and mentioned there was no need to knock. Belinda stepped inside, but she was not alone. Zwalter walked in behind her. Ghislain looked genuinely surprised seeing his father there. The Count immediately asked if he was all right. He explained that Belinda told him everything about how Ghislain jumped into the blood python's mouth and got poisoned. He asked again whether his son was truly fine. Ghislain calmly assured him that he was okay. Zwalter looked relieved hearing that. Belinda quickly stepped closer and checked his condition herself. She touched his face and admitted she was shocked when he suddenly collapsed earlier. She asked again if he was really fine. Ghislain reassured her once more. Zwalter then asked Ghislain if he had a moment to talk because he had a request. That alone surprised Ghislain because it was not something he expected from his father. In the next moment, they stood together at the training ground. Zwalter had already removed his armor. The situation felt a bit strange for Ghislain. This was the first time he was alone with his father like this. In his past life, he always avoided him because he expected nothing but scolding. Zwalter apologized for calling him out so soon after he woke up. Ghislain told him it was fine and mentioned he felt great after resting for 2 days. Then he asked his father to explain his request. Zwalter looked at him for a moment before turning his gaze away. Ghislain felt something odd about that reaction. It reminded him of something his mother once told him when he was younger. She explained that Zwalter could never show his true self in front of others because he believed he had to remain an unshakable pillar for the people of his land. According to her, he always put others before himself and rarely expressed his real emotions. The only time he truly showed his honest side was when he confessed his feelings to her. She asked Ghislain to understand that part of his father because he simply was not good at expressing himself. Back in the present, Zwalter told Ghislain to raise his sword. Ghislain followed the instruction without hesitation. Both of them took their stances before the Count moved first and attacked. Ghislain managed blocking the strike, but Zwalter immediately stepped forward and applied more pressure, pushing him down. Ghislain quickly gathered his strength and counterattacked, but Zwalter blocked that as well. The Count kept pressing forward with another heavy strike that forced Ghislain back slightly. Ghislain immediately noticed how heavy his father's sword felt. Zwalter attacked again, and although Ghislain managed blocking every strike, he was still being pushed back steadily. He realized his father's attacks carried enough power to subdue even the savage barbarians of the north, yet still maintained control and precision meant for protection. When Zwalter closed the distance again, Ghislain managed pushing his sword down and launched a counterattack from the side. Zwalter blocked it instantly, and both of them ended up with their swords pointed at each other's neck at the same time. Zwalter looked slightly surprised seeing that outcome. He prayed praised Ghislain and admitted that he improved a lot. Ghislain thanked him for the compliment. Zwalter then advised him to loosen his sword pressure slightly during blade clashes. He explained that while Ghislain possessed strength and reflexes strong enough to defeat massive monsters, his intentions could become too predictable if he was not careful. Ghislain found that advice surprising. He always relied on reading his opponent's movements during fights. This was also his first time receiving proper guidance from someone. His swordsmanship was built entirely on instinct and experience from real combat rather than formal training. Now he realized there were things he had overlooked simply because nobody ever taught him differently. His father pointed out those flaws clearly. Ghislain always believed he had to rely only on himself and fight through everything alone, but now he started realizing that accepting guidance was not a bad thing at all. He sincerely thanked his father for teaching him. Zwalter then admitted that he originally intended scolding him today. That caught Ghislain off guard. The Count explained that regardless of his achievements, Ghislain still broke the rules. If everyone ignored rules under the excuse of making contributions, it would eventually lead to chaos. However, Zwalter also admitted that Ghislain had changed. Unlike his past reckless behavior, this time he acted while thinking about something greater than himself. Zwalter advised him to continue acting like this and reminded him to think about Peridium and the people around him. He told Ghislain to fulfill his responsibilities as the future successor of the land. After saying that, he turned and began walking toward the exit. Ghislain stood there thinking about those responsibilities when something suddenly came to mind. He quickly called out to his father and reminded him that he mentioned having a request earlier, but never actually said what it was. Zwalter stopped walking and turned back with a slightly awkward expression. Then he asked his son if he had some extra funds. In the next scene, Ghislain arrived at the Forest of Beasts outpost, where his men were already waiting for him. The moment he saw them standing in formation, he smiled slightly. He asked whether everyone had been doing well. The mercenaries shouted back at the top of their voices that they were doing fine. Gillian stepped forward and asked his master if he had fully recovered. Kaor also added that Ghislain looked much healthier now. Ghislain apologized for making them wait so long before asking Gillian about Rachel's condition. Gillian lowered his head and admitted he never imagined seeing her walk again. He told Ghislain it was all thanks to him. Hearing that, Ghislain felt relieved and genuinely happy. Then his expression turned serious. He told Belinda, Kaor, and Gillian that he had something important to discuss. With a calm but firm tone, he revealed that their land was currently in danger. The three of them immediately reacted with shock. Without wasting time, they all moved inside a tent to talk privately. Inside, Ghislain explained everything that happened during the incident with Elena. He told them how he stopped her from being killed and how her death was meant triggering a war. He also revealed discovering the corpse of the Degard young lord and mentioned the existence of hidden forces targeting Peridium. According to him, these enemies had likely been watching them for a long time already. He made it clear they did not have enough time or resources preparing properly for what was coming. Belinda finally understood why Ghislain had been rushing non-stop. She admitted she thought they would get some rest after securing the runestone mine, but now they were facing a war instead. Kaor casually commented that this land never gave him a chance getting bored. Gillian pointed out that Peridium's situation made it the perfect target right now. A territory known for weak military strength and constant poverty, suddenly obtaining a valuable runestone mine was bound attracting enemies. Ghislain agreed with him and stated clearly that their enemies would not leave them alone anymore. Belinda then told Ghislain that he should have informed the Count and the vassals immediately. According to her, they needed preparing the entire territory. Ghislain shook his head and explained it was not the right time yet. He reminded her that Elena's own bodyguards betrayed them, which meant there could be traitors among the vassals as well. There was no way confirming who was trustworthy, so for now they had to keep everything secret. Belinda understood his reasoning and stayed silent. Ghislain continued explaining that Elena surviving bought them some time, but now that the runestone mine was discovered, their enemies had no reason holding back anymore. With a serious expression, he told them that the coming battle would not be easy. The atmosphere inside the tent turned completely silent. Kaor broke the silence first and told Ghislain to just give the orders. He admitted that following him so far had been pretty fun. Gillian also stepped forward and reminded Ghislain that he already pledged his life to him and would fight until the very end. Belinda added that without her around, nobody would be there protecting him anyway. Hearing all that, Ghislain smiled slightly. He explained that their biggest enemies were Duke Delphine, along with Count Desmond and Amelia, who were acting under his influence. Ghislain declared that he would not allow things to unfold according to their plans. Then he revealed their next move. They would be heading toward the Flame Magic Tower. Kaor immediately reacted with excitement, thinking they were finally going to sell the runestones and become rich. Belinda looked unsure and asked whether he was certain about that decision. She pointed out that the Crimson Magic Tower was closer and would likely offer a higher price. Ghislain explained that choosing the Flame Magic Tower would reduce potential conflicts. Gillian supported that reasoning and explained that transporting valuable goods always attracted unwanted attention. Since they were carrying runestones, staying one step ahead of their enemies was the only logical choice. Belinda quickly realized they could easily be ambushed if they followed the obvious route. Ever since Delmuth of the Crimson Magic Tower reached the 7th Circle and made his name famous, the Flame Magic Tower had been declining steadily. Ghislain knew that selling to the Crimson Magic Tower would normally normally bring greater profit because it remained the strongest in the north. Meanwhile, the flame magic tower was still struggling, trying to regain its former glory. Even knowing all of that, Ghislain still chose heading toward the flame magic tower for his own reasons, because he wanted to meet her. The scene shifts to the flame magic tower, showing off its massive and luxurious structure standing tall like it owns the entire land. Inside the tower, a girl sat surrounded by piles of books while her body trembled slightly. She called out to someone named Professor Ronato and quietly asked when the light he mentioned would finally come for her. The scene then cuts to Ghislain and his group arriving in the Brevant territory where the flame magic tower stood. The moment they saw it, even the mercenaries could not hide their reactions. Gordon looked up and admitted the tower was ridiculously huge. The man with the eye patch said he had only heard stories about it before and never actually seen it in person. Just by looking around, the group could tell this place was on a completely different level compared to Peridium. The territory was filled with magnificent buildings and elegant carriages moving around smoothly. The mercenaries noticed large quantities of magic scrolls being traded openly and even saw mages casually using magic to tile the roads like it was normal work. That alone made them realize how advanced this place was. The mercenaries kept staring in curiosity, which clearly annoyed the mages. Without warning, the mages cast another spell and instantly disappeared from sight. The mercenaries froze in shock, seeing people vanish in broad daylight. Ghislain calmly explained that it was just a concealment spell and told them that the mages clearly did not welcome outsiders like them. Kaor immediately called the men idiots and told them to stop acting like clueless tourists. Belinda also looked around in surprise, because even after losing its top position, the flame magic tower still looked incredibly powerful. Gillian explained to her that the Brevant territory was one of the richest lands in the kingdom, which made everything make sense. Ghislain understood why they were impressed, but he also knew that this tower, which once stood at the peak, would eventually fall into decline. When they finally reached the entrance, Kaor looked up again and admitted he still could not see the top even from this close. Belinda looked around and questioned where the gatekeepers were, because all she saw were empty suits of armor lying near the entrance. The moment she said that, a voice came from above, ordering them to stop. Two mages standing at the top raised their hands and activated their magic. The empty armors suddenly stood up like puppets and took position while holding massive axes, completely blocking the entrance. The mage declared that no one could enter the tower freely and demanded that they reveal their identity and purpose. Belinda was clearly impressed, seeing the armors being controlled so easily. Kaor, on the other hand, looked annoyed that the mages did not even bother coming down to meet them. Gillian stepped forward and introduced Ghislain as the young lord of Peridium. He then requested them to call their trade officer and explained they had valuable goods to sell. The mage responded with a smug expression and immediately rejected them. He said they were not interested in buying anything from Peridium. Belinda got annoyed hearing that and pointed out that he had not even checked their goods yet. The mage dismissed her completely and called Peridium a beggar land in the north. According to him, anything coming from there would just be low-grade monster materials or useless potions. He claimed it was a waste of time dealing with them. The mages then made the armored puppets raise their axes toward the group and told them to leave immediately. Belinda's patience almost snapped as she challenged him to come down and repeat those words to her face. Gillian glanced at Ghislain and asked what they should do next. Ghislain remained calm and asked the mage one simple question, whether he really wanted them to leave. Then he casually pulled out a small piece of runestone and held it up, telling the mage that he should recognize it if he truly was a mage. The mage's expression changed instantly the moment he saw it. He stared at the stone in Ghislain's hand before slowly looking at the long line of carts behind them. That was when it clicked in his head that those carts were filled with runestones. Ghislain smiled slightly and asked him again if he was still not interested in buying. The scene shifts and Ghislain, along with Belinda, are now inside the tower. The moment they entered, the trade officer and the same mage who mocked them earlier lowered their heads respectfully. The trade officer quickly apologized for the earlier disrespect and introduced himself as Sylvain. He politely asked if there was anything they required. Ghislain got straight to the point and told him they brought a massive amount of runestones. He made it clear that he needed someone who could take full responsibility for the deal until the very end. Then he added that he wanted to meet the tower master personally. Sylvain was visibly surprised hearing that, but he did not hesitate to agree. He explained that he would need to inform the tower master first and immediately ordered a guard to escort Ghislain and Belinda to the reception area. As they followed the guard, Belinda could not help pointing out that this was how he should have acted from the beginning instead of insulting them. The guard stayed silent because there was nothing he could say in response. While walking through the hall, a loud noise echoed from somewhere inside the tower. Ghislain asked if something was wrong, but the guard casually brushed it off, saying such noises were common during magic experiments. At the same time, on the other side of the hall, three mages opened a door and thick smoke poured out from inside. On the ground, lay the same girl seen earlier, looking completely worn out. One of the mages stepped forward and reminded her that he had warned her never to enter the laboratory again. With a mocking smile, he told her she was just taking up space, since she could not even use magic. He questioned whether it was wise to ignore him when he was a third circle mage and the future tower master. His companions started questioning why her teacher even brought her to the tower. The blonde mage beside him told the girl she should feel grateful that the tower master even allowed her to stay there. Despite everything, the girl insisted that she had the right using the laboratory because she was still a mage. Alfoy smirked hearing that and decided to treat her like a mage. He raised his wand and gathered flames in his hand, preparing a basic attack spell. He told her that if she truly was a mage, she should be able to block something as simple as this. Then he fired a first circle spell, Fire Sling, straight at her. The girl panicked and raised her hand, desperately trying to cast a defensive spell. She shouted the command, but nothing happened. With no other option, she covered her face, expecting the impact. Before the attack could reach her, Ghislain suddenly stepped in and sliced through the fire with his sword like it was nothing. The mages froze in shock seeing that happen. Ghislain looked at them and asked calmly if this was what they called magic research in the Flame Magic Tower. The scene then shifts to the Tower Master's meeting room, where Hubert was sitting with the elders. He was visibly frustrated and questioned why their tower was running low on runestones. He pointed out that the gap between them and the Crimson Magic Tower would only grow wider at this rate. He reminded them that he had repeatedly told them to secure runestones and demanded to know what they had been doing. One elder wearing a yellow hat recalled that every time they tried to secure a supply line, Hubert was the one who told them to wait. Another elder with a red hat bluntly pointed out that Hubert had been busy spending time buying luxury goods and trinkets while calling it networking with nobles. It was clear he had already lost patience with him. A third elder wearing a green hat added that the Tower Master of the Crimson Magic Tower had already reached the 7th circle, while Hubert was still stuck at the 6th. Hubert immediately shut him down and refused to hear anything about the Crimson Magic Tower. He insisted that he could also reach the 7th circle if he just had enough runestones. Deep down, he could not accept that Delmuth surpassed him first, and convinced himself that Delmuth must have been hoarding all the runestones. Right in the middle of this heated discussion, Sylvain suddenly barged into the room. Hubert snapped at him for interrupting without knocking, but Sylvain quickly apologized and said this could not wait. He then revealed that someone had arrived with a massive quantity of runestones. The moment those words were spoken, both Hubert and the elders froze in shock. The scene continues with Alfoy firing multiple spells toward Ghislain without holding back. Ghislain calmly stood his ground and blocked every attack using his sword like it was nothing. Alfoy grew frustrated and formed a massive fireball before launching it straight at him. Ghislain simply swung his blade again and cut the fire clean in half. The impact shocked everyone watching, including Alfoy's friends and Vanessa. Alfoy could not process what just happened, because slicing through his magic like that felt completely impossible. Before he could react further, a rope suddenly wrapped around his body and forced him down to his knees. Belinda had already stepped in and tied him up effortlessly. She looked down at him and told him he had a lot of nerve attacking her master like that. Alfoy panicked and demanded to know who they were. Before Belinda could escalate things further, a voice interrupted them and ordered everyone to stop. Hubert arrived at the scene and immediately asked for an explanation. Ghislain calmly told Belinda to release Alfoy, and she let him go without hesitation. The moment he was free, Alfoy rushed to Hubert and clung to him while complaining like a kid. He claimed that Ghislain and Belinda were intruders, and that he was only trying to stop Vanessa from entering the laboratory again. He even tried twisting the situation by saying he was protecting her since she had no mana. His voice shook as he tried making himself look like the victim. Belinda openly mocked him for crying like a child, which only made him more embarrassed. Vanessa quietly spoke up and said she only wanted to use the laboratory. Hearing that made Ghislain certain about something important. This was the same Vanessa who would later be known as the Red Nightmare. Seeing her like this right now felt almost unreal compared to what she would become. Hubert was clearly irritated and raised his wand while gathering flames in his hand. He accused Ghislain of harming his student after trespassing into the tower and threatened to burn him alive. Belinda quietly asked Ghislain what they should do since the man actually looked dangerous. Ghislain stepped forward without showing any fear and introduced himself properly as the heir of the Peridium family. He explained that he came here to sell runestones. The moment Hubert heard that, his entire expression changed. He realized this was not an intruder, but a potential client. Alfoy also froze in shock after hearing that Ghislain possessed runestones. Ghislain calmly told Hubert that the runestones were waiting outside and asked if he wanted to see them. When Hubert and the elders reached the entrance, they were stunned, seeing multiple carts filled with runestones. The sheer quantity left them speechless. One of the elders questioned where Ghislain even got them from, while another confirmed there were more than 10 carts loaded with stones. Hubert struggled to keep his composure. Internally, he was already celebrating like a madman because this was exactly what he needed. With this much supply, he believed he could finally rival the Crimson Magic Tower. Still, he forced himself to act calm and casually commented that the quality did not seem very good. Kaor immediately got annoyed hearing that nonsense after everything they went through. He even reached reached for his sword in irritation. Vanessa quietly pointed out that even a single cart would be enough for them to use for weeks, which only made Hubert more irritated. He snapped at her and told her to stay quiet before ordering her to leave. As Vanessa walked away, Hubert muttered under his breath about Renato leaving her behind and complained that she lacked basic awareness. Then he subtly signaled the elders with a glance. They immediately understood what he was trying to do. One elder inspected a stone and claimed the quality was poor. Another added that runestones from a poor territory like Peridium could easily be fake. Belinda could not tolerate it anymore and called them out for insulting the effort Ghislaine put into obtaining those stones. The elders dismissed her completely and acted like cautious buyers dealing with potential scammers. Ghislaine quietly watched the act before speaking calmly. He said it seemed like they were not interested in buying. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and said they would simply sell the stones somewhere else, since the Flame Magic Tower did not need them. That single move instantly broke Hubert's composure. He panicked and quickly told them to wait. He turned to the elders again and signaled them to change their approach. One of the elders immediately stepped forward and suggested they should at least take the goods off Ghislaine's hands so he would not leave empty-handed. He pretended like they were doing him a favor. Hubert played along and acted like a generous savior. He told Ghislaine that he would buy everything out of kindness, but only at a price below the market rate. Ghislaine looked at him calmly and said he misunderstood something. Then he told Kaor to take all the carts back except one. That statement stunned everyone present. Kaor quickly played along with a grin and ordered the mercenaries to move the carts away. The men immediately started taking them back without hesitation. Hubert rushed forward and asked Ghislaine what he was doing. Ghislaine apologized politely and said there had been a misunderstanding. He explained that his men brought too many goods by mistake and that their actual destination was the Crimson Magic Tower. According to him, they only needed to sell one cart here for travel expenses. Hearing the name Crimson Magic Tower instantly irritated Hubert again, but he forced a smile on his face. He quickly changed his tone and claimed he was only joking earlier to ease the atmosphere. Then he invited Ghislaine inside for a proper discussion. The elders looked disappointed seeing him drop his act so quickly, but Ghislaine simply agreed to the meeting without making a big deal out of it. The scene shifts to the meeting room where everyone had gathered for the negotiation, and Hubert introduced the old men sitting beside him as the elders of the tower, while mentioning that all of them were 5th Circle mages. Ghislaine nodded calmly and said that was impressive, and exactly what he expected from the 2nd strongest magic tower in the northern region, which instantly annoyed Hubert as he tried correcting him by saying those were just baseless rumors, and that the Flame Magic Tower was still the strongest in the north. Ghislaine brushed it off like it was nothing important, and Belinda immediately noticed how that response felt a little too deliberate, almost like he was provoking Hubert on purpose, while Kaor stood there clearly amused, watching the situation unfold, and Jillian quietly told Belinda that their master definitely had something in mind. Hubert then shifted the conversation and asked Ghislaine how much he wanted for the runestones, confidently adding that he would not find a better deal anywhere else, but Ghislaine simply raised his hand and said he wanted double the market price, and that single statement completely stunned Hubert and the elders. They instantly assumed he was inexperienced and had no idea how negotiations actually worked, so Hubert explained that deals required compromise from both sides, and that Ghislaine could not just throw out such a one-sided demand, but Ghislaine casually replied that he just felt like the Flame Magic Tower should pay double, which only made the elders more irritated as they accused him of joking in a serious setting and questioned whether he was mocking them. Hubert's tone turned colder as he warned Ghislaine to watch his words, saying he disliked seeing clueless youngsters act like they understood a world they clearly knew nothing about, but he still decided to show some leniency because of Ghislaine's age and offered slightly above the market price instead, asking him to take the negotiation seriously. The moment Hubert finished speaking, Ghislaine suddenly stood up without hesitation, catching everyone off guard, and when Hubert asked why he was standing, Ghislaine calmly said it looked like they were not interested in buying, and added that asking for double was already a discount, casually mentioning that he could just take his business to the Crimson Magic Tower instead. The second Ghislaine turned around to leave, Hubert completely lost his composure and quickly called out to stop him, immediately changing his tone and asking him to sit back down and continue the discussion, while claiming he was just a bit emotional earlier, and Ghislaine gave a small smile before sitting back down, like everything was going exactly as he expected. Hubert then admitted that Ghislaine had guts and said they would buy the runestones at double the market price since they were the first ones he approached. Ghislaine agreed to that, but then casually added that the double price only applied to one cart, which once again shocked Hubert and the elders, and Hubert immediately insisted that Ghislaine should sell everything to them. But Ghislaine calmly explained that if he told the Crimson Magic Tower that he had already sold some here at double price, he could easily sell the rest there at triple, then asked Hubert why he would sell everything here instead. That statement pushed Hubert's patience close to breaking, and he warned Ghislaine not to push things too far, but Ghislaine simply stood up again and said goodbye, like he was genuinely ready to walk out, forcing Hubert to panic once more, as he immediately agreed to buy everything at triple the market price just to stop him from leaving. Ghislaine smiled again and sat back down like the entire situation had played out exactly how he wanted, even praising Hubert by saying this was what he expected from the greatest magic tower in the north, while Hubert stood up and said he would arrange the payment right away, clearly wanting to secure the deal before anything else changed. The elders sat there stunned, watching their tower master get completely outplayed, and even Hubert himself could not believe that a 6th circle mage like him was getting manipulated by someone he initially thought was insignificant. But he had no choice because the tower desperately needed runestones, and deep down, he was already thinking about dealing with Ghislain later if he stepped out of line again. Just as Hubert was about to leave, Ghislain called him back and said he was not done listing his conditions, and Hubert turned around already irritated as he asked what else he wanted, but Ghislain looked straight at him and calmly said that he wanted Vanessa. That single demand stunned Hubert completely, and he asked if Ghislain was serious about taking the girl, while Ghislain confirmed without hesitation that he intended to make her his exclusive mage. The scene shifts to the past, where an older Ghislain is casually roasting meat on his sword while sitting beside his comrade, and the guy next to him has a hook for a right hand. Ghislain tells him the meat is burning, and the man just shrugs it off and says he should roast it himself, casually reminding him that he is missing an arm, which makes Ghislain clench his fist and ask him to repeat that again. The guy immediately backs down, clearly not wanting smoke, and changes the topic by asking if he has heard about Vanessa, the Red Nightmare. Ghislain says he has never heard that name before, so the man explains that he has been gathering information lately and came across something interesting. He tells him about a female mage who burned down a huge part of the northern Luthania region and reached the 7th circle, and Ghislain comments that the name sounds flashy, then asks why he is bringing her up. The man explains that Vanessa has gone completely insane and reveals that she learned a mana cultivation technique even though she is a mage, which catches Ghislain off guard. He asks why a mage would even bother with mana cultivation instead of circles, and the man just says it is because she is crazy, calling her a walking disaster who burns everything in her path, adding that nobles are already struggling because of her. He then mentions that the subjugation request they received earlier was actually targeting her. Ghislain still finds it strange that someone reached the 7th circle like that, but instead of worrying, he smiles and says he is curious, then casually tells Claude that they should recruit her. Claude is completely stunned hearing that, clearly not expecting that reaction after everything he just said. Unfortunately, in that timeline, Ghislain never managed recruiting her, because by the time he found Vanessa, she was already as good as dead, unable controlling her own magic. Even so, Ghislain knew she had insane talent, and believed she could have reached the 7th circle properly with the right guidance, and he made up his mind that he would recruit her in this life no matter what. Back in the present, Jillian looks surprised hearing his master bring up Vanessa, since she never seemed special to him, while Kaor also adds that she did not look particularly strong. Belinda tells Ghislain that he should at least inform her beforehand if he plans bringing someone new along. One of the elders wearing a red hat suddenly says this is actually a good chance getting rid of that useless girl, and tells Hubert to just agree, while another elder with a yellow hat reminds him that they have already honored their loyalty to Renato by taking care of her this long. Hubert then speaks up and claims that Vanessa is an outstanding mage valued by their tower, saying she would gladly accept their request, clearly trying to keep control of the situation. Ghislain does not stop there and adds another condition, saying he also wants battle mages of 3rd circle or higher to be dispatched to Peridium, which instantly shocks Hubert. Ghislain calmly explains that he needs them for an upcoming territorial war, and the elders immediately react in disbelief hearing that. Ghislain then lays everything out clearly, saying Hubert must pay triple the market price, send 3rd circle or higher battle mages to Peridium, and hand over Vanessa as his exclusive mage, stating these as the 3 conditions for selling the runestones. The moment those words land, Hubert snaps and releases his mana, shattering the glass windows around them with sheer pressure. With a cold and threatening expression, he asks Ghislain if he thinks he is a fool, and reminds him that mages affiliated with magic towers are not allowed participating in territorial wars under kingdom rules. He cannot believe Ghislain is asking for 3rd circle mages, who are basically the backbone of the tower, to be sent into battle, and he openly calls it an insult to the flame magic tower, while warning that Ghislain might not even leave behind ashes. Jillian immediately grabs his sword, shocked that Hubert can exert that level of pressure just with mana alone, while Kaor reminds him that the man is a 6th circle mage. Belinda calls out to Ghislain as Hubert steps forward, clearly ready escalating things further, but Ghislain stays calm and tells him he will regret this, which catches Hubert off guard. Then Ghislain drops the real card. He reveals that they have discovered a massive runestone vein in their territory, and explains that what Hubert saw earlier was only a small portion of it. The elders freeze hearing that, and Ghislain adds that this information is already spreading across the north, then asks Hubert what that implies. Hubert immediately understands and says that many forces will come after that mine. Ghislain stands up and clarifies that they are not starting a war, but simply need the magic tower's help gaining strength to survive what is coming. He promises Hubert that if they support Peridium through this crisis, they will supply runestones exclusively to the flame magic tower. That changes everything. Hubert realizes that this would give his tower a monopoly over runestones, something that could completely shift the balance of power. Ghislain extends his hand and tells him it would only be a matter of time before the flame magic tower surpasses the Crimson and becomes the strongest in the north. Hubert stares at his hand, clearly hating the conditions but fully aware that the deal heavily benefits him in the long run. After a brief hesitation, he grits his teeth and shakes Ghislain's hand, accepting the deal. In the next scene, Hubert was seen speaking with Alfoy while explaining everything that had just happened during the negotiation. Alfoy looked confused and asked his master why it had to be him, saying there were plenty of other mages available for the task. Hubert told him not to misunderstand the situation, and explained that he was sending him because he was the greatest talent in the history of the Flame Magic Tower, making it clear this decision was actually for Alfoy's own future. Hearing that instantly pleased the boy, and he could not hide the satisfaction on his face after being praised like that. Hubert then continued and told him that this experience would become extremely valuable when he eventually became the Tower Master. He instructed Alfoy to keep a close watch on Ghislain and make sure he did not secretly smuggle any runestones elsewhere. At the same time, he warned him to immediately retreat if a full territorial war broke out. Hubert placed his hand on his disciple's shoulder and calmly told him that he only needed to endure for 1 year, promising that within that time, the Flame Magic Tower would rise and take the #1 position in the north. Alfoy smiled confidently and accepted the order without hesitation. However, later on, he quickly began regretting that decision. The moment he arrived at Peridium, he could not believe how poor the territory looked. One of the mages accompanying him commented that the castle seemed old-fashioned but still practical enough, while Alfoy completely dismissed the place as nothing more than a rural dump. He found it unbelievable that someone like him, a future Tower Master, had been sent to such a miserable and backward territory. When Ghislain approached him, Alfoy straightened himself and introduced himself as a third circle mage, adding that he had been entrusted with the responsibility of leading the other mages. Ghislain calmly responded that the territory would require a lot from him and advised him to stay alert and do his best. Hearing that immediately annoyed Alfoy since he could not stand being instructed by someone he saw as a mere country bumpkin, and deep down he told himself that once he became Tower Master, he would deal with Ghislain properly. Ghislain then looked around as if searching for someone before calling out to Alfoy and asking where Vanessa was. Alfoy casually turned around and said that she was still bringing their luggage. When Ghislain looked in that direction, he saw Vanessa struggling forward while carrying heavy bags barefoot, clearly exhausted and breathing heavily. She approached him and bowed her head politely in greeting. Alfoy immediately questioned her delay and complained that Ghislain might have thought she was not coming at all. Ghislain told Vanessa to drop the bags and follow him, but she hesitated and said she had not finished moving them yet. Alfoy quickly intervened and told Ghislain to let her continue, explaining that this was the kind of work she always did back at the tower, and that she should at least handle chores if she could not even use magic. Before he could say anything more, Ghislain suddenly picked up one of the boxes and threw it straight at Alfoy's face. The boy collapsed to the ground instantly, while the surrounding mages stood frozen in shock. Holding his nose in pain, Alfoy angrily demanded to know what Ghislain was doing. Ghislain calmly explained that Vanessa was no longer affiliated with the magic tower, and stated that she now belonged to him as his personal property. He warned Alfoy not to order her around again, and added that he would overlook this incident once, but if it happened again, Alfoy would be risking his life. Vanessa herself looked completely stunned by what just happened. Alfoy stood back up, trembling with anger, and shouted that Ghislain had crossed a line even nobles would not dare cross. He declared that he was the heir to the Flame Magic Tower and a third circle mage, then threatened that he and his companions could burn the entire territory down within seconds if they wished. He ordered the other mages to step forward and show Ghislain the pride of mages. The moment he said that, Ghislain snapped his fingers and his mercenaries instantly surrounded the mages, pointing their weapons directly at them. Alfoy called it barbaric and accused them of acting like savages for drawing weapons against mages, demanding that they be treated with proper respect. Ghislain cut him off and told him to shut up, reminding him that he was there under a contract. He explained that through a legitimate agreement with the Tower Master, he had been given full authority to command him freely for 1 year, and in return he would supply runestones exclusively to the Flame Magic Tower. Ghislain then asked Alfoy to think carefully about whose side the Tower Master would take if the contract were broken because of his reckless behavior. That question immediately made Alfoy nervous. Ghislain continued and coldly told him that his role there was nothing more than a reserved bundle of living mana, and if he wanted to be treated well, he should obediently fulfill that role. Hearing himself described like that only made Alfoy angrier. Ghislain turned away and told Jillian and Kaor to take good care of the mages. Kaor stepped forward with a creepy grin and mockingly asked Alfoy if he preferred life back at the magic tower, while Jillian calmly said he would guide him so he could adapt to life in their territory. Alfoy began trembling in frustration and called them miserable human beings as the situation spiraled out of his control. Ignoring all of that, Ghislain walked up to Vanessa and told her not to take orders from anyone except him. He made it clear that she was now his exclusive mage. Vanessa looked shocked and lowered her head, quietly telling him that she could not use magic like Alfoy. Ghislain simply smiled and told her to follow him, assuring her that he would help her learn how to use magic. In the next scene, Ghislain brought Vanessa into his training room and immediately called out to her the moment they stepped inside. Vanessa quickly responded without delay and stood properly in front of him, and Ghislain turned around to face her and asked how far she had progressed in her magic studies so far. Vanessa answered honestly that she had reached up to the 5th circle in theory, and Ghislain immediately told her that this was excellent progress, which clearly caught her off guard because she did not expect to hear that kind of praise. Vanessa then said that all of it was meaningless anyway because she still could not use magic at all, and Ghislain calmly asked her if there was a specific reason why she could not use magic despite that level of understanding. Vanessa explained that ever since she was a child, she had never once been able to feel mana inside her body. Even though she lacked that ability, she still believed that if she continued working hard, she would eventually be able to use magic someday, so she kept studying and pushing forward without giving up. However, the more she studied and the deeper she went into magic theory, the more she started realizing that the day she hoped for would never actually come. Vanessa held her staff tightly against her chest while saying this, and admitted that she was probably expelled from the tower because the teacher who had been guiding her all this time had passed away. Ghislain listened carefully to everything she said, and understood that reaching the 5th circle in theory meant her knowledge had already reached a level comparable to an average elder of the Flame Magic Tower. Magic was not something that could be mastered simply by memorizing formulas or reciting knowledge. It required deep insight into the principles behind activation, proper understanding of its structure, and the ability to infuse it with one's own interpretation and will through mana. Vanessa clearly possessed that level of understanding in her mind, but her body simply could not keep up with what she knew. Ghislain realized that she must have gone through extremely harsh effort and countless cycles of trial and error in order to try overcoming this limitation. He understood that none of those efforts were meaningless or wasted, even if it looked that way on the surface. In his view, she simply needed to be guided onto a completely different path instead of continuing down the same one. At that moment, Ghislain remembered what Claude had told him in his previous life about Vanessa eventually reaching the 7th circle by using a mana cultivation technique. Claude had described her as crazy for doing something like that, but instead of dismissing it, Ghislain only smiled when recalling that memory. He then told Vanessa that from this moment onward, he would personally teach her a mana cultivation technique. Vanessa was visibly shocked when she heard that, and immediately asked him why she should learn something like that when she was supposed to be a mage. Ghislain calmly explained that both the circle system and mana cultivation techniques were ultimately just different methods used to control mana. He then asked Vanessa if she had ever tried using a mana cultivation technique before, and she immediately denied it while saying that the idea itself was insane. She warned him that things could go terribly wrong if she attempted something like that, and that she might end up becoming permanently unable to use magic if she failed. Ghislain slowly stretched his hand out toward her and told her that she should try it together with him. When Vanessa saw the expression in his eyes, she understood that he was completely serious and not joking in the slightest. For the first time in her life, she truly considered the possibility that she might actually be able to use magic. She clenched her fist tightly and made up her mind that she would go through with it if this was what it took to change her fate. Soon after, both of them were sitting on the floor facing each other, and Vanessa carefully loosened her dress slightly to expose her back so the process could begin. As Ghislain looked at her, he remembered how in his past life she had those same eyes filled with regret, rage, and deep hatred. Back then, after endlessly chasing magic and failing, she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. She ended up mastering a mana cultivation technique of unknown origin and became a disaster driven purely by instinct, burning everything around her into ashes without control. However, things were different this time because Ghislain was here to prevent her from falling into that same abyss again. Ghislain told himself that he would reach out to her and pull her away from that fate this time. He activated his mana and gently placed his hand on her back before pushing his mana directly into her body. Vanessa immediately gritted her teeth as intense pain spread through her body, and her temperature began rising rapidly as the foreign mana flowed through her. Ghislain quickly told her to close her mouth and warned her that she was twisting her mana pathways incorrectly. He explained that his mana had already entered her body and instructed her not to lose hold of that sensation. He told her to focus completely and feel the flow of mana as clearly as possible. Vanessa shut her eyes tightly and focused with everything she had. She began to feel the flow of mana spreading across every part of her body, moving along the edges of her form and gradually gathering toward the center. Her eyes began to shine brightly, and a large amount of mana burst outward from her body as she entered a trance-like state. Inside that state, Vanessa saw her younger self standing and watching her master speak with Hubert. Her master had just learned that the tower was going to cut off his support, and he angrily questioned Hubert, insisting that Vanessa had genuine talent. He argued that they would have never been able to prove the pattern of mana particles transmuting into mana without her contributions. Hubert responded with a nervous expression, but still dismissed her, saying that that intelligence alone meant nothing if she could not use magic, and that she could not even be considered a proper mage. He directly asked what benefit they would gain from continuing to invest in someone like her. The scene shifted again, and Vanessa saw herself crying while apologizing to her master, blaming herself for everything that had happened. She told him that he would not have to leave the tower if she had been more talented. Her master gently placed his hand on her head and reassured her that he was not abandoning the magic tower, but was instead going on a journey to find a way for her to use magic. He told her to lift her head and keep looking forward, explaining that darkness never lasts forever, and that one day a light would come to find her. As Vanessa relived those words in her mind, she suddenly saw Ghislain reaching his hand out toward her. He appeared like a source of light, shining directly in front of her in the darkness. Without hesitation, Vanessa reached out her hand toward him, and the moment their hands touched, a bright light burst out between them. At that instant, Vanessa realized that her master's words were true, and that the light he spoke of had finally reached her as well. Right after that realization, her body lost all strength, and she collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. In the next scene, the setting shifts to a diner where a large man is already in the middle of a fight against several soldiers inside the building. By that point, he had already beaten up 4 of them, and the remaining soldiers looked hesitant, while a group of men nearby were loudly cheering for the huge guy like this was some kind of entertainment. The man stood there confidently and told the remaining soldiers to come at him properly, asking them if they seriously believed they could cut him down with nothing but a piece of metal in their hands. One of the soldiers got annoyed hearing that and told him to stop talking nonsense before charging straight at him with his sword. Before the blade could even reach him, the man casually grabbed the soldier's arm mid-attack and slammed him down hard onto the ground without any effort. Another soldier tried taking advantage of that moment and attacked from behind, but the man instantly sensed the movement without even looking. He grabbed the soldier he had just thrown down and used his body as a weapon, swinging him straight into the second soldier. Both of them were sent flying from the impact, crashing through the wall and getting thrown outside the building. The man looked at them and mocked them, saying he had not even warmed up yet, and they were already lying on the ground like that. His subordinates immediately praised him, and said those soldiers were idiots for trying to interfere with their party. They kept bragging that nobody around here could stop them anyway, acting like the whole place belonged to them. Hearing that, another man nearby slammed his cup hard onto the table, clearly not liking what he just heard. The scene then shifts outside the bar, where the same large man is now sitting calmly near a river with a fishing rod in his hand, his helmet placed beside him on the ground like nothing had happened earlier. Someone approached him and asked if his training was going well, but the man did not entertain small talk and told him to get straight to the point. The person then informed him that Count Desmond had issued a mobilization order. The moment he heard that, the man, whose name was Victor, immediately stood up. He grabbed his helmet and put it on, then picked up his fishing rod without wasting any time. He walked back into the bar and told the person to follow him inside. As they entered, the scene revealed the dead bodies of the mercenaries from earlier lying around the place. Victor looked at the situation and casually said that he was just getting bored to death. The next scene shifts to Walter's office, where Randolph stood beside him while the Count opened a letter that had just arrived. The moment he finished reading it, his hands began to shake. The letter was from Count de Garde, and inside it, the man directly accused Ghislain of murdering his son, Gilmore. He declared that he would have his revenge no matter what. The atmosphere inside the office instantly turned heavy. Without wasting a second, Walter ordered Randolph to assemble the soldiers immediately. According to him, this letter was nothing less than a declaration of war. Randolph looked completely stunned and said the de Gardes must have lost their minds. He could not believe they were seriously claiming that Ghislain had killed Gilmore. Another official angrily declared that they needed to teach the de Gardes a lesson for starting a war under such a ridiculous false pretext. The other officials were equally shocked because the de Gardes had been treated like family for a long time. None of them understood why they would suddenly turn against Peridium like this. They kept wondering what possible benefit the de Gardes could gain from fighting them. At that moment, a calm voice cut through the discussion and revealed that the reason was the runestone mine. The sudden answer surprised everyone, including Walter himself. Ghislain stepped forward and reminded them that 2 vassals had been sent to de Garde territory while he was away at the magic tower. According to him, those vassals must have leaked information about Peridium's newly discovered wealth. The officials were stunned hearing that. They could not believe that their own vassals might have betrayed them. Some immediately objected and told Ghislain that he was making an extremely serious accusation without proof. Unlike the others, Walter remained silent. He understood very well that valuable opportunities often attracted dangerous enemies. Instead, he realized something far more important. His son had already predicted that this situation would happen long before everyone else. Randolph eventually spoke up and told everyone not to overthink the matter. He reminded them that Peridium still possessed more experienced soldiers and larger numbers than the de Gardes. According to him, the de Gardes would pay dearly for choosing to oppose them. However, before anyone could continue the discussion, Scoven suddenly burst into the room with an urgent expression on his face. He informed Walter that he had extremely important news. The de Garde army had already arrived. The scene then shifts outside the territory where the de Garde army could be seen marching toward Peridium beneath countless waving banners. Leading the entire force at the front was Victor himself. The moment they received the report, Walter, Ghislain, Randolph and the other officials immediately rushed outside to witness the situation personally. Randolph stared at the approaching army in disbelief. None of it made sense. Barely any time had passed since the declaration of war, yet the enemy was already fully mobilized and standing at their doorstep. A soldier quickly delivered a report to Zwalter. He revealed that the enemy possessed roughly 6,000 armed troops. Behind them was an additional supply force, consisting of around 1,000 soldiers. Multiple siege weapons had also been identified, and the enemy had already begun setting up construction for a prolonged campaign. Albert immediately turned toward Randolph and demanded an explanation. He pointed out that the army standing before them vastly outnumbered their own forces. The de Gardes were supposed to be just as poor as Peridium, yet somehow they had gathered thousands of troops and siege equipment. He wanted to know where all of it had come from. Randolph shot back that this was exactly why he had repeatedly warned everyone not to cut military funding in the past. Seeing the argument beginning to escalate, Zwalter stepped forward and ordered everyone to get themselves together. He reminded them that fighting among themselves would solve absolutely nothing. Then he immediately began issuing orders. Randolph was told to gather every available soldier and reinforce the castle walls. All civilians were to be moved inside the castle at once before the gates were sealed shut. Every soldier was ordered to remain at their assigned positions and prepare for battle. After giving those commands, Zwalter looked toward the approaching army and declared that the war had already begun. Meanwhile, Count Tamos de Garde rode his horse closer to the castle while staring at the massive walls in front of him. He remarked that his son had been a useless young fool during his lifetime, yet somehow managed to prove his worth after dying. A greedy look appeared in his eyes as he admired the fortress. Tamos commented that it was an incredible castle before ordering Victor to follow him because he wanted to speak directly with Zwalter. As he approached the walls, Zwalter immediately demanded an explanation for this act of treachery. Tamos responded by claiming that his beloved son had died within Peridium's territory. With anger written across his face, he accused Ghislain, the successor of Peridium, of being responsible for Gilmore's death. He argued that no parent could remain calm after losing a child, and insisted that everything could still end peacefully if Peridium surrendered immediately. Randolph was furious listening to those claims, and declared that Tamos was determined to lie until the very end. Albert also stepped forward and said there was no point continuing the conversation. Even though Ghislain had managed to save Elena, he already knew events would eventually reach this point, because Gilmore had still died. Looking at the battlefield, Ghislain could immediately tell the enemy had come to crush them completely. The presence of siege weapons made that fact obvious. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had expected. Zwalter firmly stated that Ghislain had not killed Gilmore. He released his mana and filled the surroundings with pressure, before declaring that this was the only answer Tamos would receive. He warned the Count to return to his territory if he valued his life. Tamos instinctively flinched under the overwhelming pressure. Even Victor had to acknowledge that Zwalter Peridium possessed the commanding presence expected from the renowned general who had protected the northern frontier for so many years. After regaining his composure, Tamos warned Zwalter that an unimaginable amount of blood would be spilled because of this decision. He then turned his horse around and promised that Zwalter would regret it before leaving. Once the enemy withdrew, Randolph immediately turned toward his lord and requested permission to handle the situation himself. He dismissed the opposing army as nothing more than a group of unorganized dogs and confidently claimed he could destroy them and secure victory for Peridium. Homern immediately rejected the idea and asked if Randolph had lost his mind. He reminded him that individual strength meant very little when the difference in numbers was so enormous. Albert agreed and warned that a single lost battle could cost all of them their lives. Randolph argued that they could not simply stand around doing nothing. Homern suggested requesting military aid from neighboring territories instead. Randolph immediately asked whether they could even survive long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Another official proposed abandoning the castle and retreating to the northern fortress as a final option. The growing chaos made it difficult for Zwalter to organize his thoughts. The enemy had declared war and appeared fully prepared almost immediately afterward. Looking at the size of the invading army, he could tell that someone powerful was supporting Tamos from behind the scenes. The problem was that he had no idea who that person was. While trying to determine the best course of action, Ghislain suddenly spoke up and suggested preparing for a defensive battle. The Count looked surprised by the recommendation. Ghislain explained that Peridium could only gather around 2,000 soldiers, while the de Garde army possessed nearly 7,000 troops. The enemy outnumbered them by more than 3 times. Their preparations were complete, and their morale remained extremely high. Ghislain estimated that the enemy would likely launch a full-scale assault in roughly 15 days once their siege weapons were finished. Because of that, he believed requesting reinforcements while holding the castle was the most reasonable option. Zwalter admitted that this would normally be the correct strategy, but he could not see how they would ultimately turn the situation around afterward. At that point, Ghislain stepped closer and quietly whispered something into his father's ear. Whatever he said left Zwalter visibly shocked. The scene then shifts 15 days before the expected assault. Ghislain stood in full full armor while holding his helmet under one arm. During those crucial days, he decided to pour everything he had into changing the outcome of the war. Soon afterward, he entered a tent where Belinda, Jillian, and Kaor were waiting. The atmosphere inside was tense. Belinda commented that a war had truly broken out this time. Ghislain confirmed it and stated that he would now explain what each of them needed to do. He revealed that their next move would be an ambush. Ghislain explained that they would strike the enemy's supply units before the main assault began. If they could successfully cut off the enemy's supply routes, maintaining the war would become significantly more difficult for the invading army. Belinda asked how they planned to accomplish that. She reminded him that the Degard forces occupied the area directly in front of the castle. Countless eyes were watching them at all times, and any suspicious movement would immediately be discovered. Ghislain turned toward Kaor and Gillian. Kaor reported that he had already positioned troops at the Forest of Beasts outpost. If things went wrong, they could retreat into the forest, so there was little need to worry about being discovered. Gillian then reported that the ponchos made from deer's ant hide had been distributed exactly as ordered. According to him, the dark material would be perfect for nighttime operations and camouflage. Ghislain nodded and explained that moving a large army would be impossible to hide. However, a small elite force wearing camouflage could move far more easily without being detected. The biggest problem was that they still had no idea where the enemy's supply unit was located. He then turned toward Belinda and assigned her the task of finding it. Belinda looked surprised for a moment before gathering herself and accepting the mission. Ghislain knew exactly how dangerous the assignment was. It required infiltrating enemy territory and carrying out reconnaissance while constantly risking death. Even so, he believed Belinda was more than capable of handling it. With that settled, only one final piece remained for his strategy. The last thing he needed was a trump card powerful enough to deliver the decisive blow that would determine the outcome of the war. That trump card was Vanessa. A few days later, the scene shifts to the Degarde supply camp, where a man named Fabro was enjoying himself among the soldiers. Fabro had once been a vassal of Peridium, but now he had become the commander of Degarde's supply unit. The man was in an excellent mood because the war had finally begun. According to him, it would only be a matter of weeks before he received land and rewards for his contribution. Fabro raised a glass and clinked it against his friends before celebrating their decision to side with Count Desmond. He remarked that thanks to Desmond's support, they could remain safely in the rear, while others took all the risks on the battlefield. His friend agreed completely and praised Fabro's decision. Feeling pleased with himself, Fabro took another sip of his drink and bid farewell to Peridium in advance. He confidently declared that a portion of that territory would soon belong to him. Meanwhile, outside the camp, Ghislain and his forces silently moved through the forest under the cover of darkness. After observing the enemy position, Ghislain commented that they had arrived at exactly the right time. Kaor glanced around and complained that it was so dark he could barely see anything. Belinda added that the weather was terrible as well. Rather than seeing those conditions as a problem, Ghislain explained that they were perfect for an ambush. He lowered his helmet and informed everyone that there would be no need for hostages. Then he drew his sword and covered it with mana before issuing a single order. Every enemy inside the camp was to be killed. The moment the command was given, Ghislain and his soldiers charged straight into the supply camp. The enemy soldiers quickly noticed movement and scrambled to their feet, but they were already too late. Ghislain and Kaor cut down the first soldiers they encountered without slowing down. At the same time, Gillian rode directly into the camp with his massive axe and began carving through the enemy ranks. The soldiers were stunned by the sudden attack. Before they could organize themselves or understand what was happening, Ghislain and Jillian were already cutting them down one after another. Ghislain ordered his mercenaries to follow the battle plan exactly as discussed and reminded them not to spare anyone. Elsewhere inside the camp, a panicked soldier rushed into Fabro's tent and urgently told him to come outside. He informed him that the camp was under attack. Fabro angrily replied that he had eyes of his own and could already see that. Then he demanded to know what the sentries had been doing. Despite the chaos outside, he tried to remain calm and reminded the soldier that they still had 1,000 men in their force. However, the soldier delivered even worse news. With a frightened expression, he reported that nearly 70% of their troops had already been killed. Fabro's face immediately turned pale. The moment he heard that number, he abandoned any thought of fighting back. Instead, he declared that they needed to run immediately. The soldier looked shocked by the suggestion, but Fabro insisted. According to him, there would be no point collecting rewards if he died before receiving them. Before either man could move, a dagger suddenly flew through the air and pierced the soldier's neck. Fabro froze in horror and collapsed onto the ground. When he looked up, he found himself staring directly at Belinda. She stood there with a cold expression and informed him that she never expected to find him in a place like this. The moment Fabro recognized her, terror completely overtook him. While this was happening, Ghislain and his forces systematically wiped out every remaining soldier in the camp. Once the slaughter was finished, they set the entire camp ablaze. Soon afterward, Belinda dragged Fabro before Ghislain and forced him onto his knees. She informed Ghislain that Fabro was one of the vassals who had traveled to Degarde territory as an envoy. According to her, he had betrayed Peridium, sold their information, and eventually became the commander of Degard's supply unit. Fabro immediately began begging for his life. He surrendered without resistance and pleaded for mercy. Ghislain ignored the begging and asked him a single question. He wanted to know who was truly behind everything. Fabro quickly answered that Count Desmond was responsible. He claimed that Desmond had threatened him and forced him into cooperation. Because of that, he insisted that he had no choice but to obey. Ghislain showed little reaction to the revelation. He had already suspected Count Desmond's involvement. Hearing the confirmation simply proved that Desmond was the one providing support and manpower to Count Degard. Fabro desperately continued trying to save himself. He reminded Ghislain that he had served Peridium for many years. He also argued that Count Degard would pay a significant ransom for his return, making him a valuable bargaining chip. Ghislain calmly dismounted from his horse and approached him. Then he instructed Fabro to raise his head. Hearing that, Fabro became hopeful. He immediately thanked Ghislain and promised to serve Peridium faithfully for the rest of his life if he was spared. Unfortunately for him, he never got the chance to say anything more. In a single motion, Ghislain swung his sword and beheaded him. Afterward, he coldly declared that he had no interest in dealing with people like Fabro. With a frightening look in his eyes, Ghislain announced that anyone who attacked Peridium would receive only one outcome: death. Once those words were spoken, he mounted his horse and rode away from the burning camp alongside his mercenaries. Belinda quietly watched him and felt uneasy seeing the expression on his face. Even she was surprised by how cold he looked at that moment. As they continued riding, Kaor asked what their next move would be. Ghislain revealed that they were heading directly toward the castle. By now, the war should already be underway, and the enemy's full attention would be focused on attacking Peridium from the front. He intended to take advantage of that situation by striking from the rear and throwing the entire enemy army into confusion. While riding toward the castle, Ghislain explained the next phase of the plan to Kaor, Belinda, and Gillian. He informed Kaor and Belinda that they would support the left side of the castle once they arrived, while he would personally head toward the right side of the walls. He then turned to Gillian and revealed that he would be entrusting him with the main force. Ghislain reminded him that he would be facing thousands of enemy soldiers with only a handful of men and asked whether he could handle it. Gillian simply smiled and assured his master that if it was his command, then he could accomplish it. Seeing that confidence made Ghislain smile as well. Meanwhile, Kaor complained that Gillian was getting the most entertaining part of the plan, while Belinda asked who would be responsible for defending the castle gate. To everyone's surprise, Ghislain told her to leave the castle gate alone. Belinda, Kaor, and Gillian were all shocked by that answer, but Ghislain calmly declared that this battle would become the starting point that changed the history of Peridium forever. The scene then shifted to the battlefield, where Zwalter ordered his soldiers to prepare for the enemy assault. Almost immediately, a massive boulder slammed into the castle walls and destroyed part of the defenses. Randolph quickly ordered the archers to fire and prevent the enemy from approaching, but Degard's soldiers had already begun climbing the walls. They cut down Peridium defenders and established footholds on top of the battlements. Realizing the situation was worsening, Zwalter ordered everyone to switch to close combat and hold the walls at all costs. From a distance, Count Tamos Degard laughed while watching Peridium struggle. He believed the war was already won and ordered the catapult crews to prepare a second strike so they could seize the castle as quickly as possible. Even Victor felt disappointed because he expected more from the legendary Northern Wolf. Back on the walls, Zwalter cut down a huge warrior in a single exchange before moving toward Randolph. Surrounded by enemy soldiers, Randolph informed him that the castle gate would soon become another major problem because the enemy would break through it at any moment. To his surprise, Zwalter ordered him to ignore the gate and focus entirely on defending the walls. He then asked Skovan about the reinforcements, only to learn that every territory they contacted had refused to help. Zimbar and Rayfold cited internal problems, while all messengers sent to Loges had disappeared without a trace. Randolph angrily cursed the neighboring territories for abandoning them. At the same time, a soldier rushed into the Degarde command camp and informed Count Tamos that something terrible had happened to their supply unit. The messenger sent to request supplies had never returned, suggesting that the camp had been attacked. Tamos immediately dismissed the concern and questioned how Peridium could possibly discover the location of the supply force. Unlike him, Victor noticed smoke rising in the distance. After observing it carefully, he realized it was coming from the direction of the supply camp itself. Rather than worrying, he became excited because he had not expected Peridium to possess someone capable of thinking several steps ahead. Tamos quickly asked what they should do now that their supplies might be gone, but Victor calmly told him that supplies no longer mattered. They simply needed to capture the castle before the day ended. Victor then studied the battlefield and realized that neither the left nor right assaults had achieved a breakthrough because Peridium's elite soldiers and the Northern Wolf were still holding the line. As he continued looking around, he noticed that the castle gate appeared relatively undefended. He immediately raised his sword and ordered the army to advance toward it. According to him, they would break through the castle gate and bring down the fortress before the day was over. He then mounted his horse and called for Adon, a heavily armored warrior carrying a massive sword and shield. Victor informed him that he would personally lead the assault against the gate, while Adon remained behind to guard the main camp. After giving the order, Victor rode toward the battlefield with his soldiers, while Adon silently turned around and headed back to the base. At the castle walls, Enemy soldiers continued climbing up the fortifications while Zwalter and his knights cut them down the moment they reached the top. In the middle of the battle, Skovan noticed something in the distance and quickly told his master to look ahead. When Zwalter raised his head, he spotted several siege towers advancing toward the castle. The sight immediately surprised him, because he could not understand how the enemy had managed to determine the exact height of Peridium's walls. Randolph pointed out that they were already overwhelmed dealing with the soldiers attacking around them, and warned that they would not be able to hold out if the towers reached the walls. Realizing the danger, Zwalter immediately turned toward his soldiers and asked whether the catapults were ready. The soldiers informed him that the preparations had just been completed. Without hesitation, Zwalter ordered them to fire at once and told them they had to stop the siege towers before they got any closer. The soldiers launched a massive rock toward one of the advancing towers, and the enemy troops were shocked to see the attack. They could not believe Peridium had managed to prepare a catapult so quickly. Before the boulder could crash into the tower, Victor stepped forward, grabbed a spear, and coated it with mana. He raised his arm and hurled the spear toward the incoming projectile. The spear struck the boulder and instantly shattered it. Everyone on both sides was stunned by what they had just witnessed. Zwalter and his men could hardly believe that their shot had been intercepted so effortlessly. As Zwalter looked down toward the battlefield, he finally saw Victor approaching the castle and immediately realized who was responsible. Victor drew his sword and declared that there was no point resisting. He told the Peridium soldiers that their downfall was already predetermined and would happen no matter how desperately they struggled. After saying that, he raised his sword and ordered his men to advance with the siege ram, commanding them to charge directly at the castle gate. As the ram unit rushed forward, the soldiers inside the siege towers finally reached the walls and launched their assault against Zwalter and his defenders. At the same time, the sound of the siege ram crashing against the castle gate echoed across the battlefield. Hearing the impact, Zwalter could not help wondering where his son was at such a critical moment. Meanwhile, at the castle gate, Alfoy and the other mages were tied together and seated around a magic circle. Several soldiers stood nearby with swords drawn, while Vanessa remained beside Fergus. Furious at the situation, Alfoy called the soldiers lowly peasants and demanded that they release the mages. He insisted that they were mages and should never have been dragged into a war. Fergus calmly reminded him that this was an order from his master and told him to stay still. Alfoy could not believe what he was hearing and asked Fergus if he was blind. He argued that remaining still in their current situation was madness. According to him, the moment the siege ram reached the gate, the battle was already lost, and the castle's fall was inevitable. Vanessa, however, told him not to worry, and said that Ghislain would surely prevail. Hearing that only made Alfoy even angrier. He demanded that she stop mentioning Ghislain in front of him, and complained that they were about to die a meaningless death because of that man. He challenged Vanessa to explain what Ghislain could possibly do now. Despite everything happening outside, Vanessa remained firm and said that she still believed in him. Alfoy's frustration only grew stronger. He ordered her to shut up, called Ghislain a lunatic, and asked whether she truly intended to keep following his orders. Vanessa looked at him seriously and replied that Ghislain was not a lunatic. A few days earlier, Vanessa was training under Ghislain and trying to use magic. She barely managed to release a tiny amount of magical energy before stopping. Feeling embarrassed by the result, she apologized and called it a pathetic display. She admitted that even after finally learning how to use magic, this was the absolute limit of what she could currently produce. Ghislain simply smiled and told her that it was fine. He explained that the important thing was not the amount of power, but the fact that she could now use magic at all. He assured her that her lack of mana would solve itself over time because mana naturally accumulated with growth and practice. After that, he told Vanessa to follow him because there was something he wanted to show her. He brought her to the area near the castle gate, where she found Alfoy and the other mages digging holes with shovels and burying runestones beneath the ground. The mercenaries stood nearby, supervising the work, while the mages carried out the task. Vanessa could not understand why runestones were being buried. The moment Alfoy noticed Ghislain, he rushed over while clearly exhausted and sore from the labor. He demanded to know why mages were being forced to dig when there were plenty of other people available for such work. He argued that if Ghislain simply wanted to hide the runestones, there were easier ways to move them. Before he could continue complaining, Gordon grabbed him by the neck and slowly began choking him while telling him not to talk when he was supposed to be working. Alfoy immediately began begging for his life. Vanessa looked at the scene in confusion and asked Ghislain what exactly was going on. Ghislain explained that he was making preparations. He told her that the simplest and most powerful tactic in war was overwhelming an enemy with superior numbers. He already knew that the castle gate would eventually be breached, no matter how hard they fought, because no gate could endure endless attacks forever. Even so, he believed there was still a way for Peridium to win. Vanessa immediately became surprised and slowly realized what he was planning. She asked whether he truly believed she could accomplish it. Ghislain answered without hesitation and told her that he knew she could. Back in the present, Vanessa raised her staff and slammed it into the magic circle. A massive surge of energy burst out from it. The instant he saw that energy, Alfoy finally understood the purpose of the circle. It was a mana transfer formation. Vanessa tightened her grip on her staff as she remembered Ghislain confidently telling her that he believed in her. While she focused on activating the circle, The soldiers defending the gate could hear the siege ram striking the entrance harder and harder. One of them shouted for the others to hold on until the signal arrived. Meanwhile, the battle on the walls continued without pause. During the chaos, Randolph suddenly pointed into the distance and told Walter to look. When the Count turned around, he saw a group racing toward the battlefield. He immediately recognized the unit. It belonged to Ghislain. He watched as his son personally led the force toward the castle. At nearly the same time, Victor was observing the gate when a soldier hurried over with an urgent report. The man informed him that an unknown cavalry force had launched a surprise attack from the rear and was striking both sides of the battlefield. Ghislain and his mercenaries tore straight through the enemy ranks. Any soldier foolish enough to challenge him was cut down instantly. With a single swing of his sword, Ghislain ripped apart the soldiers that rushed him. The enemy could not believe they were being ambushed. They had been assured that no reinforcements would ever reach Peridium and could not understand where this force had come from. The archers quickly targeted Ghislain and fired a volley of arrows, hoping to kill him before he reached their position. Ghislain showed no fear and charged directly toward them. As he closed the distance, his horse leaped high into the air. The soldiers stared in shock as they saw him flying above them. The moment he landed among their formation, he unleashed a devastating strike that tore through them in a single blow. He did not give anyone an opportunity to retaliate. The remaining soldiers became terrified. They could not comprehend how one man had slaughtered so many troops with a single attack. Some of them even wondered if they were facing a monster rather than a human. Ghislain raised his sword and removed his helmet so everyone could see his face. He shouted for the soldiers of Peridium to rise and declared that their counterattack was beginning. Immediately afterward, he led his forces into battle. Belinda and Kaor attacked from the left flank, while Ghislain charged from the right. Victor remained positioned in the center as the battlefield descended into complete chaos. At the Degard main camp, Gillian and his men launched their own assault. Gillian carved through enemy soldiers while calling out to Gordon and Torin. He informed them that he would draw the enemy's attention and ordered them to spread out and destroy the camp's important facilities. Both men immediately accepted the task. Torin grinned as he watched the enemy forces panic. Gordon confidently declared that the entire base would be reduced to ashes by the time the enemy returned. Count Tamus Degard could not understand what was happening. Instead of besieging Peridium, they had somehow become the ones being ambushed. One of his soldiers shoved him backward and urged him to flee immediately. Before the Count could escape, Gillian charged directly toward him. With a cold glare, Gillian declared that he intended to take Tamos hostage. The Count was terrified as he watched the giant warrior advancing with his massive axe. However, just before Gillian reached him, someone attacked from the side. Gillian sensed the incoming strike and blocked it with his axe. The impact forced him backward. Tamos collapsed onto the ground from fear as the clash unfolded before him. Gillian instantly realized that his opponent was powerful. The man introduced himself as Adon Praso and remarked that Gillian had incredible courage for attacking the enemy headquarters with such a small force. He then asked Gillian to state his own name. Gillian calmly raised his axe and replied that he had no name. He declared that he was nothing more than a weapon belonging to his master. Meanwhile, on the left side of the fortress wall, Belinda used her rope to tie up several enemy soldiers before throwing them directly toward Kaor. With a grin on his face, Kaor cut the soldiers apart the moment they reached him. Blood splattered everywhere, which immediately annoyed Belinda. She told him to stop spraying blood all over her. Kaor called her an old lady and told her to deal with it herself because he was too busy fighting to worry about such things. Hearing that only made Belinda even angrier. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Ghislain was cutting through enemy soldiers without any difficulty. Fear quickly spread through the enemy ranks as they realized they would die the moment he reached them. Taking advantage of their panic, Ghislain ordered his men to launch a full charge while the enemy formation was still confused. He told them that this was their chance to overwhelm the opposing forces and announced that he would personally deal with the siege towers. Seeing how effortlessly their master was cutting down enemies caused the mercenaries' morale to soar. Every one of them wanted to completely crush the opposing army. One of the enemy officers shouted at the fleeing soldiers and called them a disorganized group of amateurs. He accused them of being fools for turning their backs on the battlefield and immediately ordered the spearmen to form a defensive line at the front. The soldiers quickly raised their spears and prepared for Ghislain's charge. Ghislain calmly told his horse to dodge the attacks on its own. As the horse rushed toward the formation, the spearmen thrust their weapons forward. The horse lowered its head and avoided the attack perfectly. The spearmen were shocked, but their surprise only grew when they realized Ghislain was no longer riding the horse. They quickly searched for him and discovered that he was already above them. Ghislain landed on a soldier's shoulders and used the man's neck as support. Locking himself in place, he spun around and slaughtered the soldiers surrounding him. After clearing the area, he stepped away and cleanly beheaded the soldier whose neck he had used. Looking ahead, Ghislain saw countless enemy soldiers on the ground, and even more gathered around the siege tower. He quickly noticed that the castle wall was in worse condition than he had expected. He immediately understood that the siege towers were responsible. At this rate, the walls might collapse before the enemy even broke through the gate. Although his cavalry was currently keeping the enemy occupied, the difference in numbers remained overwhelming. If the battle dragged on much longer, they would eventually be surrounded. While Ghislain assessed the situation, another enemy captain ordered his men to attack. He declared that the castle walls would soon fall, now that the siege towers had reached their positions, and instructed his troops to do everything possible to keep Ghislain occupied. Realizing he had very little time left, Ghislain raised his sword and declared that they needed to secure victory before losing their momentum. The first soldier who approached him had his head split open. The next soldier charged in and immediately lost his neck. Ghislain cut another man's throat, blocked an incoming attack, and then ripped open the attacker's chest with a single movement. The soldiers stationed inside the siege tower saw the massacre and quickly fired arrows at him. They knew they could not allow him to get close, because it was obvious that he was targeting the tower itself. Ghislain dodged the arrows and rushed toward the captain. He stabbed the man through the stomach and lifted him into the air with his sword. Then he hurled both the captain and the sword toward the tower. The captain's body fell away, but the sword embedded itself into the structure. Ghislain immediately attached a mana thread to the weapon and pulled himself through the air toward it. Moments later, he reached the sword, pulled it free, and landed inside the tower. The soldiers stationed there were horrified. Ghislain raised his sword and drove it deep into the structure before dragging the blade downward through the entire tower. The massive structure split apart and collapsed. Enemy soldiers everywhere stared in disbelief as the tower was destroyed. Even Victor could not believe what he had just witnessed. He realized that Ghislain was the commander leading the cavalry attack. Turning toward one of his men, Victor asked whether the main gate had still not been breached. The soldier explained that the gate's defenses were stronger than expected, and that resistance from inside had slowed them down. He estimated that they would break through in around 10 minutes. Victor coldly corrected him and said they had 5 minutes. He announced that he would personally eliminate Ghislain and ordered the gate to be opened before he returned. With a terrifying look in his eyes, he warned the soldier that failure would result in death at his own hands. The terrified soldier immediately agreed. Before Victor could advance, a voice called him a flying tin can. Covered in smoke, Kaor appeared and announced that Victor was not going anywhere. Victor turned toward him and demanded his identity. Kaor introduced himself as the commander of the Cerberus mercenaries and, with a grin on his face, invited Victor to play with him for a while. Kaor immediately charged forward. Victor calmly tapped his horse, causing it to strike Kaor's horse in the neck with its hoof. The blow destabilized Kaor, and before he could recover, Victor swung his sword. Kaor managed to dodge the strike, but his horse was beheaded instantly. Leaping from the dying horse, Kaor attacked from above and brought his sword down toward Victor. Victor blocked the attack effortlessly. Kaor gritted his teeth and attacked again with even greater force, but Victor blocked that strike just as easily. Kaor was stunned because he had not expected anyone to stop his attacks so casually. Victor shifted his sword and disrupted Kaor's balance. He told Kaor that he had met countless men like him before and described him as nothing more than a mediocre mercenary who relied entirely on brute force. The moment he finished speaking, Victor launched another attack. Kaor raised his sword to block, but Victor's strength forced him backward. He could barely keep his footing. Victor's blade shattered Kaor's sword and then sliced across his shoulder. Staring directly at him, Victor declared that nothing was easier to defeat than beasts who simply swung their claws on instinct. Kaor quickly retreated and pressed a hand against his wounded shoulder to slow the bleeding. As he looked at Victor, he finally realized something alarming. This man was just as strong as Ghislain. The scene shifted to a few days earlier. Ghislain was explaining Victor's role to Kaor and revealed that Victor was Count Desmond's hidden card. Kaor immediately asked whether Victor was stronger than him. Ghislain answered honestly and told him that Victor was stronger than everyone Kaor had ever fought, except for Ghislain himself. He then explained Victor's strategy. Victor planned to use his overwhelming numbers and military advantage to force Peridium's defenders to focus entirely on protecting the walls. Once their attention was locked onto the walls, Victor intended to smash through the weakened gate and launch a full-scale assault inside the castle. Ghislain then revealed that this was exactly what he wanted Victor to do. However, he warned Kaor that the entire plan would fail if Victor managed to get through the castle gate unhindered. Because of that, he gave Kaor a single task. He ordered him to hold Victor down. Remembering those words in the present, Kaor slowly smiled and pushed himself back onto his feet, despite all of his injuries. He muttered that Ghislain was asking far too much from him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Jillian continued clashing with Adon. Adon repeatedly used his massive shield to block every attack that came his way. Behind him, Count Tamos called out to the knight, but a soldier quickly stopped him and warned him to stay back. Nearby, Torin, Gordon, and the other mercenaries fought desperately against the enemy troops surrounding Jillian. They worked to reduce the number of enemies and make sure nobody interfered with Gillian's battle. Gillian grew irritated as he watched Adon block attack after attack. He did not want to waste precious time fighting a single opponent. He quickly realized that Adon's shield could defend from almost any angle, and no matter how hard he attacked, he could not break through it. Jillian tried to remember the last time he had encountered someone with such absurd durability. Pushing those thoughts aside, he swung his axe with tremendous force and told Adon that he no longer had time to waste on him. Adon calmly blocked the attack with his shield and declared that it was pointless. He told Jillian that his shield could not be broken. Then he knocked Gillian's axe aside and thrust his enormous sword forward. Jillian managed to redirect the blade using the handle of his axe, but Adon immediately changed tactics and beheaded Jillian's horse. Jillian had not expected that move. As the horse collapsed beneath him, Adon coated his shield with energy and slammed it forward, ordering Jillian to fall. Jillian barely managed to block the impact with his axe while being forced backward. At the same time, the siege ram continued hammering away at the castle gate. Eventually, the gate gave way and collapsed. Zwalter and the soldiers defending the walls were horrified by the sight. Despite that, Ghislain did not panic. Near the mana circle, Alfoy desperately called out to Vanessa and demanded that she do something after draining all of their mana. Vanessa calmly replied that it was not time yet. Outside, Victor raised his sword and ordered the army to charge into the castle and seize it. The soldiers immediately surged through the broken entrance. Victor then turned to one of his men and ordered him to bring Count Tamos to the castle. He declared that he would personally eliminate the enemy commanders. The soldier quickly accepted the order. Back on the battlefield, Kaor rose to his feet with wounds covering his body. He raised his sword and declared that Victor was not going anywhere. Victor looked at him and asked whether he truly did not know when to retreat as a mercenary commander. He questioned why Kaor insisted on fighting him again. Elsewhere, Adon informed Gillian that the castle gate had already fallen and declared that the battle was over. He admitted that Peridium's surprise attack had been bold and unexpected, but claimed that the final result had not changed. According to Adon, Gillian's greatest mistake was trusting the decisive strike force to mere mercenaries. He argued that no matter how skilled a mercenary was, they could never defeat a properly trained knight. At almost the same moment, Victor said something similar to Kaor. He told him to behave like a mercenary if that was what he was. He advised him to understand when a battle was no longer worth fighting and when it was time to run away. Both Victor and Adon insisted that no war was worth throwing one's life away for. Kaor burst out laughing when he heard Victor say that. He asked whether any of that truly mattered. He smiled and declared that whether someone was a mercenary or a knight meant nothing on a battlefield. At the same time, Gillian gave Adon the exact same answer. He told him that the only things that mattered were victory and defeat. The moment those words left his mouth, Gillian charged. At the same time, Kaor rushed toward Victor. Adon raised his sword and said he had no interest in hearing excuses from a loser. Gillian blocked the incoming strike and hooked Adon's sword with the head of his axe. Using the inside curve of the weapon, he dragged Adon off his horse. The knight was completely caught off guard. Gillian immediately freed his axe and swung it again. Adon managed to block with his shield, but the attack smashed into his horse's neck. The beast collapsed, slamming Adon into the ground. Looking up in fury, Adon called Gillian a filthy mercenary. Gillian leaped into the air and brought his axe down. Adon quickly raised his shield and blocked once more. Standing directly over him, Gillian calmly explained that even the strongest defense always had a gap. Then he pulled out a sword. He revealed that he had already offered his life to Ghislain and existed solely as his master's weapon. Raising the sword high, Gillian declared that a weapon must deliver nothing except victory to its master. The next instant, he drove the blade straight into Adon's head. On another part of the battlefield, Kaor continued sprinting toward Victor. He knew Victor was far stronger than him. He knew there was a real chance he could die. Even so, he kept charging because Ghislain had ordered him to hold Victor down. Kaor believed that if he could land even a single strike, he could slow Victor long enough for the plan to work. As he ran, he remembered a conversation he had with Ghislain. Back then, Kaor had asked how Ghislain performed the techniques he used during their duel. Ghislain had asked him what he meant. Looking embarrassed, Kaor admitted that he wanted to learn those moves and asked if Ghislain could teach him. Ghislain smiled when he saw the expression on Kaor's face and explained that it was never about the movements themselves. He told Kaor that most opponents would naturally look down on him the moment they faced him. Now back in the present, Kaor raised his sword and charged straight at Victor. Victor looked at him with contempt and remarked that he was nothing more than a beast that only knew how to charge forward. He casually blocked Kaor's attack and immediately swung his sword in response. Kaor twisted his body and dodged to the side, then suddenly hurled his broken sword at Victor with all the strength he could muster. Victor calmly knocked the flying blade away with his own sword and told him that fools like him always made desperate decisions when cornered. He said they never realized that their next choice could very well be their last. Then Victor raised his sword again and thrust it directly toward Kaor, ordering him to die. As the blade closed in, Kaor remembered something Ghislain had told him in the past. Ghislain had explained that landing a decisive hit was not about strength alone. It was about hiding your true intention until the moment your opponent was close enough to react. The instant that memory resurfaced, Kaor moved. He narrowly dodged Victor's thrust, though the blade still carved a cut across his shoulder. Ignoring the pain, Kaor grabbed Victor's arm and used it as leverage to launch himself upward. At the same time, he caught the broken sword that Victor had deflected moments earlier. Victor's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Kaor immediately came down with the recovered weapon and launched another attack. Victor barely managed to avoid the strike. Although he escaped injury, Kaor's attack struck something else instead. His broken sword plunged into Victor's horse. The beast let out a painful scream and collapsed. Kaor hit the ground as well, while Victor managed to jump clear before the horse crashed down. For the first time, Victor genuinely acknowledged what Kaor had done. He realized that the mercenary had thrown his sword earlier, not out of desperation, but to create an opportunity. Kaor had deliberately turned an impossible situation into one that favored him. Victor understood that only someone prepared to risk death could perform such a maneuver. Walking toward the wounded mercenary, he admitted that Kaor was not nearly as reckless as he first appeared. He explained that people often surpass their limits when standing at the crossroads between life and death. However, he added that Kaor had simply met the wrong opponent. Raising his sword above him, Victor asked if the mercenary had any final words. Kaor slowly lifted his head and grinned. He calmly told Victor that he had already landed his hit. Victor frowned in confusion. Before he could ask what Kaor meant, several daggers suddenly flew toward him. Victor was forced to jump back and evade them. The person who threw them was Belinda. The maid leaped into the battlefield and immediately pulled out one of her ropes. She hurled the hooked end toward Kaor and caught his jacket with it. Landing on horseback, she tightened the rope and dragged Kaor away from Victor. Surprisingly, Victor made no attempt to chase them. Instead, he stood there thinking about Kaor's final words. Losing a horse was hardly enough reason for Kaor to smile like that. Victor knew the mercenary was not foolish enough to throw his life away just to kill a mount. That realization made him uneasy. Kaor had been buying time for something. Victor turned toward the battlefield and followed the direction of the soldiers rushing into the castle. Looking beyond them, he spotted Vanessa gathering mana. At that moment, everything clicked. Kaor's mission had never been to defeat him. His mission was to keep Victor occupied. Meanwhile, as Vanessa continued gathering mana, she remembered her conversation with Ghislain. Back then, he told her that even if the enemy reached the castle gate and breached their defenses, the situation could still be reversed. He explained that her magic was the key to turning the battle around. Vanessa had asked whether he truly believed she could accomplish something so important. Ghislain simply smiled and assured her that he knew she could. Remembering those words filled her with confidence. The next moment, she unleashed her spell. A brilliant blue light erupted across the battlefield. Vanessa activated Flame Strike. An overwhelming torrent of fire exploded outward, smashing through part of the castle wall and surging beyond it. The flames consumed everything in their path. Zwalter and the defenders stared in shock at the sheer scale of the attack. Ghislain, Victor, and everyone else on the battlefield could see the massive pillar of fire from afar. Soldiers were swallowed by the blaze and burned alive. Their screams echoed throughout the battlefield. The surviving soldiers outside immediately tried to retreat, but they did not get far. Ghislain intercepted them and cut them down before they could escape. He ordered his mercenaries to surround the castle gate and ensure that not a single enemy soldier got away. Victor himself survived only because of his armor. A soldier carrying a shield rushed over to him and reported that most of their troops had already been burned to death. He urged Victor to retreat immediately. Victor clicked his tongue in irritation. This war had been planned meticulously. Every possible escape route for Peridium had been blocked. Months of preparation had gone into ensuring victory. Yet despite all that, they had failed to account for Ghislain's special forces, a mad dog like Kaor, and a high-level mage capable of incinerating thousands of soldiers in a single attack. Victor knew those factors were far too convenient to dismiss as luck. Everything had aligned perfectly against them. Using his sword to push himself upright, Victor finally accepted reality. He had fallen into Ghislain's trap from the very beginning. He ordered the soldier to gather the survivors and prepare for a temporary retreat. Since the area outside the castle was not heavily forested, he believed they could regroup at the main camp if they managed to escape the flames. Victor admitted that conquering Peridium was going to take much longer than expected. He then ordered the soldier to summon Adon immediately. The moment he gave that order, something entered his line of sight and froze him in place. Walking through the battlefield was Jillian. In one hand he carried his axe. In the other, he held Adon's severed head. Jillian approached with a completely serious expression. Victor stared in disbelief, unable to process what he was seeing. Without saying a word, Jillian tossed Adon's head onto the ground. Then he informed Victor that his main force was finished and that his army was already destroyed. Pointing his axe directly at the knight, Jillian demanded that he surrender. Victor responded by releasing his mana. He told Jillian not to make him laugh. Raising his sword, he asked whether Jillian truly believed the war would end like this. Victor declared that he would simply cut off everyone's heads himself if necessary. Mana surged around his blade as he prepared for battle once more. Looking directly at Jillian, Victor announced that the war had only just begun. While the enemy soldiers desperately tried to retreat from the inferno, Zwalter immediately seized the opportunity and ordered his men to fire on them. He reminded the soldiers that the enemy was trapped and that this was their chance to strike back. At the same time, Ghislain commanded his mercenaries from the ground, ordering them not to let a single enemy escape the flames. He told them that this was the golden opportunity they had been waiting for, the moment that could completely reverse the flow of the war. With that order, the mercenaries threw themselves into battle even harder and began cutting down every fleeing soldier they could reach. As the slaughter continued, Belinda rushed over and called out to her master. She quickly moved beside him and asked whether he had been injured during the battle. Ghislain calmly told her that he was fine before immediately asking about her condition and Kaor's. Belinda turned around to check on Kaor, Warrior. The mercenary was battered and covered in injuries, but he was still conscious. He simply raised his hand and gave Ghislaine a thumbs up. Seeing that, Ghislaine smiled in relief. Belinda then admitted that everything could have gone horribly wrong if Vanessa's spell had been delayed even slightly. She confessed that she honestly thought his plan was completely insane when she first heard it. Ghislaine simply replied that the plan had worked in the end. Belinda told him not to ever ask them to pull off something like that again. She still couldn't believe they had spent all of the runestones they mined just to unleash that single attack. While she was speaking, Ghislaine suddenly looked around the battlefield and asked where Jillian was. Belinda paused in surprise. Before she could answer, Ghislaine immediately spurred his horse forward and rode away. Belinda called after him, but he didn't stop. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Jillian was locked in a brutal fight against Victor. Victor's sword slammed against Jillian's axe repeatedly. Jillian managed to block the first attack, then the second, but every strike forced him backward. He quickly realized how absurdly heavy Victor's attacks were. The knight never gave him a moment to breathe. One strike flowed into another without pause, pushing Jillian farther and farther back. Even Jillian found himself impressed by Victor's relentless momentum. When Victor stepped close enough, Jillian swung his axe with tremendous force, but Victor leaped away and avoided it. As he landed, he slashed through Jillian's arm plate and cut into his shoulder. Jillian had not expected that. Victor's combination of speed and power was overwhelming. He gave his opponent absolutely no chance to recover, and continuously pressured him from every angle. Victor called him a filthy mercenary and mocked him for taking advantage whenever he was given an opportunity. Jillian responded by hooking Victor's sword with his axe and forcing it downward. For a brief moment, it looked like he had regained control, but Victor instantly adapted. He slid his sword into the gap within the axe's structure and twisted it. Jillian was caught off guard. Victor used the leverage to wrench the axe upward and rip it completely out of Jillian's hands. The weapon flew away. Before Jillian could react, Victor raised his sword and coldly informed him that he had crossed the line. Then he thrust the blade forward. Blood immediately burst from Jillian's body, and the mercenary spat out blood as well. Victor was surprised to see that Jillian had twisted his body at the last possible second to protect his vital organs. That single movement saved his life. Victor admitted that no one had ever received one of his attacks in that way before. He realized Jillian had not defeated Adon through luck. Looking at the wounded mercenary, Victor said it had been foolish for him to challenge him directly, after exhausting himself defeating Adon. He added that Adon probably would not have been angry about dying since he had fallen to a warrior like Jillian. Then Victor announced that it was finally time for Jillian to die. At that exact moment, a sword came flying toward Victor from behind. Victor sensed the attack instantly and withdrew from Jillian before turning around. He demanded that the attacker reveal himself. A familiar figure emerged. It was Ghislaine. Victor immediately recognized the black armor. Ghislaine casually picked up Jillian's massive axe with one hand and rested it on his shoulder. Even Victor couldn't help recognizing the imposing presence he gave off. Without wasting another second, Ghislaine released the power of his third core and rushed forward. The distance between them disappeared almost instantly. Raising the giant axe overhead, he brought it crashing down toward Victor. Victor blocked the attack, but the sheer weight behind it shook him. He quickly pushed Ghislaine away and counterattacked with his sword. Ghislaine used the axe to block. Victor attacked again. Ghislaine blocked once more before swinging the axe toward Victor's legs. Victor jumped away and retaliated from above. Ghislaine intercepted the strike with the handle of the axe, and then used that same handle to launch himself upward at incredible speed. In the next instant, he wrapped his legs around Victor's neck and locked him down before slamming him violently into the ground. Victor immediately rolled away and got back on his feet, breathing heavily. For the first time in the battle, he felt genuine danger. He could not read Ghislaine's movements at all. Every action was unpredictable. Victor knew that one mistake would get him killed. He found it unbelievable that someone this powerful had been hidden inside Peridium the entire time. Ghislaine calmly informed him that he knew exactly who he was. He said he knew Victor's strength, his military value, his strategies, and even the organization supporting him from the shadows. Looking directly at him, Ghislaine declared that he knew everything. Victor's mind immediately raced. He wondered if this entire war had been a trap from the very beginning. Refusing to believe it, Victor charged forward again and accused Ghislaine of speaking nonsense. As their weapons collided once more, Victor told himself that Peridium could not possibly know about the secret project his faction had spent years hiding. He reminded himself that he was Count Desmond's hidden card. Suddenly, he shoved the heavy axe aside and moved in close, warning Ghislaine not to think cheap tricks would work on him. Ghislaine immediately dragged the axe across the ground and used the motion to propel himself upward, avoiding Victor's attack. Victor's blade struck the axe handle instead. Before he could react, Ghislaine was already above him. The young lord brought the axe down again. Victor narrowly escaped by stepping backward. He counterattacked, but Ghislaine retreated just enough to evade the blade before surging forward and driving a brutal kick directly into Victor's face. Victor regained his footing almost immediately, but Ghislaine was already airborne once again. The axe came crashing down with terrifying force. Victor managed to block it, but the impact was overwhelming. Ghislain forced his sword downward, and the collision triggered a violent explosion. Victor's helmet was blown completely off. Blonde hair spilled out as blood ran down his face. Breathing heavily, he looked up at Ghislain. The young lord walked forward, pulled his sword from the ground, and casually remarked that while he liked using axes, swords suited him much better. Victor stared at him and finally demanded to know who he really was. Ghislain grabbed his helmet, removed it, and introduced himself properly. He declared that he was Ghislain Peridium, the young lord of Peridium. Victor stared at him in disbelief. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. The strongest knight in the north had just been pushed back by the very scoundrel everyone mocked. Ghislain replied that if Victor wanted to see the true strongest knight in the north, he was looking right at him. Victor only smiled. He called Ghislain arrogant, but at the same time he acknowledged something important. He no longer cared how Ghislain had prepared this trap or manipulated the battlefield. In war, methods did not matter. What mattered was that the final victor was the last one standing. Victor tightened his stance and released an even greater surge of mana. Instead of being discouraged, he looked excited. The battle between them was far from over. Ghislain raised his sword and settled into a stance. He admitted that Victor was right about one thing. In the end, war only cared about the person left standing. With that, he told Victor to come at him. Around them, the battlefield was still in chaos. Soldiers fought desperately on every side, while flames continued consuming everything in their path. Yet despite all that noise, Ghislain and Victor focused only on each other. The two warriors charged forward at the same time, and their weapons collided with a powerful clash. Victor immediately tried to drive his sword into Ghislain's head, but Ghislain reacted fast enough to knock the blade away. Victor followed up with several large swings, each one carrying tremendous force. Ghislain avoided them one after another. The knight then attacked from the side, but Ghislain redirected the sword with his own weapon. Victor instantly transitioned into a thrust aimed at his head. Ghislain moved his sword behind his body and blocked the attack from an awkward angle before pushing the blade away and trying to force Victor downward. Victor answered with raw strength, knocking Ghislain's sword aside and stepping forward to finish the exchange. Before he could strike, Ghislain raised his leg and stopped Victor's arm. Then he stepped onto Victor's sword and used it as a platform to launch himself upward before delivering a brutal kick directly to the knight's face. Blood burst from Victor's mouth and he stumbled backward, losing his balance. Ghislain immediately tried to capitalize on the opening, but Victor still managed to block the incoming attack. Gathering all his strength, he forced Ghislain's sword downward and pushed him back. Ghislain landed safely and quickly regained his footing. Looking down briefly, he noticed that Victor's attack had managed to leave a scratch on his armor. Victor noticed it too and smiled before charging again. The knight slammed into him once more. Ghislain blocked the attack and retaliated with a swing of his own. Victor intercepted it and suddenly spun around, using his cape to completely obscure Ghislain's vision. Hidden behind the cloth, Victor attacked from Ghislain's blind spot. Ghislain reacted instantly, jumping over both Victor and his sword. Before he could even land, Victor attacked again. This time, Ghislain twisted his body mid-air and blocked the strike before touching the ground. The moment his feet landed, he rushed forward. Victor met him head-on and blocked the attack before forcing him backward. Another swing came. Ghislain blocked it, then another. Ghislain blocked that one too. The exchange continued until both men attacked simultaneously, and their swords locked together. Metal screamed as they pushed against each other. Their faces were only inches apart, while both warriors tried to overpower the other. Muscles strained, teeth clenched. Neither wanted to give ground. Eventually, Victor gained the advantage and forced Ghislain's sword downward. He immediately dragged his blade upward and swung at Ghislain's head. Before the strike could connect, Ghislain yanked his sword from the ground and blocked the attack. Then he grabbed Victor's breastplate, pulled him forward, kicked his leg out from under him, and completely destroyed his balance. Using all his strength, Ghislain threw him away. Victor barely had time to react before Ghislain was already charging again. Victor rolled across the ground to avoid the attack and immediately created distance. Dragging his sword through the dirt, he launched a cloud of sand directly at Ghislain. Seeing the attack coming, Ghislain raised his hand to protect his eyes. Victor used that exact moment to thrust his sword forward. As Victor's blade came toward him, Ghislain was forced to acknowledge once again just how dangerous the man truly was. Even with the power of the third core amplifying his abilities, there was no overwhelming gap between them. Victor was genuinely one of the strongest knights he had ever faced. The sight of that sword triggered memories from his previous life. Back then, when Ghislain launched a campaign against Count Desmond, Victor had stood in his path as well. The two of them had crossed swords countless times during that battle. Ghislain eventually defeated him, but the fight consumed far too much time. Because of that delay, Peridium fell. Looking back on that memory, Ghislain understood that Peridium's destruction had never been an accident. People like Victor were determined to erase it from existence. On that day in his previous life, he swore an oath to himself. Anyone who threatened his family, his people, or Peridium would receive nothing but death. Remembering that promise, Ghislain poured mana into his sword and thrust it forward at the exact same moment Victor attacked. The two attacks met. A second later, blood splashed across the battlefield. Ghislain's sword had pierced straight through Victor's stomach. At the same time, he trapped Victor's sword between his arm and body, preventing it from reaching a fatal point. Blood poured from Victor's wound and stained the ground beneath him. The knight weakly called out to Count Desmond, but there was no one there to answer him. Gislen pulled his sword free, and Victor collapsed onto the battlefield. The knight looked around at the devastation surrounding them. Fire still raged across the land, while the remains of his army were being wiped out. Gislen stared down at him and immediately understood that the battle was over. Victor no longer had the strength to continue. Without saying anything, Gislen turned around and started walking away. Before he could take another step, Victor called out to him one final time. The dying knight said there was something he wanted to ask. He asked Gislen who he really was. The Gislen he knew was supposed to be Peridium's failure, the infamous scoundrel and disgrace of the North. Victor smiled weakly as he said it, already realizing how pointless the question was. In the end, his identity no longer mattered. After a brief silence, Victor admitted that he had enjoyed their fight. Those were the final words he left behind. Moments later, his life faded away. Gislen didn't answer. He simply turned his back on the fallen knight and walked away from the battlefield. In the next scene, Gislen was helping Jillian walk across the battlefield. One of his arms supported the wounded warrior, while Jillian leaned on him as they moved forward. When Gislen finally looked up, he saw Zwalter standing ahead with the surviving soldiers gathered behind him. Everyone looked exhausted. Their armor was battered, their weapons were stained with blood, and nearly every person there was breathing heavily after the brutal battle. Turning his head, Gislen spotted Belinda, Kaor, and the rest of his mercenaries waiting nearby. A smile appeared on his face. The first thing he asked was whether everyone was still alive. The moment they heard that, Belinda and the mercenaries rushed toward him. The men immediately started talking over one another. Some admitted that this was the first real war they had experienced in their entire careers as mercenaries. One man couldn't stop talking about Vanessa's magic and asked Gislen what kind of terrifying spell that had been. Another said he still had goosebumps from watching the sea of flames consume the battlefield. Listening to them, Gislen sincerely thanked every one of them for following him through the war. He told them they had all done an incredible job. While holding his injured shoulder, Kaor glanced at Jillian and called him an old man, asking whether he really needed someone to carry him just because he got stabbed once. Jillian brushed it off and claimed it was nothing serious. Belinda immediately scolded him for talking nonsense and demanded to inspect his wound before he made it worse. As everyone talked, Gislen suddenly asked where Vanessa was. Belinda explained that Vanessa had completely exhausted her mana and collapsed after casting the spell. Fergus had already taken her, along with the other mages, inside the castle so they could rest. While Belinda was explaining the situation, another voice suddenly called out to Gislen. Before he could react, Randolph strode over and wrapped him in a huge embrace. The knight captain proudly told him that he was truly worthy of being Peridium's successor. Gislen thanked Randolph and replied that he had done an amazing job as well. Then he looked toward his father and told him that he had fought brilliantly too. Zwalter didn't answer immediately. Instead, he simply stared at his son. There was a mixture of pride, relief, and lingering worry in his eyes. Eventually, he stepped forward and hugged Gislen himself. He told his son that he had done an incredible job. Gislen was genuinely surprised to hear those words coming from his father. Zwalter admitted that when he first heard the plan, he thought it was impossible. He never truly believed everything would work, yet somehow, Gislen had accomplished it. Gislen tried to give his father credit, saying the plan only succeeded because Zwalter held the castle walls long enough for everything to come together. However, the Count shook his head and disagreed. According to him, Gislen was the one who made everything happen. Then Zwalter grabbed his son's hand, raised it high into the air, and loudly declared that they had won. He announced that Peridium was victorious. The soldiers erupted into cheers. The mercenaries joined them as well. The entire battlefield echoed with triumphant screams. Hearing all those voices together shook Gislen deeply. He smiled to himself and realized that this was exactly why he had returned to the past. This moment, this victory, and these people were what he had been fighting for. However, the smile didn't last long. Gislen suddenly clenched his fist. The image of Duke Delphine flashed through his mind. He immediately reminded himself that the war was not truly over yet. While the celebration continued, Randolph informed Zwalter that he was going to inspect the condition of the soldiers. He then asked what the Count planned to do next. Zwalter turned toward Gislen and advised him to check on his own men before getting some well-earned rest. According to the Count, there would be plenty of responsibilities waiting for them later. To everyone's surprise, Gislen refused. Zwalter hadn't expected that answer. Gislen calmly explained that they didn't have the luxury of wasting time. He told his father that they needed to secure a formal surrender from Count de Garde as quickly as possible. Zwalter assured him that there was no need to rush and that he could handle it the next day. Gislen immediately rejected that idea. Waiting until tomorrow would already be too late. He revealed that he intended to march to de Garde territory immediately with his mercenaries. Then he requested authority to act as the Lord's deputy. Randolph was shocked by the request. Even Zwalter couldn't understand why his son was pushing so hard when everyone was exhausted. With a serious expression, Gislen reminded them that the war wasn't actually finished. Zwalter was taken aback by those words. Gislen explained that Count de Garde had broken their alliance and launched an invasion specifically to seize Peridium's territory. If they gave him time to recover, think, and regroup, he would eventually strike again. They could not allow that opportunity. Instead, they needed to press their advantage immediately while the enemy was still broken. They had to force reparations and settlement terms on their own conditions so thoroughly that Count de Garde would never dare challenge Peridium again. Zwalter listened quietly. He found it difficult to believe what he was hearing. Most people would still be celebrating after surviving a war like this, but his son was already planning the next move. Looking at Ghislain, Zwalter slowly came to understand his thinking. They really did have a chance to end everything decisively. After a moment, he granted permission for the operation. Ghislain thanked him, but before he left, Zwalter stopped him with one final reminder. He pointed out that Count de Garde had once been their ally and remained a noble, sworn to the royal family. Regardless of what had happened, he asked Ghislain to treat him with as much courtesy as the circumstances allowed. Hearing that, Ghislain smiled reassuringly and told his father not to worry. Then he turned toward Belinda and Kaor and asked whether they could still move. Kaor immediately answered that he was fine despite his injuries. Satisfied, Ghislain mounted his horse and ordered his people to follow him. Without wasting another moment, he announced that they were heading straight for de Garde territory at full speed. The scene shifted to Castle de Garde, where complete chaos had broken out inside the Lord's office. Tamas was furiously throwing anything he could get his hands on. Furniture, decorations, and documents were scattered across the room as the Count raged uncontrollably. He simply could not accept reality. The entire reason he had agreed to the secret treaty in the first place was because everyone knew how powerful Count Desmond was. In Tamas's eyes, Desmond's influence and strength were practically unquestionable. Yet somehow, despite all of that, the mighty forces supporting him had been defeated by the poor and insignificant Peridium territory. Tamos couldn't comprehend how Desmond had managed to lose to what he considered a backwater territory. Standing nearby, Lowell attempted to calm him down, but the Count immediately snapped at him and ordered him to shut up. Tamos demanded to know whether this looked like a situation where he could calmly sit around. Instead of standing there uselessly, he ordered Lowell to begin preparations for surrender negotiations. He also instructed him to gather the bureaucrats and start calculating reparations immediately. Lowell was stunned and asked whether the Count was actually serious. Tamos replied that Zwalder was an honorable fool who respected customs, traditions, and noble etiquette above everything else. Because of that, he was convinced Zwalter would agree to negotiations. Peridium desperately needed money after the war, and Tamas believed he could survive this disaster if he offered enough reparations. Once the negotiations were over, he intended to shift all responsibility onto Count Desmond and make him deal with the consequences. Unfortunately, Lowell reminded him that nearly every coin in the territory had already been poured into the war effort. He asked where they were supposed to find enough money to pay reparations. The question immediately enraged Tamos. He grabbed Lowell by the throat and began choking him. Calling him an idiot, he demanded to know how someone with such a brain could still work in his castle. Tamos ordered him to squeeze every possible coin out of the citizens. Then, with a frightening expression, he mockingly asked whether Lowell felt guilty because he was a peasant himself. He questioned whether the lives of commoners were somehow more important than his own. Struggling to breathe, Lowell desperately answered that peasants were not more important than their lord. Satisfied, Tamos threw him onto the floor and ordered him to remember his place before commanding him to get moving. As Lowell lay there coughing blood, he silently glared at the Count. Deep down, he had long grown tired of Tamas's tyranny. He had only been forced into managing the territory, and he knew better than anyone how much the people were suffering. The citizens had endured years of abuse, excessive taxation, and exploitation. Lowell understood that they were reaching their breaking point and that a revolt could happen sooner rather than later. Before he could even stand back up, a soldier burst into the room with urgent news. The soldier revealed that Peridium's forces had already arrived. The announcement shocked everyone. Outside the office, Ghislain's mercenaries had already lined up and secured the area. Inside, Tamos sat on his chair, waiting for Zwalter to appear, while Lowell stood behind him. Even now, the Count couldn't believe Peridium's forces had reached his territory so quickly. He silently swore that he wouldn't simply let things proceed however Zwalter wanted. However, the moment the office door opened, his confidence disappeared. The person who entered wasn't Zwalter, it was Ghislain. Belinda and Kaor accompanied him. Without wasting time, Ghislain calmly asked whether Tamos had prepared for surrender negotiations. The Count was completely caught off guard. He immediately demanded to know where Zwalter was. Ghislain explained that his father was occupied with restoring Peridium after the war, and therefore had delegated the negotiations to him as Lord's deputy. Then, with a completely serious expression, Ghislain ordered his men to bring Tamos to his knees. Earlier, while riding toward de Garde territory with his mercenaries, Kaor had commented on how quickly Count de Garde had fled the battlefield. He couldn't believe the man abandoned his soldiers and rushed back home so fast. Gordon apologized for failing to capture the Count during the retreat, but Kaor dismissed it and joked that Jillian was the one responsible. According to him, everyone else had done their jobs perfectly. Hearing Kaor casually blaming Jillian made Ghislain briefly wonder whether he should someday arrange a duel between the two, just to settle their constant bickering. During the journey, Kaor had also questioned Ghislain about the surrender negotiations. He couldn't understand why they were bothering with negotiations at all. Ghislain explained that everyone already knew Tamos was a shameless bastard who had launched a war under the excuse of avenging his son. If Peridium demanded excessive compensation publicly, they could end up placing themselves in an awkward political position. Therefore, the war officially needed to end through reparations and formal agreements. The explanation only confused Kaor further. He complained that nobles always made simple problems unnecessarily complicated. To him, the obvious solution was marching into Degard territory and wiping everything out. Belinda immediately called that suggestion stupid. She reminded him that noble disputes couldn't be solved the same way mercenary conflicts were. Offended, Kaor argued that nobles and mercenaries were both human beings. He wanted to know what made nobles so special. As far as he was concerned, Degard attacked them first, so worrying about the enemy's status made no sense. Ghislain simply laughed and told him not to think too deeply about it. Then he admitted that Kaor's solution was exactly what his father would never do. That statement immediately worried Belinda. She asked what he meant by that. Smiling casually, Ghislain revealed that unlike Zwalter, he intended to make Degard territory his own. Back in the present, Kaor and Gazelle seized Tamos by both arms and forcibly dragged him out of his chair. They kicked over the Count's expensive table before shoving him to the floor. Tamos couldn't even process what was happening. He screamed at them to let him go, but they forced him onto his knees directly in front of Ghislain. Belinda moved closer and quietly asked her master whether he was absolutely certain about this course of action. Ghislain assured her that he was. Belinda sighed and reminded him to remember that she had tried to stop him later when Zwalter inevitably questioned him. Meanwhile, Tamos desperately reminded everyone that he was a noble sworn directly to the kingdom. He demanded that Ghislain show proper respect and asked whether he truly believed he could get away with humiliating one of the king's subjects. The moment Ghislain pointed his sword at him, the Count instantly fell silent. Ghislain coldly declared that Tamos was a traitor who had been seduced by promises from enemies lurking in the shadows. He had broken an alliance, invaded Peridium, and attempted to seize their land. According to Ghislain, anyone who threatened Peridium deserved only one thing: death. Genuine fear appeared on Tamos's face. He nervously laughed and insisted that Ghislain stop joking around. He couldn't believe the young lord actually intended to execute him. Ghislain replied that anyone willing to send countless soldiers to die on a battlefield must also be willing to stake their own life. Actions carried consequences, and Tamos needed to pay the appropriate price. At that point, the Count finally understood that Ghislain wasn't bluffing. The realization made him laugh hysterically. The young lord wasn't merely ruthless, he was completely insane. Before Ghislain could swing his sword, Tamos hurriedly shouted for him to wait. Desperately trying to save himself, he offered a different price. He offered the entire territory. The declaration stunned both Belinda and Lowell. Ghislain, however, merely smiled because he had expected exactly this reaction. He calmly reminded Tamos that territories couldn't simply be handed over like merchandise. According to inheritance laws, only blood relatives or legitimate successors could inherit a domain. Tamos quickly dismissed those concerns and insisted he would solve the legal issues himself. He suggested fabricating records and claiming that Ghislain was some distant relative. According to him, forged inheritance rights could easily be prepared. All Ghislain had to do was accept the offer. Then Tamos turned toward Lowell and angrily ordered him to stop standing around and bring writing materials immediately so they could begin drafting the documents. Ghislain decided to squeeze even more out of the situation before finishing things. Despite Tamos already offering the territory, our boy calmly told him that he still wasn't entirely convinced by the arrangement. Hearing that immediately made Tamos panic. Desperately trying to save himself, he promised that he would still pay reparations as well. He admitted that he didn't have any money left at the moment because the war had drained the territory's finances, but he insisted that he could gather the funds later. According to him, all he needed was time. He could simply raise taxes and squeeze the money out of the citizens. Tamos begged Ghislain to spare his life and give him that opportunity. When Ghislain asked whether he truly valued his life that much, the Count immediately answered with his actions, practically throwing away every shred of dignity he had left. After watching him grovel, Ghislain finally said that he would give him a chance. The Count became overjoyed, believing he had managed to survive. However, instead of accepting his proposal immediately, Ghislain dragged the Count out of the castle. Before Tamos could understand what was happening, our boy threw him directly onto the ground in front of the citizens of Degard. The gathered crowd stared in shock. Nobody expected to see their lord treated like a sack of garbage and tossed into the dirt. Humiliated, Tamos immediately turned toward Ghislain and demanded to know why he had dragged him in front of common peasants. Ghislain coldly advised him to watch his words. Then he revealed something that completely confused the Count. According to our boy, it wasn't him who would decide whether Tamos lived or died. The people would decide. Tamos couldn't understand what he meant. Ignoring him, Ghislain stepped forward and introduced himself to the people as the young lord of Peridium. He openly announced that Count Degard had declared war against Peridium under the excuse of avenging his son and had been thoroughly defeated. He then informed everyone that their lord now intended to collect reparations from the people people in order to save himself. After revealing that, Ghislain sarcastically asked whether anyone would like to volunteer. The crowd immediately erupted in anger. The citizens couldn't believe what they were hearing. Tobs had already squeezed countless resources from them to fund the war, and now he intended to take even more. Some people openly shouted that nobles should solve their own problems instead of forcing commoners to pay for them. Seeing the anger spreading through the crowd, Ghislain announced that he was willing to offer mercy as the deputy lord of Peridium. Then he presented them with a choice. They could save their lord by accepting massive reparations and continue suffering under his rule, or they could let him die and allow Degard territory to be absorbed into Peridium. If they chose the second option, they would not have to bear the burden of defeat themselves. Tobs was horrified. He never expected Ghislain to humiliate him in such a manner. Before he could even respond, someone in the crowd threw a stone directly at his head. The count barely had time to react before more rocks started flying toward him. Citizens armed themselves with stones, pitchforks, and whatever else they could find. They surged forward in rage. One citizen screamed that Tobs had taken away his mother's keepsake. Another shouted that the count's taxes had stolen the bread meant for his children. Others demanded to know whether he understood how many people had suffered because of his greed and tyranny. Tobs couldn't answer a single accusation. The people no longer saw him as their lord. They saw him as the cause of their misery. Stones struck his body repeatedly, while pitchforks stabbed and jabbed at him. The furious crowd beat him mercilessly. He couldn't even find an opportunity to beg for mercy. All he could do was curl up, protect his head, and scream in pain while the people unleashed years of resentment upon him. Watching the scene unfold, Ghislain simply turned toward his men and announced that they could return home now. According to him, the war was over. Then he turned toward Belinda and mentioned that he still had something important to explain to his father. Belinda wasn't worried at all. At this point, she was convinced her master always had a plan prepared for dealing with the consequences of his actions. The scene then shifted back to Peridium, where Zwalter and the council sat in complete disbelief after learning what had happened. The count stared at his son and asked him to repeat himself. Ghislain calmly informed him once again that Count Degard was dead. Zwalter immediately reminded his son that he specifically instructed him to treat Tobs with as much respect as the situation allowed. Ghislain assured his father that he hadn't forgotten. He explained that after meeting Tobs personally, he concluded that eliminating him was the best course of action. According to Ghislain, sparing the count would only result in another invasion later. Homern and Albert were stunned by that claim. Homern insisted such a thing was impossible. Ghislain immediately reminded everyone that Degard had somehow managed to invade Peridium with more than 7,000 soldiers. That alone proved the Count wasn't acting independently. He revealed that Count Desmond supplied troops while Rayfold supported things behind the scenes. The officials were shocked. They couldn't believe two major powers had been working together against Peridium. Desmond County was famous for maintaining neutrality, making the revelation even more difficult to accept. Ghislain already understood why none of their allies had come to help during the war. Amelia had secretly intercepted and eliminated the messengers, completely isolating Peridium from outside support. Information warfare and isolation tactics had always been her specialty. However, the situation was now changing. Once Degard territory fell under their control, Peridium's strategic position would improve dramatically. Desmond and Rayfold would no longer be able to launch attacks so easily because they would now share borders with a territory controlled by Ghislain. Any suspicious troop movement or hostile preparation would be noticed immediately. Zwalter finally understood why his son had been determined to eliminate Tobs. However, he pointed out another issue. Simply killing a lord didn't automatically transfer ownership of the territory. According to inheritance laws, a territory required either a legitimate heir or a blood relative. Ghislain responded by taking out a scroll and placing it on the table. He asked his father to read it. As Zwalter opened the document, his eyes widened in disbelief. The scroll contained a written declaration from Tobs himself, claiming that Ghislain was a distant blood relative and the rightful first successor of Degard territory. The room fell silent. Zwalter couldn't believe what he was reading. Ghislain casually explained that he had obtained the document directly from Count Degard. Thanks to that declaration, they could sidestep almost every inheritance issue that would normally arise. The Count remained speechless for several moments before finally putting himself together. Even then, he pointed out that governing a territory was far more difficult than conquering one. He asked whether Ghislain truly possessed enough manpower to manage another domain on top of everything else. Instead of worrying, our boy simply smiled confidently and told his father not to concern himself. According to Ghislain, he already had the perfect person in mind to handle the position. The scene shifted away from Peridium and traveled overseas to the Austin territory within the Seiron kingdom. Inside one of the territory's most crowded bars, the atmosphere was absolutely wild. People were shouting, cheering, and slamming mugs against tables while surrounding a gambling table in the center of the room. All eyes were focused on a particular match taking place there. Several spectators couldn't believe what they were seeing, because a green-haired man had just pushed everything he owned into the bet. The man casually grabbed a cup containing 4 dice and began shaking it repeatedly. After a few dramatic moments, he slammed the cup onto the table and stared at his opponent. Sitting across from him was an enormous bald man with 2 even larger bodyguards standing behind him. The bald man narrowed his eyes and warned the gambler that things wouldn't end well if he tried any tricks. The green-haired man, known as Claude, simply smiled and told him not to be so hostile. According to Claude, it was all supposed to be fun. Then he slowly lifted the cup. The crowd gasped when they saw the result. All 4 dice were stacked perfectly on top of one another, and every visible face displayed the exact same number. Wearing a smug grin, Claude casually told his opponent to stop wasting time and place his bet. The story then shifted back to Peridium, where a large ceremony was being held. Soldiers and mercenaries filled a grand hall while Zwalter, Randolph, and Ghislain stood at the front. In front of everyone, our boy knelt before his father. After acknowledging Ghislain's incredible contributions during the recent war and everything he had done for Peridium, Zwalter officially announced his decision. Acting under the authority of the king, he granted Ghislain the title of Baron of Fenris. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall erupted with cheers. Soldiers shouted, mercenaries screamed his name, and everyone celebrated the rise of a new lord. Ghislain had officially become a noble ruler. The scene then flashed back to an earlier meeting inside Zwalter's office. A map of the former Degard territory rested on the table while Ghislain explained his plans to the council. He pointed out that the territory consisted of 5 separate baronies, in addition to lands governed directly by the count. Out of all of them, he intended to establish his base within Fenris barony because it occupied the central position. After explaining everything, he asked whether anyone had questions. In reality, everyone already knew their opinions didn't matter. Albert quietly leaned towards Walter and whispered something into his ear. After listening, the Count simply told his son to do whatever he wanted. According to Walter, somebody eventually had to take responsibility for governing those lands anyway. Ghislain thanked him for his approval. Before ending the discussion, Zwalter awkwardly cleared his throat and brought up another issue. The recent war had caused serious financial bleeding throughout Peridium. Ghislain immediately questioned what his father meant by bleeding. The Count suggested that perhaps some runestones could be sold to support the territory. To his surprise, Ghislain revealed that he didn't have any runestones left. Zwalter was completely confused by that statement. Our boy reminded him that every single runestone had already been consumed during the battle when they blew apart the castle gate and unleashed Vanessa's devastating attack. He casually told his father not to worry because they could simply mine more later. Returning to the present, the celebration continued. Belinda approached Ghislain with a bright smile and invited him to sit down and eat. Gillian respectfully bowed and congratulated him, while referring to him as young lord. Kaor casually remarked that Ghislain had finally become a proper noble. Belinda clasped her hands together dramatically and claimed that all her years of raising him had finally paid off. According to her, she had always worried about what kind of person he would grow into. Kaor immediately ruined the moment by saying that Ghislain's rude and ruthless personality probably came from Belinda herself. The maid instantly responded by driving her foot into his stomach. After punishing him, she moved back toward Ghislain and happily reminded him once again that he was now an official lord. While everyone was talking, another voice called out to him. When Ghislain looked over, he saw Elena standing there alongside a shy girl with light blue hair. Elena immediately asked whether she should continue calling him brother or start addressing him as lord. Ghislain told her to call him whatever she preferred. He then turned his attention toward the blue-haired girl and greeted Rachel. The girl politely introduced herself before Ghislain jokingly told her to report it immediately if Elena ever bullied her. According to him, his sister could become quite violent whenever she disliked something. Elena immediately punched him in the chest after hearing that. Turning toward Gillian, Ghislain pointed out that Rachel had now completely recovered. The giant mercenary once again thanked him because none of it would have been possible without his help. Shortly afterward, Ghislain clapped his hands and gathered everyone's attention. He sincerely thanked the mercenaries for following his orders throughout the war and helping him achieve victory. Then he revealed his next major decision. Since he was now Baron of Fenris, his main base would no longer remain in Peridium. Instead, it would be established within Fenris. He announced that he wanted to officially hire all of them as his personal army. The mercenaries were stunned. Several immediately asked whether that meant permanent positions rather than temporary contracts. Ghislain confirmed it. Then he dropped an even bigger surprise by revealing that he intended to train them as knights. The mercenaries couldn't believe what they were hearing. Ghislain explained that everything they accomplished during the recent war had already proven their worth. In his eyes, they were fully qualified. Belinda immediately pointed out that maintaining an army of that size would require an enormous amount of money. Ghislain simply smiled and replied that they would just have to earn an enormous amount of money. Afterward, he turned toward Gillian and asked about his physical condition. Gillian reported that his body was recovering well. Hearing that, Ghislain gave him an important assignment. He ordered Gillian to lead everyone to Fenris and wait for his arrival there. The mercenary was surprised and asked whether his lord wouldn't be accompanying them. Ghislain explained that he had somewhere else he needed to visit first. Since Fenris had recently experienced war, public order there would likely be terrible. Therefore, Gillian needed to arrive first and stabilize the situation. The giant mercenary looked visibly disappointed because it felt as though his master was sending him away. Sensing that, Ghislain told him that he was one of the people he trusted most. That statement completely caught Gillian off guard. Ghislain tapped his arm and explained that this trust was precisely why he was entrusting him with such an important responsibility. Gillian immediately accepted the task and wished him a safe journey. Afterward, Ghislain turned toward Belinda and Kaor and informed them that they would be traveling with him. He ordered them to prepare immediately. Curious, Belinda asked where they were headed. Ghislaine revealed that their destination was the Austin territory within the Seiron Kingdom. Belinda was shocked when she realized they were actually leaving the country and traveling overseas. Kaor quickly recognized the location and asked whether it was the same territory famous for gambling and games. Meanwhile, Belinda admitted that she loved traveling and sounded genuinely excited. Kaor immediately asked whether they were finally going there to relax and enjoy themselves after surviving a war. Ghislaine shut down that idea instantly. According to him, they weren't traveling there for entertainment at all. Not long after the war ended, Vanessa was already causing trouble again. The girl approached Alfoy and innocently asked if he would let her suck it one more time. The moment those words left her mouth, Alfoy nearly jumped out of his skin. He hurriedly backed away and demanded to know what exactly she wanted to suck. Vanessa tilted her head and calmly explained that she wanted to absorb his mana again because she thought she might finally be able to use all the magic knowledge stored inside her head if she had enough mana to work with. Alfoy looked completely horrified. He immediately asked why she specifically needed his mana. Vanessa answered without hesitation that Ghislaine had already explained it to her. According to him, Alfoy was basically a mana battery. Hearing himself described like a living battery nearly made the young mage lose his mind. Before he could continue complaining, Ghislaine entered the room and casually remarked that Alfoy seemed as energetic as ever. Alfoy immediately pointed at Vanessa and begged Ghislaine to do something about her. He complained that she constantly tried to drain his mana whenever she got the chance. Ghislaine ignored the complaint entirely and walked straight toward Vanessa instead. He asked whether she was feeling alright after everything that happened during the war. Vanessa assured him that she was fine. Ghislaine then asked whether she had been nervous because it had been her first experience fighting in a real battlefield. He gently patted her head and told her that she had done an excellent job. Vanessa immediately blushed and thanked him. Feeling completely left out, Alfoy loudly pointed out that he had contributed too. Ghislaine casually acknowledged that fact and praised him as well, saying that he had fulfilled his role properly. Instead of feeling appreciated, Alfoy only became more annoyed. Grinding his teeth, he warned Ghislaine that things would be very different once he returned to the Flame Magic Tower. Ghislaine immediately shattered that hope by informing him that he would actually be traveling together with them. The scene then shifted overseas to the Oten territory of the Seiron Kingdom. Ghislaine, Belinda, Kaor, and the unwilling Alfoy arrived at the famous Kraken gambling house. The moment they stepped inside, Kaor's eyes lit up. The mercenary happily breathed in the atmosphere and declared that he had missed the smell of a gambling house. Alfoy couldn't believe what he was hearing. He immediately complained that he thought they were traveling to handle important matters, not visit gambling dens. Ignoring him, Ghislaine tossed a heavy pouch full of money toward Kaor and told him to enjoy himself together with Alfoy while they waited. He promised that he would call for them when he needed them. Kaor happily caught the money and instantly became excited about spending it. Alfoy asked what exactly they were supposed to do with that much cash. Kaor placed a hand on his shoulder and grinned. According to him, Alfoy might understand magic, but he clearly didn't understand how the world worked. When Alfoy asked what that meant, Kaor proudly announced that he would teach him how to make money using money. Meanwhile, Ghislaine and Belinda continued deeper into the gambling house. Belinda quietly told her master that he didn't need to hide his intentions from her. She promised not to nag him even if he wanted to enjoy a few games himself after everything he had accomplished recently. Ghislaine assured her that he wasn't there for gambling at all. Instead, he revealed that he had come searching for a specific person. That individual was the man he intended to appoint as the steward of Fenris territory. Ghislaine explained that the man currently lived inside this gambling house due to certain circumstances, and he intended to take him away before he eventually lost a hand. Belinda nearly stopped walking. She couldn't believe her ears. Her master was seriously planning to make a gambler the steward of an entire territory. Ghislaine reassured her that the situation was more complicated than it looked. According to him, the man possessed exceptional talent when it came to managing resources and finances. Before he could even reveal the man's name, a loud commotion erupted elsewhere in the building. Both Ghislaine and Belinda immediately turned toward the noise. Across the gambling hall, a large crowd had gathered around one particular table. Spectators were shouting accusations while discussing how strange it was that a certain gambler kept winning non-stop. Many openly called him a cheater and claimed he deserved whatever punishment was coming his way. At the center of the crowd, a giant man was holding someone down against a table. The restrained man was none other than Claude. Standing over him was a huge bald man known as Captain Crank. Nearby, one of Crank's guards drew a sword, while the crowd loudly demanded that Claude's hand be cut off. Crank reminded Claude that he had warned him earlier not to play tricks. He accused him of secretly switching dice and using weighted ones to manipulate the results. To prove his point, Crank crushed one of the dice in his hand and exposed its altered interior. He then demanded to know whether Claude had been running scams the entire time. Claude immediately denied the accusation. He insisted that he had never prepared special dice and never swapped anything. Instead, he accused Crank of being the one cheating, despite constantly warning others not to do the same. Crank simply smiled and replied that some people could never understand each other. Claude clenched his teeth in frustration after hearing that response. Without another word, Crank ordered his subordinate to cut Claude's hand off. As the guard raised his sword, Claude closed his eyes. Sweat rolled down his face, while panic began setting in. Just as the blade was about to fall, a calm voice interrupted the entire scene. The newcomer remarked that it looked like an entertaining game and asked whether he could join. Claude immediately opened his eyes. To his shock, he saw Ghislain standing there with his sword raised, casually blocking the guard's strike. Crank's expression darkened as he demanded to know the stranger's identity. Ghislain calmly introduced himself as Baron Ghislain Fenris of the Kingdom of Luthania. The revelation surprised Crank because he hadn't expected to encounter a foreign noble. Several of his subordinates instantly drew their weapons and prepared to attack, but Crank ordered them to stand down. Maintaining a polite smile, he welcomed Ghislain to the Kraken gambling house and advised him not to cause trouble. He then requested that Ghislain and his companions lower their weapons. Ghislain complied and instructed Belinda to do the same. After everyone relaxed slightly, Crank referred to him as a distinguished guest and asked why a foreign baron had come to a place like this. Ghislain calmly answered that he had come searching for someone. Then he looked directly at Claude, telling him to stand up. Ghislain revealed that the search was already over. The person he had come for was Claude himself, and he had arrived specifically to take him away. In another section of the gambling house, Alfoy was completely unaware of the drama unfolding around Ghislain and Claude. Right now, his entire focus was locked onto a gambling table. A moment earlier, someone had rolled 3 dice, and against all odds, all 3 landed on 1. That result secured a massive victory for Alfoy. Piles of gold were immediately pushed toward him, and the young mage could only stare at the mountain of money in disbelief. The surrounding gamblers were equally shocked. None of them could understand how a complete newcomer had managed to win so much. Some accused him of having ridiculous luck, while others wondered whether the boy had secretly been blessed by fate itself. Kaor casually walked over and placed a hand on Alfoy's shoulder while looking at the winnings. Even he looked surprised. He admitted that he never expected Alfoy to be this lucky. Alfoy didn't answer at all. His eyes remained glued to the gold. For the first time in his life, he realized he had just earned more money in a few moments than he usually earned from selling magic scrolls over a long period of time. His heart was pounding furiously inside his chest. He couldn't even remember the last time he had felt this excited. At this point, Kaor might have accidentally created a gambling addict. While Alfoy was silently admiring his fortune, Kaor noticed people shouting somewhere upstairs. Curious, he wondered what all the commotion was about. Alfoy couldn't care less. The noise was insignificant compared to his newly discovered love for gambling. Back at the main gambling floor, Belinda quietly asked Ghislain whether Claude was really the person he had come all the way here to find. Ghislain confirmed that Claude was exactly the man he was looking for. Hearing this, Crank stepped forward and insisted that things couldn't simply proceed however Ghislain wanted. According to him, Claude had participated dishonorably in the sacred game by resorting to trickery, and because of that, he had to pay the price. Ghislain immediately questioned whether Crank was serious. Before Crank could respond, Claude smiled and bowed respectfully toward Ghislain. Addressing him as Baron Fenris, Claude apologized and explained that he had lost the money Ghislain previously gave him because he had fallen victim to a swindler. He then pointed out something suspicious. The gambling house strictly controlled all dice used within the establishment and thoroughly inspected guests to prevent cheating tools from entering. Yet somehow a weighted die had appeared at the exact moment he placed a massive bet. Claude found that timing far too convenient to be a coincidence. Belinda immediately became suspicious. She pointed out that Claude was speaking as though he already knew Ghislain personally, even though they had never met before. She accused him of lying. But before she could raise her voice further, Ghislain stopped her. Turning toward Crank, he calmly asked whether Claude's explanation was true. Crank couldn't help wondering where Claude had managed to obtain such a large amount of money in the first place. He quickly assumed Ghislain was the source. Crank then admitted he had no idea what relationship existed between Claude and the young noble, but warned him not to trust Claude's words. According to Crank, swindlers always had convenient excuses ready. He then revealed that the gambling house belonged to Baron Austin. If Ghislain caused trouble there, it could easily develop into a diplomatic dispute. Crank suggested that everyone simply pretend none of this happened and that Ghislain quietly return to his homeland. Ghislain immediately rejected the suggestion. He informed Crank that he couldn't simply walk away because he himself had been swindled. The statement caught Crank completely off guard. Ghislain calmly took a seat and told him not to make such an ugly face. Since both of them wanted Claude, he proposed settling the matter through a compromise. Ghislain suggested a game. If he won, he would take both Claude and all of Claude's money. If he lost, Crank could claim not only his noble status, but every asset he possessed. The entire room exploded into shock. Claude nearly had a heart attack. He quickly told Ghislain that he appreciated the gesture, but couldn't understand why he was risking so much for someone like him. Ghislain grabbed him and calmly replied that Claude was someone he needed. Hearing those words left Claude completely speechless. Crank burst into laughter. He admitted that he couldn't remember the last time he had seen a noble with such courage. Accepting the challenge, he declared that anyone visiting a gambling house should be prepared to gamble. The crowd immediately erupted with excitement. They couldn't believe a foreign noble was openly challenging Crank. Everyone rushed closer to watch what promised to be a spectacular match. Crank placed a die on the table and explained the rules. The person who rolled the lowest number would win. There were no ties. He mocked nobles by saying they usually struggled whenever rules became even slightly complicated. Ghislain simply nodded and told him he understood perfectly. He then asked Crank to begin. The response irritated Crank slightly because Ghislain appeared far calmer than expected. A coin was tossed to determine who would start. Ghislain chose heads while Crank selected tails. The coin landed on tails, giving Crank the first turn. Confidently picking up the cup, Crank announced that he would go first. He shook the cup vigorously for a long time. Watching from the side, Belinda thought he was being ridiculously dramatic. She couldn't understand why a simple dice roll required such an elaborate performance. However, while everyone focused on the loud shaking, Crank subtly opened a hidden compartment at the bottom of the cup and performed a quick switch. The movement was nearly impossible to notice. A second later, he slammed the cup onto the table. When he lifted it, the die displayed a 1. The dealer immediately announced the result. Crank had scored 1 point. The crowd exploded with cheers. Many spectators immediately declared the game over. Some joked that people should stop wasting Crank's time by challenging him. Belinda felt her stomach drop. Claude didn't even know what to say. Crank smugly apologized to Ghislain and remarked that the game had ended much too quickly after generating so much excitement. Instead of panicking, Ghislain told him to shut up because he talked too much. The response completely surprised Crank. He assumed Ghislain was bluffing and merely pretending to stay calm. In reality, Crank felt absolutely certain of victory. His custom-made cup contained a hidden opening, and he had secretly switched in a weighted die that always landed on 1. The entire purpose of the exaggerated shaking was to disguise the swap. No one had ever caught him performing the trick before. Confident in his victory, Crank believed defeat was impossible no matter what Ghislain tried. Without saying anything further, Ghislain quietly covered his hand with mana and pressed it against the cup. A small wave of energy spread from him before quickly dissipating. He then placed the cup on the table and reminded everyone that the lowest number was supposed to win. The moment he finished speaking, he lifted the cup. Instead of revealing a die, everyone saw nothing but crushed dust. The die had been completely pulverized. Ghislain calmly announced that Crank's result was 0. Crank's face instantly froze. Every spectator around the table stared in complete disbelief. Nobody could comprehend what they were looking at. Ghislain had literally reduced the die to powder. Crank immediately jumped to his feet and pointed accusingly at him. He insisted that the result didn't count. According to him, destroying the die was just another form of trickery. He argued that even nobles weren't allowed to pull stunts like that. Before he could continue ranting, Ghislain suddenly grabbed his hand and squeezed. The pressure forced Crank to drop something he had been hiding. A second die rolled onto the table. The entire gambling hall fell silent. Everyone stared at the weighted die lying on the floor. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The man who constantly preached about honor and sacred games had been cheating the entire time. Looking directly at him, Ghislain calmly reminded Crank that he was the one who had spent all day lecturing others about participating honorably in the sacred game. Crank couldn't process what had just happened. His mind was spinning as he stared at the extra die lying on the table. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. He began wondering whether Ghislain had known everything from the very beginning. Panic immediately replaced his confidence. Without wasting another second, Crank pulled out a dagger and suddenly thrust it straight at Ghislain. The attack happened so quickly that Belinda and Claude were both caught off guard. However, Ghislain didn't look surprised at all. He casually moved to the side and avoided the stab with ease. Watching their opponent dodge so effortlessly left Belinda and Claude stunned. Ghislain calmly remarked that Crank should have done this from the beginning. According to him, there was never any reason to act politely when dealing with nothing more than a thug. Realizing his surprise attack had failed, Crank immediately switched the dagger into his other hand. He desperately insisted that Ghislain didn't know what he was talking about. At the same time, he admitted something important without even realizing it. Crank declared that they couldn't let Ghislain leave now that he knew too much. Immediately afterward, he shouted an order for his men to attack. The thugs rushed forward without hesitation. Several weapons came flying toward Ghislain from different directions. Instead of retreating, Ghislain jumped directly into their formation. He stepped on one thug's shoulder, then another's, using them like footholds to propel himself forward. The movement was so smooth that the attackers couldn't even react properly. Watching Ghislain rapidly close the distance caused fear to spread across Crank's face. Desperate, he raised his dagger again and stabbed toward him. Once again, Ghislain effortlessly avoided the attack. In a single motion, he slipped past Crank and landed behind him. The next thing Crank felt was cold steel against his neck. Ghislain had already drawn his sword and placed the blade directly against his throat. At that moment, Crank understood exactly how badly he had messed up. His men froze when they saw their leader being held hostage. Shock spread across their faces. Before they could attempt anything reckless, Belinda and Kaor stepped forward and pointed their own weapons at the surrounding thugs. Kaor laughed openly while informing them that they had picked the worst possible person to mess with. Belinda then turned toward Ghislain and politely asked what he wanted them to do next. Ghislain calmly announced that he would be taking both Claude and the money. Crank immediately protested and claimed that Ghislain couldn't do that. Ghislain responded by reminding him of a very unbelievable unpleasant reality. This gambling house was the primary source of income for Baron Austin, yet the manager and overseer of the establishment had just been exposed for trying to rig a game against a foreign noble. Ghislain then asked Crank whether he understood what would happen to a gambling house that completely lost its credibility. While speaking, he slowly pressed his blade even closer against Crank's neck. He then asked whether Crank understood what would happen if he tried to make trouble over this incident again. Looking into Ghislain's eyes, Crank could clearly tell that the young lord wasn't bluffing. If he pushed the matter further, Ghislain would kill him without hesitation. Faced with that reality, Crank slowly lowered his dagger and admitted defeat. He reluctantly agreed. After settling the matter, Ghislain turned around and called out to Claude. He told him to come along because their business there was finished. Unfortunately, Claude was nowhere to be seen. The man had completely vanished. He had run away. Belinda immediately became annoyed when she realized what happened. Not only had Claude escaped, but he had also taken all the money with him. She complained that the gambling addict was unbelievably ungrateful. If Ghislain hadn't intervened, Claude would have lost his hand a few minutes ago. Kaor casually suggested that Claude had probably run off to another gambling house the moment he got the chance. Belinda proposed searching the city for him. Ghislain, however, stopped her. He calmly stated that there was no need to search. He already knew exactly where Claude was heading. The scene then shifted elsewhere. Claude was riding a horse at full speed while carrying a large sack overflowing with coins. As he traveled, he couldn't stop thinking about Ghislain. He didn't understand who the young noble really was or why he had gone so far to help him. Claude knew perfectly well that he had only managed to recover that money because of Ghislain's intervention. A part of him felt guilty for running away immediately afterward. Even so, he continued convincing himself that he genuinely needed the money. No matter how guilty he felt, there was a reason he couldn't afford to lose those coins. The story then moved 1 year into the past. Hidden deep within the woods stood a poorly constructed cabin. Inside that cabin, Claude enthusiastically dumped piles of gold coins onto a table. A woman wearing a hood sat nearby. Her name was Anna. Claude proudly asked her to look at the money he had earned. He explained that he had won everything through gambling. According to him, gambling wasn't purely based on luck. There was always a formula behind victory. Claude excitedly declared that if he kept earning money this way, they would no longer need to hide from the world. They could finally return to living normal lives again. Instead of sharing his excitement, Anna begged him to stop. Her hands trembled as she spoke. She admitted that she already knew the truth. Her father, who had also been Claude's teacher, hadn't died because of Claude. Anna couldn't even bring herself to look directly at him. His body was covered in bruises. His face was swollen from countless beatings. Seeing him in that condition only made her feel worse. Claude immediately denied her attempt to comfort him. He insisted that everything was his fault. According to him, he had turned his own teacher into a traitor because of his stupidity and immaturity. The scene then shifted again. This time, Anna was shown tied up while being held by Crank and one of his subordinates. Standing nearby was a fat man. The man officially announced that Anna Arceus, daughter of Boethius Arceus, a scholar from the Seiron Royal Academy and a convicted traitor, would be imprisoned. As soon as the declaration was finished, he ordered Crank and his men to take her away. Claude desperately struggled to stand up after being beaten down. He called out to Anna while reaching toward her. The fat man then turned toward Claude and presented him with a cruel condition. If Claude could somehow bring him 2,000 gold within 1 year, Anna would be released. Otherwise, she would remain imprisoned and eventually die. The man coldly explained that Anna was originally supposed to be executed, but he was willing to spare her life in exchange for the ransom. Claude tightly gripped the bag of gold he was carrying. Looking toward Anna as she was dragged away, he made a promise. No matter what happened, he would earn the money. He swore that he would free Anna and bring her back. The scene shifted to Austin Castle, where the fat noble from Claude's memories was busy handling official business. The man turned out to be Baron Austin himself. While reviewing reports, he learned that the prison camp under his control had reached full capacity. The news immediately annoyed him. In his eyes, prisoners were nothing more than worthless bastards who consumed food without providing any value in return. He couldn't understand why they were even being kept alive. With a look of irritation on his face, he declared that there was no reason to continue feeding people who couldn't even pay their ransoms. Sitting nearby was a knight named Rogier. The Baron ordered him to execute every prisoner who failed to pay their ransom within a week. Rogier calmly accepted the order before reminding his master that nearly a full year had already passed. The reminder instantly made Baron Austin remember someone. He realized Rogier was talking about the daughter of the so-called traitor. The Baron immediately asked whether there had been any news regarding Claude. Rogier informed him that Claude was still wasting his life away in gambling houses. Hearing that made the Baron smile. According to him, Crank was doing an excellent job. Originally, he had considered making Anna his personal maid, but after thinking about it, he decided that employing the daughter of a traitor wasn't worth the trouble. He then instructed Rogier to execute Anna together with the other prisoners and make sure Claude never learned what happened. Rogier then asked what should be done if Claude somehow managed to gather the ransom money one day. Baron Austin laughed at the idea. He casually explained that they would simply take the money and kill Claude afterward. In his eyes, nobody would care if a random gambler disappeared. The Baron confidently declared that such a situation could only happen if Claude somehow managed to gather the ransom ransom in the first place. The moment he finished speaking, a soldier suddenly rushed into the office. Irritated at being interrupted so late at night, the Baron demanded an explanation. The soldier quickly reported that a man named Claude was outside, causing a huge commotion and shouting that he wanted to pay a ransom. Both Baron Austin and Rosier immediately froze. Sometime later, Claude stood inside the Baron's office with a heavy sack resting on the table. He confidently informed the Baron that the bag contained exactly 2,000 gold coins. 4 soldiers stood around the room while Claude requested that Anna be released as promised. Baron Austin carefully inspected the contents of the sack. To his surprise, the coins were genuine. Looking suspicious, he demanded to know where Claude had obtained such a fortune. Claude proudly answered that he had won it through gambling. The response immediately caused the Baron's expression to change. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to arrest Claude. The gambler was completely blindsided. Before he could react, soldiers grabbed him from behind. Claude desperately demanded an explanation. He reminded the Baron that he had fulfilled the conditions and brought the required money. The Baron casually dismissed his complaints and claimed that the source of the funds was suspicious. According to him, everything would need to be verified with Crank first. Until then, Claude would remain imprisoned. He even warned Claude that resisting might earn him an execution instead. Wearing an ugly smile, Baron Austin admitted that he never expected a gambler to actually gather the ransom. Claude continued shouting in protest as the soldiers dragged him toward the exit. Before they could leave the office, both soldiers suddenly collapsed. Something had struck them directly in the neck, knocking them unconscious instantly. The Baron and Rosier stared in shock. Claude was equally stunned. A familiar hand landed on his shoulder. Turning around, he discovered Ghislain standing behind him. Ghislain casually told him that he had done a good job. Claude couldn't believe his eyes. Walking forward as though he owned the room, Ghislain greeted the Baron. The fat noble demanded to know who he was. Instead of answering immediately, Ghislain snapped his fingers. At that signal, Belinda and Kaor dragged someone into the office. The unfortunate person was Crank. Belinda used her rope to shove him forward and force him onto his knees. Baron Austin was visibly shocked to see the gambling house manager in such a pathetic condition. Kaor casually pulled out a chair and placed it in front of the table. Ghislain sat down, leaned back comfortably, and even placed his feet on the Baron's table. Then, as if he were the owner of the castle, he requested a cup of tea. The sheer disrespect immediately enraged Baron Austin. Before he could respond, Rosier drew his sword and accused Ghislain of acting insolently. He ordered the young noble to stand up and show proper respect to the Baron. The moment he said that, Kaor pointed his own sword directly at Rosier and told him to take a step back. According to Kaor, the knight wasn't capable of handling the situation. Rosier looked ready to explode. Baron Austin was equally furious. He couldn't believe a foreign noble was behaving this aggressively inside his own castle. Losing patience, he ordered his soldiers to throw Ghislain out. Ghislain calmly reassured him that he wasn't there to start trouble. He simply came to collect compensation. The statement immediately confused the Baron. Asking what he meant, he demanded an explanation. Ghislain called for Belinda. As soon as she heard her name, she shoved Crank forward again. Grabbing Crank's chin, Ghislain informed the Baron that the manager of his gambling house had been caught cheating during a game against him. He explained that both he and Claude had nearly lost their life savings because of the scam. The Baron immediately connected the dots. He realized the 2,000 gold sitting on the table had come from that gambling match. Desperate to save himself, Crank immediately shouted that Ghislain was lying. According to him, Ghislain had been the real cheater. Belinda was completely fed up with the man's nonsense. Without hesitation, she kicked Crank's bald head. The Baron couldn't believe Crank had been foolish enough to target someone like Ghislain. In his opinion, the gambling house manager should have chosen his victims more carefully. Looking back at Ghislain, the Baron asked what exactly he wanted. Ghislain calmly explained that trust and credibility were the foundation of every gambling house. Allowing cheating to occur was unacceptable. Because of that, he demanded fair compensation for both himself and Claude. The Baron immediately tried to dodge responsibility. He pointed out that Crank claimed Ghislain was lying, making it impossible to know who was telling the truth. If Ghislain wanted justice, he should go speak with a judge instead. As far as the Baron was concerned, the situation had nothing to do with him. Ghislain immediately disagreed. According to him, the situation had everything to do with Baron Austin. Curious, the Baron asked him to explain. Ghislain pointed out that the Kraken gambling house attracted nobles from multiple countries. It was one of the most famous gambling establishments in the region. He further explained that at least half of Baron Austin's income came directly from that business. If news spread that cheating had been exposed there, every visitor would naturally assume the Baron himself had attempted to scam foreign nobles. Ghislain calmly remarked that the consequences would become very interesting if such rumors spread. Hearing the obvious threat, Baron Austin's face darkened with anger. He bluntly asked whether Ghislain was demanding hush money. Ghislain didn't even bother denying it. Instead, he stated his conditions. First, he wanted compensation worth at least twice the amount contained in Claude's bag. Second, he wanted Anna Arceus released immediately. Claude stood frozen in shock. He couldn't understand how Ghislain even knew Anna's name, let alone the details of his situation. Looking directly at the Baron, Ghislain calmly concluded that if those conditions were fulfilled, he would happily pretend that nothing unusual had happened that day. Baron Austin finally pieced everything together and the realization immediately sent him into a furious rage. He began screaming at the top of his lungs and pointed directly at Claude, calling him an ungrateful bastard. Claude was completely caught off guard by the accusation. The Baron angrily reminded him that he had given him an opportunity to save a woman who was supposed to be executed. According to him, Claude had repaid that generosity by joining forces with a foreign noble and attempting to rob him. The moment those words left his mouth, he summoned his guards. Soldiers immediately rushed into the office from outside. Kaor glanced at Claude and casually told him to get out of the way because he would only become an obstacle if he stayed there. Belinda looked genuinely offended by the Baron's assumptions. She couldn't believe he thought they had been secretly working together with Claude from the beginning. While everyone argued, Ghislain calmly asked Belinda to hand him a dagger. At the same time, Baron Austin declared that if everyone inside that room died, nobody would ever hear about what happened there. He immediately ordered his men to eliminate the entire group. The instant the order was given, Rozier lunged forward and swung his sword at Ghislain. Before the blade could reach him, Ghislain kicked the heavy bag of gold sitting nearby. The sack flew straight into Rozier's head and threw him off balance. At the same moment, Ghislain grabbed the dagger and charged directly toward Baron Austin. Before the fat noble could react, Ghislain drove the dagger through his hand and pinned it to the table. A horrible scream escaped the Baron's mouth as pain exploded through his arm. His soldiers wanted to rush forward and rescue him, but they couldn't get anywhere near him because Belinda and Kaor intercepted them. Ghislain stared at the battlefield with cold eyes and instructed both of them not to kill anyone. The two immediately accepted the order and moved into action. Kaor blocked an incoming sword strike with his own blade and then slammed a powerful punch into his opponent's face, knocking the man unconscious instantly. Nearby, Belinda pulled out several thin strings and used them to intercept an enemy sword. Before the soldier could react, she delivered a devastating kick that nearly shattered the bones in his neck. Meanwhile, Ghislain climbed onto the table itself. One soldier attacked him from the front, but he blocked the strike effortlessly and shoved the man backward with his sword. At that exact moment, Rozier recovered and charged from behind, attempting to catch him off guard. Ghislain simply turned around and blocked the attack as though it were nothing. Then he smashed the hilt of his sword directly into Rozier's neck. The blow was so powerful that it went straight through the knight's helmet and dropped him instantly. Claude could only stand there and watch the chaos unfold. None of it made any sense to him. He couldn't understand why people who barely knew him were willing to risk so much on his behalf. The more he watched, the more he remembered Ghislain's earlier words. Ghislain had told him that he was someone he needed. Claude wanted to dismiss those words, but life had already taught him a harsh lesson. Kindness without a reason didn't exist. Because of that, he couldn't fully believe what he was seeing. Within a short amount of time, Ghislain, Belinda, and Kaor completely subdued the entire group. Not a single soldier remained standing. Meanwhile, Baron Austin sat there crying and calling Ghislain a scoundrel. He simply couldn't accept the fact that another noble had wounded him so openly. Ghislain casually pulled the dagger from the Baron's hand and informed him that he would be taking both the money and Anna. Before he could continue, Claude suddenly grabbed his clothes. At that moment, Claude made his decision. He chose to accept Ghislain's kindness. Maybe he would regret it later, but rejecting it now seemed even more foolish. With a confident expression on his face, Claude looked directly at Baron Austin and declared that if the Baron had a problem with any of this, he was welcome to visit Fenris territory in the Luthania kingdom. Claude even promised that he would treat him like an honored guest. The statement completely changed the atmosphere in the room. The following day, Kaor and Belinda rode their horses ahead of Ghislain's wagon. Inside the wagon sat Claude and Ghislain. During the journey, Ghislain asked Claude if he was absolutely certain that he didn't want to stay with Anna. Claude quietly answered that Anna would probably be happier remaining in her homeland, far away from the person responsible for her father's death. Looking up toward the sky, he admitted that he hadn't even saved her through his own efforts. Hearing that answer, Ghislain simply smiled. Deep inside, he felt as though a burden had finally been lifted from his shoulders. He told himself that he had finally repaid a debt he owed to his old friend. His thoughts drifted back to his previous life, when he had once held Claude's lifeless body in his arms while being consumed by revenge. Looking up at the sky, Ghislain quietly admitted that he felt much lighter now. After a while, he gestured toward the land stretching out ahead of them and asked Claude what he thought about it. Claude observed the area for a moment before casually suggesting that they should kill the Lord if they ever got the chance. He commented that the land looked strange, but seemed easy enough to take over. Ghislain immediately asked whether Claude was suggesting that he kill himself. Claude froze. The realization hit him like a truck. This poor-looking countryside actually belonged to Ghislain. Completely horrified, Claude admitted that he had only followed Ghislain because he thought he was rich. Ghislain immediately grabbed him by the head and pulled him closer. Then he revealed the truth. Claude was now the steward of the territory. Everything he could see would soon fall under his management and responsibility. Claude instantly realized how badly he had messed up. He desperately tried to retract every negative thing he had just said. He even begged Ghislain to send him back to Anna instead. Unfortunately for him, that opportunity had already passed. The scene then shifted away from Fenris and moved to the Desmond territory. Inside a grand hall, Count Desmond sat upon his throne, while several officials occupied seats around a large round table before him. The atmosphere in the room was tense. The moment Desmond mentioned Peridium and Fenris, the expressions of his officials immediately became nervous. Then Count Desmond spoke a single name: Ghislain. The room grew even quieter. After a brief pause, the Count raised his hand and issued an order. He instructed his officials to send a messenger to Amelia immediately. Then, with a serious expression on his face, he revealed that they would be moving their plans forward ahead of schedule. The moment those words were spoken, it became clear that although the war with Degard had ended, a far greater threat. The next scene takes us to Ghislain's newly acquired territory, where he was already hard at work trying to rebuild the land that Count Degard had left in ruins. Standing before his subordinates while dressed like a proper noble for once, Ghislain thanked everyone for gathering, and immediately informed them that there was no time to waste. Everyone accepted his orders and got to work. The territory's condition was far worse than most people had imagined. Years of exploitation, poverty, and neglect had pushed it to the brink of collapse. To deal with the crisis, Ghislain appointed Claude to a ridiculous number of administrative positions and began issuing orders one after another as they walked through town. He instructed Claude to conduct a complete census and locate every resident in the territory. He also ordered him to purchase at least 6 months' worth of food supplies in bulk, because solving the food shortage was their highest priority. Claude carefully wrote everything down as Ghislain continued. Since farming would soon begin, Ghislain ordered him to distribute oxen and plows to farming households so they could start cultivating the land. He also wanted parts of the nearby forest evaluated for clearing so that additional farmland could be secured. Claude was stunned by this idea and questioned whether they seriously intended to farm on the dry, lifeless soil. Ghislain calmly explained that they would grind the bones of the blood python into fertilizer and enrich the soil that way. He then ordered all outdated and useless structures demolished and replaced with practical facilities like warehouses and proper sewer systems. As the list continued growing, Claude slowly realized the nightmare he had walked into. He wasn't merely an administrator. He had become the general administrator, inspector, clerk, treasurer, auditor, tribune, requisition officer, customs officer, tax collector, food officer, liquor control officer, and countless other things at the same time. At that moment, he deeply regretted accepting Ghislain's kindness. In his mind, abandoning Anna and running away would have been the smarter choice. Later that day, a completely exhausted Claude went to see Ghislain and informed him that the workload was impossible for one person to handle. Ghislain simply asked whether he had even tried yet and encouraged him to use the opportunity to discover his limits. He added that Claude was free to hire more people if necessary. Realizing that reasoning with Ghislain was hopeless, Claude immediately turned around and attempted to flee. Ghislain didn't even bother watching him. Instead, he casually called out for Wendy. A beautiful platinum-haired woman instantly appeared and chased Claude down before he could get very far. She effortlessly wrapped him up with strings and introduced herself. Wendy explained that headmaid Belinda had assigned her as Claude's bodyguard and that she looked forward to working with him. Claude's cries for help echoed through the town while Ghislain remained completely unmoved. In the early stages of development, he needed Claude to survive no matter what. After all, Ghislain remembered that Claude had handled workloads like this in the future. As he focused on rebuilding, Ghislain reflected on the territory's deeper problems. The people no longer trusted nobles because of generations of exploitation. Endless poverty had robbed them of their motivation to work. Hunger and starvation were constant threats. The longer those issues remained unresolved, the wider the gap between the rulers and the people would become. Ghislain understood that he needed to address those basic problems quickly if he wanted to rebuild the territory's foundation. Unfortunately, solving those problems required money, and money was something they desperately lacked. Gathering his trusted companions, Ghislain explained that if they continued spending funds on reconstruction at the current rate, they would be unable to pay wages within 3 months. Gillian agreed that the financial situation was serious. Kaor, however, couldn't understand why Ghislain was so concerned. He pointed out that they possessed a runestone vein and could simply mine more runestones whenever they needed money. Ghislain explained that the runestones had far more important uses than simple sales. They needed them to fund magical research and future development. More importantly, the vein wasn't infinite. If they relied solely on mining, they would eventually run out. They needed a stable and sustainable source of income. Right as he finished speaking, Claude burst into the room. Ghislain immediately told him that he had arrived at the perfect moment because he had another task for him. Claude confidently interrupted and declared that there was no need. According to him, he had already devised the ultimate solution to save the territory. Everyone became curious. Then, with complete confidence, Claude proposed building a casino. The instant he suggested it, he was promptly kicked through a nearby window. When they dragged him back inside, Belinda granted Wendy permission to intervene anytime Claude started saying something stupid. Claude stubbornly defended his idea. Since farming seemed impossible and the runestones couldn't be endlessly sold, he argued that the best option was transforming the territory into a giant entertainment district. Belinda thought he was being ridiculous, but surprisingly, Alfoy appeared behind Claude and openly supported the idea. The newly developed gambling addict enthusiastically suggested building a massive gaming hall. Ghislain told them he would consider the proposal someday when they had spare time. For now, they needed to focus focus on his existing plans. Claude argued that they were running out of food and money. Ghislain responded by revealing that he intended to make crops grow on the supposedly barren land. Claude immediately rejected the possibility, insisting that the soil was incapable of supporting agriculture. Alfoy backed him up and declared that it was impossible. Smiling, Ghislain asked if they wanted to make a wager. 3 months later, Claude and Alfoy stood staring at a field in complete disbelief. Both men wondered whether they were dreaming. Before them stretched a massive field covered in healthy rye. The commoners were celebrating because crops had finally grown on land that had been barren for years. Many of them had not witnessed a successful harvest in a very long time. Claude turned toward Ghislain and demanded to know how he had accomplished the impossible. Ghislain explained that rye naturally thrived in harsh conditions. Before planting, they had spread powdered blood python bones across the soil, enriching it with nutrients. After that, they planted seeds enhanced through a mana compression sigil. As he touched the growing rye, Ghislain explained that this method accelerated growth and allowed frequent harvests. Alfoy suddenly realized why Ghislain had ordered the development of the mana compression sigil earlier. Vanessa was amazed and asked how he had come up with the idea of applying a sigil normally used on humans to crops. In reality, the idea wasn't his. In the future, magical scholars had already proven that mana compression sigils could draw energy from runestones and dramatically accelerate plant growth. The concept had initially been criticized because people considered runestones too valuable to waste on grain, but the results eventually silenced all objections. Ghislain didn't particularly care about the theory behind it. He only cared that it worked. As the townspeople celebrated, many of them openly declared their trust in him for the first time. They were overjoyed knowing that starvation would no longer dominate their lives. While everyone celebrated, Claude and Alfoy quietly attempted to sneak away from the fields. Unfortunately for them, Ghislain immediately called out and asked where they thought they were going. Nervously, they turned around and asked what he meant. Ghislain calmly produced several documents and reminded them of their wager. If they had won, he would have paid each of them 5,000 gold and granted them complete freedom. However, if he won, they would become his unpaid workers for 10 years. The moment he reminded them of the agreement, soldiers began surrounding them from every direction. Claude and Alfoy instantly realized they were trapped. There would be no escaping this one. Still, despite their suffering, the territory had finally overcome its greatest crisis. With food production secured, Ghislain was now free to direct the runestones toward larger goals instead of wasting them simply to survive. The next scene opens with Ghislain meeting Hubert, the master of the Flame Magic Tower. Hubert had originally come to congratulate Ghislain on becoming a lord, but the conversation quickly took an unexpected turn. Ghislain casually requested that the Flame Magic Tower establish a branch within his territory. Hubert was completely caught off guard and asked why he would suddenly make such a request. Ghislain explained that although they had managed to win the recent war, the victory had come at a tremendous cost. He revealed that they had been forced to detonate large quantities of runestones during the conflict. Hubert was visibly shocked by this revelation because all he had heard was that Peridium had achieved a miraculous victory. Nobody had informed him about the runestones that were sacrificed to make it happen. Ghislain sighed dramatically and pointed out that if a young territory like Fenris came under attack again, they might be forced to destroy even more runestones that would otherwise belong to the Flame Magic Tower. The moment Hubert heard that, panic immediately appeared on his face. He begged Ghislain to stop making such extreme decisions. Smiling faintly, Ghislain responded that what they really needed was more mages. Hubert understood the implication instantly and quickly agreed to the request. Once the agreement was secured, Ghislain immediately put the additional mages to work. Unlike most nobles, he viewed mages as invaluable tools for large-scale development rather than simply combat assets. He used them to tackle nearly every major infrastructure problem facing Fenris. Housing projects that would normally take years were completed in a fraction of the time. Waterways were repaired and expanded. Churches were built throughout the territory. Construction on the new branch of the Flame Magic Tower also progressed rapidly. Because so many mages had been dispatched, projects that would normally require enormous labor forces were finished with remarkable speed. Naturally, not all of the mages were happy about the situation. Many of them struggled to adapt to life in Fenris, and openly complained about being forced into what they considered manual labor. They protested loudly and called Ghislain a ruthless tyrant. Some even demanded better treatment, insisting that mages should not be used for construction work. Ghislain dealt with those complaints through what he referred to as amicable agreements. In reality, his method was much simpler. He knocked the troublemakers unconscious, and then told Alfoy to bring out the contracts. To Alfoy's delight, he happily obeyed. After all, he had already become trapped by one of Ghislain's contracts, and had no desire to suffer alone. Watching other mages get dragged into the same situation made him feel considerably better. Thanks to the combined efforts of the construction crews and the reluctant mages, Fenris rapidly transformed from a broken territory into a functioning one. Despite the progress within the territory, new problems soon emerged from outside its borders. One day, Claude burst into Ghislain's office, carrying urgent news. He announced that a rebellion had erupted in Rayfold territory. According to the reports, Amelia herself had started the uprising. Everyone else in the room reacted with shock, but Ghislain remained completely calm. He had already expected the rebellion to happen eventually. What surprised him was not the rebellion itself, but the timing. In his previous life, the event had occurred much later. The fact that it happened sooner told him that his actions had altered the course of history. Ghislain immediately understood the reason. His interference had forced events to accelerate. He knew very well that Amelia and Count Desmond were merely pieces on a larger board. Both of them were acting according to the will of Duke Delphine. Originally, the Duke had intended to use Degard territory as a tool to seize Peridium. However, that plan had completely collapsed when Ghislain defeated the invasion and absorbed Degard for himself. Since the indirect approach had failed, the Duke now had little choice but to move more openly. Ghislain understood that the victory against Degard had not ended the conflict. The true war was only beginning. Gillian immediately asked his lord what their next move would be. Belinda was equally concerned. She pointed out that if Amelia successfully took control of Rayfold territory, the situation could become extremely dangerous for them. Ghislain listened to their concerns and made his decision without hesitation. He had no intention of sitting back while Duke Delphine tightened the noose around his territory. Rather than waiting for his enemies to dictate the next move, he planned to act first. Looking at everyone gathered around him, Ghislain announced that they would be traveling to the kingdom's capital. The declaration surprised those present, but none of them questioned him. They knew by now that Ghislain always had a reason for his actions, even if nobody else could immediately see it. The scene then shifts away from Fenris and takes us to Cardinia, the capital city of the Kingdom of Luthania. Inside a mysterious tower room, sunlight streamed through an opening in the ceiling and illuminated part of the chamber. A lone figure stood hidden within the shadows. Slowly, the masked individual stepped closer to the light and extended a hand into the beam of sunlight. The exposed skin began to burn almost instantly, turning red and damaged under the light. The masked figure stared silently at the injured hand for a moment. Then, with a cold and empty voice, they said that they wanted to die. The next scene begins with an eagle soaring high above the kingdom's capital, Cardinia. From above, the city looked magnificent. Massive walls surrounded the capital, and the level of development far surpassed anything Ghislain's group had seen in the territories they had visited so far. Soldiers patrolled every corner, keeping watch over the bustling population. At the center of the city stood an enormous royal castle that dwarfed nearly every other structure around it. As Ghislain and his entourage entered the capital, several of his companions couldn't hide their amazement. Torrhen stared around in disbelief and commented that every territory they had visited looked like garbage compared to this place. Gordon was equally impressed and admitted that even the castle back home couldn't compare to the massive fortress standing before them. Kaor immediately grinned and challenged him to repeat those words in front of Ghislain. Meanwhile, inside a carriage, Vanessa sat beside Alfoy and excitedly looked out the window. She pointed out all kinds of magical materials being sold throughout the city, many of which she had never even seen inside the Flame Magic Tower. Alfoy, however, seemed unimpressed. He simply remarked that the merchants in the capital must have worked harder than the mages in their tower. Outside the carriage, Ghislain walked alongside Claude. While everyone else admired the city, Ghislain quietly muttered that he didn't like it. Claude was confused and asked what he meant. Ghislain casually replied that he wanted to tear the capital down because it looked like it was showing off. Claude had absolutely no idea how to respond to that statement. He quietly walked over to Wendy and asked whether something was wrong with their lord. Wendy answered without hesitation that everything their master said was correct. Hearing that response only made Claude more concerned. He began wondering whether Ghislain had some twisted tendencies that nobody else noticed. To him, it felt as though Ghislain still carried resentment from his previous life. As Ghislain stared at the towering walls of Cardinia, memories resurfaced. The city was often called the Impregnable Fortress, and many people claimed it was blessed by the goddess herself. In his previous life, however, Ghislain had personally brought this city to ruin. This was also the place where he had died. Back then, driven entirely by revenge, he had launched an assault on the capital in an attempt to kill Duke Delphine after the Duke seized the throne. Unfortunately, Delphine had not even been present when Ghislain attacked. Blinded by hatred, he had turned almost the entire kingdom into his enemy, and ultimately paid the price. Looking at the city now, Ghislain understood something he had failed to grasp in his previous life. He could not accomplish everything alone. The scene then shifts to an earlier conversation with his father. When Ghislain informs Walter that he intended to travel to the capital, the Count had been visibly shocked. He immediately asked what would happen to the territory while Ghislain was gone. Ghislain reassured him by revealing that he planned to provide Peridium with an entire year's worth of food supplies. He also requested that Homern and Randolph be sent to help govern Fenris during his absence. Both men were delighted by the promise of food, but Zwalter was focused on a different issue. He reminded Ghislain that Rayfold was preparing to move against them, and asked whether it was truly wise to leave now that a rebellion had broken out. Ghislain acknowledged the danger. He knew that if Rayfold and Desmond coordinated an attack while he was gone, Fenris would be in serious trouble. As he spoke, he casually drew his longbow and fired at a bird flying overhead. The arrow pierced the bird effortlessly. He then explained that Amelia had only recently seized control of Rayfold and would need time to stabilize the territory before launching further campaigns. During that window, they needed to gather enough strength to resist future attacks. When Zwalter asked what kind of strength he meant, Ghislain gave a simple answer. They needed to get the kingdom itself on their side. After arriving in the capital, Ghislain's next task was securing a base of operations. A local agent eventually showed him a mansion that supposedly fit his requirements. The moment everyone saw it, however, their expectations collapsed. The mansion was huge, but it was also gloomy, filthy, and poorly maintained. The surrounding infrastructure was equally terrible. Ghislain turned toward Belinda and asked what she thought of it. With visible hesitation, she awkwardly admitted that it was certainly spacious. Alfoy and Claude immediately approached the agent and demanded to know what was wrong with the property. The agent admitted that the estate had been neglected for a very long time. As he spoke, bats suddenly burst from nearby trees, causing Gordon to scream and jump closer to the group. One of the soldiers immediately mocked him and questioned how someone like him had survived the forest of beasts. Still trembling, Gordon asked whether anyone else thought the place felt unusually cold. Vanessa innocently suggested that perhaps he should simply wear more clothing. Trying desperately to close the deal, the agent assured everyone that the rumors about ghosts and wandering spirits were completely unfounded. He swore on his name that the mansion had no problems whatsoever. To everyone's surprise, Ghislain immediately announced that he would buy it. Claude nearly lost his mind. He grabbed Ghislain and pointed out the enormous grin spreading across the agent's face. According to Claude, the man was obviously thrilled because nobody had been willing to purchase the property for ages. He even suggested performing geomancy before making any decisions. Ghislain dismissed all of his concerns and casually stated that a ghost couldn't kill him anyway. If one appeared, he would simply beat it up. Hearing those words, the agent quickly seized the opportunity and grabbed Ghislain's hand. He explained that the mansion and its surrounding land had originally been worth 1,000 gold coins, but because of its poor condition, he was willing to sell it for 500. Unfortunately for the agent, he was negotiating with Ghislain. Without missing a beat, Ghislain countered with an offer of only 200 gold. The agent nearly choked. Ghislain calmly reminded him that the mansion was supposedly haunted and that he was terribly frightened of ghosts. If the agent wasn't interested in 200 gold, he could simply look elsewhere. The man tried to argue that no other property in the capital offered so much land for such a low price. Ghislain immediately turned that argument against him. He pointed out that maintaining a cursed property would likely cost more than the estate itself was worth. If the agent couldn't sell it, he would continue paying annual land taxes indefinitely. As Ghislain calmly listed every disadvantage attached to the mansion, the agent's smile became increasingly strained. Finally, Ghislain asked a simple question. Did the man honestly know anyone else willing to buy such a place? The agent couldn't answer. While the negotiations continued, the story briefly shifts to a nearby rooftop. There, the mysterious masked person from the tower silently watched the entire conversation unfold. She observed Ghislain for only a brief moment, before disappearing without a trace. After purchasing the mansion, Belinda immediately took charge of cleaning operations. She ordered everyone to remove the gloomy atmosphere from the building, and the servants and mercenaries quickly got to work. While they were cleaning, Claude approached Ghislain and reminded him about his earlier statement regarding gaining the support of one of the major factions in the capital. Claude asked how he planned to accomplish something like that. He pointed out that the great nobles of the capital had no reason to meet a countryside baron from a remote territory. Ghislain calmly replied that the nobles indeed had no reason to meet him right now. He then revealed that he would simply create a reason for them to come to him. Later, everyone gathered around a table covered with ingredients and several large cauldrons. Claude asked what all of it was for. Alfoy wondered whether Ghislain planned to perform some kind of alchemy experiment. Ghislain replied that Alfoy was partly correct. He revealed that they would be making cosmetics. Claude, Alfoy, and the others were shocked. Ghislain explained that he intended to create samples and send them as gifts to every noble household in the capital. Claude immediately guessed that Ghislain planned to use the products to establish connections with influential nobles. Belinda was unsure whether such a strategy would actually work. Ghislain smiled and assured everyone that they would understand after trying the product themselves. He explained that nobles viewed beauty and appearance as symbols of dignity and power. They constantly searched for ways to become more beautiful and handsome. In the future, it would become known that traditional cosmetics made from mercury and cinnabar were extremely harmful to the skin. Duke Delphine had later solved that problem by creating an improved cosmetic line and made a fortune from it. During his previous life, Ghislain had plundered the Duke's estate and stolen the formula. The cosmetic was called Denab. Ghislain began preparing the product. He ordered Vanessa to use her magic to oxidize zinc and turn it into powder. He melted beeswax in a heated steamer before adding evening primrose seed oil and shea fruit extract. After removing the mixture from the heat, he added the zinc oxide powder. He then mixed in an oil extracted from the blessing of the fairy. The moment the ingredients blended together, an incredible fragrance spread throughout the room. Vanessa and Alfoy were shocked by how pleasant the scent was. Claude could only stare in confusion, wondering how a mere baron could know how to create something like this. Ghislain gently stirred the cream and informed them that it was not finished yet. It needed to sit for an entire day before it would solidify properly. He already knew that once someone used Denab Denab, they would never willingly return to ordinary cosmetics. It would become an essential luxury among nobles. Smiling confidently, Ghislain ordered Claude to package the product and send it to noble houses as gifts. Claude was surprised and asked whether they should not test it first. Ghislain assured him there was no need. Unknown to everyone, the mysterious masked woman was watching the entire process from outside the window. Later that night, heavy rain covered the capital. While everyone in the mansion slept, the masked woman slipped inside. She entered the room containing the cosmetics, approached the wrapped products, and picked one up. Opening it carefully, she touched the cream with her fingers. Suddenly, Ghislain's voice came from behind her. He casually asked whether she was the ghost from the mansion rumors. Startled, the woman spun around. Ghislain calmly told her that he could personally guarantee the product's quality. At that moment, a bolt of lightning illuminated the room. The woman instantly drew her sword and rushed at him. She appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye and thrust her blade forward. Ghislain drew his sword and blocked the attack. The woman continued attacking with incredible speed, but every strike was intercepted before it could touch him. Ghislain counterattacked and forced her back. She spun around and attacked from behind, but Ghislain moved his sword behind his back and blocked again. He pushed her blade away. The woman retreated and took a stance before thrusting her sword once more. As they exchanged blows, Ghislain recognized the style she was using. Every movement was elegant and refined. He recognized techniques known as grace, modesty, and spiral of roses. Each attack left a beautiful arc through the air. The woman swung her blade from the side, but Ghislain blocked it effortlessly. He grabbed her wrist, pulled her forward, and placed his sword against her neck. Unable to move, she found herself completely restrained. Ghislain remarked that it was strange for a lady like her to pretend to be a ghost inside an abandoned mansion. He then asked her what relationship she had with the Branford family. A short while later, Belinda and Gillian rushed into the room after hearing the noise. Belinda arrived holding a dagger while still dressed in a night garment. Gillian immediately asked what had happened. When they entered, however, they only found Ghislain standing beside an open window. Ghislain simply told them to return to their rooms and get some rest. He remarked that things might work out even better than he originally expected. The scene then shifts to a much more luxurious mansion. There, a woman stood in front of a mirror while her maids finished applying her makeup. This woman was Countess Marielle Alisper. One of her maids complimented her appearance and claimed that she looked as beautiful as ever. Marielle, however, was dissatisfied. She knew that her appearance was being maintained through countless layers of powder and paint. In her younger years, she had been one of the most influential women in the capital. Women copied her fashion styles, makeup choices, and even the clothes she wore. She had once dominated the fashion scene. Unfortunately, the years had begun catching up to her. She knew that her cosmetics merely concealed the signs of aging rather than removing them. Looking at herself in the mirror, she wondered whether she could ever regain the beauty and prestige she once possessed. While she was thinking, a maid informed her that it was time to leave for a salon gathering. As Marielle turned around, she noticed something strange. One of her maids looked unusually beautiful. Her skin was glowing, smooth, and healthy. Shocked, Marielle immediately grabbed the maid's face. She felt how firm and moisturized her skin was. Demanding an explanation, she asked what treatment the maid had used. The maid revealed that Count Alisper had recently received a cosmetic gift from a newly arrived noble in the capital. Since the Count had no interest in cosmetics, he had simply handed the gift over to the servants. The maid admitted that she had been using it. Upon hearing this, Marielle became extremely interested. Not long afterward, a luxurious golden carriage pulled up in front of Ghislain's mansion. The carriage was drawn by magnificent white horses. Claude, Alfoy, and Gordon were stunned when they saw it. They briefly wondered whether royalty had arrived. Claude quickly realized that Ghislain's cosmetic strategy had succeeded. Soon afterward, Countess Marielle stepped out of the carriage carrying a feather fan. Claude greeted her respectfully and escorted her inside. In the mansion's garden, Ghislain sat peacefully in a pavilion feeding a bird. Claude approached him and informed him that Countess Alisper had arrived. Ghislain fed the bird one last time before standing. Marielle immediately asked whether he was Baron Fenris. Ghislain politely kissed her hand and introduced himself as the Lord of Fenris territory in the northern region. He expressed his honor at receiving such an important guest in such a secluded location. Marielle wasted no time getting to the point. She pointed out that he had not personally sent her any gifts. Instead, he had only sent products to her husband. She jokingly remarked that perhaps her fame was not significant enough to reach the remote north. Ghislain smiled and responded smoothly. He explained that this was not the case at all. In truth, he felt it would have been disrespectful to present a gift directly to the woman who led the fashion world, unless he was absolutely certain it would satisfy her standards. Marielle clearly enjoyed the compliment. Smiling behind her fan, she remarked that Ghislain was not completely clueless after all. Deciding that enough pleasantries had been exchanged, she informed him that they should proceed directly to business. Soon, Marielle sat down with Ghislain in the pavilion and got straight to the point. She requested control over his cosmetic business. When Ghislain asked whether she had personally used the product, the Countess admitted that it was excellent. In fact, she claimed she no longer had any need for the cosmetics she previously used because Denab was superior in every way. Seeing its potential, she proposed monopolizing the product. She told Ghislain that all he needed to do was focus on manufacturing and supplying it while she handled everything else. Ghislain calmly replied that he could allow her to purchase the product in bulk. Mariel smiled and explained that doing business in the capital would be extremely difficult for him on his own. Even with a remarkable product, entering the network of influential nobles would not be easy. Looking around at the old mansion he had chosen as his residence, she assumed his finances were limited. Belinda immediately became irritated by the subtle insult toward her master, while Claude thought the Countess was completely mistaken, since they were only living there because Ghislain stubbornly insisted on buying the place. Ghislain ignored the remarks and simply warned her that his supply price would be rather high. Mariel laughed confidently and reminded him that the Alisper family was among the wealthiest families in the capital. Ghislain then revealed his price, 100 gold per jar. The Countess froze in shock and asked if he was joking. Ghislain assured her that he was perfectly serious. He pointed out that if the Queen of Socialites herself desired the product, then surely it must be worth a fortune. Mariel briefly blushed at the compliment before regaining her composure. Internally, she realized Ghislain was far more cunning than he appeared. Charging 100 gold per jar made a monopoly practically impossible. To profit, she would have to sell it for even more. Ghislain was essentially telling her to abandon any hopes of controlling the market. Annoyed that she was being played with, she watched as Ghislain smiled and revealed that he had another proposal. At his signal, Belinda stepped forward carrying a box. Ghislain explained that while he could not offer her exclusivity, he could offer her honor. Curious, Mariel asked what he meant. Ghislain opened the box, revealing 15 containers of Denab. The Countess was visibly surprised. He explained that this was the cosmetic he personally created, and that the set was a gift commemorating the relationship between them. Picking up one of the containers, he explained that most nobles still had no idea how effective Denab truly was. It was a product capable of transforming the entire cosmetics market. Rather than monopolizing it, he suggested that Mariel become the woman who introduced it to the capital and led the new trend. The Countess slowly lowered her feather fan and smiled. She immediately understood what he was offering. Instead of making her a distributor, he was giving her the opportunity to become the face of a revolution in noble fashion. Amused, she told Ghislain that he was a baron who knew exactly how to choose the prettiest words. She closed the box and accepted his offer. Standing up, she declared that Ghislain would supply the cosmetics while she would lead the trend throughout the capital. Satisfied, Ghislain escorted her back to her carriage. Before leaving, Mariel offered him a favor and said she would help him if it was within her power. Ghislain immediately used the opportunity. He asked her to relay a message to Marquis Branford. Specifically, he wanted her to tell the Marquis that Baron Ghislain Fenris could solve his daughter's problem. The story then shifts to the Branford territory, where the message is delivered to an elderly man with striking red eyes, the powerful Marquis Branford himself. Back at the mansion, business exploded. Claude happily threw money into the air while shouting that they had hit the jackpot. He was ecstatic after seeing how quickly Denab was selling. The influence of Countess Alisper was even greater than he imagined. Kaor was shocked by the amount of money pouring in, while Alfoy, now fully consumed by his gambling addiction, declared that he could gamble until the day he died with this much gold. Claude jokingly advised Ghislain to forget about governing Fenris entirely and focus solely on selling cosmetics. Belinda wondered why Claude was celebrating so enthusiastically when none of the money actually belonged to him. Gillian, meanwhile, praised Ghislain for successfully establishing a foothold in the capital. Despite the success, Ghislain remained unsatisfied. The money and influence were merely tools. What he truly wanted lay elsewhere. Later that night, he walked toward the pavilion and discovered a knight waiting for him. The knight informed him that Marquis Branford had summoned him. Soon afterward, Ghislain and his companions arrived at the enormous Branford estate. After being escorted through the mansion and into the Marquis's office, they found Branford sitting with a book in his hands. Beside him stood the knight who delivered the summons and another man serving as his assistant. The Marquis initially ignored Ghislain and continued reading. Only after Ghislain introduced himself did Branford look up. He immediately identified him as the son of Count Zwalter Peridium and the man who had defeated Degard, killed Count Tamus, and seized control of his territory. He remarked that Ghislain was completely different from his father. Ghislain was unsurprised, knowing that the Marquis had likely been monitoring everything happening in the north. As the kingdom's most powerful minister and leader of the royalist faction opposing Duke Delphine, Marquis Branford controlled much of the kingdom's affairs. Without Mariel's recommendation, Ghislain would never have secured a meeting so quickly. After taking a seat, Ghislain noticed a jar of Denab sitting on Branford's table. The Marquis immediately addressed the reason for the meeting. He had heard Ghislain's claim that he could solve his daughter Rosalind's problem. Ghislain confidently stated that he could cure her illness. Branford sighed and closed his book. He pointed out that Ghislain had never even met Rosalind and didn't know her symptoms, yet somehow claimed he could cure a condition that countless others had failed to solve over many years. Ghislaine replied that he had gathered information while staying in the capital, and that he had successfully treated a similar illness before. The Marquis admitted that he liked Ghislaine's confidence, but then unexpectedly ordered him to leave. Ghislaine was surprised. Branford explained that many people had made similar claims in the past. Every single one had failed, and all of them had paid for their arrogance with their lives. Holding up the jar of Denab, the Marquis remarked that he would rather not see a talented young noble throw his life away. Ghislaine understood that this attitude came from years of disappointment. Branford had already exhausted every possible method to save his daughter. Ghislaine then asked whether the Marquis intended to simply give up on curing her. Branford replied that her condition was not life-threatening. It was only a skin disease. Ghislaine immediately countered that Rosalind herself likely did not feel that way. The Marquis silently acknowledged that he was right. He admitted that the reason he summoned Ghislaine was to judge his confidence personally. When Ghislaine insisted that he was different from all the others, Branford studied him carefully and finally agreed to give him a chance. The conversation then became even more intense. Branford promised that if Ghislaine succeeded, he would be rewarded generously. To everyone's surprise, Ghislaine immediately rejected the idea of a simple reward. Instead, he demanded something the Marquis personally desired. Branford was stunned and asked him to repeat himself. Ghislaine boldly stated that Branford was the pillar supporting the kingdom and one of the most powerful men alive. Surely granting one small wish would not be difficult. The Marquis asked if he was seriously negotiating compensation for treating his daughter. Ghislaine replied that he was. He then challenged Branford directly, asking what value there was in being the kingdom's greatest authority if he could not even protect his own family. Belinda was stunned by her master's audacity. Claude nearly had a heart attack listening to the conversation. Branford warned him that the price of demanding something from him was far from cheap. If Ghislaine wanted such a reward, he would have to wager everything he possessed. At that moment, Ghislaine thought of Fenris, Peridium, his father, his sister, his officials, his soldiers, and all of his companions. These were the people he valued most. Branford extended his hand and asked whether he was truly prepared to risk everything. Looking directly into the Marquis's eyes, Ghislaine accepted the challenge and shook his hand. Branford immediately saw that he was completely serious. Without hesitation, he ordered his assistant to prepare measures against Ghislaine's territory if he failed. He instructed the royal treasurer to prepare to cut off support for Peridium and ordered the guards to surround Ghislaine's mansion, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Finally, Branford stood up and declared that Ghislaine had exactly 1 week. Within that time, he had to return Rosalind Branford to perfect health. Ghislaine accepted without hesitation. As he left the office, Belinda and Claude were both overwhelmed with anxiety. They had barely stabilized their territories, and now Ghislaine had placed everything on the line against the most powerful man in the kingdom. Branford watched him leave and quietly remarked that there was no turning back for Ghislaine anymore. The scene shifts to Rosalind's room. As she sat there looking around, her thoughts drifted back to a conversation she once had with her father when her skin was still perfectly normal. She had asked Marquis Branford whether a person had to risk their life to help others. The Marquis replied that helping the powerless, without first obtaining strength, was nothing more than hypocrisy. If she truly wished to help people, she first needed to acquire enough power to stand in a position where she could do so. Looking at the sword beside her, Rosalind bitterly reflected on those words. She had done exactly what her father told her. She gained strength, mastered the sword, cultivated mana, and became capable enough to help others. Yet all of that had come at the cost of her appearance. At that moment, Ghislaine entered the room and remarked that he knew she had to be the daughter of Marquis Branford. Rosalind turned toward him as he introduced himself as Ghislaine Fenris, the Lord of Fenris territory. She immediately demanded to know why he was there. Ghislaine explained that he had come to cure her illness, and even asked whether the cosmetics he had sent had shown any effect. The moment she heard that, Rosalind hurled the Denab container at his head. Ghislaine calmly dodged it by tilting his head aside. With a trembling voice, Rosalind asked whether he honestly thought he was the first person to try curing her illness. Wrapping her arms around herself, she told him she had no interest in hearing about another medicine or treatment method and demanded that he leave because everything was futile. Ghislaine insisted that he was different and revealed that he was staking his own life on this treatment. Rosalind immediately rejected that claim. Everyone who came seeking rewards, recognition, or profit always claimed they were different. They all insisted they were risking their lives. She asked whether he thought his successful cosmetics business somehow made him special. Ghislaine understood the source of her bitterness. Rosalind Branford was the daughter of Marquis Branford and the granddaughter of the kingdom's chancellor through her late mother. After her mother's death, she became the pride of the Branford family. She excelled in academics and swordsmanship, wielded mana with great skill, and became one of the foremost patrons supporting industries throughout Cardinia. She had everything. Then an unknown illness destroyed it all. Even after exhausting every resource available to them, the Branford family could not cure her. Eventually, Marquis Branford even considered solving the issue through a political marriage so that the Branford name could continue protecting her. The illness itself was a rare spontaneous skin eruption caused by improper mana cultivation. The balance between mana polarities inside her body had collapsed, leaving her mana pathways in complete disorder. As if she had heard enough, Rosalind drew her sword and covered it with mana. Pointing the blade at Ghislaine, She ordered him to leave before she killed him. Ghislaine knew that forcing mana through her damaged pathways would only worsen her condition. Realizing words would not work, he apologized and informed her that he would have to treat her by force. The moment he finished speaking, he rushed forward. Rosalind immediately swung her sword, but Ghislaine intercepted the strike with the hilt of his weapon, forced the blade downward, grabbed her arm, and slammed her onto the floor. Before she could recover, he restrained her and called for Belinda and Wendy. The two women entered carrying a bed and quickly secured Rosalind to it despite her protests. Claude soon entered carrying a box of supplies. Ghislaine removed his jacket and informed Rosalind that he would first remove her mask so he could properly examine her condition. The girl's eyes widened in panic. She begged him to stop and insisted she didn't need his treatment, but Ghislaine ignored her and removed the mask anyway. Claude and the others were visibly shocked by the condition of her skin. Ghislaine, however, showed no surprise. Taking a vial from Claude's box, he calmly explained that the next week would be extremely painful and that she would need tremendous determination to endure it. Rosalind angrily asked whether he had a death wish and whether he truly believed he could cure an illness that had defeated countless others. Ghislaine answered without hesitation. If he failed, he would die. Then he poured the contents of the vial into her mouth and informed her of another truth. If she wasn't treated, she would die as well. Rosalind froze as tears began running down her face. Ghislaine covered his hand with mana. He had complete confidence in this treatment because the method had originally been created by Rosalind's future self. Placing his hand on her stomach, he pushed mana directly into her body. The moment his mana entered her veins, unimaginable pain exploded throughout her entire body. Rosalind couldn't believe she would have to endure such agony for an entire week. She wondered why she had been cursed with this illness and why she alone had to suffer through such pain. Then she remembered Ghislaine's words. If she wasn't treated, she would die anyway. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to endure. Looking directly at Ghislaine, she told him to continue until the very end and warned him that she would kill him herself if he failed. While the treatment continued, the scene shifted to Ghislaine's mansion. The entire estate had been surrounded by soldiers belonging to Marquis Branford. Ghislaine's followers were nervous and confused. None of them understood why they suddenly found themselves trapped inside the mansion. Alfoy trembled as he complained that their foolish lord had obviously caused another disaster. Gordon suggested searching for Ghislaine, but Gillian immediately dismissed the idea. He and Kaor descended the stairs carrying barrels of liquor. Kaor casually told everyone to relax and have a drink, reminding them that Ghislaine never acted without a reason. If their lord had done something this reckless, then he must have already prepared for the consequences. A full week later, Marquis Branford personally made his way toward the basement, accompanied by two knights. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a shocking sight. Ghislaine stood in the room covered in blood. Nearby sat Rosalind with a thin veil covering her face. Ghislaine turned and met the Marquis's gaze directly. Marquis Branford stared back with a chilling expression. Neither man spoke. The tension in the room became overwhelming. Then Ghislaine slowly raised his hand toward the veil covering Rosalind's face. Without breaking eye contact with the Marquis, he grasped the fabric and pulled it away. The moment the veil came off, Marquis Branford was visibly shocked by what he saw. Soon, news of Rosalind's recovery spread throughout the capital. Later that day, Ghislaine entered Marquis Branford's office, accompanied by Claude and Belinda. After bowing respectfully, he took his seat. The Marquis looked at him with a smile and admitted that he wasn't all talk after all. Ghislaine modestly replied that he had only succeeded because the Marquis gave him the opportunity. Branford then got straight to the point and asked what reward he wanted. Everyone in the room immediately became nervous. They had all been wondering what kind of request Ghislaine would make after curing the Marquis's daughter. Without hesitation, Ghislaine asked Marquis Branford to become his guardian. The Marquis's retainers were stunned. Belinda, however, looked pleased because she had already expected this. Claude also understood the significance of the request. If Marquis Branford accepted, he would be forced to take responsibility for Ghislaine, giving his lord a powerful foothold within the kingdom's political structure. Branford reminded Ghislaine that he had originally asked for only a small favor. With a faint smile, he admitted that he now understood why Ghislaine had approached him in the first place. The Marquis then revealed that he already had someone in the north whom he had been considering supporting. Ghislaine immediately guessed Count Brevant. That answer caught Branford by surprise. He pointed out that Count Rayfold and Count Desmond were also influential northern lords, then asked why Ghislaine had singled out Brevant. Ghislaine calmly explained his reasoning. Count Desmond maintained a facade of neutrality, but nobody truly knew what he was thinking. Rayfold County was currently consumed by internal turmoil. Most of the remaining northern lords were either greedy or incompetent. Count Brevant, however, was wealthy, aligned with the royalist faction, and possessed the military backing of the Flame Magic Tower. Given those facts, he was the only logical choice. Branford then asked whether Ghislaine was claiming to be more worthy than Count Brevant. Ghislaine smiled and responded with a question of his own. Didn't the Marquis find Count Brevant somewhat unsatisfying? That answer made Branford laugh. He admitted that Ghislaine was right. Brevant was a good man, but he was lazy, indecisive, and easily influenced by others. Ghislaine pointed out that those exact traits would eventually allow Duke Delphine to manipulate him. Then he urged the Marquis to be bolder. If he was truly going to grant his request, then he should go all the way and make him the representative of the North. Marquis Branford had not expected such ambition. Looking at Ghislain, he finally understood why this young lord had been willing to risk his life. Rising from his seat, he called upon everyone present to bear witness. He formally declared that he would support Ghislain as his ward, and that Ghislain's enemies would now be his enemies as well. Anyone who wished to move against Baron Fenris would first have to remember that Marquis Branford stood behind him. The Marquis then turned toward Ghislain and demanded an oath. If he wished to receive Branford's support, he would have to consider the Marquis's honor in all his actions. Ghislain immediately knelt, drew his sword, and grasped the blade with his bare hand as he swore the oath. The moment he finished, another voice entered the conversation. Someone congratulated him from behind. Ghislain turned around and saw Rosalind. She told him that the chaos surrounding her treatment had prevented her from greeting him properly before. Holding a blue fan, she approached him and explained that while her father had rewarded him officially, she was the one who truly owed him a debt. Then she closed her fan, revealing her beautiful face and brilliant red eyes. Looking directly at Ghislain, Rosalind declared that she would become his guardian as well. The scene then shifts to a grand banquet being held at the Branford mansion. Nobles filled the hall, chatting, dancing, and exchanging rumors. Many were discussing Rosalind's miraculous recovery. Some claimed she had been cured by an unknown noble using cosmetics. Others guessed that the product involved was the famous Denab that Countess Mariel had been promoting. A noblewoman immediately dismissed the idea, arguing that no cosmetic could possibly cure an illness that even physicians had failed to treat. Another noble pointed out that Marquis Branford would never host such a banquet without a reason. According to rumors, he had already decided whom he intended to support politically. While the nobles continued their discussions, attention suddenly shifted toward the entrance. Ghislain entered the hall with Belinda at his side. Belinda wore an elegant dress that immediately drew attention. Holding onto her master's arm, she told him to remove his hand from his pocket and at least pretend to smile. Ghislain wasn't particularly interested in playing along. He asked whether she wasn't dressed a little too extravagantly for the occasion. Belinda simply smiled and reminded him that opportunities to attend a banquet hosted by the most powerful political figure in the kingdom did not come often. She had no intention of missing it. Ghislain replied that he wasn't even sure the banquet was being held for him. Before their conversation could continue, the doors slowly opened and an announcement echoed through the hall. Marquis Branford had arrived. Everyone immediately turned toward the staircase. The Marquis descended with Rosalind beside him. As she gracefully walked down the stairs, she folded away her blue fan and revealed her face to the gathered nobles. She politely greeted them and asked whether they had all been well. The reaction was immediate. The nobles erupted with excitement. They couldn't believe the rumors had been true. Some claimed she looked even more beautiful than before her illness. Even Belinda admitted she almost failed to recognize her. Looking at Ghislain, she joked that nobody would believe this was the same sharp-tempered woman from only a few days ago. While accepting the nobles' praise, Rosalind quietly glanced toward Ghislain. He had no idea why she kept looking at him. Once the excitement settled, Marquis Branford addressed the crowd. He thanked everyone for attending and announced that the banquet served two purposes. First, it celebrated his daughter's return. Second, it allowed him to officially introduce the person he had chosen as his ward. The nobles immediately became attentive. Branford explained that while some of them might already know Baron Ghislain Fenris, many did not. He then publicly declared that Rosalind had escaped the illness that tormented her for years thanks to Ghislain's efforts. Because of that achievement, the Branford family would support him as their ward and ally. He instructed the nobles to treat Ghislain with the same respect they showed him before, inviting everyone to enjoy the festivities. The moment the speech ended, countless eyes turned toward Ghislain. The looks he received felt less like admiration and more like predators examining fresh prey. Ghislain immediately realized how decisive Marquis Branford could be once he made up his mind. He remembered the Marquis telling him that this banquet would introduce him to the important nobles of the royalist faction and provide valuable connections for the future. Looking around, Ghislain saw that many of the kingdom's most influential figures were indeed present. Although he disliked dealing with nobles, he understood how valuable these relationships would become. As he observed the crowd, he overheard whispers spreading through the hall. Some questioned whether Ghislain truly deserved the Branford family's support. Others mocked the fact that his family possessed little influence compared to the great houses of the kingdom. Belinda grew visibly annoyed as she listened to them belittle her master. Before she could react, someone called Ghislain's name. Turning around, he saw Rosalind approaching. The entire hall fell silent as she politely bowed her head and thanked him once again. The nobles were stunned. Rosalind then told him not to pay attention to the petty gossip around them. Rumors naturally followed anyone who attracted attention. Ghislain replied that he wasn't particularly interested in that kind of popularity, and admitted that the noble's intense stares were practically burning holes through his skin. Rosalind smiled and reminded him that this was a special day. The nobles had just witnessed her return to society and learned that her father had become Ghislain's guardian. Naturally, they were eager to act. Extending her hand toward him, she told him that everyone was waiting and that they needed to greet the nobles properly. Hearing that, Ghislain slowly turned his head toward Belinda. The woman smiled and waved at him, Ghislaine smiled and grabbed Rosalind's hand. Rosalind explained that the royalist faction was not a single united force. It was divided into three major groups. The first was led by the wealthy House Alisper, the family that dominated the capital's commerce and culture. The second belonged to Sir Balor Norton, the Chief Justice who oversaw law and administration. Balor was the eldest son of the Royal Chancellor and also Rosalind's in-law. The third group was led by Marquis Maurice Macquarie, the commander-in-chief of the kingdom's army and the man who controlled Luthania's military power. Rosalind told Ghislaine that these three figures represented the highest authorities within the royalist faction. Together, they influenced administration, finances, and military affairs across the kingdom. She then warned him that his first greeting carried political weight. As the newly recognized representative of the North, whichever faction leader he greeted first would gain prestige while the others would inevitably lose face. Hearing that, Ghislaine remembered Marquis Branford's earlier warning. The political world he was entering was completely different from the battlefield he was used to. Rosalind told him to choose carefully. Ghislaine slowly scanned the room, let out a quiet sigh, and then began walking. To everyone's surprise, he headed straight toward Count Alisper. Bowing politely, he introduced himself. Marquis Maurice immediately frowned. Meanwhile, Count Alisper welcomed him warmly and thanked him for restoring his wife's confidence. He assured Ghislaine that he could ask for help anytime. Countess Muriel quickly joined the conversation and affectionately referred to Ghislaine as their little brother. She even praised him for being loyal. Ghislaine awkwardly asked whether she should really be speaking that way during such a formal gathering. Muriel brushed the concern aside, saying it didn't matter because only they were talking. She then openly thanked him for preserving their family's reputation. At that exact moment, Marquis Maurice loudly cleared his throat, making sure Ghislaine noticed him. One of Maurice's followers immediately spoke up. Since Ghislaine was the son of a count, he should first pay his respects to the commander of the kingdom's army. Another noble dressed in red went even further, claiming that Marquis Branford had clearly grown old and lost his ability to judge people properly. Ghislaine calmly turned around and walked toward Marquis Maurice. For a brief second, Maurice expected a greeting. Instead, Ghislaine walked right past him. The commander was left standing there in disbelief. Ghislaine continued directly to Sir Balor Norton and introduced himself. Maurice's expression darkened further. Balor, however, welcomed him warmly and thanked him for curing Rosalind. He admitted that Ghislaine had lifted an enormous burden from everyone's shoulders. Balor then casually mentioned that Marquis Branford had informed him about Ghislaine's search for dwarven and elven slaves. Since he supervised legal matters involving slave traders and taxation, he promised to help. Ghislaine thanked him sincerely. Only after finishing his conversation with Balor did he finally approach Marquis Maurice. The commander was visibly irritated by then. He warned Ghislaine not to become arrogant simply because Marquis Branford supported him. If necessary, he could cut him off at any time. Ghislaine remained perfectly respectful. He admitted that he still had many shortcomings and politely asked Marquis Maurice to continue guiding him in the future. The response was flawless, but the damage had already been done. From across the hall, Marquis Branford watched the entire exchange unfold. Nearby nobles whispered among themselves, debating the significance of Ghislaine's greeting order. After finishing his rounds, Rosalind approached him and asked whether the sequence had been intentional. Ghislaine simply answered that he followed his heart. The moment he said that, dozens of nobles rushed toward him. Some wanted introductions, others wanted favors. Many arrived carrying gifts. Count Alisper watched the scene and remarked that Ghislaine had probably earned Marquis Maurice's resentment. Muriel casually dismissed the concern, saying Maurice was a straightforward man. Balor added that Maurice could hardly cut Ghislaine off simply because he felt jealous. Marquis Branford stated that everything happening was natural. After all, Ghislaine was the only person who had managed to cure Rosalind's illness. Balor then praised Branford for discovering such an exceptional talent. The Marquis shook his head and gave Ghislaine the credit. He explained that the young lord had climbed to his current position through his own efforts. He possessed the strength to reverse hopeless wars, the intelligence to understand complex situations, and the foresight to anticipate future dangers. That combination was exactly why Branford believed he was worthy of support. Just as the conversation was ending, a new figure entered the banquet hall. The sound of a cane tapping against the floor echoed through the room. Ghislaine immediately sensed the newcomer's presence. The high nobles turned toward the entrance. A sharply dressed man carrying a walking cane entered the hall. The moment Ghislaine saw him, his expression hardened. Unlike everyone else, he recognized exactly who this man was. This was Raoul Joseph, Duke Delphine's closest aide and the chief strategist of the ducal house. Walking behind him was a huge armored knight. Ghislaine recognized him as well. The nobles immediately identified Raoul and instinctively kept their distance. Nobody wanted to be associated with a representative of the Duke's faction. Raoul calmly approached Marquis Branford and greeted him. Branford admitted he was surprised to see him at an event like this. Raoul replied that he had only come to pay his respects, and that he had heard the Marquis had recruited a promising young lion. Branford downplayed the matter and asked about the identity of the knight accompanying him. Raoul casually claimed that he was only an escort and nobody important. One of Branford's knights wasn't satisfied. He demanded that the armored man remove his helmet and show his face. The knight remained motionless. Irritated, Branford's knight placed a hand on his sword and repeated the order. Before the situation could escalate, Marquis Branford intervened and told his subordinate, Tolio, to stand down. Then, With a meaningful look, he advised Raoul to enjoy the banquet and take care not to dishonor Duke Delphine's name before leaving. Raoul smiled politely and thanked him. After Raoul walked away, Branford's expression darkened. He couldn't believe that a figure as important as Raoul had entered the capital without his knowledge. The fact that the Duke's strategist had managed to avoid all of his information networks was deeply unsettling. It was proof that Duke Delphine's influence had already extended further into the capital than he had realized. Meanwhile, Raoul and his armored escort made their way directly toward Ghislain. The moment they arrived, Ghislain stared at Raoul with undisguised hostility. Raoul immediately noticed the glare and found it strange. This was supposedly their first meeting. Curious, he asked whether Ghislain knew him. Realizing he had revealed too much emotion, Ghislain quickly composed himself. He replied that he knew of Raoul's reputation and had heard many stories about him in the capital. Raoul smiled and answered that he knew Ghislain quite well too. He praised the impressive show Ghislain had put on in the north. The compliment meant little to Ghislain. In his previous life, he knew exactly who Raoul was. This was the man who had orchestrated many of the schemes designed to bring Peridium to ruin. Raoul, however, acted as though they were merely acquaintances meeting for the first time. After exchanging pleasantries, he suggested they move somewhere quieter. Now that introductions were out of the way, there was something he wanted to discuss with Ghislain in private. Soon after, Ghislain found himself alone in a room with Viscount, Raoul, Joseph, and the knight, standing silently behind him. Raoul wasted no time getting to the point. He said that the ducal house was interested in his cosmetics. According to him, the reason he came to the capital was because he heard rumors about a product capable of restoring Rosalind Branford's ruined skin. Such a thing naturally attracted the Duke's attention because they had been developing something similar themselves. While Raoul spoke, however, Ghislain barely paid attention to him. His eyes remained fixed on the knight standing in the background. Only after a while did he finally look back at Raoul and calmly tell him that if he came seeking an exclusive contract or technology sharing agreement, then he would have to disappoint him. Raoul chuckled. He said he hadn't come all this way for such boring negotiations. In his eyes, Ghislain was a rare talent. A notorious troublemaker from the countryside had suddenly risen to prominence, won a war, secured a noble title, and forced the capital itself to acknowledge him. Raoul wanted to know whether that was the result of luck or ability. Ghislain casually replied that he had simply improved himself through study. The answer clearly wasn't what Raoul wanted. Smiling, the Viscount extended an invitation. He wanted Ghislain to join the Duke's faction. Raoul then began laying out his argument. He told Ghislain that talent had an expiration date. A gifted man could possess all the potential in the world, but if he remained in a harsh place like the North, his life would be consumed by barbarian invasions and endless border wars before that talent could fully bloom. Raoul claimed he had seen many brilliant young men waste their lives that way. In contrast, the Duke's faction possessed the power to change destinies. If Ghislain joined them, they could grant him fertile lands in the south. They could even reward Count Peridium as well. Raoul spoke as if he genuinely cared about Zwalter's well-being. He suggested that the aging count had spent enough years protecting the kingdom from barbarians and deserved a peaceful retirement. Ghislain listened without reacting. He already knew exactly what Raoul was doing. Even after publicly aligning himself with Marquis Branford's faction, the Duke's strategist still wanted to recruit him. Raoul spoke sweetly, offering opportunities, comfort, and influence. To anyone else, it might have sounded generous. To Ghislain, it was simply another cage. Raoul wasn't interested in helping him. He merely wanted to place an unpredictable variable under his control before it became a threat. Ghislain knew that countless nobles had probably fallen for this same tactic. With a calm smile, he replied that the north was a better place than Raoul seemed to think. The Viscount didn't press the matter. He said he would remain in the capital for some time and encouraged Ghislain to think about the offer carefully. Instead of giving an answer, Ghislain surprised him with a proposal of his own. He said he had a counteroffer. Raoul raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Then Ghislain looked him straight in the eye and suggested that Raoul join their side instead. For the first time during the conversation, the Viscount's smile disappeared. His gaze sharpened as he stared at the young lord. The scene later shifted to a carriage, leaving Marquis Branford's estate. Inside sat Raoul and the mysterious knight. The knight asked for Raoul's opinion after finally meeting Ghislain face to face. Raoul admitted that there was something unsettling about the young lord's eyes. He said they were strange enough to make him want to gouge them out. The knight then revealed something even more disturbing. According to him, Ghislain had tried to kill them. Raoul was genuinely surprised by the statement. The knight explained that throughout the entire meeting, he had sensed killing intent directed toward the Viscount. Ghislain wasn't simply listening to their conversation. He was constantly evaluating whether he could kill Raoul and escape afterward. In fact, the knight had practically watched him calculate every possibility. As the knight described it, a silent battle had taken place between them. The moment their eyes met, they had fought entirely within their minds. In that imagined battlefield, Ghislain instantly drew his sword and lunged at Raoul. The knight intercepted him before he could reach the Viscount. Ghislain attacked again and again, refusing to back down, but every strike was blocked. He accelerated, changed angles, increased his pressure, and searched for openings. The knight matched every move. Their swords collided repeatedly in that invisible duel, neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Eventually, Ghislain reached a conclusion. Killing Raoul in that room was impossible, as long as the knight remained at his side. That realization was the true reason he abandoned the idea, and instead gave Raoul the absurd counteroffer to join his faction. Back in reality, Raoul remembered how the conversation ended. He had laughed and admitted that he finally understood why Marquis Branford liked Ghislain so much. Before leaving, he told the young lord that he had enjoyed speaking with him and hoped they would meet again. Ghislain had replied that he looked forward to it as well. The final exchange, however, had not been between Ghislain and Raoul. It had been between two swordsmen. As Raoul prepared to leave, the knight fixed Ghislain with his sharp green eyes. Ghislain returned the stare without hesitation. Then he calmly said that he looked forward to meeting him again. More importantly, he called the man by name, Cayenne Balzac. He even referred to him as the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. The revelation surprised Raoul. The knight had hidden his identity, yet Ghislain recognized him instantly. Cayenne later confirmed that the young lord truly knew who he was. That alone convinced Raoul that the reports coming out of the north were not exaggerated. Even so, he wasn't planning to abandon his ambitions. He stated that his goal of taking control of the north remained unchanged. At most, it had merely been delayed. There were still many methods available to the Duke's faction. Raoul decided that he would personally warn Count Desmond about Ghislain's existence. His advice would be simple: treat Ghislain as if he were the knight captain of an entire territory. Cayenne immediately rejected that assessment. Raoul turned toward him in confusion. Having personally measured Ghislain's abilities, Cayenne knew better. The young lord wasn't merely some talented knight captain. Looking out the carriage window, the kingdom's strongest swordsman gave his final judgment. When dealing with Ghislain Fenris, Count Desmond should prepare himself to face the strongest sword in the entire north. Back at Ghislain's mansion, everyone was busy preparing for the journey home. Soldiers moved around, packing up supplies and valuables, while Kaor and Claude supervised the operation. Kaor repeatedly reminded the men to collect everything of value, warning them not to leave behind even a single coin. Outside, Jillian directed the soldiers and organized where each item needed to be stored. As the packing continued, Rosalind was left stunned after hearing that Ghislain planned to return to his territory. She asked if he was truly leaving already. Ghislain calmly replied that he still had too many responsibilities waiting for him. He also informed her that he would leave the Dinab business in the capital under her management and asked her to send him the 3,000 gold they had agreed upon. The moment he brought up money, Rosalind's expression soured. She asked if he could talk about anything other than gold. Ghislain seemed genuinely confused and simply reminded her that she was his sponsor. Rosalind called him cold-hearted before letting out a sigh. She explained that as his sponsor, she wanted to understand him better. She wanted to know what kind of goal drove him to devote his entire life to work. Ghislain shrugged and claimed it wasn't anything special. According to him, he simply wanted to live comfortably without starving. Rosalind immediately rejected that answer. She pointed out that if that were truly his goal, he would have accepted Viscount Joseph's offer and joined Duke Delphine's faction. Realizing he couldn't dodge the question, Ghislain admitted that he did have a goal as Peridium's successor and the Lord of Fenris. He said he would need Rosalind's help to achieve it, but there was one thing he couldn't allow. He refused to let her carry his burden. Rosalind frowned at that response. She asked why he insisted on bearing everything alone when burdens were meant to be shared. Instead of answering immediately, Ghislain gently pushed aside the fan in her hand. He took her hand, raised it, and kissed it. Rosalind froze on the spot, completely caught off guard. Her face quickly turned red. Looking directly at her, Ghislain finally explained himself. He said that the reason he couldn't share his burden with her was because he wanted her to be happy. After delivering those words, he simply turned around and walked away. Rosalind could only stand there and watch him leave, completely overwhelmed by what had just happened. As Ghislain walked away, he reflected on everything he had accomplished in the capital. The banquet had ended on a positive note, and by rejecting Raoul's offer, he had protected Marquis Branford's reputation. Because of that, support and resources that would have gone elsewhere were now being directed toward Fenris and Peridium under the Branford name. Ghislain had secured valuable benefits, including tax exemptions and preferential treatment. He had also gained 50,000 residents from the capital who would relocate to his territory, while the dwarven slaves he wanted had already been sent to Fenris. With all these additions, nobody could dismiss Fenris as a poor and insignificant northern domain anymore. Even so, Ghislain remained cautious. The fact that the Duke's faction had personally approached him meant they were already preparing their next move. He knew those people would crush him the moment he showed weakness. Thinking about the future ahead, Ghislain silently swore that one day he would kill Duke Delphine. The scene then shifts to the Fenris estate, where a group of dwarven slaves could be seen being escorted through the territory in chains. The dwarves walked silently under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Among them, a bald dwarf called out to a heavily bearded dwarf named Galveric. The bald dwarf informed him that the lord of the territory had arrived. Galveric slowly raised his head and saw Ghislain riding into town on his imposing horse. At the same time, the citizens of Fenris flooded into the streets to welcome Ghislain and his men home. Belinda was surprised that practically the entire town had come out to greet them. Kaor poor and the soldiers, on the other hand, clearly enjoyed the enthusiastic reception. Even the dwarves were surprised. One of them admitted that he had never seen a territory like this before. He had heard rumors that their new lord planned to build homes for the dwarves and would never let them starve. Galveric immediately shut him down. He reminded the others that they had already learned this lesson countless times. According to him, a noble was still a noble, and nobles were nothing but trash who only cared about themselves. He insisted that their new lord would be no different. The other dwarves became nervous after hearing this and asked him if he truly intended to go through with the plan. Galveric firmly declared that they would proceed exactly as planned. Meanwhile, Ghislain glanced toward the dwarven slaves while riding through the town and noticed Galveric among them. Before he could think further, Belinda tapped him on the shoulder and reminded him to wave to the citizens. Ghislain reluctantly raised his hand, causing the crowd to cheer even louder. Claude, meanwhile, was delighted to finally return to Fenris. After everything that had happened in the capital and all the money they had earned, he genuinely believed he would finally be able to relax. Unfortunately for him, Ghislain immediately shattered that dream. The moment they arrived, Ghislain ordered Claude to organize all the materials Lowell had researched and bring them to his office. Claude nearly exploded in frustration. He complained that they had literally just returned and begged Ghislain to at least give him enough time to catch his breath. Ghislain coldly responded that slaves did not have time to rest. He even told Claude to consider his entire stay in the capital as his vacation, before ordering him to immediately call everyone for a meeting. Soon afterward, everyone gathered inside Ghislain's office. Ghislain first asked Lowell whether he had experienced any problems while working alongside Homern. Lowell assured him that everything had gone smoothly. Ghislain then asked him to inform Homern that he would visit him soon, before requesting a full report regarding the territory. Lowell produced a report and explained that the administration of Fenris had been carried out exactly according to Ghislain's instructions before he left for the capital. Ghislain then turned toward Alfoy and asked about the progress of the construction projects. While casually scratching his nose, Alfoy revealed that the mages had already completed the roads and waterway maintenance while he and Vanessa had been away. Vanessa immediately smacked him on the head with her staff and demanded that he speak more respectfully. Lowell supported Alfoy's statement and added that the workshops and grain storage facilities would also be completed soon. He explained that construction would proceed even faster once the dwarven slaves began working. Lowell further reported that the territory's harvest had become so abundant that they might no longer need to buy grain from merchant guilds at all. Belinda curiously asked just how impressive their harvest really was. Claude proudly explained that Fenris's total crop production now rivaled that of Rayfold County itself. Not only that, but their yield per unit of land had become the highest in the entire kingdom. Wendy couldn't resist pointing out that these words were coming from the same man who had once insisted that farming in Fenris was impossible. Belinda was overjoyed by the news and proudly declared that her young master would soon become a great lord. She believed his chances had improved significantly now that he possessed the backing of the royalist faction. Gillian agreed and remarked that Ghislain's dream of truly reviving his territory was slowly becoming reality. However, Ghislain remained unsatisfied. In his eyes, the territory had only just begun to take proper shape. He immediately ordered Claude to continue purchasing food until he personally said it was enough. Since they intended to expand the residential districts in the future, they needed to secure land in advance. Claude was confused by this sudden order. That was when Ghislain dropped a bombshell and announced that they were now preparing for war. Everyone in the room was stunned. Claude couldn't understand who would possibly dare attack them now that they had joined the royalist faction. Ghislain calmly replied that their enemies could very well be either Desmond or Rayfold. He then instructed Claude to read the report in Lowell's hands. Claude was shocked by what he found. The report detailed large-scale conscription and military training taking place throughout Desmond territory. Desmond was also actively recruiting free knights while purchasing massive amounts of weapons and iron ore. Ghislain explained that this was the intelligence he had specifically ordered Lowell to collect before departing for the capital. The truly important detail, however, was that Desmond had been purchasing enormous quantities of high-quality iron ore from Cabaldi County. Gillian immediately understood the danger. He explained that the three most important resources during war were food, manpower, and weapons. Iron ore was essential for forging and maintaining those weapons. The quantity Desmond was buying was far too excessive for peacetime. Kaor actually seemed excited by the possibility that another war might soon break out. Alfoy, meanwhile, looked completely miserable and couldn't believe that he might have to participate in another war again. Claude pointed out that they would be in serious trouble if Desmond secured additional iron supplies. He also reminded everyone that Count Cabaldi would never agree to sell iron to Fenris, even if it was necessary for the territory's development. Ghislain nodded and explained that they should already consider Count Cabaldi part of Duke Delphine's faction. By the time they attempted to secure iron themselves, the enemy might already be prepared to attack. He asked asked everyone if they finally understood just how dangerous their situation truly was. The room immediately fell silent. After allowing them to process everything, Ghislain announced his strategy. Instead of waiting for their enemies to strike, they would attack Cabaldi County first. Everyone was left completely speechless by the announcement. The story then shifts to Cabaldi County, where Count Desmond was meeting Count Cabaldi inside the latter's castle. While casually eating berries and spitting the seeds onto the table, Count Cabaldi asked Desmond what he meant when he referred to Ghislain as the strongest sword in the north. Desmond revealed that he had received a report from Duke Delphine regarding Fenris territory. According to the Duke, they were to regard Ghislain as the strongest sword in the north. Desmond warned Cabaldi that Ghislain was an unpredictable individual and advised him to begin preparing for war. Cabaldi burst into loud laughter. He mocked Desmond for losing his senses after his defeat at Ghislain's hands. He questioned whether anyone would actually dare invade his territory. Cabaldi proudly described his castle as an impregnable fortress protected by double walls, stronger than ordinary fortresses, a massive moat, and siege weapons crafted using the finest smithing techniques in the north. He arrogantly declared that his castle had never once been breached throughout history and insisted that it never would be. With complete confidence, he advised Desmond to worry about himself first, especially since he had recently lost his precious secret weapon. Desmond could only sit there in frustration after hearing those words. Back in Fenris, preparations for war had already begun. Kaor, Jillian, and Belinda bowed their heads as Ghislain walked past them wearing his armor. He climbed onto a stage and looked down at the soldiers assembled before him. Looking into their eyes, Ghislain saw nothing but determination, and he liked what he saw. He reminded them that trusting and following someone was never easy, yet they had chosen to trust and follow him all this way. Ghislain then drew his sword and slammed it into the ground. He proudly announced that every one of the 200 men standing before him would become knights. With those words, he officially established the Fenris Knight Order. The soldiers immediately erupted into deafening cheers. Nearby, Claude and Wendy watched the celebration from inside a tent. Claude was even wearing armor himself, yet he still looked completely exhausted. He complained that the entire situation was driving him insane. No matter how many times he thought about it, he still couldn't understand whether what Ghislain was attempting was even possible. He turned to Wendy and asked if she felt the same way. The story then shifts back to the moment when Ghislain announced that they would attack Cabaldi County first. Claude immediately jumped to his feet and demanded to know how his lord had arrived at such a dangerous conclusion so quickly. Ghislain calmly explained that both Count Desmond and Count Cabaldi pretended to be neutral, but in reality, they were secretly supporting the ducal house. In other words, they were nothing more than chess pieces that the ducal house could move freely without exposing itself directly. Since Cabaldi was already aligned with their enemies, Ghislain considered him an enemy as well. If they won the war, they would not only seize Cabaldi's iron ore, but would also slow down the growth of their enemies while strengthening themselves at the same time. Once Ghislain explained it that way, everyone understood the logic behind the decision. Claude then asked what exactly they planned to do. Gillian pointed out that the soldiers of Cabaldi County possessed some of the finest equipment in the entire north. Sarah added that their own military was inferior, both in numbers and overall quality. However, Ghislain revealed a shocking plan. He intended to turn all 200 mercenaries under his command into knights capable of wielding mana. Kaor and Jillian were stunned by the announcement. According to Ghislain, a properly trained knight possessed the combat power of 100 ordinary soldiers. If they successfully formed an order consisting of 200 mana knights, their military strength would become equivalent to 20,000 soldiers. Belinda nervously reminded him that mastering mana normally took years. In response, Ghislain asked Vanessa to bring in the prepared materials. Soon, Vanessa and the other mages rolled in several barrels filled with scrolls. Alfoy immediately recognized them as mana compression sigils. Claude quickly realized that Ghislain had used runestones to mass-produce them. Ghislain picked up one of the scrolls and explained that these sigils would allow the mercenaries to learn mana. Although the method differed from traditional training, he had personally modified the Peridium family's mana cultivation technique to make it much easier to learn. According to him, the soldiers should be able to master it within a single month. Belinda became horrified when she heard that he had altered the family's cultivation technique without permission and worried about how Count Zwalter would react. Ghislain simply replied that it was better for his father to get angry than for them to lose their soldiers. Even with mana knights, Gillian still doubted they could conquer Cabaldi Castle. He explained that he had visited the fortress during his days as a mercenary and knew exactly how terrifying it was. The castle was protected by sturdy double walls, a deep moat, and perfectly arranged defensive weapons. Thanks to those advantages, people often said that no enemy had ever managed to capture it throughout the entire history of the Cabaldi family. Gillian warned that ordinary mercenary tactics would be useless if Count Cabaldi chose to remain behind his walls and wage a defensive siege. Claude suggested abandoning the idea altogether and focusing solely on stopping Count Desmond. Although acquiring iron from other regions would be difficult, he believed it was still possible. Ghislain simply smiled, and asked Claude if he wanted to place another bet on whether they would win or lose. Claude immediately became irritated and begged his lord to stop gambling with the fate of their territory. Ghislain assured him that there was no reason to worry because he always had a plan. Shortly afterward, the story moves to the training hall, where Ghislain stood before his soldiers. The men were confused because they believed that becoming a knight required years of mana training. Gordon even raised his hand and directly asked how they were supposed to use mana. Ghislain admitted that under normal circumstances, mastering mana indeed required several years of effort. However, he promised that every soldier present would learn it within 1 month. The soldiers were completely stunned. Ghislain then assured them that he would explain everything in a way they could easily understand. Sometime later, the training had already begun. Several exhausted soldiers could be seen collapsed on the floor while breathing heavily. Gordon himself was gritting his teeth as Ghislain forcibly pushed mana into his body. Ghislain advised him to endure the pain because they were essentially compressing several years of training into a single month. Naturally, the burden would be enormous. He explained that the mana compression sigil would temporarily allow Gordon to sense mana. Ghislain then instructed him to gather the mana particles floating in the air and guide them beneath his lower abdomen in order to create a mana core. He told Gordon to imagine winding up a skein of thread while performing the process. Gordon desperately followed those instructions, dragging the mana toward his lower abdomen while screaming in pain. After finishing the training session, Ghislain walked out of the hall and found Belinda and Lowell waiting for him. Belinda praised him for his efforts, and Ghislain thanked her before asking her to escort the soldiers back to their lodgings and keep an eye on them for the time being. Breathing heavily from exhaustion himself, Ghislain then turned to Lowell and informed him that they would soon begin crafting armor for the future Fenris Knight Order. He also asked about the condition of the dwarven slaves. Lowell explained that although the elven slaves had not arrived yet, the dwarves were already staying in the territory's lodgings. Hearing this, Ghislain looked up toward the night sky and quietly remarked that the moon would not be rising tonight. The scene then shifts to a forest outside the town, where a hand suddenly burst out from beneath the ground. Moments later, Galveric climbed out of a large tunnel, followed by several other dwarves. After carefully surveying the surroundings, Galvaric signaled for the others to come out. One of the dwarves nervously asked whether they would truly become free once they escaped the kingdom. Galvaric confidently revealed that he had heard rumors about a secret autonomous district located in another kingdom where slaves of different races lived together freely. He urged his companions to leave with him and reminded them that the border was already close. However, he soon noticed that many of the dwarves seemed hesitant and frightened. Annoyed, Galvaric asked whether they had suddenly developed an attachment to slavery. He mockingly told them to return and spend the rest of their lives crafting toys for nobles if they were too scared to continue. The bald dwarf quickly denied this and instead pointed behind Galvaric. When Galvaric turned around, he froze. Standing there alone was Ghislain. Calmly, Ghislain informed them that there was no point in running away. The dwarves were shocked and immediately realized that Ghislain had somehow discovered their escape plan. Galvaric soon noticed something strange. Ghislain had come completely alone. After confirming that no soldiers accompanied him, the dwarves gathered together for a quick discussion. Moments later, they turned toward Ghislain with hostile expressions. Galvaric declared that they could obtain their freedom if Ghislain simply disappeared. Surprisingly, Ghislain merely smiled and encouraged them to do their best. Sometime later, the results of that decision could be clearly seen. Galvaric struggled to stand after receiving a brutal beating from Ghislain, while the other dwarves were completely unable to move. Ghislain walked over and casually remarked that dwarves were surprisingly sturdy. Galvaric angrily raised his head to glare at him. Ghislain then pointed out that if they escaped, slave traders would simply track them down again. Instead, he suggested that they work for him. Galvaric burst out laughing and declared that he would rather die while pursuing freedom than remain trapped there crafting boring toys for another noble. He warned Ghislain not to expect cooperation without resistance. Rather than becoming angry, Ghislain actually admired the dwarf's determination. After all, he knew that Galvaric would one day become the legendary blacksmith of the future. As Galvaric forced himself back to his feet and assumed a fighting stance, Ghislain suddenly made an unbelievable proposal. He asked the dwarves to give him 10 years. If they sincerely cooperated with him, he promised to build an autonomous district for dwarves within his territory and eventually free them from slavery entirely. Every dwarf present was shocked. Galvaric immediately accused him of lying, arguing that the kingdom legally recognized them as slaves, making any promise from a rural lord meaningless. Ghislain calmly replied that laws could always be changed when necessary. The bald dwarf then reminded Galvaric that Ghislain was now backed by the royalist faction, meaning such a thing might actually be possible. Although Galvaric clenched his fists in frustration, he knew he had already lost. Ghislain then revealed that he had no interest in making luxurious decorations or toys. Instead, he wanted to create something far more exciting. Curious, despite himself, Galvaric asked what he meant. Ghislain simply looked up at the sky and declared that he wanted to fly. A month later, the story shifts to Cabaldi Castle, where Count Cabaldi was reading a letter sent by Ghislain. The contents of the letter immediately infuriated everyone present. In it, Ghislain accused Count Cabaldi of disrupting the fairness of the entire northern iron market by favoring a particular house with his iron dealings. He warned the Count that he would eventually regret his actions if he refused to open the market to Fenris and the neighboring territories. After finishing the letter, Count Cabaldi raised it and asked his subordinates what exactly he was holding. One official replied that it was a letter from Baron Fenris. Another official angrily called Ghislain an insolent brat and declared that the young lord had clearly lost his mind. Count Cabaldi simply smiled and remarked that such methods only worked when used by people who actually possessed power. He assumed that Fenris must be struggling badly if they were resorting to sending such a ridiculous threat. One of his officials then reported that Fenris had recently been buying enormous quantities of food from surrounding territories and was even paying extra to secure supplies. Another man concluded that Fenris was probably suffering from food shortages after accepting so many immigrants sent by the royalist faction. Yet another vassal admitted that he could not understand why Fenris constantly made decisions that brought them nothing but losses. Harvest season was approaching soon, meaning food prices would naturally fall. A noble standing nearby simply shrugged and said that there was no point trying to understand the actions of a reckless youngster. In his opinion, it was normal for young nobles to act without thinking. Hearing this, Count Cabaldi casually burned Ghislain's letter using a candle flame. He stated that it was only natural for Ghislain to encounter difficulties since he was trying to rapidly expand a territory that had been on the brink of ruin not long ago. Smiling smugly, Count Cabaldi added that it was a shame he would not be around to witness Ghislain's eventual downfall. The story then moves to Marquis Branford's mansion. As the Marquis entered his office and prepared to remove his jacket, he suddenly noticed a letter resting on his desk. What surprised him even more was the fact that the window to his office had been left open. Curious, the Marquis picked up the letter and discovered that it had come from Ghislain. The contents immediately wiped away his calm expression. In the letter, Ghislain advised Marquis Branford to instruct all royalist nobles to stockpile 10 years' worth of food in advance. He warned that a devastating famine would soon strike the kingdom, one severe enough to shake the entire nation to its core. Marquis Branford did not know how to react after reading such information. The following day, Rosalind entered her father's office and mentioned that she had heard he had not slept at all the previous night. Without offering any explanation, Marquis Branford simply turned to his daughter and ordered her to summon the vassals and all the nobles of the royalist faction for an emergency meeting. Soon after Ghislain sent that warning, the kingdom was struck by an unprecedented famine. An extreme drought swept across the land. Rivers dried up, crops withered and died, and starvation victims began appearing everywhere. As food became increasingly scarce, chaos spread throughout the kingdom as people desperately fought for survival. It was a natural disaster so devastating that it would eventually be recorded in history. Amid this growing disaster, Ghislain decided that the time had finally come for him to act. Inside both the Desmond and Rayfold territories, officials reported that food prices were skyrocketing because of the sudden abnormal weather. They soon discovered that the royalist nobles had already stockpiled massive amounts of food long before the disaster struck. At the same time, Amelia and Count Desmond learned that Fenris had somehow managed to harvest a successful crop despite the drought. The story then returns to Cabaldi County, where Count Cabaldi slammed his hand onto the table in frustration. He demanded to know where the food Count Desmond had promised them was. According to Cabaldi, Desmond should have conquered Fenris earlier and secured both its fertile land and food supplies. One vassal explained that Count Desmond had requested more time because even he had failed to act due to the unexpected weather. Furious, Count Cabaldi cursed Desmond for being a fool and demanded to know when the food would finally arrive. At that moment, one official cautiously proposed a solution. He suggested fulfilling Ghislain's earlier request and trading iron for food. The idea immediately sparked outrage. Another vassal shouted that such a thing was impossible because Ghislain belonged to the royalist faction. If the ducal house discovered their dealings, they would not overlook such betrayal. A noble dressed in blue insisted that they should simply wait because the ducal house and Count Desmond had already promised assistance. However, the official who proposed the trade refused to back down. He reminded everyone that there was a limit to how much food they could confiscate from the citizens. The army was already struggling to suppress growing unrest, and if the military grain reserves ran out, starving soldiers might rebel. He warned that their famous iron fortress, which had never fallen to an external enemy, could ultimately be destroyed by an internal uprising. Hearing those words, Count Cabaldi finally broke. Though furious that his own vassals were essentially asking him to bow his head to Ghislain, he reluctantly ordered them to trade iron for food. While clenching his fists in anger, he declared that Ghislain would eventually die at the hands of the ducal house regardless. Giving away some iron would not change that outcome. Laughing like a madman, Count Cabaldi boldly proclaimed that even the ducal house or Count Desmond themselves were welcome to challenge him if they had a problem, because no one could ever conquer his fortress. He then ordered a guard to immediately send a messenger to Fenris before everyone starved. However, However, the guard calmly informed him that such measures were unnecessary. Baron Fenris had already arrived at their gates with his army. The scene then shifts outside Cabaldi Castle, where Ghislain and the newly formed Fenris Knight Order marched toward the fortress. Every knight wore the same armor, creating an intimidating sight. Gordon complained that his armor felt too small, prompting Torin to tell him to stop whining, since the dwarves had used twice as many blood python scales to craft his set. Gordon proudly tapped his breastplate and boasted that mana was now flowing through his body, making his perfect muscles impossible to scratch. The moment he finished bragging, someone punched him directly in the chest. Gordon immediately felt pain and looked up to see Ghislain standing there. Ghislain casually remarked that the dwarves had truly crafted sturdy armor before riding forward on his horse and ordering the advance. Under Ghislain's command, the Fenris Knight Order marched toward Cabaldi Castle. From atop the ancient fortress walls, Count Cabaldi and his vassals witnessed a horrifying sight. Fenris's forces stretched endlessly across the fields like a dark ocean. Their armor glimmered beneath the gloomy sunlight, while their banners fluttered silently in the cold wind. Cabaldi's vassals immediately panicked. One of them nervously reported that Fenris had completely surrounded the castle. Worse still, the moat that had once served as the fortress's strongest defensive feature had dried up entirely because of the ongoing drought, leaving the castle dangerously exposed. Fear quickly spread among the defenders. Many wondered where Ghislain had acquired such a massive force, because no ordinary barony should have been capable of fielding an army of this size. Some speculated that the royalist faction must have secretly supplied him with troops. Determined to preserve his dignity, Count Cabaldi ordered everyone to remain calm. Forcing a smile onto his face, he confidently declared that it did not matter how many troops Ghislain had brought. Once the castle's powerful defensive weapons were unleashed, Fenris's army would never even come close to the fortress. Although his words briefly reassured some of the men, the fear in their eyes remained. From a distance, Ghislain raised his voice and called out to Count Cabaldi, asking if he had read the letter that had been sent to him. Already seething at the sight of an enemy army standing before his gates, Count Cabaldi shouted back in fury. He demanded to know what this outrageous act meant, and how Baron Fenris dared to march upon his castle without any warning. His furious voice echoed throughout the fortress walls. However, Ghislain remained perfectly calm. With an icy expression, he reminded the Count that he had already made his intentions clear in the letter. He had warned him that refusing to open the iron market would only lead to regret. Although Ghislain did not raise his voice, his words carried enough weight to make the entire battlefield fall silent for a brief moment. Hearing those words, Count Cabaldi's vassals immediately erupted in anger. They shouted from atop the battlements, asking whether Ghislain truly believed that uttering a few bold words was enough to justify a war. To them, such arrogance was an unforgivable insult to noble dignity. Count Cabaldi himself declared that if Ghislain truly desired war, then he should first prepare a proper justification and issue a formal declaration according to noble customs. He further stated that he had no intention of associating with someone who disrespected noble etiquette in such a disgraceful manner. Despite his stern tone, there was a slight tremble in his voice. The pressure of the situation was beginning to weigh on him. Ghislain's gaze only grew colder. He calmly replied that if the Count wanted a declaration of war, then he would give him one immediately. He called out to Gillian and ordered him to bring a bow and an arrow. Without hesitation, Gillian stepped forward and respectfully handed the weapon to his lord. The moment Ghislain knocked the arrow, an eerie silence descended over the battlefield. The air itself seemed to freeze. Even the birds had disappeared from the sky. The instant Count Cabaldi saw Ghislain raise his bow, fear gripped his heart. He immediately ordered his knights to raise their shields and form a protective wall around him. The sound of armor clashing echoed across the fortress as the knights hurried to obey. Gillian quietly warned Ghislain that the castle walls were extremely high and the distance was considerable. Even so, Ghislain showed not the slightest hesitation. His horse lowered itself slightly, almost as if it understood its master's intentions and wanted to provide him with a better angle. In the next instant, Ghislain released the arrow. The bowstring snapped loudly, shattering the silence. The arrow flew through the air like a bolt of lightning. It first pierced through the shield of a knight standing in front of Count Cabaldi and continued straight through his head, killing him instantly. But the arrow still did not stop. It continued past the fallen knight and grazed Count Cabaldi's ear, leaving behind a shallow wound. Blood slowly trickled down the Count's face as he stumbled backward in horror. He had just escaped death by the narrowest margin. Lowering his bow, Ghislain declared in a thunderous voice that this arrow was his declaration of war. The scene then shifts to the capital, Cardinia, where the royalist faction had gathered for an emergency meeting. News of the war spread rapidly, causing heated debates to break out throughout the hall. One noble exclaimed that Baron Fenris had started a war. Count Alisper frowned and remarked that thanks to Ghislain's earlier warning, the royalists had survived the famine by stockpiling grain in advance. However, beginning a war during such difficult times seemed recklessly foolish. Marquise Branford immediately demanded to know the justification for this conflict. Rosalind calmly explained that Count Cabaldi had refused to open the iron market to Fenris and the neighboring territories. Instead, he had been trading almost exclusively with Count Desmond's lands, effectively monopolizing the iron trade and threatening the balance between northern nobles. Count Alisber commented that pretexts for war could always be found if one looked hard enough, but he still believed Ghislain's actions were dangerously reckless. At that point, Marquis Morris, commander of the kingdom's army, firmly declared that there was no longer any room for doubt. Baron Ghislain had to be expelled from the royalist faction before matters escalated any further. Many of his supporters immediately voiced their agreement. One noble argued that all efforts should be directed toward recovering from the drought, instead of wasting resources on war. Another insisted that a conflict at this time would only weaken the kingdom further. However, Sir Balor casually questioned whether Marquis Morris had simply disliked Ghislain from the very beginning. The remark struck a nerve, causing Morris to become momentarily flustered. Before the argument could spiral out of control, Rosalind intervened and urged everyone to calm down. She reminded them that the war had already begun and that their responsibility now was to find a solution rather than waste precious time arguing. Morris quickly replied that he was perfectly calm and insisted that this entire conflict was nothing more than bait prepared for the Duke's house to exploit. At that very moment, the doors to the meeting hall opened, and Count Fouad of the Duke's faction entered. His sudden appearance immediately silenced the room. With complete confidence, Count Fouad announced that he agreed with Marquis Morris. The nobles were visibly shocked by his unexpected arrival. Marquis Branford narrowed his eyes and demanded to know what Count Fouad was doing there. Fouad calmly replied that Baron Fenris had attacked Count Cabaldi, a neutral noble, while the kingdom was still suffering from a natural disaster. Therefore, such actions could not possibly represent the will of the royalist faction. His words weighed heavily upon everyone present. As Branford silently studied him, Sir Balor privately admitted that the Duke's intelligence network was truly impressive. Count Alisper realized that the Duke's house had revealed its hand from the very beginning, a sign that they were extremely confident. Rosalind also quickly grasped the danger of the situation. If this incident pushed the neutral nobles toward the Duke's faction, the royalists would suffer a devastating loss. Her father's next words could very well determine the future of the entire faction. If Ghislain lost, the royalists would lose their influence in the north, but even abandoning him would expose the faction's weakness. On the other hand, if Ghislain succeeded in taking Cabaldi's vast iron mines, the reward would more than justify the risk. Finally, Marquis Branford spoke. In a calm and composed voice, he declared that Ghislain's justification for war was perfectly sound. Count Fouad was visibly surprised and immediately demanded an explanation. Branford calmly replied that this conflict was merely a personal dispute between Baron Fenris and Count Cabaldi. It did not represent the official will of the royalist faction. Therefore, the Duke's house had absolutely no grounds to interfere. Hearing this, Count Fouad became visibly unsettled. He argued that there was a proper time and place for war, and claimed that standing by without intervention would amount to abandoning their duty as nobles responsible for maintaining order in the kingdom. Although he attempted to sound confident, desperation could clearly be heard in his voice. Marquis Branford let out a sigh filled with disdain, and remarked that he simply could not understand why the Duke's house was reacting so sensitively to this issue, almost as if Count Cabaldi actually belonged to their faction. Meanwhile, on the battlefield before Count Cabaldi's castle, the air was thick with the smell of blood and fear. Count Cabaldi screamed in agony as he clutched his wounded ear, staring at the blood covering his hand. Remembering Gillian's earlier warning about the height of the fortress walls, Ghislain admitted that his subordinate had judged the situation correctly and briefly praised him for his foresight. Standing nearby, Kaor smirked and quietly remarked that the Count would probably never wear earrings again. On top of the walls, chaos erupted among Cabaldi's men. Some rushed to stop their lord's bleeding, while others hurried to surround and protect him. The entire battlement fell into confusion. However, despite the intense pain, Count Cabaldi quickly regained his composure. Grinding his teeth in rage, he roared at his soldiers to return to their positions and prepare for battle. He declared that the glory of Cabaldi Castle, a fortress that had never fallen throughout history, would not collapse today. His words restored the soldiers' morale, and they quickly rushed back to their posts. Soon, the massive ballistas stationed along the walls were drawn and loaded. The sound of ropes tightening echoed throughout the fortress as preparations for the counterattack began. Watching the enemy's movements from below, Gillian informed Ghislain that the defenders were preparing to fire. Ghislain calmly nodded and remarked that since Cabaldi specialized in defensive warfare, such a swift response was only natural. There was not even a hint of concern in his expression. He remained completely composed. Before long, Cabaldi's soldiers announced that all the ballistas were ready. Ignoring the blood still running down his face, Count Cabaldi immediately ordered them to fire. In the next instant, countless arrows and bolts darkened the sky as they descended toward the Fenris army like a deadly storm. It was a terrifying sight, a rain of death meant to annihilate everything in its path. Yet neither Ghislain nor the Fenris knights showed the slightest fear. They stood motionless, as if the deadly barrage was nothing more than a passing drizzle. At the very last moment, Ghislain ordered everyone to raise their shields. Instantly, hundreds of shields rose in perfect unison. Ghislain himself casually deflected an incoming arrow with his sword. Gillian did the same with flawless precision, while Kaor effortlessly parried several projectiles of his own. The discipline and coordination displayed by the Fenris knights were astonishing. When the barrage finally ended and the dust settled, not a single knight had fallen. Their formation remained perfectly intact, while broken arrows littered the ground around them. Standing atop the walls, Count Cabaldi stared at the scene in disbelief. The confidence he had shown earlier began to crumble. Slowly sheathing his sword, Ghislain raised his voice and mockingly asked whether that pathetic attack was truly the best Cabaldi Castle had to offer. His words cut deeper than any weapon. He then calmly ordered his troops to retreat to their main camp and prepare for the next phase of the operation. Later, while resting inside one of the tents, Claude laughed and commented that Ghislain had chosen the perfect time to start a war. He turned to Wendy and asked whether she agreed, pointing out that Cabaldi territory most likely had not stockpiled food like they had. According to him, all they had to do was wait, and victory would naturally come to them. Sitting nearby, Alfoy gloomily wondered why they had even brought the mages along. Claude casually dismissed the concern, saying that the mages had already exhausted themselves constructing the garrison and could simply rest now. Stretching lazily, he sighed in satisfaction and remarked that it felt great to finally relax for once. He then turned toward Alfoy and suggested playing a game together. Just as Alfoy began showing interest and asked what they would wager, the tent flaps suddenly burst open. Ghislain entered with a stern expression and immediately ordered Claude to come outside. Both Claude and Alfoy froze in surprise. Confused, Claude asked why Ghislain had already returned, but Ghislain ignored the question completely. Walking past them, he ordered Alfoy to gather every mage immediately. His tone left absolutely no room for argument. Ghislain then announced that they would begin digging tunnels toward Cabaldi Castle. Alfoy's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. Claude frowned and pointed out that they could simply maintain their siege and eventually win without taking unnecessary risks. He questioned whether all this effort was truly needed. Ghislain firmly rejected the idea. He explained that they could not afford to sit around and wait. If they wanted to finish the war before the Duke's faction could send reinforcements to Cabaldi, they had to move quickly. Soon afterward, Ghislain arrived at the forward camp outside Cabaldi territory. Looking toward the distant fortress with cold and determined eyes, he quietly declared that the war would end far sooner than Count Cabaldi expected. Meanwhile, inside Cabaldi Castle, bitch Cabaldi grimaced while tending to his injured ear. Cursing Ghislain as an insolent brat, he couldn't believe that a mere baron had dared to shoot at him and then casually retreat after piercing the ear of a noble like himself. His vassals stood around him with dark expressions. One of them remarked that there was little they could have done against Ghislain's overwhelming firepower. In his opinion, the Fenris army had likely switched to a prolonged siege because they knew Cabaldi territory was running low on food supplies. Hearing this, Count Cabaldi angrily demanded to know whether the man was suggesting that Ghislain intended to simply wait until they surrendered. However, the Count quickly reminded everyone that the Duke's house stood behind Cabaldi territory. Letting out a cold laugh, he declared that the Duke would never abandon the largest iron mine in the entire north. Reinforcements would definitely come. All they had to do was hold out until then. Just then, a soldier rushed into the room and urgently reported that Ghislain's men appeared to be digging underground. Startled, Count Cabaldi immediately grabbed a telescope and looked outside. Sure enough, he could clearly see Fenris soldiers openly working in the field. He was stunned by their boldness. One vassal suggested that since the Fenris army could not capture the castle through a direct assault, they must be planning to attack from underground. Another quickly pointed out that because of the structure of the fortress foundations, there was only one possible place where the enemy could emerge: the area near the south gate. Hearing this, Count Cabaldi's eyes lit up. He immediately ordered Knight John to station troops around the south gate. The moment the enemy surfaced, all soldiers were to attack at once. Once confusion spread among the enemy ranks, they would throw open the gates and send out the cavalry to completely wipe out the Fenris army. When John asked about the castle walls, the Count scoffed and asked what the enemy could possibly accomplish without siege weapons. Since Ghislain mostly relied on infantry and cavalry, he believed that only a minimal number of soldiers would be needed to defend the walls. Laughing confidently, Count Cabaldi declared that although Ghislain had caught him off guard, victory would still belong to him in the end. As night gradually fell, the dwarves continued working tirelessly beneath the darkness. Sweat covered their faces as they hauled a massive and strange-looking contraption across the battlefield. One dwarf grumbled that their lord had ordered them to drag this ridiculous thing all the way there. Another complained that working without proper firelight made it impossible to see anything. Nearby, one of the dwarves asked Galvaric whether they had truly built the device exactly according to Ghislain's instructions, though he still doubted whether it would actually work. Brimming with confidence, Galvaric proudly declared that there was no chance something built by him would fail. He recalled the day Ghislain had suddenly announced that he wanted to fly through the sky. Every dwarf had immediately become interested. At that time, Galvaric had excitedly asked whether Ghislain had somehow discovered the legendary flying machine blueprints left behind by the ancient empire. Ghislain had simply laughed and said that he had no idea what that was. Instead, he told them that they would understand soon enough. Ghislain then brought out a large piece of cloth and held it over a fire. As smoke and hot air filled the fabric, it slowly began rising upward. The dwarves stared in complete disbelief. Galvaric frowned and demanded to know exactly what they were supposed to be seeing. Ghislain told him to pay attention to the cloth itself. The heated air was rising and filling the inside of the fabric. Although some hot air escaped through an opening, the cloth remained inflated and continued rising. Galvaric stared at it carefully before suddenly realizing something. If it had only been ordinary wind, the cloth would have moved sideways. Instead, it was moving upward. That meant this was an entirely different phenomenon. Hearing this realization, Ghislain chuckled softly, before kneeling on the ground and drawing the shape of an air balloon. He suggested that if they created a much larger airbag, it might be possible to. Before he could even finish speaking, Galveric had already snatched the stick from his hand. Excitement burned in the dwarf's eyes as he rapidly sketched designs of his own. He enthusiastically explained that if a basket was attached beneath the giant bag, people could actually ride inside and float through the sky. Immediately afterward, he bombarded Ghislain with questions, asking why heated air rose in the first place, and how such a thing was even possible. Ghislain honestly admitted that he had no idea. He had only discovered it accidentally, while drying clothes near a fire. Galvaric looked utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how someone could witness something so ordinary and instantly think of flying through the sky. Grinning widely, the dwarf immediately dragged Ghislain away, announcing that they were going straight to his workshop because he wanted to build the device and test it immediately. Returning to the present, the dwarves carefully moved the completed hot air balloons into position under the cover of darkness. Looking at the finished product, Ghislain quietly remarked that it was perfect. Galveric wiped the soot off his face and smugly stated that such a project was child's play for dwarves. At that moment, Belinda approached while carrying Ghislain's helmet. She informed him that both the mages and the knights had finished their preparations. Ghislain nodded and instructed her to make her own preparations as well. Nearby, Alfoy grumbled that if they were going to use flying balloons in the end, then digging tunnels had been a complete waste of time. One of the knights immediately warned him to watch his tongue, but Ghislain paid no attention to the complaint. Walking among the assembled knights, Ghislain addressed them in a calm yet commanding voice. He explained that they would soon descend directly into the center of the enemy fortress. According to their training, they were to infiltrate the castle, seize control of the interior, and then open the main gates so Jillian's cavalry could storm inside. That was the entire plan. Ghislain reminded them that Cabaldi's forces were considered the best-equipped army in the north. Even though the enemy had only recently begun learning mana, they would still be formidable opponents. More importantly, he warned that the enemies they would face in the future would be far stronger. If they could not overcome a battle of this level, then they had no future at all. Noticing traces of hesitation among some of the soldiers, Ghislain raised his voice. He reminded them that they had already accomplished impossible feats. They had conquered the beast forest that nobody had ever crossed, and had turned hopeless wars into overwhelming victories. He then asked whether their preparations had been insufficient. The soldiers roared back in unison that they had not. He asked if they were afraid, and once again the soldiers shouted that they feared nothing. A proud smile appeared on Ghislain's face. He told them that they had grown stronger at a speed no one could have imagined. Then, as the giant balloons slowly began glowing from the fires burning beneath them, Ghislain raised his sword high into the air and gave a single order: fly. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Cabaldi Castle, a soldier kept watch through a telescope and remarked that the enemy had spent the entire day digging, yet now they seemed to be doing absolutely nothing. Another guard yawned and guessed that the Fenris army was probably sleeping. Just then, two soldiers arrived to take over the next shift and casually asked whether anything unusual had happened. The guard with the telescope sighed and admitted that he had already lost track of how many days had passed. He wondered aloud whether the Fenris army even intended to attack at all. Relieved that their shift was finally over, the soldiers stretched and prepared to leave. However, one of them suddenly froze after noticing several strange round objects floating across the night sky. Confused, he pointed upward and asked what they were. Another soldier narrowed his eyes and wondered if they might be monsters. Before anyone could react, Ghislain suddenly descended from above. In a single clean strike, he cut one soldier in half before instantly killing the second. Moments later, Fenris soldiers began descending from the air balloons, one after another. Taking command from the front once again, Ghislain ordered his men to slaughter every enemy they encountered. Elsewhere inside the castle, several knights hurried toward Count Cabaldi's chamber. Among them was Leslie, commander of the Cabaldi Knights Order. The guards outside the count's room were surprised to see Leslie arriving so late at night. When Leslie asked about the count's condition, one guard quickly informed him that their lord was still asleep. Without wasting another second, Leslie entered the room. The sudden intrusion jolted Count Cabaldi awake. Recognizing Leslie, the count immediately demanded to know what was happening. Addressing him respectfully, Leslie reported that an emergency had occurred and that enemy forces had already breached the castle walls. The count's face instantly turned pale. He repeated the words in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his supposedly impregnable fortress had been infiltrated. Outside, more and more balloons descended into the castle grounds, continuously deploying Fenris soldiers. Ghislain and his comrades mercilessly slaughtered the defenders stationed along the walls. Filled with bloodlust, Kaor shouted for everyone to advance and strip away the last remaining pride of that rump-faced lord. Soon, the sounds of battle echoed throughout the entire fortress. The clash of steel, dying, screams, and panicked cries eventually reached the count's chamber. Terrified, Count Cabaldi demanded to know how the enemy had crossed the walls and whether their tunnel traps had somehow failed. Leslie grimly explained that according to surviving soldiers, the attackers had literally flown into the castle using unidentified flying spheres. The Count could barely process what he was hearing. Leslie then stated that the method no longer mattered because the enemy was rapidly taking control of the fortress. Urging the Count to move immediately, he explained that he intended to secure the underground passage near the outer wall and hold the gate. If successful, they could summon the main force stationed at the south gate and trap the invaders between two armies. For a brief moment, Count Cabaldi stood frozen. His hands trembled as he realized that the tunnels they had prepared for had merely been a decoy. Looking utterly defeated, he muttered about the fortress that had never fallen and wondered whether the proud Cabaldi lineage would truly end with him. Grabbing the Count by the shoulders, Leslie forced him back to reality and urged him to escape through the secret passage with his retainers. Leslie promised to remain behind and defend the castle, adding that if things became truly hopeless, the Count must bring that man to help them. Meanwhile, complete chaos had erupted throughout the castle grounds. The Cabaldi soldiers shouted in confusion, unable to understand how the Fenris troops had suddenly appeared inside their supposedly invincible fortress. Ghislain carved through them effortlessly, his sword cutting men down as if they were made of paper. One soldier desperately charged at him, only to be sliced cleanly in half before he could even scream. Witnessing such overwhelming power, many soldiers froze in terror. A desperate officer shouted for everyone to pull themselves together and fire their crossbows, reminding them that the enemy force was still relatively small. But before they could organize themselves, another soldier screamed and pointed toward the sky. One of the massive air balloons suddenly came crashing directly into the middle of the Cabaldi ranks, exploding violently upon impact. Dirt, debris, and bodies were sent flying everywhere. Apparently, Gordon and Alfoy had been aboard that balloon. As smoke covered the battlefield, Alfoy coughed furiously and angrily yelled that Gordon was a stupid, muscle-brained idiot. He reminded him that he had repeatedly warned him not to board because his enormous weight was too much for the balloon. Gordon simply glared at him in silence while trying to catch his breath. However, before either man could recover, several enemy soldiers rushed toward them. Their attack never reached its target. Ghislain appeared instantly and cut down every attacker before they could land a single blow. He then calmly asked Gordon and Alfoy if they were injured. Watching the scene, Kaor smirked and mocked Gordon for still behaving exactly the same, despite officially becoming a knight. Gordon remained silent, his expression unusually serious. Suddenly, both Ghislain and Belinda noticed movement in the distance. Beyond the walls, enemy troops had already secured the gate and established defensive positions. Kaor was visibly surprised by how quickly they had reacted. After observing the situation, Ghislain calmly concluded that someone intelligent must be directing the enemy forces. He warned everyone that the soldiers scattered earlier by the tunnel operation would soon regroup, meaning they had to act immediately. Turning toward his knights, Ghislain asked if everyone was prepared. In perfect unison, they answered that they were ready. Without hesitation, Ghislain began assigning roles. He ordered Kaor to seize control of the walls and destroy every siege weapon. Belinda was tasked with locating Count Cabaldi himself. As for Ghislain, he would personally clear a path to the main gate. Looking at his men one final time, he seriously asked if they were truly ready for what came next. Every knight raised their swords high into the air as powerful mana surged around them. Together, they roared that they were fully prepared. A faint smile appeared beneath Ghislain's helmet. Then, in a commanding voice, he officially ordered the newly founded Fenris Order of Knights to begin their operation. A tense silence settled over the battlefield as both armies braced themselves for the clash that was now unavoidable. It did not last long. Moments later, one of the cavalry soldiers rushed to the knight commander and urgently reported that the Fenris troops were advancing. The instant Leslie heard this, he realized that Ghislain's real target had always been the gate. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to lower their spears and prepare for impact. As the Fenris knights charged forward, Leslie shouted for everyone to hold the line until reinforcements stationed at the south gate could arrive. The next moment, the battlefield exploded. Ghislain and his knights crashed into the enemy ranks like a storm. What followed was less a battle and more a massacre. Cabaldi's soldiers were cut down one after another as the Fenris forces tore through them mercilessly. Watching from the front, Leslie could hardly believe what he was seeing. His eyes were drawn again and again to Ghislain, whose sword seemed almost unstoppable. Every swing carved through armored soldiers as if they were made of paper. Panic quickly spread among the defenders. The soldiers realized that every enemy weapon was infused with mana, making them nearly impossible to stop. Leslie was stunned. Every single intruder was a knight. That should have been impossible. No matter how talented they were, there was no way a force like this should have been able to smash through a heavy infantry formation so quickly. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Leslie steeled himself and decided that the man leading the charge had to be stopped, no matter the cost. Soon, another soldier rushed over and reported that the Fenris Knights' momentum was overwhelming. The troops defending the outer walls could no longer hold their positions. At this rate, even the gate would fall. Gritting his teeth, Leslie immediately ordered his men to destroy every mechanism responsible for opening and closing the gate. If nothing else, They needed to buy time. But before the order could fully take effect, Ghislain charged directly toward him. Their swords collided with a thunderous clang. Leslie managed to block the first strike, but the sheer force behind it pushed him backward instantly. Their blades clashed repeatedly, sparks bursting into the air with every exchange. Leslie's arms soon began trembling under the pressure. He looked into Ghislain's cold, fearless eyes and felt his breath catch in his throat. Swing after swing drove him back step by step until he was nearly gasping for air, yet he refused to yield. Summoning every ounce of strength he had left, Leslie raised his sword and declared that he was Leslie, commander of the Cabaldi Knight Order, and that Ghislain would not pass beyond this point. Meanwhile, deep beneath the castle, the scene shifted to the dungeon. Count Cabaldi stood before a prison cell. Inside sat a man restrained by numerous heavy chains. His expression was vacant and lifeless until he heard footsteps approaching. Slowly, he raised his head. Stopping before the cell, Count Cabaldi called out the man's name, Lucas. In the dim torchlight, Lucas's sharp eyes gleamed faintly. The Count urgently begged him to delay the enemy. For a few moments, Lucas simply stared at him in silence. His gaze was cold, yet carried a trace of amusement. Then, very slowly, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Tugging lightly at the thick collar around his neck, Lucas suggested that perhaps the Count should loosen it first. Back on the battlefield, Kaor continued leading the charge. He ordered his men to advance without mercy and leave absolutely nothing behind. Not weapons, not soldiers, not even bodies. His sword rampaged across the battlefield, shattering shields and splitting armor apart with raw force. At the same time, Belinda raced toward the inner castle, driven by a single objective, finding Count Cabaldi. At the castle gates, however, Ghislain found his path blocked once again. Leslie stood before him and formally introduced himself as the commander of the Cabaldi Knight Order. He declared that Ghislain would go no further. Ghislain answered with actions rather than words. He surged forward immediately, his blade cutting through the air in a fierce arc. Leslie met him head-on, parrying cleanly before launching precise and powerful counterattacks. Yet Ghislain blocked every strike effortlessly. His movements flowed naturally, smooth and relentless, like water moving around stone. On their third exchange, Ghislain brought his sword down with overwhelming force. Leslie barely blocked it, and even then, his shield splintered from the impact. Steel rang continuously as the two commanders fought without pause. Each clash became faster and more vicious than the last. Leslie fought desperately, knowing that if he failed, the castle would fall. Ghislain, meanwhile, fought with a single goal: to break through and clear a path for his army. As the battle continued, Leslie found himself struggling more and more. At one point, Ghislain's blade nearly sliced through his head. Leslie narrowly dodged, but his helmet was knocked clean off and sent flying. Ghislain instantly capitalized on the opening and delivered a crushing blow to Leslie's side. Leslie managed to raise his shield in time, but the impact still sent him staggering backward in pain. Seeing their commander pushed back, one knight cried out in alarm. Another immediately snapped at him, saying that if he had time to panic, he should focus on fighting the enemies in front of him. Leslie panted heavily as his trembling arms struggled to hold his sword. The previous strike had nearly overwhelmed him, but he found some relief in realizing that it had not completely broken through his defenses. Ghislain, however, knew they were running out of time. If they delayed any longer, the enemy's main cavalry force would surround them. Leslie understood this as well. Instead of meeting Ghislain's attacks head-on, he decided to deflect them at angles, preserve distance, and exploit openings between attacks. He believed that sooner or later, impatience would make Ghislain reckless, and the moment that happened, victory might still be possible. Without warning, Ghislain charged again, and mockingly asked whether this was truly the best Leslie could do. Leslie barely blocked the incoming strike with his shield, only for Ghislain to smash an elbow directly into his face. Gritting his teeth, Leslie tried to counterattack, but Ghislain suddenly leaped into the air, slashed Leslie's hand, landed gracefully, and casually remarked that it wasn't bad. Before Leslie could even process what had happened, Ghislain attacked once more. This time, his blade cut cleanly across Leslie's abdomen. As agony consumed him, Leslie recalled Count Desmond's warning. They had been told to assume that Ghislain Fenris was a man capable of standing against even the greatest swordsman in the north. Moments later, Leslie collapsed. Seeing their commander fall so decisively, the Cabaldi soldiers froze in shock. None of them could believe that their leader had been defeated so quickly. The Fenris Knights, on the other hand, laughed proudly and praised their captain, saying this was exactly what they expected from him. Ghislain, however, remained serious. He immediately ordered his troops to keep moving and maintain their momentum. The soldiers rushed toward the gate and forced the surviving defenders to open it. Lying on the ground, Leslie called out to Baron Ghislain Fenris and warned him that things would not go as planned. Seconds later, one of the soldiers reported that the gate could not be opened. The mechanisms had already been destroyed. Ghislain smirked faintly and admitted that Leslie had actually used his head this time. Leslie then pointed toward the distance. The enemy's main cavalry force was already approaching. He warned Ghislain that no matter how powerful he was, sheer numbers would eventually crush him. If they managed to hold the gate, victory would still belong to Cabaldi. Looking into the distance, Ghislain saw the approaching cavalry himself. Gordon immediately asked what they should do. Another knight confidently declared that since they were all knights now, they should simply let the enemy come. If the cavalry dared approach, they would crush them. Ghislain slowly surveyed his men. Every single one of them was exhausted. Their mana had been nearly depleted, and their bodies were at their limits. In their current condition, they could not withstand another large-scale assault. Walking toward the massive gate, Ghislain placed his hand against the cold metal surface. He then glanced at his sword and silently considered something. Perhaps he could still use it. After a brief moment, Ghislain turned around and ordered all of his soldiers to retreat and give him space. As Ghislain stood alone before the massive gate, a thought crossed his mind. In this era, the title of Swordmaster was more of an honorific than a clearly defined rank. There was no universal standard for reaching that realm. A knight's value was judged solely by the recognition earned by his blade. Raising his sword, Ghislain began gathering an enormous amount of mana. To truly step into the domain of a swordmaster, one had to compress mana that naturally sought to disperse and condense it to its absolute limit. Moments later, blinding light erupted from his sword. Magical energy crackled violently around the blade, illuminating the battlefield. The sight was breathtaking. Even the knights nearby couldn't look directly at the weapon because of its overwhelming brilliance. Watching this, Leslie suddenly recalled an ancient legend from the Old Empire. According to that legend, the proof of a true swordmaster was the manifestation of an aura blade. Then, without hesitation, Ghislain swung. The aura blade crashed into the gate, and at that very moment, he fully stepped into the realm of swordmaster. Just then, the cavalry force arrived at the southern gate. One of the knights shouted that Ghislain would pay dearly for invading Cabaldi Castle. Ghislain didn't even bother replying. He simply let out a small sigh and remained calm. Before the cavalry could advance any further, Gillian arrived with his troops. Ghislain's horse stood proudly beside him, snorting fiercely as if eager for battle itself. Ghislain asked Gillian why he had brought the horse, only for Gillian to casually explain that the beast had followed them on its own. Meanwhile, the cavalry soldiers stared in horror at the gate, which had been split cleanly in half. Confused, they asked their commander John what to do next. Realizing the situation had already spiraled out of control, John immediately ordered everyone to retreat to the inner keep. Ghislain raised his sword high and gave a merciless order. No enemy was to be left alive. At the same time, deep within the dungeon, Belinda lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Exhaustion covered her face, but her eyes still burned with stubborn determination as she glared at Lucas, standing before her. Lucas asked once again what connection she had with the Shadow Knights. Belinda silently clenched her fist. No matter what happened, she swore that neither defeat nor darkness would ever break her spirit. Above them, the Fenris troops smashed through the inner gate, throwing the entire castle into chaos. The cavalry soldiers panicked and tried to flee, convinced that death itself had arrived. Kaor cut down one of the fleeing soldiers and mockingly shouted that there was nowhere left to run. Fenris had already taken the inner keep. His words shattered whatever courage remained among the defenders, and at that moment, everyone understood that the battle was lost. Seeing both armies in complete disarray, Ghislain ordered his men to intensify the assault. There was no need for prisoners. Kill them all. However, in the middle of the slaughter, Ghislain noticed something troubling. Even though he had only used a small amount of power, the aura blade consumed mana far too quickly at his current level. His breathing became heavier, and his movements slowed slightly. If the battle dragged on, exhaustion could still rob them of victory. Kaor immediately noticed Ghislain panting, and couldn't resist teasing him, asking if he was already tired after using a little strength. Before Ghislain could answer, Gillian stepped forward and proudly reported that they had successfully subdued the enemy's main force. Ghislain nodded in approval, and praised both him and Kaor for their work, but his thoughts quickly shifted elsewhere. He immediately asked about Belinda. Alfoy, still gasping for breath, explained that she had entered the castle a while ago and hadn't returned yet. Kaor casually commented that she was taking too long. Those words instantly raised Ghislain's anxiety. Convinced that Count Cabaldi might be escaping through a secret passage, Ghislain ordered Gillian to take the cavalry and search the entire castle outskirts for hidden exits, while he personally went to find Belinda. Back in the dungeon, the atmosphere had become incredibly tense. Lucas stared silently at Belinda and repeated his question about the Shadow Knights. This time, Belinda froze. Shock filled her eyes. She demanded to know how he knew that name, but Lucas remained silent. Instead, Belinda suddenly threw a hidden dagger at him. Lucas effortlessly deflected it with his spear. Without wasting a second, Belinda leaped into the air, pulling the dagger back using a nearly invisible string attached to its hilt, and launched a kick while descending. Lucas blocked everything with frightening precision. Frustrated, Belinda demanded answers again, but Lucas refused to speak and suddenly counterattacked. The battle intensified. Realizing she couldn't approach because of the spear's reach, Belinda tried to create distance. Lucas instantly chased after her. She narrowly avoided a deadly thrust by twisting her body in midair before landing and attacking again. Once more, she asked how he knew that name. This time, Lucas completely gained the upper hand and managed to incapacitate her. Leaning closer, he calmly remarked that she reminded him of an old lover. Belinda was stunned. Confused and frightened, she asked what he meant. Lucas simply shrugged and said the outcome of the war didn't concern him. However, he still had a role to fulfill, and if she continued fighting, he would have no choice but to kill her. At that exact moment, the dungeon door burst open. Ghislain rushed inside and immediately attacked Lucas. Belinda, still lying on the ground, looked up in surprise and called out to him. Ghislain instantly took control of the situation and ordered Belinda to leave, declaring that he would handle everything himself. Lucas instinctively stepped back, trying to assess this new opponent. But the moment he heard Belinda call Ghislain "my lord," something in his expression subtly changed. Ghislain pressed the attack without mercy. His strikes were controlled, precise, and incredibly sharp. Even so, Lucas was no ordinary warrior. Using his spear, he managed to block the relentless assault. While defending, Lucas muttered that this interference was making it difficult for him to chase the fleeing woman, and asked whether Ghislain was the noble who had started this war. Ghislain casually blocked the next spear strike and admitted that he had indeed started the war and intended to finish it as well. The two clashed repeatedly, sparks flying everywhere. Lucas lunged with his spear, but Ghislain trapped the weapon mid-swing and counterattacked instantly. Lucas barely escaped by vaulting into the air, yet the moment he landed, Ghislain kicked him square in the face and sent him crashing across the ground. Injured but unwilling to surrender, Lucas staggered backward to create distance. To his surprise, Ghislain suddenly laughed. With genuine amusement, Ghislain commented that it was good to see him again. Completely confused, Lucas asked whether they knew each other. Ghislain revealed that he knew Lucas very well. Ghislain recalled Lucas, who had once been both his subordinate and his comrade. Ghislain admitted that he had often wondered where Lucas had disappeared to, only to discover him imprisoned in a place like this. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Lucas slowly grinned. He remarked that Ghislain's fighting style was nothing like that of an ordinary noble. The man standing before him had clearly gone far beyond those limits. Staring directly into Ghislain's eyes, Lucas finally asked a single question. Just who exactly was he? Ghislain revealed that he had once lived as a mercenary. The moment those words left his mouth, a spark of excitement appeared in Lucas's eyes. He repeated the word mercenary with clear interest, almost sounding impressed by the revelation itself. Then Ghislain presented him with an offer. If Lucas managed to defeat him, Ghislain would withdraw from the castle and restore everything to the way it had been. But if Ghislain won, Lucas would have to serve under him. Lucas immediately laughed in disbelief. He called the proposal ridiculous, scoffing at the idea of turning a war that had already been decided into some sort of gamble. Shaking his head, he said that he had no attachment to the castle and no regrets tying him to this place. Completely unfazed, Ghislain pressed the issue further and simply suggested that Lucas join him anyway. Lucas rejected the idea outright, saying that such a thing was impossible because he was far too valuable. Ghislain calmly explained that this was exactly why he had proposed the wager in the first place. The castle itself would serve as the price equivalent to Lucas's ransom value. Lucas fell silent for a moment as he carefully assessed the situation. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. He admitted that wagering an entire castle against his own worth sounded surprisingly interesting. Curious now, Lucas asked Ghislain for his name. Ghislain removed his helmet and revealed his face. Looking directly at Lucas, he introduced himself as Ghislain Fenris, Lord of the Fenris territory, and declared that he would be the man Lucas would serve. As Lucas prepared himself for battle, he noticed Ghislain's pale complexion and commented that he looked exhausted, asking whether he was pushing himself too hard. Ghislain brushed the concern aside and casually told him to consider it a handicap. Accepting the challenge, Lucas charged forward, declaring that he would gladly do as Ghislain suggested. The scene suddenly shifted to the snow-covered mountains of the past. A man wrapped in heavy winter clothes and snow boots stepped out of a tent while carrying a bag and a spear on his back. A scar could be seen over his left eye. That man was Lucas. As he walked away, he encountered an older Ghislain. Lucas reminded him that 10 years had already passed since Moriana's recognition, and that the contract requiring him to serve as Ghislain's subordinate had finally expired that very day. This was a memory from Ghislain's previous life. Ghislain acknowledged that the day had finally come and asked Lucas whether he truly had no intention of renewing the contract. Looking annoyed, Lucas told him to give him a break. Ghislain sized him up before smiling faintly and teasing that perhaps the reason involved a woman. Lucas admitted that he simply didn't want his entire life to be consumed by the captain's endless battles. Accepting his answer, Ghislain told him to leave quickly and go find the precious woman he had been searching for, reminding him that he also had his own responsibilities to take care of. Before leaving, Lucas paused and assured Ghislain that if his captain was ever in danger, he would return to help him no matter what happened. Back in the present, the battle between the two men finally began. Ghislain wielded his massive sword while Lucas fought using his spear. Ghislain attacked first, and Lucas parried. The two glared fiercely at one another before separating. Lucas immediately unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast thrusts, but Ghislain managed to block every single one before launching a counterattack aimed directly at Lucas's head. Lucas quickly raised his spear, redirecting the strike upward before retaliating with a downward attack from above. Ghislain ducked beneath it. He then aimed another strike at Lucas's torso, but Lucas dodged and sprang into the air, using his spear as support. Once again, their eyes met as they simultaneously struck each other's weapons. Lucas rolled gracefully in midair before landing in a ready stance. Despite noticing Ghislain's exhaustion, Lucas admitted that he still looked incredibly impressive. Ghislain explained that he simply couldn't afford to lose the wager he had made. Laughing, Lucas replied that he absolutely had to win, because becoming Gislin's subordinate would only lead to endless trouble. Preparing to finish the fight, Lucas wrapped his hand in a blue aura, while mana surged around his spear. Watching this, Gislin was genuinely surprised by just how much mana Lucas possessed. It made him realize that Lucas had already been incredibly strong, even before they first met in his previous life. Memories resurfaced in Gislin's mind. In his past life, Lucas had fought at Moriana's side, and later served under Gislin for 10 long years. As the right-hand man of the Mercenary King, Lucas had always been the dependable fixer who ensured every mission was completed. Yet despite all his abilities, Lucas had never managed to find the woman he had spent his entire life searching for. Even on the day Gislin had fallen into Idun's trap, Lucas had kept his promise and died while helping him. Thinking about this, Gislin let out a quiet sigh and smiled faintly before deliberately allowing his sword to fall to the ground. Lucas was visibly surprised when he saw Gislin drop his weapon. Nevertheless, he rushed forward with every ounce of strength he had left. Gislin silently vowed that he would never allow Lucas to suffer the same fate again. Lucas thrust his spear forward. Gislin dodged low, but the attack still sliced through part of his clothing. Lucas immediately pulled back, preparing another strike. However, before he could attack again, Gislin suddenly evaded him, leapt into the air, wrapped his legs around Lucas's neck, and performed a wrestling move straight out of Rey Mysterio's playbook. Using both his body weight and rotational force, Gislin slammed Lucas violently into the ground. Crying out in pain, Lucas found himself pinned beneath Gislin, who pressed a dagger against his throat. Gislin calmly declared that the match was over, and that victory belonged to him. When the battle finally came to an end, there was no doubt about who had won. Gislin's invasion had completely devastated Count Cabaldi's forces. The scene shifted to Gislin standing amidst the aftermath while Count Cabaldi knelt before him with his hands bound behind his back. Behind the defeated Count, Cabaldi Castle burned fiercely. Jillian, Kaor, and Belinda stood beside Gislin, while the exhausted Count mourned the loss of Leslie, his knights, and the fortress that had never once fallen in its entire history. Gislin addressed him by his full name, Armstrong Duggan Cabaldi. Hearing his complete name caused the Count to stagger in shock. Gislin's eyes gleamed coldly as he declared that there was no fortress in the world that could never be breached. Stunned, Count Cabaldi demanded to know Gislin's true purpose. Gislin answered that he had many objectives, and one of them was to kill him. Trying to intimidate him, Cabaldi asked whether Gislin truly intended to go through with it. He warned that neither Gislin nor his father would remain safe afterward. Even with the backing of the royalist faction, they would not be protected. Killing him, he claimed, would bring forth an uncontrollable disaster. He then attempted to explain that very few people knew who truly stood behind him. However, Gislin interrupted him immediately, accusing him of talking about the Delphine ducal house. Cabaldi was visibly shaken. Gislin continued, revealing that he knew everything about the ducal house. He knew how they recruited neutral nobles like Cabaldi and swallowed up territories one after another. He knew that they supported Count Desmond and Count Rayfold, who would later become central figures in the conquest of the North. He knew they supplied iron to strengthen military forces and planned to use the Crimson Mage Tower to strike the royalists at the perfect moment, all to ignite a civil war within the Kingdom of Luthania. Realizing that Gislin somehow knew all of their secrets, Cabaldi desperately demanded to know what kind of person he really was. Attempting to bargain for his life, the Count offered Gislin half of his territory's iron production for the next 20 years. He even promised to personally recommend Gislin to Duke Delphine, and assured him that both he and Count Peridium would live peacefully under the protection of the ducal house if he joined them. Veins bulged across Gislin's face as rage surged through him. When Cabaldi insisted that sparing him would be far more beneficial than killing him, something suddenly cut through the Count's body. Gislin coldly declared that he had absolutely no intention of joining them. As Gislin walked away, Count Cabaldi's body split apart, and Gislin proclaimed that every single one of them would eventually die by his hand. The scene then shifted to Count Desmond. Sitting with a pigeon perched on his arm, Desmond read the battle report. As he absorbed its contents, his entire body trembled with rage. He crushed the paper in his hand and slammed his fist against his chair. Furious, he demanded to know how they had allowed Gislin to exploit that brief opening. He reminded everyone present that they had carefully followed every instruction given by the Delphine ducal house, proceeding slowly through meticulous preparation and planning. Then he angrily asked what those methods had accomplished. Seated around a round table, several individuals listened silently as Count Desmond dismissed every previous attempt against Gislin as a complete failure. Even worse, the royalists were now openly backing Gislin Peridium. Filled with fury, Desmond declared that dangerous sprouts had to be crushed before they could grow any further. He announced that he no longer needed orders or reports from anyone. From that moment onward, everything would be decided according to his own will, and above all else, the destruction of both Fenris and Peridium would become his highest priority. At the royal capital of Cardinia, the grand meeting hall of the royalist faction was filled with tension. Nobles dressed in elegant robes whispered among themselves, their faces showing equal parts disbelief, curiosity, and uneasiness. Sitting at the center of the chamber, Supreme Commander Morris wore an irritated expression. No matter how much he thought about it, he simply couldn't accept that Baron Ghislain Fenris had defeated Count Cabaldi. After all, Cabaldi's fortress was famous throughout the kingdom as the Iron Fortress, a stronghold many believed was impossible to conquer. Even veteran generals had once claimed that its defenses could withstand decades of siege warfare. Yet that seemingly invincible fortress had fallen to a young baron who, until recently, had been dismissed by almost everyone. The nobles continued exchanging surprised glances. One admitted that he had never imagined Baron Fenris possessed such outstanding military talent. Another agreed, saying it was proof that people shouldn't be judged by appearances alone. Rosalind, who had quietly listened until then, calmly pointed out that Baron Fenris had captured the fortress through a full-scale battle and that Count Cabaldi had never surrendered. Her words only made Supreme Commander Morris even more irritated. He insisted that such a victory was impossible and stubbornly argued that Fenris had simply been lucky. According to him, if the Great Famine hadn't happened, Baron Fenris would never have taken the fortress so easily. Hearing that, the High Judge let out an amused chuckle. With a sly grin, he remarked that Morris was acting as though there was a problem, when in reality, the only thing that mattered was that Baron Fenris had won. While the chamber remained filled with arguments, one person stayed completely silent. Marquis Branford, the leader of the Royalist faction, finally broke the silence by asking his knight commander, Tullio, whether there had been any movement from Count Desmond's side. Tullio immediately replied that there was still no news. Morris clicked his tongue in frustration, complaining that all the effort spent positioning the kingdom's troops near Cabaldi's fortress had ultimately been wasted. Count Alisper calmly pointed out that the Royalists had already gained enough benefits through the harvest alone, hinting that the political gains were already considerable. The High Judge nodded with satisfaction, and added that Cabaldi's defeat had also exposed his ties to the Duke's faction. Since it was now obvious that Count Cabaldi had been backed by the ducal house, it would be extremely difficult for them to openly interfere from this point onward. Rosalind quietly listened before letting out a small sigh. Inwardly, she thought that if Count Desmond had made a move during the battle, it would have confirmed beyond doubt that he was secretly aligned with the Duke's family, instead of remaining neutral. But his complete silence only made the situation even harder to read. At that moment, Marquis Branford slowly rose to his feet, instantly drawing everyone's attention. He reminded them that it was still far too early to celebrate. Although Baron Fenris's victory would undoubtedly expand the Royalists' influence throughout the north and greatly strengthen their military position, the Duke's family would never remain idle after suffering such a loss. He warned everyone not to lower their guard before officially ending the meeting. As the nobles began leaving, Count Alisper quietly remarked that Marquis Branford truly had never changed. After such a long-awaited victory, the Marquis hadn't smiled even once. The High Judge simply chuckled and replied that Branford's cold and composed personality was exactly why he had successfully led the king's royalist faction for so many years. Meanwhile, Branford walked outside with his cloak flowing behind him and gestured for Rosalind to follow. As she caught up to him, she noticed something unusual. The cold expression her father always wore had softened ever so slightly. It wasn't obvious to anyone else, but Rosalind immediately understood. Deep inside, her father was happy. Far away in the north, near the ruins of Cabaldi's fortress, a group of mercenaries rode along a rough dirt road while their horses kicked dust into the air. A young priestess clung tightly to one of the riders and nervously asked squad leader Max whether the area felt strangely quiet for a battlefield. Looking around casually, Max guessed that Fenris's army had probably already been defeated. The priestess immediately panicked, worrying about what would happen to their mission. She reminded him that Lady Mariel and Marquis Branford had personally sent them to rescue Baron Fenris, and returning empty-handed would be disgraceful. Although Max tried to brush off her concerns by saying mercenaries simply completed the jobs they were paid for, even he couldn't completely hide the uneasiness growing inside him. As the group approached Cabaldi territory, one of the mercenaries riding at the front suddenly called out after spotting something ahead. Everyone turned their attention toward the scene. One of Gislin's knights was organizing the local citizens into orderly lines while assuring them that there was enough food for everyone. He told the starving people not to panic because their new lord would make sure no one went hungry. One after another, the citizens stepped forward to receive their food. Looking down at the rations in their hands, they could hardly believe what they were seeing. They never imagined that their new lord would actually show them mercy. For the first time in a long while, many of them wondered if the nightmare of having everything taken from them had finally come to an end. Meanwhile, Alfoy struggled just to lift a single log. Watching the pathetic display, Galveric mocked him, asking if someone that weak could even carry proper building materials. Annoyed, Alfoy immediately fired back, insisting he wasn't some laborer and had originally been a mage. At the same time, squad leader Max and the young priestess arrived near the fortress and were surprised to find people calmly cleaning and organizing what had only recently been a blood-soaked battlefield. Max looked around in disbelief and muttered whether the war had really ended already. The priestess's ears twitched after overhearing soldiers discussing how much treasure Count Cabaldi had hidden inside the fortress. One knight explained that the castle was filled with gold coins, priceless artwork, and countless valuables. Claude excitedly added that the armory was packed with advanced weapons, and massive stockpiles of iron ore. Hearing the word gold, the priestess swallowed hard in shock, while cold sweat ran down Max's face as reality finally hit him. Fenris had actually won. Before either of them could process it further, a deep voice echoed from behind. Both of them turned around and instantly froze. Standing there was Jillian, towering over them like a mountain. His massive shadow swallowed them whole, as his sharp eyes locked onto the pair. In a cold voice, he demanded that they immediately state their identities and affiliations. The scene then shifted inside Cabaldi's fortress. As Jillian pushed open the massive doors of the grand hall, Max and the priestess saw Ghislain standing calmly in the center of the room, carrying himself with complete authority. Gillian escorted the two visitors inside before informing Ghislain that they were guests from the capital. The moment Ghislain turned toward him, every instinct Max had sharpened through years of mercenary work screamed at him. He immediately sensed the unmistakable aura of someone who had walked countless battlefields. The scent of dried blood, the calm breathing, and the terrifying stillness surrounding him left no room for doubt. This man was Baron Ghislain Fenris. Ghislain asked who they were, prompting both Max and the priestess to bow respectfully. With a slightly shaky voice, Max introduced himself and explained that Marquis Branford had sent him to rescue Baron Fenris if he ever found himself in danger. At first, Ghislain looked mildly pleased that the Marquis had actually sent help. Then his expression changed as he casually pointed out that Max had arrived too late. Panicking, Max hurriedly explained that they had rushed there as fast as possible and had prioritized the mission from the beginning, but no one could have expected the war to end so quickly. Ghislain calmly interrupted him, saying they would be returning before long anyway. Max looked completely confused, until Ghislain explained that since the war had only just ended and manpower was short, Max could work for them until then. Max weakly protested that it wasn't part of their mission, but Ghislain reminded him that he had supposedly come to help while Ghislain was in danger, yet had done absolutely nothing. Inside his head, Max practically screamed that they had literally arrived after the fighting ended. Ghislain casually stepped closer and placed a heavy hand on Max's shoulder, before quietly mentioning that if Marquis Branford later asked how useful Max had been, he honestly wouldn't know what to say. The subtle threat was enough. After fighting an internal battle with himself, Max reluctantly agreed to cooperate. The priestess stared at him in complete disbelief and called out his name. Ghislain then shifted his attention toward her and asked who she was. She quickly introduced herself as Pioti, a priestess serving Lady Wana, goddess of beauty and abundance, explaining that she had been sent because Countess Marielle was a patron of their sect. Ghislain remembered that priests from her sect rarely stepped onto battlefields because they avoided violence and impurity. Even Gillian had once been forced to seek healing from Rayfold territory because priests were so rare in the north. Realizing just how valuable holy power was, a sly smile slowly appeared on Ghislain's face. He politely bowed and remarked that reaching this place must have been difficult for her. Embarrassed, Pioti insisted there was no need for such courtesy. The very next second, Ghislain ordered Belinda to escort her to the worksite immediately. Completely caught off guard, Pioti found herself being gently dragged away by Belinda and Wendy. She desperately protested that she hadn't come there to work and that many wounded people needed her holy power instead. Belinda firmly continued leading her away, while Gillian simply grunted, remarking that having a priestess around was an unexpected advantage. Ghislain quietly agreed, saying he never expected the king's royalist faction to involve the church as well. Thanks to that, he could now move much more freely. After that, he instructed Gillian to bring Lucas. The scene shifted to another part of the fortress, where absolute chaos was unfolding. Kaor was literally rolling across the ground as Lucas beat him around without breaking a sweat. The surrounding knights watched in complete disbelief as their squad leader got overwhelmed so effortlessly. Lucas casually mocked everyone, asking whether Kaor was seriously supposed to be their lord's right-hand man. Furious, Kaor gritted his teeth and roared that he hadn't even gotten serious yet before charging straight at Lucas once again. His emotions completely clouded his judgment, and Lucas immediately noticed it. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he thought to himself that the fish had swallowed the bait. He calmly prepared to punish Kaor's reckless attack, but just before they collided, Gillian stepped between them. The noisy training ground instantly fell silent. Breathing heavily, Kaor demanded to know why Gillian had interfered. Standing firm as ever, Gillian ordered both men to stop. Lucas immediately relaxed and stepped back before taking another jab at Kaor, sarcastically suggesting that Gillian looked far more deserving of the title of right-hand man. That single sentence reignited Kaor's anger. He lunged again, desperate to wipe the smug grin off Lucas's face, but Gillian blocked him once more. Furious beyond reason, Kaor shouted that the fight wasn't over yet. Gillian finally ran out of patience. In one smooth movement, he twisted Kaor's arm into a joint lock before driving a crushing blow straight into his chest. The impact sent Kaor flying across the training ground as he coughed up blood and crashed to the ground. While Kaor struggled to stand back up, Gillian coldly ordered him to remember his dignity in front of his own subordinates. Without another glance, he turned toward Lucas and instructed him to follow because their lord wished to see him. Kaor watched the two walk away, frustration burning in his eyes as his fist dug into the dirt beneath him. Gillian noticed that look for only a brief moment before continuing onward. Walking beside the old knight, Lucas suddenly laughed to himself. Jillian asked what he found so amusing. Still chuckling, Lucas admitted that their lord was an interesting man. Instead of worrying about territory, treasure, or political gains after winning a war, the first thing he did was settle problems among his own subordinates. To Lucas, that was the behavior of a lord who cared deeply about the order and discipline of his knights. Late that night, the training grounds were completely deserted, except for one person. Kaor was still there, swinging his sword over and over with almost reckless fury. Every strike carried the humiliation of losing to Lucas, the sting of his mocking words, Jillian's effortless victory over him, and the memory of coughing up blood. His frustration only grew with each swing. Suddenly, sensing someone behind him, Kaor reacted purely on instinct and slashed without even looking. His blade flew toward Ghislain, but Ghislain casually stopped it with nothing more than the sheath of his sword, never even bothering to draw the blade. Looking at the exhausted knight covered in sweat, Ghislain calmly asked if he had really lost to the newcomer. Kaor lowered his sword, wiped the sweat from his face, and deliberately avoided meeting Ghislain's eyes. He bitterly replied that if Ghislain had come just to laugh at him, then he should leave him alone. Ghislain showed no irritation whatsoever. Instead, he quietly pulled a handwritten manual from inside his robe and handed it over, telling Kaor to take it. Confused, Kaor accepted the book almost on reflex. Ghislain explained that it contained a revised mana cultivation method along with sword techniques specifically written for him and advised him to study it carefully. At first, Kaor looked doubtful, but the moment he opened the pages and examined the detailed notes and diagrams, his expression completely changed. Every page contained knowledge far beyond anything he had ever learned before. His earlier hostility instantly turned into embarrassment. Looking up, he asked why Ghislain had chosen to give something so valuable to him, suggesting that perhaps it would have been more suitable for the spear user instead. Without changing his expression, Ghislain simply stretched out his hand and asked for the manual back. That single gesture immediately made Kaor panic. He hugged the book tightly against his chest and refused to give it back. Lowering his hand, Ghislain looked directly into his eyes and calmly explained that Kaor hadn't lost because he lacked talent. His fundamentals were weak, and no matter how sharp someone's instincts or how much experience they had, those things alone always had limits. After leaving those words behind, Ghislain turned and quietly walked away into the darkness. This time, Kaor stopped him. Swallowing his pride, he lowered his head in a deep bow and sincerely thanked him for such an invaluable gift. Seeing Kaor finally show genuine respect, a faint smile appeared on Ghislain's face. Without turning around, he simply raised one hand in acknowledgement and told Kaor to grow stronger because they would meet again tomorrow. A month passed after the war, and Fenris had transformed beyond recognition. After absorbing the Cabaldi territory, its lands expanded rapidly, while everything was reorganized with remarkable efficiency. The wealth confiscated from Count Cabaldi and his vassals completely refilled the treasury that had once been nearly empty. Public unrest caused by the war gradually disappeared after food was distributed throughout the territory. More importantly, Fenris had secured the largest iron mine in the north, breathing new life into the economy. Workers now had better resources, higher productivity, and access to superior materials than ever before. The shortage of resources that had plagued the territory for years had completely vanished, allowing better weapons and technology to be produced. The once desolate Fenris territory had finally grown into a true powerhouse. During a strategy meeting with his trusted subordinates, Ghislain acknowledged that all of this progress had only been possible because everyone fulfilled their responsibilities. He stated that from now on, no one would dare look down on Fenris again. Unable to contain himself, Claude slammed both hands onto the table and excitedly pointed out that, together with Peridium, they now controlled nearly 1/3 of the entire north. Their military strength and population were no longer inferior to anyone else's. Laughing confidently, he declared that Desmond, Almond, or any other lord would have to think twice before provoking them. Ghislain quietly sighed before giving Wendy a small gesture. Without saying a word, Wendy pulled on the invisible thread wrapped around Claude's neck. Claude instantly lost his voice and desperately clawed at his throat while gagging helplessly. Watching the scene, Belinda rolled her eyes and commented that Claude never knew when to stop talking. Completely ignoring Claude's suffering, Ghislain reminded everyone that celebrating now was premature because the real threat still remained. Wendy finally released the thread, allowing Claude to cough violently while rubbing his sore neck. Even then, Claude complained that they deserved at least one peaceful season after everything they had accomplished. Vanessa nervously interrupted the meeting and admitted that the mages had reached their limits. Hesitating, she asked Ghislain what they should do next. Showing absolutely no sympathy, Ghislain calmly reminded her that officially the mages were still slaves. Vanessa was left speechless by his brutal logic. Then Ghislain slightly softened his tone before adding with a faint smile that they didn't need to worry because they already had a priest. Meanwhile, the temporary infirmary had become a scene of pure misery. Priestess Piote continuously recited sacred prayers while healing Alfoy with divine light granted by the goddess Wana. Instead of being grateful, Alfoy desperately grabbed her robe with tears in his eyes and begged her not to heal him because he simply wanted to stay exhausted. One of the nearby knights firmly held him down and ordered him to quietly accept the treatment. Piotr looked increasingly conflicted, wondering aloud whether using holy power to restore people simply so they could immediately return to work violated the teachings of her faith. She also wondered when Ghislain intended to send her back, since she had originally been told that only a little assistance would be required. At that moment, Ghislain quietly walked up behind her and called her name, startling her badly. Looking toward the now fully healed Alfoy as he was dragged straight back to work, Ghislain pointed out that her holy power had become stronger. Piotr stared at her own hands in confusion before admitting she hadn't even noticed. Watching silently, Ghislain reflected that unlike mana, holy power couldn't be strengthened through ordinary training. It was a mysterious blessing, granted only to certain gifted individuals. Just as he had expected, Piotr possessed extraordinary potential. Ghislain then asked whether she had been uncomfortable during her stay in Fenris. After gathering enough courage, Piotr politely admitted that she hadn't been mistreated before, finally asking when she could return to her church. To her complete surprise, Ghislain immediately nodded and told her she was free to leave. Piotr froze in disbelief because she had fully expected him to refuse. Ghislain explained that Fenris had benefited enormously from her dedication, and that allowing her to return was simply his way of repaying that kindness. Back in the capital of Cardinia, Baron Fenris's victory had become the hottest topic of discussion. Rumors spread throughout the city. Some claimed Fenris had captured Cabaldi Castle by literally flying through the sky, while others dismissed the story as complete nonsense, joking that Baron Fenris must have turned into a bird. Most people believed the tale had simply been exaggerated to glorify his achievements. Around that time, Ghislain arrived at the Branford estate, accompanied by Belinda and Priestess Piotr. As soon as he entered, he noticed Rosalind waiting for him inside the grand foyer. Ghislain politely greeted her and asked whether she had been doing well. Rosalind's face instantly turned red as she admitted how relieved she was to see him return safely. Ghislain thanked her for sending such capable people to assist him, especially mentioning how invaluable the priestess's support had been. Rosalind smiled warmly and replied that she was simply happy she had been able to help. She then turned toward Piotr and gently informed her that her assignment had officially ended and she could now return to her order. Piotr respectfully thanked Lady Rosalind with obvious relief, silently reflecting that her very first mission had finally come to an end. Although Fenris had actually been a pleasant place to stay, watching people work themselves to the brink of death every single day had been mentally exhausting. Just as she began feeling relieved, Ghislain suddenly mentioned that he had one request regarding the priestess. Piotr's heart immediately sank as she felt her freedom slipping away once again. Before anything else could happen, one of the Branford knights approached and informed Rosalind that Marquis Branford was waiting for her. After acknowledging the message, Ghislain stepped a little closer to Rosalind than usual, and quietly asked whether she could spare him some time later. Smiling shyly, with a blush spreading across her face, Rosalind happily agreed. Ghislain soon entered the meeting chamber, where the atmosphere was completely different from before. The royalist nobles looked at him with clear satisfaction, no longer seeing him as an insignificant baron, but as one of their greatest assets. Only Marquis Branford remained unchanged, sitting calmly at the head of the table with an unreadable expression. The Marquis broke the silence by pointing out that Ghislain had arrived late. Ghislain gave a respectful bow and explained that stabilizing his newly expanded territory had taken more time than expected. Before anyone else could speak, Supreme Commander Morris slammed his hand onto the table, arguing that someone summoned under such urgent circumstances should have come immediately. The High Judge leaned forward with a grin and casually reminded Morris to maintain the dignity expected of his position. Raising a hand, Marquis Branford silenced the entire room. His expression hardened as he warned Ghislain that every action he took now reflected directly on the Marquis's honor. His voice grew noticeably colder as he explained that had Ghislain lost against Count Cabaldi, both the royalist faction and the Branford family's reputation would have suffered a devastating blow, while the ducal faction would have secured an overwhelming advantage. Locking eyes with Ghislain, the Marquis made it clear that assuming his support meant unlimited freedom was a serious mistake. He then ordered Ghislain to explain every detail behind the war and convince everyone that his decision had been justified. Despite the heavy atmosphere, Ghislain remained completely calm. He stated that he never fought battles he couldn't win, that he had simply recognized an opportunity and seized it, and that instead of discussing what had already happened, he preferred to focus on what came next. His answer caught Marquis Branford slightly off guard. Rather than hearing excuses, he was listening to someone already planning several moves ahead. Without showing the slightest hesitation, Ghislain sat down like a ruler, taking his seat before respectfully requesting something that stunned everyone present. He asked Marquis Branford to appoint him as the commander of the Northern Army. The room instantly fell silent. Every noble looked at him in disbelief, but none were more shocked than Supreme Commander Morris. Even Marquis Branford narrowed his eyes at the bold request. Ghislain met the Marquis's gaze without backing down. After a long silence, Marquis Branford slowly stood up and admitted that ever since Ghislain had appeared, everything around the royalist faction had begun changing. He could already feel the winds of change sweeping through the kingdom. Smiling confidently, Ghislain answered that he intended to become the very tailwind pushing the royalists forward. The Marquis calmly explained that the title of Commander of the Northern Army carried almost no authority during peacetime. However, Once war began, it transformed into one of the kingdom's most powerful military positions. The commander gained the authority to summon every lord throughout the northern region and direct the entire campaign. Looking directly at Ghislain, Marquis Branford asked whether he was truly suggesting that such a powerful sword should be entrusted to someone as unpredictable as him. Without hesitation, Ghislain answered that he was. He then explained the structure of Luthania's military, saying it revolved around 4 regional commanders who were selected during peacetime to prepare military strategies for future conflicts. While the position remained mostly symbolic during peace, the moment war erupted, it became one of the kingdom's highest military authorities. Ghislain reminded everyone that the position of Northern Commander currently stood vacant. If someone had to occupy that seat, then he wanted that person to be himself. Marquis Branford slowly sat back down before asking why Ghislain believed the position was truly vacant. He pointed out that he could appoint someone else whenever he wished, and that such an office could never simply be handed over because someone requested it. Ghislain immediately countered by asking whether the Duke's influence hadn't already spread into the southern and western commanders. The Marquis's expression subtly changed. Ghislain continued, explaining that while the east and north still belonged to the royalists, the unreliable Count Desmond was already aiming for control of the northern command. Clenching his fist, Ghislain warned that once the balance collapsed, repairing the damage would become far more difficult. While the royalists still held the advantage, they needed to strengthen themselves through every possible means. They had to accumulate enough military power that even if civil war erupted throughout Luthania, they could completely suppress the ducal faction. Count Alisper, Sir Belor, and Commander Morris were visibly stunned. None of them expected Ghislain to be planning on such a scale. Even Marquis Branford looked genuinely surprised before a faint smirk appeared across his face. Calling Ghislain a little brat, he admitted that Ghislain had cleverly cornered him. Picking up his pen, the Marquis revealed that he would soon submit a recommendation to the royal court requesting Ghislain's promotion. However, he explained that according to kingdom law, only someone holding the rank of count could officially become one of the regional commanders. Since promoting Ghislain alone would also elevate him above his own father, the Marquis decided they would promote Count Peridium as well, so his pride would remain intact. After making that decision, Marquis Branford revealed he had one condition. Belinda and Piote immediately looked surprised. Smiling slightly, the Marquis explained that the royalists had received a request for military assistance from the Shadow Mountains located within the Turian kingdom. He calmly informed Ghislain that he would personally handle that mission. Ghislain clearly hadn't expected that assignment. The Turian kingdom was famously known as the Nation of Knights. Most of its territory was occupied by the Shadow Mountains, where endless waves of monsters continuously emerged. Because of that harsh environment, the people of Turian valued martial strength above almost everything else, and its knights ranked among the strongest on the entire continent. Hearing the location instantly reminded Ghislain of his previous life, where he had spent time hunting monsters and training inside those very mountains. Since Turian even allowed foreign warriors to hunt there to help control the endless monster population, Ghislain immediately realized there was only one reason they would request outside assistance. Marquis Branford explained that this year's preparations for the approaching monster wave had encountered serious problems. He added that someone capable of infiltrating an impregnable fortress by flying through the sky and splitting apart a castle gate with an aura blade should have little difficulty dealing with monsters. Ghislain accepted the mission without hesitation. However, before leaving, he requested one thing in return. He asked Marquis Branford to station Royal Army troops around Fenris while he and his trusted aides were away. Even though the ducal faction had temporarily lost momentum, Ghislain warned that there was no telling what they might attempt while Fenris stood without its strongest defenders. After the meeting concluded, Ghislain left alongside Belinda and Piote. As they walked out of the Branford estate, Ghislain quietly looked around while recalling memories from his previous life. Back then, Duke Delphine had secretly won over the regional commanders long before anyone realized what he was planning. That influence eventually allowed the Duke to ignite a civil war before seizing the king's throne for himself. During that era, the commander of the Northern Army had been Harold Desmond. This time, Ghislain had no intention of allowing history to repeat itself. Before anyone else could make a move, he silently vowed that he would seize control of the north himself, using the very same strategy the Duke had once used against the kingdom. The scene shifted to a quiet field where a battered helmet rested on top of a sword driven deep into the ground. It was Victor's broken helmet, serving as nothing more than a lonely grave marker. A man gently reached out and touched the damaged helmet, his expression revealing that Victor had meant something to him. As he stood there in silence, someone called his name. The man was Hutton, and the one approaching him was Count Desmond, fully dressed in battle armor. Desmond asked how he was holding up. Without turning around immediately, Hutton kept staring at the shattered helmet before quietly admitting that he had placed enormous expectations on Victor. He bitterly remarked that the world was cruel before asking whether the one who had killed Victor was Ghislain Peridium. Desmond corrected him, reminding him that the man's name was now Ghislain Fenris, and that he had already risen to the rank of Baron. Hutton fell silent. He slowly walked past Desmond and remarked that grieving served no purpose because the world had always belonged to the stronger person. Before leaving, he thanked Desmond for his concern. Desmond stopped him and explained that both the ducal house and they themselves had underestimated Peridium and Fenris, only to become the ones who paid the price. He added that Viscount Joseph had ordered everyone to re-evaluate Ghislain as the strongest sword in the north only after everything had already fallen apart. Now Ghislain had the full backing of the royalist faction, and even the royal army had begun protecting him. Desmond admitted that his own position as a supposedly neutral noble had become nothing more than an empty title. Hutton immediately questioned whether Desmond was doubting the authority of the Duke himself. Turning toward him, Desmond declared that he no longer intended to dance to anyone else's orders. From now on, he would personally start a war, destroy both Peridium and Fenris, and settle everything with the ducal faction himself once and for all. Hutton was visibly surprised. He reminded Desmond that the royalists would never sit back and watch him openly start a civil war, and opposing the royalists without the Duke's full support was simply too much. Desmond calmly called Hutton's name and told him there was no reason to hide his true feelings anymore. Then he asked a simple question. Was this really enough for him? Hutton's expression darkened. He admitted that he still couldn't forget that night, the night when Victor, a swordsman who had never known defeat, returned as nothing more than a shattered helmet. His voice trembled as he called Victor his one and only disciple. Clenching his fist until it shook, Hutton blamed himself for failing to make Victor stronger. Then he dropped to one knee before Desmond and swore that he would personally take Ghislain Fenris's head. He begged Desmond to grant him that chance. Desmond assured him that the day would come soon. As those words left his mouth, several knights silently appeared behind him. Stretching out his hand, Desmond invited Hutton and his two-wing knight order to tear everything apart together when the time finally arrived. With absolute confidence, Count Desmond declared that Ghislain Fenris would die on that day. Before leaving the capital, Ghislain met Rosalind one final time. Unable to hide the worry on her face, she asked whether he was really leaving for the Turian kingdom. Ghislain calmly replied that he had no choice because the mission came directly from Marquis Branford. Rosalind found it hard to believe he was heading somewhere as dangerous as Turian, especially when so little time had passed since the war against Count Cabaldi had ended. Ghislain explained that her father still hadn't placed complete trust in the results of that battle. This mission was simply another test to prove his abilities. Smiling reassuringly, he told Rosalind not to worry, because he had already hunted plenty of monsters before. Even so, Rosalind's concern didn't disappear. Instead, she informed him that the negotiations he had requested with the Wana Order had finally been completed. Thanks to that agreement, he would be allowed to keep Priestess Pioti with him for a while, without causing any problems. Sitting inside the nearby carriage, Pioti overheard everything and instantly realized she was doomed. Ghislain admitted he was genuinely surprised. Even with Rosalind acting as a sponsor, he hadn't expected her to successfully convince an order known for its strict discipline to lend him one of their priestesses. Rosalind smiled and casually revealed that the negotiations hadn't actually been very difficult. The reason was simple. Leader Perisco of the Huana Order happened to be incredibly weak whenever money became involved. Hearing that, Ghislain bowed his head and sincerely thanked Rosalind once again, saying he was indebted to her. Rosalind's cheeks immediately turned red. Noticing her reaction, Ghislain slowly extended his hand toward her. Rosalind quietly placed her hand in his. Ghislain gently lifted it, kissed the back of her hand, and softly told her that no matter what happened, he would always wish for her happiness. The scene shifted beneath the shadow mountains of the Turian kingdom. Ghislain, Kaor, Belinda, and Lucas rode together through the harsh wilderness, all dressed in heavy armor and thick winter coats. As they pressed deeper into the mountains, Belinda suddenly called out to Ghislain. Instantly, his hand moved to the hilt of his sword. A pack of monsters burst from the surroundings and charged straight at them. The group responded without hesitation. Ghislain carved through the beasts with effortless precision as if they were nothing more than a warm-up. Lucas dealt with every monster around him just as easily, while Kaor leaped off his horse and crushed the creatures in a single swing of his massive blade. Laughing wildly, he mocked them as nothing more than vermin and loudly challenged the remaining monsters to come at him. Before he could continue enjoying himself, Belinda's rope suddenly wrapped around his mouth. She yanked him backward and dragged him all the way back to his horse. Furious, Kaor demanded to know why she always hooked his mouth. Belinda calmly reeled the rope back in and asked whether he'd prefer her to hook somewhere else next time. Ignoring the teasing, Kaor complained to Ghislain that monsters had attacked them throughout the entire journey, and wondered if this lawless wilderness was really filled with powerful creatures everywhere. Lucas couldn't help laughing. He admitted he still couldn't decide whether Kaor was brave or simply an idiot for willingly coming to a place like this, despite knowing exactly how dangerous it was. Kaor ignored him completely. Ghislain interrupted both of them and ordered everyone to stay alert because they were about to reach their destination. The story briefly shifted back to Fenris several days earlier. Ghislain had gathered all of his subordinates to announce that he would be leaving for the Turian kingdom, though he wouldn't be gone for very long. Claude and Alfoy immediately pretended to be devastated. Claude dramatically claimed he had no idea how he would survive without his lord, while Alfoy sadly suggested they had no choice but to take a long vacation. Completely ignoring their terrible acting, Ghislain ordered Gillian to oversee the territory during his absence, while making absolutely sure Claude and Alfoy didn't slack off. Gillian calmly accepted the responsibility. Ghislain then explained that Royal Army units had already been stationed around Fenris, because no one knew what Count Desmond was planning. Even if the enemy had been cornered, desperate people always fought the hardest. He instructed Gillian to retreat immediately if Desmond attacked, rather than forcing an unnecessary battle. Gillian assured him he understood. Ghislain then called for Belinda and Lucas to accompany him. Just as they were about to leave, Kaor loudly demanded to come along as well. Claude and Alfoy stared at him in complete shock. They had never seen Kaor voluntarily refuse a chance to rest. Lucas immediately objected, bluntly telling Kaor that Turian wasn't a place someone with mediocre skills could survive. He insisted Ghislain was actually doing him a favor by leaving him behind to protect Fenris. The moment Lucas finished speaking, Kaor's fist was already flying toward his face. Before the punch could land, Ghislain casually caught it. Kaor glared at Lucas and declared that their competition wasn't over and that things wouldn't end the same way this time. Lucas simply smiled. Watching the exchange, Ghislain couldn't help smiling himself before turning toward Gillian. Gillian assured him that he could handle everything alone. Satisfied, Ghislain finally agreed to let Kaor join the expedition. Back in the present, the group finally arrived at Fortress Ironcliff, deep within the Shadow Mountains. The fortress was crowded with hardened warriors, many standing beside monsters they had personally hunted and captured. Every single one of them turned to stare as Ghislain's group entered. Belinda quietly remarked that everyone seemed determined to create an intimidating atmosphere. Looking around, Lucas commented that the place looked exactly as he remembered. Kaor immediately barked at the surrounding warriors, demanding to know what they were staring at. Ghislain stopped him before he could start another fight. Kaor then asked if they were heading straight into the mountains to hunt monsters. After unpacking, Ghislain explained that they couldn't hunt immediately because everyone first had to register as official hunters at the guild. Belinda found the entire process ridiculous. She reminded Ghislain that they had answered the Turian royal family's request for military assistance, so surely they deserved some special treatment instead of going through ordinary procedures. Smiling slightly, Ghislain explained that status meant nothing inside Ironcliff. Everyone followed the exact same rules. Inside the guild, they found an overweight warrior sleeping behind the front desk. Ghislain politely introduced himself as Baron Fenris of the Luthania Kingdom and explained that he had arrived in response to the Turian royal family's request. Without showing the slightest interest, the man simply asked whether they were there for hunter registration. He informed Ghislain that noble titles meant absolutely nothing inside Ironcliff. To them, nobles and slaves were all the same. Belinda couldn't believe what she was hearing. While lazily filling out paperwork, the man warned Ghislain not to create unnecessary resentment by acting like an arrogant noble. He explained that the Knights of Turian only maintained the fortress's basic functions. Any conflicts between hunters were expected to resolve themselves. As long as nobody caused excessive trouble, preferably by not killing each other, the knights wouldn't interfere. Kaor laughed loudly and declared that the Turian knights were simply lazy slackers. The clerk ignored him and asked whether Ghislain accepted the rules. Ghislain calmly agreed. The man casually tossed 4 hunter tokens onto the counter and explained that possessing those tokens granted permission to hunt anywhere throughout the Shadow Mountains. He reminded them to carry the tokens at all times before lazily wishing them good luck. Belinda walked away, clearly annoyed by everyone's attitude, unable to believe they were treating people who came to help them like ordinary hunters. Before they could leave, someone greeted them from behind and welcomed them to Ironcliff. He asked Ghislain whether they had just finished registering. Turning around, Ghislain found a hooded man standing alongside 2 companions. Before the stranger could continue, Kaor bluntly told him to get lost because they were busy. Smiling, the man explained that he worked for Don Cad, the self-proclaimed king of Ironcliff. Removing his hood, he revealed a face covered with scars, before introducing himself as a representative of an association established under Don Cad's protection to defend the rights and interests of hunters. Kaor burst out laughing at the title of king, saying every lawless place seemed to produce at least one idiot who wanted to call himself royalty. He challenged the man to explain what he intended to do, if this really was their first visit. The representative calmly explained that since the kingdom's knights refused to interfere with daily affairs, hunters had formed their own organization to maintain order. He claimed they simply wanted to help newcomers settle in peacefully. For a small membership fee, they could avoid unnecessary trouble inside Ironcliff. Lucas quietly called Ghislain's attention while Belinda instantly realized they were being shaken down. Ghislain smiled slightly before telling Kaor to watch carefully because he was about to demonstrate the proper way to handle situations like this in a lawless city. Walking directly toward the representative, the man assumed Ghislain had wisely decided to cooperate. He praised Ghislain for being quick-witted and pointed out that they would inevitably meet again throughout the fortress, making cooperation the smarter choice. Before he could finish speaking, Ghislain answered with a devastating punch that crushed straight into the man's face. The impact launched him across the room before he slammed violently into a wall. Even Kaor stood there completely stunned. Ghislain calmly explained that in places like Ironcliff, fists always came before negotiations, because strength alone decided what justice was. The representative's two companions roared in anger and charged forward with massive warhammers, calling Ghislain a fool and declaring that refusing Lord Donkad's protection meant digging his own grave. Ghislain casually threw two daggers toward them. The blades never struck their targets because they were only meant as distractions. The instant the two men reacted to the flying daggers, Kaor and Belinda rushed in from both sides and knocked them unconscious before they understood what happened. The sleeping clerk finally looked up and lazily remarked that they'd caused enough trouble before asking who planned to pay for the damaged wall. Belinda immediately reminded him that he himself had claimed the knights wouldn't interfere. Kaor grinned from ear to ear and proudly announced that he finally understood Ghislain's lesson. In places like this, there was no need to overthink anything. All you had to do was prove your strength. Ghislain gave him an approving nod. Lucas then commented that Ghislain seemed unusually familiar with Ironcliff and asked whether he had visited before. Ghislain simply admitted that he had. Belinda was completely puzzled because she couldn't imagine how that was possible. Ghislain silently remembered that one of the 7 strongest individuals on the continent had once lived in the Turian kingdom. At that moment, the first man slowly staggered back to his feet, with his face completely swollen, shouting that they had no idea what they had just done. Before he could finish another sentence, Kaor casually knocked him unconscious again with a single punch. Turning back toward Ghislain, Kaor asked what they planned to do next. Ghislain calmly replied that wasting time on low-level rats wasn't worth it. Once people learned who truly stood at the top, they would naturally come crawling over themselves. Before leaving, he told the unconscious men to deliver one message to their so-called king. If Donkad had a problem with him, then Donkad could come find him personally. The scene opened on a brutal massacre. A man screamed in agony as an axe pierced straight through his chest. Huge, muscular barbarians tore through everyone in sight, hacking down their enemies without mercy. Their massive chieftain, draped in the fur of a gigantic beast, raised his blood-stained axe and ordered his warriors to begin the harvest. He told them to savor every moment of it, as the tribe completely devastated the battlefield. Afterward, the story shifted to the Soundwind tribe's encampment at the northern edge of Luthania. The barbarians sat around roaring campfires, proudly recalling how they had butchered their enemies. One warrior laughed about a man who begged for his life before dying, but another mocked him, saying he still lacked skill because prey should be killed cleanly enough that they never get the chance to beg. While the warriors celebrated, a tribesman approached their chief with a letter. The leader of the Soundwind tribe, Kustu, grabbed it and opened it, only to freeze after seeing the writing inside. Instantly irritated, he hurled his drink at the messenger and yelled that he should have brought the village chief along if the paper had words on it. He demanded to know whether the man was making fun of him for being illiterate. The tribesman immediately apologized and rushed off to fetch someone who could read. Holding the letter again, Kustu muttered that the north had been left empty and that the sender was giving them permission to claim Peridium. A bald warrior grinned, saying they had finally been given the chance to plunder the rich land protected by the northern wolf. Another barbarian smiled just as widely, declaring that the day had finally come for their warriors to seize the land they had desired for so long. However, they soon noticed their chief had gone unusually quiet. Instead of celebrating, Kustu found it suspicious that someone from the Luthania kingdom had personally written to him, encouraging an invasion of Peridium. He suddenly burst into loud laughter, wondering what kind of scheme those bastards were plotting. Still, he couldn't care less about their plans as long as they got a good fight out of it. Since the Soundwind tribe had already intended to invade Peridium anyway, this only worked in their favor. Rising to his feet, Kustu ordered his warriors to summon every allied tribal chief and gather all available fighters. The time had finally come to march on Peridium. The story then returned to the Shadow Mountains, where Kaor nearly lost his mind after Ghislain casually informed him that he needed to kill 100,000 monsters. Ghislain reminded him that he was the one who wanted to become stronger, and this was the minimum requirement. Kaor couldn't understand the logic, arguing that countless humans were far stronger than monsters, so killing beasts shouldn't make any difference. Before Ghislain could answer, Belinda suddenly told him to look ahead. The group spotted several monsters feeding on the corpse of another beast. One of them slowly turned its head after sensing their presence. It had the face of an owl and the body of a massive bear. These creatures were owl bears, the undisputed apex predators of the Shadow Mountains. The monsters slowly faced the group, spreading their enormous clawed limbs. Kaor confidently drew his sword and told Ghislain to stay back while he handled everything himself, boasting that he could slaughter thousands of owlbears. He barely finished speaking before Ghislain punched him clean off his horse. At that exact moment, one owlbear silently appeared beside Kaor's horse and seized it with its massive leg. Ghislain calmly warned Kaor never to take his eyes off owlbears, because they moved without making a single sound. Cursing under his breath, Kaor complained that Ghislain should have mentioned that sooner before charging at the beast. He swung his sword, but the owlbear effortlessly leaped aside, releasing the horse in the process. Kaor barely avoided being crushed by his own mount before the second owlbear, identifiable by its injured eye, lunged forward, clamped its beak around his arm, spun him through the air, and slammed him into the ground. The first owlbear immediately followed up by stomping down with its enormous leg. Kaor barely blocked the attack, but the beast continued pressing its full weight onto him, trying to crush him alive. Trapped beneath it, Kaor desperately shouted at Ghislain, asking whether he planned to stand there and watch. Ghislain calmly reminded him that he had claimed he could handle them alone. Lucas joined in, reminding Kaor that he'd already warned him he couldn't survive the Shadow Mountains with such half-baked skills. Smirking, Lucas mocked him further, wondering how Kaor expected to improve if he struggled against nothing more than a couple of bird-headed monsters. Kaor ground his teeth in frustration as both owlbears launched another relentless assault. Belinda nervously asked Ghislain if Kaor was actually going to survive this. Ghislain calmly assured her that Kaor wasn't weak enough to die here. He explained that owlbears were incredibly intelligent hunters. Anyone who charged at them recklessly would immediately fall into their trap, which was exactly why they ruled the Shadow Mountains. They had become so used to being the hunters that they never imagined someone would hunt them instead. Ghislain compared the situation to the moment Kaor managed to wound Victor in the past. He had already taught Kaor how to grow stronger, and he'd even seen him succeed before. The real problem was that Kaor only used his instincts properly when his life was genuinely on the line. What Kaor lacked wasn't strength, it was the mindset of a hunter. Instead of charging blindly, he needed to stay patient, wait for the perfect opening, and strike only when victory was guaranteed. He had to make those survival instincts part of himself. Hearing those words, Kaor gritted his teeth. As the owlbear continued pressing down, he suddenly slipped his sword between the monster's toes and sliced one of them clean off. The beast instantly lost its footing. Kaor exploded upward, slashing across its neck before it could recover. Belinda and Lucas watched in surprise as the injured owlbear staggered back. The second owlbear immediately retaliated, swinging its massive claw toward him. Kaor jumped clear of the attack, then sliced cleanly across the monster's body while still airborne. Landing with a confident grin, he taunted the beast, telling it not to mess with him anymore. Watching from the sidelines, Ghislain smiled in satisfaction as he saw Kaor finally beginning to improve. Back at Ironcliff Fortress, everyone was talking about Ghislain and his team. The hunters couldn't believe the group had been wiping out monsters so efficiently that the surrounding area was practically empty. Even more unbelievable, they had done it without suffering a single casualty. Some complained that there would soon be no monster materials left for anyone else to sell. Others whispered that Ghislain had crossed the wrong people by attacking Donkad's subordinates, insisting it was only a matter of time before Donkad personally stepped in. The scene then shifted to a massive man standing before piles of monster corpses. This was Donkad. He muttered that he had been willing to overlook Ghislain beating one of his men, but now the brat was aiming for his table. Hoisting his pillar-like weapon onto his shoulder, he ordered his hunters to prepare. It was time to begin the hunt. Meanwhile, Ghislain and his companions had just finished wiping out another pack of owlbears. Kaor looked over the mountain of corpses and proudly remarked that they had killed quite a lot. He barked at the workers loading the bodies, telling them to hurry before more monsters showed up. He also warned them not to steal even a single material because he planned to count every last one himself. The workers nervously agreed. Lucas smirked and warned Kaor that if he kept treating people like that, he'd eventually wake up with a blade sticking out of his back. Kaor shrugged it off, saying he'd like to see someone try. He asked why he should respect people who only knew how to suck up to Donkad, adding that nobody had dared challenge them for days, meaning Donkad must already be scared. Two nearby men immediately turned and glared at him, something Ghislain quietly noticed. Looking back at the monster corpses, Kaor asked what they were supposed to do with all the materials since their warehouses were already overflowing. Ghislain ordered everything shipped back to Fenris and Cardinia, explaining that the dwarves would love these rare materials because Luthania didn't have access to them. He also revealed he'd already sent Claude a letter instructing him to establish a transport unit. Just then, Belinda hurried over with a serious expression. She handed Ghislain a newly arrived letter from Peridium and insisted he read it immediately. As soon as he opened it, his expression changed. Peridium was under attack. The story immediately shifted to Peridium, where countless archers rained arrows onto the barbarian army below. The barbarians raised their shields as the deadly volley descended. Zwalter ordered his men to keep firing and not allow a single barbarian to set foot inside their territory. On the opposite side, Kustu roared for his warriors to scale the walls. Declaring that the highlands were right in front of them, he urged his strongest fighters to overthrow the wolves once and for all. Ladders slammed against the walls as the barbarians climbed upward, but Peridium soldiers met them with spears, knocking them back down. Watching the battlefield, Randolph was stunned by the sheer number of invaders. Even Scoven couldn't believe what he was seeing. Barbarian raids had happened before, but never on this scale. Randolph quickly told Zwalter there was nothing ordinary about this assault, and suggested sending an urgent request to Ghislain for reinforcements. Zwalter immediately rejected the idea. He declared that this was Peridium's responsibility alone, and not something the Lord of Fenris needed to solve. According to the letter Ghislain received, 6 barbarian tribes had united to attack Peridium's northern fortress. That alone felt completely wrong. The barbarians had raided Peridium countless times throughout history, but they had never formed a united alliance. Even in Gislin's previous life, nothing like this had ever happened. The letter also revealed that half of Fenris's soldiers had already been dispatched to reinforce Peridium. Gislin knew his father would never willingly ask Fenris for help under normal circumstances, meaning the alliance between the tribes must have forced his hand. Even so, something about the entire situation felt suspicious. While Gislin silently considered the implications, Lucas asked what they were going to do. Kaor sighed, saying he had only just started getting used to Ironcliff. Gislin calmly decided they would end their hunt immediately. Since the letter's authenticity still hadn't been confirmed, they would first return to their lodgings before making any decisions. The moment he finished speaking, Gislin sensed danger. Without hesitation, he shouted for everyone to jump. His companions reacted instantly, narrowly avoiding a deadly volley of arrows that flew beneath them. At the same time, several warriors rushed in, wielding enormous hammers. Still airborne, Gislin blocked 2 massive hammer strikes with his sword, knocked both weapons aside, and instantly cut both attackers down. Belinda buried a dagger into an enemy's neck. Lucas drove his spear straight through another warrior's chest. Kaor sliced cleanly across another man's throat. Before they could regroup, Donkad raised his gigantic pillar weapon and slammed it into the ground, triggering a massive avalanche that thundered toward them. Kaor and Belinda stared in shock as the wall of snow came crashing down. Gislin immediately drove his sword into the ground and ordered everyone to get behind him. The avalanche swallowed their position, burying everything beneath heavy snow. Moments later, Donkad confidently walked forward, expecting to find nothing but corpses. Instead, Kaor casually greeted him, saying they had come prepared. Pointing his sword directly at the giant, Kaor demanded to know who he was. Donkad answered that he'd simply offered them the easiest death possible. Introducing himself as the King of Ironcliff, he asked whether he really needed to explain why he had come. Gislin calmly reminded him that he was the one who had invited him. Lucas laughed, saying he never imagined Donkad would actually come just because Gislin called. He mockingly asked whether Donkad was some kind of obedient dog. Kaor immediately realized this was the self-proclaimed king everyone talked about. He questioned whether Ironcliff's rules didn't forbid hunters from killing each other, asking if Donkad believed he stood above the law simply because people called him king. Donkad smiled and replied that rules were indeed important, but he had never said he intended to kill them. Since they were standing in the middle of the Shadow Mountains, people dying to monsters wasn't unusual at all. He then displayed the collection of hunter tokens taken from his previous victims. Kaor looked completely unimpressed. Donkad asked which one of them was the leader. Before Kaor could answer, Gislin tapped his shoulder and stepped forward himself. Calmly introducing himself as the leader, he added that Kaor would soon become the new king of Ironcliff. Donkad burst into laughter and asked whether Gislin was really walking away after saying that. Gislin simply replied that something more important had come up. Kaor grinned, raised his sword, and told Gislin to handle his own business while he crushed Donkad himself. Gislin sheathed his sword and left with Lucas and Belinda. Before leaving, Lucas told Kaor to try not to die. Donkad's followers immediately rushed after Gislin's group, but Kaor instantly stepped between them. With one lightning-fast swing, he cut through multiple necks before the men even realized he'd moved. Smiling confidently, he told the remaining warriors to keep their eyes on him because he was their opponent. Donkad smirked and granted his request. The rest of his hunters charged together, swinging massive hammers. Kaor blocked the first strike before cutting its owner down in a single slash. Another warrior attacked immediately after, but Kaor knocked the hammer aside and ripped open the man's stomach with one clean swing. A third enemy appeared behind him and aimed a hammer straight for his head. Kaor simply ducked beneath it before driving a devastating kick into the attacker's chin, sending him flying through the air while coughing blood. Before Kaor could fully recover, Donkad himself swung his gigantic pillar weapon. Kaor barely jumped backward in time, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. Donkad immediately followed with another massive swing, but Kaor dodged that one as well. Smirking, Donkad admitted that the red-haired swordsman wasn't half bad. He offered Kaor a place under him, promising to treat him well. Licking his lips disgustingly, he claimed the two of them would make an excellent team. Kaor looked at him with complete disgust and asked how a wolf could ever serve beneath a pig. Then he declared that from this day forward, he would be the true king of Ironcliff. The snow-covered forest shook with explosions as Kaor and Donkad continued their fierce duel. The two warriors constantly leaped across the battlefield, narrowly avoiding each other's attacks. Kaor landed first, spun around, and unleashed a sudden slash, but Donkad calmly blocked it. Using the enormous stone pillar like an oversized shield, Donkad forced Kaor completely onto the defensive. Kaor gritted his teeth in frustration, silently cursing how infuriating it was that such a massive weapon could be used so skillfully. Refusing to stay cornered, Kaor kicked off the ground, flipped through the air to evade Donkad's sweeping strike, and retaliated with a downward slash. Donkad blocked that attack as well. He immediately spun his entire body, launched himself into the air, and landed a heavy kick squarely on Kaor, sending him flying backward across the snow in agony. Clenching his teeth, Kaor couldn't believe what he was experiencing. Despite his enormous build, Donkad moved unbelievably fast, and even while carrying that absurdly heavy pillar, he left virtually no openings. Kaor realized that if another clean hit landed, he'd lose consciousness. Worse yet, none of his counterattacks were working. As those thoughts raced through his mind, Donkad charged again. Kaor dodged just in time, causing the giant pillar to smash directly into a nearby tree, shattering the trunk instantly. The massive tree began collapsing toward Kaor. He barely escaped by pure instinct, only to realize too late that Donkad had predicted his dodge all along. Before the falling tree could crush him, Donkad rushed in from the front and calmly declared that he had met countless people like Kaor over the years. They always believed they stood at the very top. In the next instant, Kaor was caught by a devastating combination. The falling tree slammed into him from above, while Donkad's pillar crushed into his ribs at the same time. Blood burst from Kaor's mouth as the impact hurled him into the snow, and a thunderous explosion echoed throughout the forest. After the dust settled, Donkad casually sat beside his pillar, striking stones together until they produced a flame. He calmly lit a cigar and took a slow drag, while Kaor lay buried beneath the fallen tree, his body soaked in blood. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Donkad admitted it had been a long time since anyone challenged his position, making him forget how hard he was supposed to hold back. Becoming famous wasn't always enjoyable, because most people surrendered before even trying. He sighed with slight disappointment, saying he noticed Kaor becoming afraid midway through the fight. Once Kaor started relying entirely on dodging instead of fighting back, the battle stopped being entertaining, so Donkad simply decided to finish it quickly. Feeling slightly sorry for the blonde man who had trusted Kaor, Donkad slung the giant pillar onto his shoulder and dismissed the entire fight as boring before turning to leave. Just then, Kaor slowly forced himself back onto his feet. He challenged Donkad again, insisting nobody had ever said he was afraid. Donkad stopped walking and looked back with genuine surprise. Then he calmly suggested Kaor reconsider and join him instead. Smiling faintly, he argued it wasn't too late. Pride never filled anyone's stomach. After all, according to Donkad, living comfortably as a satisfied pig was far better than starving as a proud wolf. Kaor's face was covered in blood, and the hand gripping his sword trembled violently, yet he slowly raised the blade once again. He declared that one of them would die there today, but it certainly wouldn't be him. Hearing that, Donkad quietly closed his eyes and muttered a single word: fool. Hugging his massive pillar, he shifted into his battle stance and unleashed his full killing intent, warning Kaor that he wouldn't even live long enough to regret his decision. Standing opposite him, Kaor silently examined his battered body. Every bone felt shattered, and death seemed only moments away. Letting out a quiet sigh, he realized this always happened. No matter how well he understood Gislin's teachings, everything disappeared once real life and death combat began. He finally admitted the truth to himself. Donkad had been right. He had been afraid. That fear had kept him from using everything he'd learned. Looking down at his trembling sword arm, Kaor grabbed it firmly with his other hand. Instead of denying it, he accepted what he was feeling. This trembling was fear. At that moment, Kaor remembered his training with Gislin back in the capital. He recalled angrily, asking when he had ever become afraid. Gislin had calmly answered that Kaor became frightened the moment Lucas threatened his position. Before their fight, Kaor underestimated Lucas, but after realizing Lucas was far stronger than expected, fear took over. Gislin had simply concluded that no one could ever win while fighting with fear in their heart. Back then, Kaor clicked his tongue impatiently, insisting none of that applied to him. He argued that he had never been scared while fighting through the forest of beasts or battling the winged can monster. The instant that thought crossed his mind, a sword suddenly flew straight toward him. Gislin himself had launched the attack without warning. Every time Kaor dodged, Gislin relentlessly chased him, refusing to stop swinging. Eventually, Kaor lost his temper, spun around, and shouted, demanding to know what his captain thought he was doing. Gislin ignored the question completely. He stepped forward again until the edge of his blade rested against Kaor's throat. Cold sweat poured down Kaor's body as he stared at the sword pressed against his neck. Gislin calmly explained that once someone believed they were at a disadvantage, they instinctively focused only on dodging. That reaction was completely natural. Then he placed the flat of his sword into Kaor's hand, and quietly added that if Kaor had pushed forward instead of retreating, he would have created his own opportunity. Those words had completely stunned him. Back in the present, standing before Donkad with his battered body barely holding together, Kaor repeated Gislin's advice to himself. If he wanted to reach the ideal strength he had always chased, this was the wall he had to overcome. Kaor watched Donkad charge straight at him and repeated a single word in his mind: fear. This time, instead of running away, he chose to stand his ground. A cold light flashed across his eyes as he realized that death had to be avoided at all costs. Yet it was also the greatest teacher a warrior could have. Fresh blood sprayed into the snowy air as Donkad's devastating blow smashed into Kaor's shoulder. Kaor endured the impact without retreating and, in the same instant, drove his sword straight into Donkad's abdomen. Donkad looked genuinely surprised for a brief moment before twisting his body to reduce the damage with a dismissive snort. Refusing to give him any breathing room, Kaor immediately leaped into the air again. He planted his foot on Donkad's massive pillar to propel himself higher, spun through the air, and slashed across Donkad's arm. Blood splattered onto the snow. Donkad's expression stiffened. Landing one hit could have been luck, but striking him twice was another matter entirely. He realized the red-haired swordsman was actually growing stronger during the battle itself. The thought that the King of Ironcliff might lose to a mere youngster filled him with rage. Cursing Kaor loudly, Donkad swung his pillar with brute force. Kaor stepped back, allowing the pillar to crash into another tree trunk exactly as before. Donkad roared in frustration, demanding to know what Kaor had done. As the massive tree toppled toward him again, Kaor calmly dodged aside while launching a counterattack at the same time. He declared there was no trick at all. He had simply stopped being afraid. Those words froze Donkad for a split second. Before he could react, Kaor's sword flashed across the battlefield. Donkad's head separated cleanly from his body and flew through the air. Moments later, silence returned to the snow-covered forest. Not long afterward, a group of mounted scouts overlooking the battlefield observed everything through binoculars. One of them urgently pointed toward the riders below and reported that they had finally begun moving. Their commander immediately recognized Baron Fenris and his companions. Although he noticed one member was missing, he dismissed it as unimportant and ordered a letter to be sent to Count Desmond, stating that Baron Fenris was moving exactly according to their plan. Meanwhile, Ghislain himself rode ahead with a tense expression that rarely appeared on his face. Far away at Peridium's northern fortress, the battlefield had become a sea of smoke, dust, and endless bloodshed. Zwalter shouted desperately that everyone had fallen into the enemy's trap. He urged his soldiers not to fear the barbarians, insisting they were still flesh and blood, while wondering why they refused to withdraw despite suffering so many losses. Under normal circumstances, they should have retreated long ago. In complete contrast, Chief Kustu calmly watched everything with a satisfied smile. He was convinced the northern wolves had already reached their limits. Since everything was proceeding exactly as the kingdom's men had predicted, he ordered the Soundwind tribe to withdraw and let the next rotation unit replace them. His warriors grumbled that they had barely started enjoying themselves and complained about having to retreat already, but others quickly reminded them that the order came directly from Chief Kustu. On Peridium's walls, the exhausted defenders leaned heavily against their weapons. Randolph observed that the 6 barbarian tribes were rotating their forces continuously, preventing the defenders from ever resting. Scovon stared in disbelief, realizing the barbarians were actually fighting with strategy and intentionally trying to wear Peridium down through exhaustion. Randolph frowned deeply and remarked that while an alliance between 6 tribes was already unusual, this level of coordination proved there had to be someone intelligent directing everything from behind the scenes. Zwalter silently lowered his head after hearing those words. Finally, he made up his mind. The next time the enemy attacked, he would personally open the gates, ride out himself, and take Chief Kustu's head. Randolph and Scovon stared at him in complete shock. Suddenly, Randolph pointed toward the horizon. Thick clouds of dust were rising rapidly as a cavalry unit approached. Squinting into the distance, Zwalter quietly muttered that those riders looked strangely familiar. Leading that charge was Ghislain himself. Riding beside him, Belinda frowned at the countless filthy barbarians covering the battlefield, while Lucas calmly remarked that the rumors about the 6 tribes alliance had apparently been true after all. Without slowing his horse, Ghislain ordered Belinda and Lucas to split off with their units, circle both flanks, and complete an encirclement. His eyes turned ice cold as he declared they would finish every enemy on that battlefield. His entire force answered in perfect unison. The barbarians burst into laughter. They mocked the newcomers, wondering who these pathetic fools were and questioning why enemies had suddenly appeared behind them. Since they were already tired of retreating anyway, they welcomed another fight. Raising their shields, they boasted they would kill Ghislain too and feast upon his blood. Ghislain answered without saying another word. He simply raised his spear. In the next instant, it swept through the front ranks. A barbarian's head shot high into the sky while blood erupted everywhere. Before the remaining warriors could even react, Ghislain spun the spear overhead and unleashed another devastating sweep, instantly cutting down the soldiers blocking his path. Within moments, he had completely broken through their formation. Panic erupted. Barbarians screamed that their front line had vanished instantly. Others stared in disbelief, asking whether Peridium truly possessed a warrior like that. Desperate voices shouted to drag him off his horse, stop him somehow, and finally began screaming for everyone to run. Their formation completely collapsed before Chief Kustu's eyes. Grinding his teeth, Kustu roared furiously, demanding to know whether the proud warriors of the Soundwind tribe were really terrified of a single man. Before anyone answered, a trembling subordinate rushed over with another report. Belinda was already tearing through the enemy from behind. Lucas had wiped out every warrior blocking his path. Even worse, the Northern Wolf himself had opened the fortress gates and was charging out together with Peridium's army. Hearing this, Kustu's confidence finally wavered. Cold sweat rolled down his face as he muttered that it had to be the Northern Wolf. Zwalter had never opened those gates before, yet today he had chosen to attack. Forcing himself to stay composed, Kustu slammed his twin axes together and shouted that none of it mattered because they still outnumbered the enemy. He ordered every warrior to charge. Instead of obeying, his subordinates stood frozen. Their bodies trembled as they stared ahead, whispering the same word repeatedly, demon. They compared the horrifying sight before them to the burning of the forest of beasts, and to the ancient legend of the blood-soaked demon who stole the souls of everyone who witnessed him. Through the thick cloud of dust, the slow sound of a horse's hoof echoed across the battlefield. Emerging from the smoke was Ghislain himself, drenched in blood, the bloody demon. For a brief moment, even Kustu froze as cold sweat poured down his face. Then his fear transformed into excitement. Bursting into laughter, he declared that this was exhilarating, and admitted he had never expected to meet someone so powerful in the north. Charging forward, he proudly introduced himself as Kustu, the greatest warrior of the north, and proclaimed that he would personally claim the bloody demon's head. Ghislain looked at him with complete disgust. Calling Kustu's barbaric way of life revolting, he drove his horse straight toward him. The two warriors collided instantly. While questioning how much of the north had suffered under Kustu's savage raids, Ghislain twisted his body and slashed toward Kustu's side. Kustu crossed both axes together to catch the blade, but before he even understood what had happened, he was violently slammed flat onto the ground. Growling in disbelief, he forced himself back up and demanded a proper fight, swearing that he, Kustu, would personally end the demon's life. Before he could finish speaking, Ghislain's horse lashed out with a powerful kick that smashed directly into Kustu's face. Ghislain didn't even bother looking back. He simply rode away, making his contempt perfectly clear. Humiliated beyond words, Kustu completely lost control. He screamed that a new legend would spread among the barbarians, and that the northern wolf would slaughter every warrior alive. His declaration ended instantly as Zwalter's sword pierced straight through his heart. Locking eyes with the dying chief, Zwalter glared at him with overwhelming killing intent. Kustu could only widen his eyes and painfully utter a single final word. Wolf. He fell lifeless from his horse. Raising his blood-stained sword high, Zwalter announced that the enemy chief was dead. Pointing his blade toward the fleeing barbarians, he ordered every remaining invader to be hunted down and declared that none of them would ever again dare dream of coveting Peridium. After the battle ended, Ghislain rode towards Zwalter before dismounting from his horse. His armor was drenched in blood, his body covered with wounds, yet he walked forward as if they barely existed. Zwalter frowned the moment he saw him and quietly remarked that it had been a long time. Gillian respectfully lowered his hood and admitted with a tense voice that they had arrived a little later than intended. Before anyone could say anything else, Randolph suddenly rushed over and wrapped Ghislain in a tight embrace. Overflowing with excitement, he declared how proud he was of him before quickly correcting himself and respectfully calling him Baron Fenris. He sincerely thanked Ghislain, saying that because of him, Peridium had finally been able to breathe again. Unlike Randolph, Zwalter remained completely serious. He immediately questioned how Ghislain had learned about Peridium's situation and, more importantly, how he had managed to bring such a large force so quickly. Ghislain answered honestly that he had received an urgent request for reinforcements bearing Peridium's official seal. According to the letter, Zwalter was under attack by the barbarians, so part of Fenris's army had already been dispatched ahead of him. As he finished speaking, Ghislain produced the letter and asked directly whether Zwalter had written it himself. The moment Zwalter read it, his expression changed. He instantly turned toward Randolph and demanded an explanation. Randolph panicked, frantically waving both hands while insisting that it absolutely wasn't him. He reminded Zwalter that he had been explicitly forbidden from sending any letters, so he had obeyed that order. That answer only deepened Zwalter's confusion as he wondered who else could possibly have sent the message. After silently piecing everything together, Ghislain looked at his father with a grave expression and firmly declared that they had walked straight into a trap. Elsewhere, near Fortress Stonehaven, where the Kingdom Army's 2nd Legion was stationed, the atmosphere couldn't have been more different. Inside the camp, soldiers gathered around a wooden table, happily playing cards. One man cursed after losing his wages again while another sighed, wondering when they would finally be allowed to return home because he already missed Cardinia. Commander Doran cheerfully replied that they would head back once orders arrived from the capital. Another soldier mentioned hearing rumors that their deployment had been delayed because Count Desmond might attack Fenris territory and asked whether the story was true. Someone else quickly dismissed the concern, pointing out that Desmond hadn't made any major moves, and arguing that with the Kingdom Army watching him so closely, launching an attack would be impossible. Another soldier confidently added that Desmond wasn't reckless enough to openly challenge the kingdom. Even if he was the North's greatest lord, unless he had completely lost his mind, he would never dare mobilize an army against the royal forces. None of them realized that at that exact moment, Desmond's massive army was already approaching the camp. Before long, terrified soldiers burst inside to report the emergency, shouting that Count Desmond's entire force was charging directly toward them. Doran immediately sprang into action, ordering the army to form defensive lines. He commanded the spearmen to move to the front, hold their formation tightly, and prepare for the enemy's impact. But the moment Desmond's army crashed into them, those defenses completely collapsed. His troops smashed through the first line with overwhelming force, cutting down soldiers one after another. Bodies piled across the battlefield as terror spread throughout the camp. The battle escalated almost instantly, with Desmond's forces driving deep into the 2nd Legion's position. The defenders desperately resisted until their final breaths, but they were hopelessly outmatched. Soldiers screamed that their formation had completely fallen apart, unable to believe the elite kingdom army had been crushed so quickly. Realizing the battle was lost, Doran ordered an immediate retreat toward Fenris Castle, while instructing someone to send an urgent messenger to Cardinia. Before the order could even be completed, a massive explosion erupted behind them. Desmond's cavalry had appeared in the rear, sealing their escape route completely. The Second Legion had fallen into a perfect pincer attack. Thanks to years of battlefield experience, Doran immediately understood exactly what had happened. The frontal assault had only been bait to hold their attention, until the rear cavalry closed the trap. Bitterly admitting they had been completely outplayed, Doran prepared himself for the inevitable. Moments later, he found himself standing face to face with Count Desmond. Wearing an arrogant smile, Desmond casually greeted him. Furious beyond words, Doran shouted that Desmond had completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, devastating news reached Fenris territory. Claude received reports confirming that Count Desmond had completely annihilated the Kingdom Army's Second Legion. Before anyone could recover from the shock, another report arrived, stating that Desmond hadn't stopped after the victory and was marching directly toward Fenris. Alfoy immediately shouted in disbelief that another war had already begun. Beside him, Piote turned pale, cold sweat running down her face as she repeated the word war, unable to process what she had just heard. Lowell nervously turned to Claude and asked what they should do. Remaining calm despite the crisis, Claude reminded everyone that the Lord had already anticipated this exact scenario. Ghislain had ordered that if Count Desmond ever attacked, they were to destroy important facilities, relocate every supply, and withdraw all available forces into Fenris Castle. Gillian immediately nodded, stating with absolute certainty that these were precisely the circumstances the Lord had predicted. Alfoy strongly objected, demanding to know whether Gillian had gone crazy. He insisted they should pack everything immediately and run, because the territory was already doomed. His desperate words filled the room with silence. Even Vanessa couldn't immediately respond. Growing even more frantic, Alfoy reminded everyone that the strongest Grand Lord in the north was marching toward them with the clear intention of killing them all. He couldn't understand why anyone was still standing around instead of fleeing while there was still time. Overwhelmed by the situation, Piote nervously agreed that they should probably evacuate. At that moment, Vanessa stepped forward and calmly declared that she intended to confront the enemy with magic. Her words stunned both Alfoy and Piote. Alfoy immediately protested, calling the idea complete suicide. Vanessa answered that abandoning the territory would hand everything they had built directly to Desmond. Alfoy argued back that nobody was suggesting abandoning it forever. Survival had to come first. Knowing Ghislain, he was certain their lord would eventually reclaim everything, just as he had overcome every impossible obstacle before. Vanessa refused to back down. She reminded everyone that the forges had been built through the combined efforts of the dwarves and the mages, that the knights had sacrificed everything to protect the people, and that countless citizens had finally found hope there. With unwavering conviction, she declared that Fenris territory represented the Lord's dream, making it something they were duty-bound to protect. Her determination left even Piote speechless with admiration. Seeing Vanessa's resolve, Claude respectfully addressed her and explained the reality of the situation. Count Desmond wasn't bringing an ordinary army. Intelligence reported an invasion force of 30,000 soldiers, supported by 8 siege towers, 12 catapults, and a personal mage who had already reached the 6th circle. Hearing that, Alfoy's face immediately stiffened as he repeated the words 6th circle mage in disbelief. Gillian then calmly delivered the harsh truth. With Fenris's troops currently scattered throughout Peridium, the castle simply didn't have enough defenders left. Once Desmond began the siege, they wouldn't survive even 3 days. Fenris Castle would fall long before Ghislain could possibly return. Vanessa stood frozen after hearing that grim assessment, barely able to argue anymore. Without another moment of hesitation, Gillian rose from his seat and assumed command. Declaring that the Lord's orders were absolute, he instructed everyone to evacuate the supplies immediately. Then he calmly announced that he himself would remain behind with Vanessa to defend the fortress until Ghislain returned. His unwavering loyalty stunned everyone. Claude asked one last time whether Gillian fully understood the situation, before reminding him that retreating to Fortress Stonehaven, the gateway into former Cabaldi territory, would buy them valuable time, because even Count Cabaldi had feared Desmond enough to fortify that route heavily. Gillian remained completely unmoved. He simply stated that the Lord would return without fail, and until that happened, he would hold the line. Galverick immediately declared that the dwarves would continue forging equipment without rest. His fellow craftsmen instantly supported him. Gordon then stepped forward and declared that he would stay behind as well. Alfoy stared at him in complete disbelief. Gordon clenched his fists and asked what Captain Kaor would think if he ran away with his tail between his legs. Torin followed immediately, declaring that he would rather die in battle than spend the rest of his life being mocked by Kaor as a coward. Their determination ignited everyone else's fighting spirit. Soldiers all around the room stepped forward together, declaring that they would remain as well. They reminded each other of everything they had sacrificed to build this territory, and boldly declared that if the enemy wanted a fight, they would gladly give them one. Surrounded by that overwhelming resolve, Alfoy could only tremble helplessly. He quietly muttered that this had been the perfect opportunity to escape, yet looking around the room, he realized there was no way he could abandon everyone now. Vanessa, deeply moved by the courage filling the room, could only look at them with trembling eyes as emotion overwhelmed her. At Peridium's northern fortress, Ghislain finished reading Jillian's letter and fell completely silent. Gillian had written that their lord had already accomplished what everyone else had called impossible. He acknowledged that this territory had now become the key to confronting an even greater enemy, and promised that everyone remaining behind would protect it no matter the cost. As those words sank in, Ghislain's chest tightened. Images of Jillian, Vanessa, and everyone else flashed through his mind. He understood better than anyone that they had no chance of winning that battle. Count Desmond wasn't simply marching with an army of 30,000 men. It was a force powerful enough to annihilate the Kingdom Army's 2nd Legion almost instantly. Worse still, Desmond had deliberately thrown the intelligence network into chaos, scattered Fenris's military strength, lured Ghislain away to Peridium, and only then launched his true assault. Ghislain's eyes slowly filled with overwhelming fury. He admitted to himself that he had considered the possibility that Desmond might eventually act on his own, but even then, he hadn't imagined a scheme this thorough. Randolph quickly stepped forward and urgently reported that Count Desmond was already advancing toward Fenris, insisting that this was no longer the time for Ghislain to remain in Peridium. Zwalter immediately understood the seriousness of the situation and urged his son to leave at once if he wanted any chance of saving his territory. Before he could finish speaking, Scovan rushed over with another emergency report. The follow-up barbarian forces had begun charging again. Looking into the distance, everyone could already see another massive barbarian army advancing toward the fortress. Randolph gritted his teeth and demanded to know how many enemies there were this time, wondering whether the barbarians were launching a full-scale assault. Zwalter lowered his voice, admitting he had believed the offensive was already over. Once again, Ghislain found himself trapped between two impossible choices. He knew that Peridium's army alone couldn't stop the barbarians for long, yet if he abandoned Peridium now, the fortress would certainly fall. At that moment, everything finally became clear in his mind. Desmond had engineered every single piece of this disaster. The barbarian invasion, the forged letter, the timing of the attacks, the scattered armies. Everything had been part of a single, enormous plan. Desmond had wagered absolutely everything on this war. As Ghislain remained frozen in thought, someone firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. Zwalter looked directly at him and asked what he was still hesitating for. With unwavering resolve, the Northern Wolf declared that stopping the barbarians and protecting the people of Peridium was his responsibility, not Ghislain's. Hearing those words, Ghislain could only quietly call out to his father. Zwalter immediately cut him off, reminding him that he too was the lord of a territory, and that there were countless people waiting for him to protect them as well. Those simple words lifted the crushing weight that had settled on Ghislain's shoulders. Zwalter firmly ordered him to fulfill his own duty. After hearing his father's resolve, Ghislain finally made up his mind. Randolph stepped forward, drew his sword, and began rallying the defenders. He ordered every soldier to prepare the arrows and stand ready, declaring that if they failed to stop the barbarians there, their homeland would be invaded. Cursing the enemy, he vowed they would decide the battle with their own hands. Zwalter unsheathed his own sword and moved to the very front of the formation before gruffly ordering his son to leave. But instead of riding away, Ghislain walked forward until he stood beside his father. Looking straight ahead, he quietly answered that Zwalter was right. These were indeed people who had to be protected. Then, without hesitation, he reached behind his back and drew the massive battle axe strapped there. An overwhelming aura instantly spread across the battlefield, declaring that these people were also those he trusted the most. Ghislain turned toward Belinda and Lucas and ordered them to end the barbarian battle as quickly as possible before immediately returning to Fenris. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he finally pronounced his judgment. Before this day ended, Count Desmond would die. Meanwhile, Fortress Stonehaven had transformed into complete chaos. Jillian never stopped moving, constantly shouting orders across the fortress. He ordered soldiers to move the supplies faster, reinforce the walls with additional stone, stack the arrows properly, and immediately gather anyone who had finished their preparations. Every corner of the fortress echoed with his commands, as everyone rushed to strengthen the defenses. While overseeing the preparations, Jillian was approached by Galverick, who carried his massive hammer across one shoulder. Calling out to him, Galverick asked whether every soldier had already received the newly forged armor. The two men stood together, overlooking the bustling fortress while discussing the situation. Gillian didn't hesitate to praise the equipment, admitting that the armor's quality was exceptional. Clearly proud of his work, Galverick explained that the armor had been designed to resist arrows while remaining remarkably light, allowing soldiers to fight without sacrificing mobility. He added that the knight's armor had also been engraved with magic circles by the mages. Once infused with mana, those enchantments would weaken incoming magical attacks. Realizing how much work the dwarves and mages had poured into the project, Jillian smiled sincerely and told Galverick that he and his people had become indispensable to Fenris territory. Then he quietly asked whether Galverick was truly certain about remaining behind. The dwarf hesitated for a brief moment before looking away. Finally, he admitted that at the very least, they probably wouldn't die there. After all, countless nobles across the kingdom desired skilled dwarven craftsmen. Raising his eyes toward the open sky, Galverick reflected that if they were destined to become slaves again anyway, risking everything now for the freedom their lord had promised them 10 years in the future was a far better gamble. Yet, as he handed Jillian a helmet, sadness briefly crossed his face. He quietly wondered what value that promised freedom would have if the very lord who had given it to them was no longer alive. Those words struck Jillian deeply. He remained silent for a long moment before finally regaining his composure and answering with a faint smile. Shortly afterward, Jillian turned toward the assembled troops and asked if everyone was present. The soldiers answered in perfect unison that they were. Jillian calmly inspected the formation from front to back. There was one priest, Piote, 10 mages, led by the powerful Vanessa, with an utterly exhausted Alfoy standing beside her, his head hanging low. Behind them stood 100 knights, and finally, perfectly lined up behind everyone else, 1,000 soldiers. After confirming every unit, Jillian quietly put on his helmet and looked toward the distant horizon. His eyes narrowed as the view opened to reveal an overwhelming enemy force. Nearly 30,000 soldiers stretched across the battlefield, already preparing to march on the fortress. Gordon couldn't help blurting out that the enemy outnumbered them 30-1. Standing beside him, Torin actually burst into laughter, remarking that the situation was terrifying in the best possible way. Alfoy, however, completely panicked. He immediately tried to run, shouting that they should all flee because surely their lord wouldn't want them dying there. Before he got far, Vanessa grabbed him by the collar and angrily scolded him, declaring that it was already far too late for that. Despite the overwhelming difference in numbers, the soldiers' morale remained surprisingly high. Standing at the very front, Gillian calmly asked whether anyone was afraid. As he slowly walked forward, he reminded everyone that their mission wasn't to defeat Desmond's army. Their job was simply to buy time until their lord returned. He warned that if the fortress fell, the entire territory would be lost in an instant. He reminded them exactly what they were protecting: their homes, their families, their workplaces, and everything they had built with their own hands. After a brief pause, he added that they were also protecting the lives and dreams their lord had given them, and that he himself felt exactly the same. With those words, Jillian raised his helmet high before firmly placing it back onto his head. His eyes sharpened with determination as he declared that now it was their turn to protect their lord's dream. His speech ignited everyone at once, filling the defenders with renewed resolve. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Count Desmond rode at the head of his enormous army. Hutton approached him and reported that every trebuchet had been fully prepared. Without taking his eyes off the fortress, Desmond called for Willow. A mage immediately stepped forward and drove a staff into the ground before respectfully introducing herself as Willow, Desmond's personal 6th Circle Master Mage. Desmond asked whether she had discovered any traces of the runestone traps the enemy had used during the siege of Dagard. Willow immediately replied that they had detected no remaining runestone energy whatsoever. Since the war had begun so suddenly, she believed the defenders hadn't been given enough time to prepare anything similar. Satisfied with the report, Desmond pointed his sword toward the fortress, briefly praised Willow, and gave the order to fire. One enormous siege weapon rolled into position. The signal sounded, and the first projectile roared toward the fortress. Seeing the incoming attack, Jillian immediately ordered every unit to brace for impact. A series of violent explosions erupted across the walls. Without hesitation, Desmond ordered the army to begin its advance. Galverick quickly informed Jillian that the enemy was moving forward. Jillian instantly ordered the damaged walls to be repaired while simultaneously commanding every archer to prepare. At his command, thousands of arrows filled the sky. Desmond calmly responded by ordering his soldiers to raise their shields and continue marching. Watching the battlefield, Hutton admitted that the fortress was unbelievably durable. Even 12 catapults attacking simultaneously hadn't seriously damaged it, and the defenders' response speed was much faster than expected. Desmond frowned as he recalled reports that Fenris had accepted dwarf craftsmen from the royalist faction. Looking at the fortress, he wondered whether dwarf engineering had completely reinforced its defenses. More orders rang out, as additional archer units were instructed to flatten the fortress with continuous volleys. Yet, despite the endless rain of arrows, not a single defender fell. Every arrow simply bounced harmlessly off the soldier's armor. Desmond's expression darkened in disbelief. Meanwhile, the defenders excitedly laughed as arrows ricocheted off their bodies. They proudly shouted that the dwarves had created incredible armor, and mockingly encouraged the enemy to keep shooting because arrows couldn't hurt them anyway. Fury flashed across Desmond's face. A murderous glint filled his eyes as he immediately called Willow forward again and ordered her to blanket the fortress in a rain of fire. Willow smiled excitedly before leading the mages in casting a massive spell. As mana gathered overhead, Galverick suddenly noticed the sky changing. Looking upward, he urgently called Jillian's attention to the growing vortexes swirling above the battlefield. Jillian immediately recognized it as large-scale magic. While continuing the incantation, Willow mockingly shouted for the defenders to protect their heads, grinning to herself as she imagined the entire fortress burning beneath the coming inferno. Moments later, enormous fireballs began crashing down from the sky one after another. Galverick immediately panicked. Cursing loudly, he admitted that while the armor could withstand arrows, there was no way it could survive large-scale area magic like this. He hurriedly shouted for everyone to take cover, but before panic could spread, Jillian calmly ordered every soldier to remain exactly where they stood. There was no need to worry, he declared confidently, because they possessed magic as well. The instant those words left his mouth, an enormous surge of mana erupted behind him. Vanessa unleashed Wind Curtain, creating a gigantic protective barrier that enveloped the fortress. Fireball after fireball slammed into the barrier, yet every single one dispersed before reaching the defenders. Vanessa maintained the spell with absolute concentration until the burning sky finally cleared, leaving nothing but blue above them once again. Jillian remained standing calmly while the soldiers stared at the spectacle in amazement. Across the battlefield, Willow's confidence completely disappeared. Staring at the barrier in horror, she immediately realized who Vanessa truly was, the mage responsible for annihilating the Degard forces. Nearby, Alfoy glared at Vanessa with obvious irritation, silently complaining that he had once again been turned into nothing more than a mana battery. Vanessa immediately noticed his wandering focus, and sharply ordered him to concentrate, because the next attack could come at any moment. On Desmond's side, Hutton respectfully asked for the next command. Receiving no answer, he hesitantly called out again. Desmond stood completely silent, lost in thought. One by one, he reviewed the battle in his mind. His catapults had been neutralized by a fortress reinforced with dwarf engineering. His arrows had become meaningless against the dwarven armor. Even his greatest magical advantage had been completely countered by Vanessa. Slowly, his expression darkened as he assessed the situation. Although Fenris's army had been scattered and Ghislain himself wasn't even present, the defenders still weren't at a disadvantage. Desmond realized that by starting this war without waiting for either the Duke's faction or the Royalists, even he had momentarily lost his composure. Then, without warning, a faint smile spread across his face. Looking toward the fortress, he quietly laughed to himself and called the situation a stroke of incredible fortune. If he hadn't chosen to strike now, he realized he might never have found another opportunity to defeat Ghislain. That realization only strengthened his resolve. Raising his head once more, Desmond abandoned every remaining trace of caution. Hutton looked at him in confusion and asked what he meant. Desmond's eyes turned cold as he gave a single, ruthless command. Every unit would advance without restraint, and the fortress itself would be erased from the map.